Chapter 1. Am I a Stepping Stone? Wuji Sect, Residence of Outer Disciples. After a bustling day, Lu Tsangnan returned to his dilapidated attic. He gazed up at the heavens and noticed thick, heavy clouds drifting across the dim, overcast sky. The sunlight that fell upon the ground grew increasingly sparse, devoid of any warmth. Standing on the balcony, Lu Tsangnan let out a leisurely sigh. It has been 3 years since I arrived in this world. 3 years and 3 more. Yet I remain an obscure, nameless, marginal character, a mere pawn in this realm. He murmured to himself, a wave of emotion washing over him. Originally a night owl, he had perished from excessive gaming, only to find himself traversing into a fantastical world where one could chase the stars and shatter the void. In the Tianyue world, there existed prestigious families with millennia of heritage, sects with legacies spanning eons, and empires ruling over countless citizens. Yet, the family Lu Tsangnan hailed from was but an ordinary herbalist clan with a rather mediocre lineage. In 2 lifetimes, Lu Tsangnan naturally yearned to escape the fate of remaining an ordinary individual. Thus, from a young age, he displayed remarkable talent. Gifted with innate understanding, he could recognize 1,000 characters by the age of 3 and compose poetry by 7. Before long, his ability to transcribe ancient poetry earned him the reputation of a prodigy in the vicinity. By the age of 8, he had attracted the attention of nearby factions. Even the Wuji Sect had heard of him and sent someone to recruit him. The Wuji Sect, a sect with a heritage of 1,000 years, boasted countless techniques and an abundance of powerful members. When an elder from the Wuji Sect came to assess his potential, he discovered that Lu Kangnan's cultivation aptitude was merely average without great fortune. He would find it difficult to achieve anything remarkable in this life. However, the elder, moved by Lu Kangnan's literary talent and charmed by his handsome appearance, took him back to the sect, granting him the status of an outer disciple. Furthermore, the elder promised that if Lu Tsangnan could break through to the blood exchange realm, he would make an exception and allow him into the inner sect. Regrettably, 12 years passed, and he had only reached the late stage of body refinement. Am I truly so inadequate? Lu Tsangnan murmured to himself, once again engulfed in self-doubt. In this world, the strong tower above, looking down upon the masses. Indeed, wherever one may be, the weak are as ants. Strength is the ultimate truth. This was vividly exemplified in the Wuji Sect. After 12 years of being initiated into the sect, he had only reached the late stage of body refinement. Such a pace of cultivation was certainly not slow. Yet here, in the Wuji Sect, thousands of disciples were recruited each year. Who among them was not a genius? Compared to them, Lu Kangnan's disparity was stark. Had it not been for the herbs provided by his family, he would likely still be at the early stage of body refinement. Many outer disciples managed to break through to the blood exchange realm and ascend to the inner sect within 8 years. In the Wuji Sect, the strong flourished in vibrant diversity, while the weak remained equally matched. Many disciples, like Lu Tsangnan, faced delays in their breakthroughs as they reached the appropriate age. The sect has issued its final decree. If one does not break through to the blood exchange realm within a month, they shall be expelled from the mountain. But right now, the prospect of breaking through seems distant. Am I to resign myself to fate? Return home, marry, and live a life of obscurity until death? Lu Tsangnan contemplated bitterly. Hey, your old man sent a letter, come out and fetch it. At that moment, a disciple knocked at the door, speaking rudely. It was an outer disciple delivering a letter. Hand it over and get lost. Lu Tsangnan recognized the fellow disciple. Thus his tone was equally brusque. The two shared a peculiar relationship. Lu Tsangnan had managed to rise to the position of outer sect elder brother due to his age, while this disciple was the second elder brother. Once Lu Tsangnan departed, the second elder brother would finally rise to prominence. However, Li Qi had waited for 2 years and 3 months. The most useless elder brother in history, once expelled from the sect. Don't you dare say you were a disciple of Wuji Sect. If you're not embarrassed, I certainly am. Talent is an innate gift. If one lacks cultivation aptitude, they should not force themselves. Just go back now and spare us the embarrassment. Li Qi spat disdainfully on the ground, carelessly tossing the letter down before swaggering away. Lu Tsangnan picked up the letter, watching the retreating figure, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, his expression shifted in surprise. Ha! A virtual screen appeared before him, resembling a game panel, filled with dense text. Name, Li Qi. Realm, late stage of body refinement. Current destiny, a latent dragon in the abyss. Life script, an unnamed supporting character in the Tianyue world. Recent twist. This afternoon, while delivering a letter, he encountered a disheveled old man outside the alchemy hall. From him, he purchased a mysterious elixir, an ancient 9-grade blood cleansing pill, which would enable him to break through his current realm and thus ascend to the intersect. It's here! It's here! It arrives with a delightful notification sound. Lu Tsangnan maintained a composed facade, yet his heart soared with joy. Thus, he promptly opened his own information. Name, Lu Tsangnan. Realm, late stage of body refinement. Destiny, stepping stone. Life script, an inconspicuous marginal character. Stepping stone. 1 month later, eager to break through, he will seek opportunities at the alchemy hall. However, he will encounter the protagonist, who also needs the elixir to break through. A verbal conflict will ensue, culminating in a confrontation at the sect, resulting in Lu Tsangnan becoming the stepping stone for the protagonist. A virtual screen displayed Liu Kanan's information. Upon seeing the term stepping stone, his mouth fell agape, and his pupils constricted. Who is the stepping stone? Him? He is the stepping stone? Just by appearance alone, someone as handsome as he should be the protagonist. Gazing at the unchanging screen before him, Lu Tsangnan ultimately had to accept reality. Thus, it seemed that after 1 month, should he fail to seize the opportunity, he would be relegated to the status of the protagonist's stepping stone. Consequently, he would fail to ascend to the inner sect and leave the sect in disgrace. It was possible that upon returning, he could fall gravely ill and perish. With this thought, Lu Tsangnan furrowed his brows. He approached the window and observed Li Qi preparing to depart with the letter in tow. It is worth noting that outer disciples are required to complete tasks regularly, and delivering letters is one of their daily duties. Meanwhile, Li Qi also caught sight of Lu Tsangnan. He raised his middle finger, then pointed it downward, making the universally recognized gesture of mockery. Seeing this scene, Lu Tsangnan made a prompt decision. He would seize Li Qi's opportunity. If even Li Qi is so troublesome, what about the protagonist? Based on his extensive reading of novels, the protagonist was akin to a cockroach, impossible to kill. Even in the face of danger, they would invariably transform calamity into fortune, with the women around them often behaving foolishly, shamelessly pursuing them. Lu Tsangnan narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. He had not forgotten that his destiny was to be the stepping stone for the protagonist. He held a certain trepidation regarding these fated protagonists. It was simply that they possessed luck, making them exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, I have awakened my golden finger if handled adeptly. I still hold the potential to compete with the protagonist of this world. Then let us see who truly is the stepping stone. And now, the first step to seize the opportunity is Chapter 2. Seizing the Opportunity. He fixed his gaze upon Li Qi's information. Recent twist. This afternoon, while delivering a letter, he encountered a disheveled old man outside the alchemy hall. From him, he purchased a mysterious elixir, an ancient 9-grade blood cleansing pill, which would enable him to break through his current realm and thus ascend to the intersect. The ancient 9-grade blood cleansing pill not only enhances physical constitution and clears meridians, but also accelerates the speed of cultivation. Such a precious elixir indeed. Clearly, this pill holds significant value. Most importantly, after acquiring the elixir, Li Qi would successfully break through to the blood exchange realm and ascend to the intersect. While others may not understand Li Qi's character, Lu Tsangnan knew him all too well. A quintessential ingrate. Their animosity dated back for years. At that time, when Li Qi first entered the sect, he was ragged and emaciated. Lu Tsangnan, seeing his plight, gifted him 2 sets of clothing and frequently lent him money when he seemed to go hungry. Little did he expect that this person not only failed to express gratitude, but also slandered him behind his back, claiming that Liu Kanan's actions were merely to preserve his own reputation. Since then, Lu Tsangnan had ceased to acknowledge him. Later on, as Li Qi revealed his talent and thrived in cultivation, he became even more disdainful towards Lu Tsangnan, especially after learning that Lu Tsangnan was destined to be abandoned by the sect due to his lack of prospects. Now, this was a higher quality 9-grade blood cleansing pill. Crucially, if Lu Tsangnan could manage to consume it, it would undoubtedly enhance his aptitude, granting him superior cultivation talent than he currently possessed. This could be the turning point of his fate. I must acquire it, Lu Tsangnan thought to himself, snapping back to reality. He noticed that Li Qi had already departed. Without delay, Lu Tsangnan set out. To avoid any unforeseen complications, he determined to reach Li Qi first and seize the opportunity. Only by obtaining the item could he find peace of mind. At 4 in the afternoon, Li Qi delivered the letter to the residence of the Outer Sect's alchemy elder. Knock, knock, knock. Li Qi rapped on the door. Before long, a short, stout man swayed his way to open the courtyard door. He appeared to be in his 30s, with stubby limbs and a slightly protruding belly, his visage round and jovial, with beady eyes and a nose that seemed to blend into his face. His small eyes sparkled with excitement as he greeted, Li Zijuan, I have finally broken through to the long-awaited alchemy realm. The cultivation realms from lowest to highest are muscle transformation, body refinement, blood exchange, and alchemy. Elder, I beg your pardon for the interruption. Here is your letter. Please accept it. At this moment, Li Qi exhibited a remarkably courteous demeanor. Upon hearing this, Li Zijuan cast a fleeting glance at Li Qi's appearance, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to himself. He inquired nonchalantly, You're an Outer Sect disciple, are you not? From which ancestral home do you hail? What is your surname? Who else resides in your household? Li Qi bowed respectfully and replied earnestly, reporting to the elder, My surname is Li, and I hail from the nearby Qinga County of the Li family. My parents are Li Chunlin. After a brief interval, Li Qi exited the chamber, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Elder Li regarded him with a benevolent gaze, akin to that of a senior observing a junior. Moreover, numerous sources had informed him that within the market outside the pill hall, there existed a disheveled man who, upon the mention of Elder Li Zijuan's name, would bestow upon him an opportunity. It was said to be a rare and special elixir. However, despite his uncertainty regarding the man's unusual enthusiasm, the prospect of acquiring such an opportunity meant that he could successfully enter the inner sect, instantly elevating his status and identity, no longer relegated to the status of an Outer Sect lackey. The Outer Sect offered meager benefits and privileges. Once he entered the inner sect, his identity would transform, granting him access to true powerhouses, allowing him to take them as mentors, thus providing him with a formidable backing. Contemplating this, a wild smile spread across Li Qi's face. Lu Tsangnan, the benevolent and righteous senior brother. What a hypocrite, looking down upon whom? Just wait in due time. I, Li Qi, shall stand before you and see how much you resemble your former self. The mere thought of Lu Tsangnan stirred not a hint of shame in Li Qi's eyes. Instead, it was replaced with a trace of resentment. In his view, Lu Kangnan's previous assistance was merely an act of charity, a sign of his disdain for Li Qi, an affront to his dignity. As Li Qi made his way to the market, Lu Tsangnan had already approached the disheveled man, albeit concealed by a mask. In the market, many donned a similar guise. After all, the wisdom of concealing one's wealth was well understood by all. They arrived at a stall situated in a secluded corner, cluttered with various bottles and jars, where a scruffy old man clad in coarse garments sat cross-legged in front of the stall. I found him. Observing this scene, Lu Tsangnan approached with an inscrutable demeanor. The old man did not open his eyes, remaining in meditation, while Lu Tsangnan perused the items laid out before him. Soon, he picked up a bottle of body-refining pills. 10 spirit stones per bottle. The old man stated calmly. That is exorbitant, Lu Tsangnan retorted, shaking his head. The standard price for body-refining pills is 8 spirit stones per bottle. I desire 5 bottles, along with 2 bottles of blood vitality pills. Upon hearing this, the old man opened his eyes, glanced at Lu Tsangnan, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded slowly, very well. After completing the transaction, Lu Tsongnan packed the items and casually pointed to other pills, inquiring, "How much for these?" "You appear knowledgeable. They are priced according to market value." The scruffy old man replied, "If they're at market price, I may as well purchase them from the sect." Lu Tsongnan shook his head, then added, "They'll take them all at 80% of market price." This proclamation caught the old man's attention, and after a moment's deliberation, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Lu Tsongnan had stated, selling at market price would be less advantageous than purchasing from the sect, which offered quality assurance. In total, there were 30 bottles of pills, valued at 400 spirit stones. According to Liu Kangnan's calculations, he would earn 80 spirit stones less. Furthermore, the time saved might allow him to concoct a batch of pills himself. Once the transaction was concluded, Lu Tsongnan found his remaining spirit stones dwindling, yet he felt no regret. Instead, a smile graced his face. As long as he could successfully produce a 9th-grade cleansing pills, all would be worthwhile. First, I shall return and distill the cleansing pills. With this thought, Lu Tsongnan lingered no longer, gathering all the pills and departing swiftly. Half an hour later, within Liu Kangnan's chamber, there lay a pill, no larger than a peanut, radiating a vivid crimson hue, shrouded in ethereal mist. Under the flickering candlelight, it appeared as blood-red as could be, strikingly ominous. However, Lu Tsongnan hesitated not, fearing delays might invite complications, and promptly swallowed it whole. Boom! As the pill descended his throat, it instantaneously transformed into an immensely pure energy that coursed through Liu Kangnan's body, subsequently circulating through his meridians and permeating his limbs and organs. Puff! His blood was drawn forth, beginning to boil. Lu Tsongnan dared not tarry, hastily activating his cultivation technique. After a while, Lu Tsongnan opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. Truly, this is a foundational refining elixir, worthy of its reputation. A smile illuminated his face. Chapter 3. The encounter. At the moment Lu Tsongnan was refining the elixir, Elderly was poring over the information regarding Li Qi. Qinghe County, Li family, Father Li Chunlin. Everything aligns perfectly. Li Qi is indeed his illegitimate son. Alas, in the relentless pursuit of cultivation, he had nearly forgotten the existence of family. Li Zijuan gazed into the mirror, observing his own graying hair, and sighed. He hoped that his son, after acquiring the elixir from his senior brother, would transform his aptitude and be able to glimpse the realm of the powerful. In his youth, Li Zijuan had been brimming with ambition, feeling as though the world lay at his feet. Yet now, despite having just broken through to the blood transformation stage and possessing decent strength, many of his contemporaries had already ascended to the transcendent realm, as long as they were still alive. This thought instilled a sense of inferiority within him, as he felt woefully inadequate. He could only place his hopes on Li Qi. That disheveled old man was Li Qi's senior brother, and their relationship was fraught with complications. Just days prior, they had delved into a relic and acquired numerous treasures. In light of the profit-sharing, he intended to secure the marrow-cleansing elixir without his senior brother's knowledge, deceiving him into believing it was merely an ordinary pill. From what he knew of his senior brother, the latter was desperately in need of spiritual stones and would undoubtedly sell the elixir. With the appearance of his illegitimate son, he could execute his plan of substitution. Meanwhile, Lu Tsongnan remained seated in meditation, refining the elixir. After the burning of a stick of incense, an explosive force surged through his veins like a torrential river. In the next moment, a stronger aura erupted from within him. Once the blood boiled over, Lu Tsongnan finally opened his eyes, only to discover that his body had become twice as resilient as before, brimming with power. He had achieved the blood transformation stage. A glimmer of delight flickered in Lu Tsongnan's eyes. As he circulated his cultivation method, he could distinctly feel that the flow of his vital energy was 3 times denser than before. Moreover, his physical attributes had been comprehensively enhanced. Instinctively, Lu Tsongnan thrust a punch forward, and a resonating sound akin to thunder erupted from his muscles and bones. Such formidable strength. I have struck gold. A look of astonishment crossed Lu Tsongnan's face. He had not anticipated that the elixir would be so potent, propelling him from the body refinement stage to the blood transformation stage, while also significantly augmenting his physical capabilities. Lu Tsongnan exclaimed in surprise. Realizing that his cultivation speed had doubled compared to before, he clenched his fists, reveling in the surging power of his vital energy, a genuine smile breaking across his face. The following day, a blazing crimson sun rose from the distant east, painting the horizon as if an invisible brush had swept across it. Colorful clouds floated in the sky, the morning light radiating brilliantly, suffusing the heavens with rosy hues, and the vast land transformed into a realm of brightness. Everything was cloaked in an extraordinary palette, the towering trees standing tall like silhouettes adorned with golden edges, as the morning light filtered through the lush branches, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows upon the ground. Lu Tsongnan made his way to the inner disciples' registration office. Before he could step inside, a voice of astonishment rang out. "Ah, isn't that person? Yes, our sect's genius?" Another voice chimed in. "Hey, why is he here in the inner sanctum?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan raised his head and noticed a stocky, short man with thick limbs and a round face, which was covered in excess flesh. This man was Ma Tsong, a small genius from the outer sect, the son of a well-known local merchant. The two had a history. At a previous gathering, the girl Ma Tsong fancied had rejected his advances, only to confess her feelings for Lu Tsongnan right then and there. This incident left Ma Tsong feeling humiliated, and he had harbored a grudge against Lu Tsongnan ever since. That Lu Tsongnan, whose talent in the literary path is rare in the world, even eliciting the elders of our sect to personally come and take him as a disciple? Ma Tsong sneered. "Himph, what use is a strong literary talent when your cultivation aptitude is abysmal? After 9 years in the sect, you are still a worthless body refinement stage practitioner. Do you know what that elder says about you now? Just looking at you brings him bad luck." Ma Tsong's sarcastic remarks fell upon Lu Tsongnan's ears like daggers. Lu Tsongnan frowned and said, "Step aside." In response, Ma Tsong stepped forward, tilting his head as he regarded Lu Tsongnan with disdain. "Heh, what's wrong? Did I utter a single falsehood? Surely, no one would deny the truth." Faced with Ma Tsong's mocking tone, Lu Tsongnan's brows knitted tighter. "Don't push me." Ma Tsong chuckled derisively. "Push you? You overestimate yourself. Let me tell you, in this region, I, Ma Tsong, am the brightest star that I'll push you, and what can you do about it?" Having said that, Ma Tsong swung his right arm, launching a powerful punch towards Lu Tsongnan, the air whistling ominously around it. In truth, if he were merely an ordinary individual, Ma Tsong would never dare to strike someone in public. However, he had his reasons. The girl he admired had been secretly in love with this man. Though Lu Tsongnan's strength was lacking, he possessed an attractive appearance that had long irked Ma Kong since childhood. Ma Tsong had trained with expensive medicinal herbs, endowing him with a strength of 600 pounds. His status was not trivial, and Lu Tsongnan was reluctant to provoke him openly. Yet, when faced with Ma Tsong's relentless aggression, he found himself retreating after taking 3 punches. Boom. Ma Tsong seized the opportunity, landing a punch squarely on Lu Tsongnan's head. Angered, Lu Tsongnan refused to be outdone. As he was struck, he swiftly retaliated with a kick to Ma Tsong's groin. Instantly, Lu Tsongnan feigned a stagger, taking several steps back. Ma Tsong let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. After a few agonizing seconds, Ma Tsong, still clutching his groin, slowly rose to his feet, albeit in a most undignified manner. His legs awkwardly squeezed together as he gasped for breath. With a glare, Ma Tsong fixed his icy gaze on Lu Tsongnan, his anger palpable. "You are nothing but trash, resorting to such lowly tactics. If you have the guts, stand and face me," he spat. "Pah, with a face like yours, I can't fathom how someone like Xiao Ru could possibly fancy you." In this moment, Ma Tsong unleashed a torrent of insults at Lu Tsongnan, as if doing so would bring him some twisted sense of pleasure. "Come on, stand and fight. Whoever retreats is a coward." Seeing Ma Tsong's brazen arrogance, Lu Tsongnan narrowed his eyes, a fire igniting within. After enduring for so many years, he was no longer willing to hold back. He beckoned Ma Tsong with a flick of his fingers, and Ma Tsong was taken aback. Had this fool truly lost his mind? Did he dare to accept a challenge? He was not one of those wealthy second-generation heirs who only indulged in leisure. While he too enjoyed some merriment, far more of his time was dedicated to cultivation. Facing Lu Tsongnan directly was akin to the old man eating arsenic, an act of folly. How could he dare? Lu Tsongnan shook his neck, his blood coalescing as he charged towards Ma Kong. Ma Tsong reacted swiftly, a smirk curling upon his lips as he witnessed the approach of his opponent. This fool was clearly unable to withstand pressure. Ma Tsong assumed a defensive stance, having already devised a plan to teach Lu Tsongnan a lesson, determined to make him aware of the vast chasm between them. Some things, one is simply born without. No amount of effort could compensate for that. Ma Tsong had achieved the late stage of body refinement after 4 years in the sect. What could this waste Lu Tsongnan possibly contend with? However, upon collision, Ma Tsong was met with an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling backward, unable to regain control. Upon landing, he felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and blood uncontrollably spewed from his mouth. Chapter 4. Why no effect? Wasn't this supposed to be a fair fight? Why has it come to this? Lu Tsongnan, intent on inflicting psychological torment, crouched before Ma Tsong, patting his cheek and saying, "Little Lu may not measure up to many, yet there are certainly many who fall short of little Lu. When the wind rustles the phoenix trees, others will inevitably weigh in with their opinions. However, those who dare to gossip in front of little Lu shall surely find their heads askew." Initially, Lu Tsongnan intended to teach Ma Tsong a lesson and depart. Yet, observing the sullen expression on Ma Tsong's face, it was clear that he was unwilling to concede. Once he recovered, Ma Tsong would undoubtedly seek revenge by swallowing medicine. However, before he could fully regain his footing, Lu Tsongnan executed a sweeping kick. Catching Ma Tsong off guard, as Ma Tsong realized the other was not adhering to the rules of combat, Lu Tsongnan unleashed a series of kicks to his head, rendering him unconscious once more. His head swelling to the size of a pig's, Lu Tsongnan continued his methodical punishment, unwilling to allow Ma Tsong to escape so easily. Why now? A large crowd had gathered nearby. Generally, such incidents within the sect would prompt intervention. Yet Ma Tsong's sheer arrogance led many to turn a blind eye. "Well done. That brat Ma Tsong used to call me a country bumpkin. He deserves this beating." Meanwhile, a disciple acquainted with Ma Tsong hurriedly sought assistance. "Elder, my friend has been fighting with someone in the sect for quite some time. You must come and take a look. Why did you only come to find me now?" "Ah, I thought my friend had the upper hand. But now it appears he is the one being beaten. And who is the assailant?" "Master Lu Tsongnan. Are you referring to Lu Tsongnan? Well, that's a relief. He has always been a gentleman and would certainly not cause any fatalities." Disciple. After waking for the 5th time, Ma Tsong found himself utterly bewildered. The relentless cycle was truly exasperating. Having endured this torment so many times, he felt as though he had been awake for an entire night, his spirit utterly depleted. "Please, I beg you, stop. I admit my mistakes." Observing the growing crowd of onlookers, Lu Tsongnan extended his hand and said, "I can refrain from striking you, but I shall act as your sparring partner for 20 minutes. At the rate of 1 spirit stone per minute, totaling 20 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Ma Tsong looked up in astonishment. Is there truly such a person? How utterly shameless, however, seeing that Lu Tsongnan was not jesting. He gritted his teeth and produced 20 spirit stones. Ma Tsong was desperate to escape further torment, yet as he departed, his gaze was filled with dark determination. He vowed that Lu Tsongnan would meet his demise. After all, he was on the verge of breaking through to the blood exchange realm. Once he achieved that breakthrough, his family would provide him with a set of advanced equipment, allowing him to cultivate superior techniques. He was resolute in his quest to reclaim his honor. Lu Tsongnan was unaware of Ma Tsong's intentions, nor did he care, for he had taken a glance at Ma Tsong's profile name. Ma Tsong Realm. Late-stage body refinement. Current fate. Plagued by bad luck. Life script. None. Recent turning point. None. With no opportunities and bad luck weighing him down, Lu Tsongnan found it hardly worthwhile to engage with him. Lu Tsongnan scanned the crowd of onlookers and, seeing no one step forward to defend Ma Tsong, turned and walked toward the inner gate. Although the inner and outer gates were in close proximity, the disparity between the two was immense. Upon entering the inner gate, Lu Tsongnan beheld a scene starkly different from that of the outer gate. Array formations adorned the area, and spirals of spiritual energy swirled about. He observed several rare birds and auspicious beasts soaring and screeching in the air. What a magnificent inner gate! Feeling the dense spiritual energy enveloping him, Lu Tsongnan marveled as he continued onward. After a few minutes, he encountered a guardian elder. "Elder, The disciple has successfully broken through to the blood exchange realm. Lu Songnan approached the middle-aged man respectfully and bowed. This elder was the one who had initially guided him into the sect, and had made an exception to allow him entry into the inner gate upon his breakthrough to the blood exchange realm. It is important to note that at his current age, even if he had achieved this breakthrough, it would be deemed insufficient potential by the sect, considering it had taken him so many years to reach this point, signifying rather mediocre aptitude. Is it you? The middle-aged man opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Songnan, somewhat surprised. Now I remember who you are. Elder, your keen insight is commendable. The disciple's aptitude is indeed lacking. And I am truly ashamed to have only managed to achieve this breakthrough now, Lu Songnan replied. Given your aptitude, reaching this stage is quite an accomplishment. Enough of this. Since you have broken through to the blood exchange realm, you may enter. The elder sensed Lu Songnan's aura and confirmed his breakthrough, retrieving a token to record Lu Songnan's essence. Finally, he cautioned, remember, once inside, focus on your cultivation. This token contains your residence information and task details. Be sure to review it carefully. Should you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to inquire with me. The disciple thanked the elder. Lu Songnan accepted the token and bowed once more before turning to walk toward the inner gate. Meanwhile, Li arrived at the market and hurriedly sought out the disheveled old man, exclaiming, Senior, Elder Li Zijuan has sent me to purchase elixirs. Upon hearing this, the old man furrowed his brow and casually pointed to a newly stocked shelf of elixirs, stating, 15 spirit stones per bottle. Li Qi glanced at the elixirs on display, not bothering to negotiate. Instead, he spent 150 spirit stones to purchase them all. Half a stick of incense later. Where are they? Opening all the elixir bottles, Li Qi squinted, his brow furrowing in frustration. They were all ordinary elixirs. Could it be that the elder was playing a joke on him? This was his first thought. Shaking his head, he dispelled that notion and began to contemplate further. No, such a person as the elder would not jest with him. Therefore, it must be that someone had swapped the elixirs. With this realization, Li Qi hurriedly made his way to Li Zijuan's residence. It's impossible. I have stored those elixirs with my senior brother for so many years. I am acutely aware of them, as you mentioned. Someone must have switched the elixirs. Upon hearing Li Qi's account, Li Zijuan immediately deduced the truth. Do not fret. I will find a way to resolve this. Observing her despondent son, Li Zijuan reassured him. Now, let us analyze the sequence of events carefully. Thus, the two began to analyze the situation earnestly. After a while, Li Zijuan spoke. First, I will immediately seek out my senior brother to ascertain who visited his stall before you. Second, keep an eye on the disciples who have recently broken through to the blood exchange realm. Understood. Meanwhile, Li Zijuan located her senior brother and quickly pinpointed Lu Songnan as the suspect. Lu Songnan's suspicion loomed large. He had just been seen leaving the disciples' quarters and entering the marketplace today, and moreover, his physique matched that of the person who had purchased the elixirs from her senior brother. What are the odds of such coincidences? Chapter 5. The Child of Destiny, Wu Fan. After entering the inner gate, Lu Songnan followed the directions on the token and arrived at Wujilu. Wujilu, the treasure house of Wujizong, housed the sect's collections accumulated over millennia. This was also where the inner disciples began to pull ahead of the outer disciples. Upon entering the inner gate, one could select a treasure from Wujilu simply by presenting the token. It was said that someone had entered Wujilu for the first time and gained the allegiance of a divine sword, propelling them to meteoric success, ultimately becoming the sect's disciple in just 10 short years. That individual was the former sect leader of Wujizong, Shunlang, known as the Sword Immortal. However, as Lu Songnan gazed at Wujilu, his eyes narrowed. He was not adept at games of chance. Throughout his past and present, he had always been unfortunate. Just as he pondered this, a 16-year-old boy approached with an expressionless face. Lu Songnan scrutinized the boy and noticed his clenched fists, with a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Curiously, Lu Songnan examined the boy's aura, which instantly caught his attention. Name: Wu Fan Realm. Early stage blood exchange fate. Child of Destiny, destined for nobility, accompanied by great mentor's life script. Protagonist recent turning point. Recently, guided by a mysterious powerhouse, in an ordinary jade box in the southeast direction of Wujilu, he acquired the Peerless technique. Ancient dragon elephant art, soaring to prominence, and within 5 years, his name resonates across the continent. Child of Destiny. In the face of crises, he can transform misfortune into fortune, destined for nobility, a person destined for wealth and status, accompanied by great mentors, though born of humble beginnings. He has caught the eye of powerful figures. Ancient dragon elephant art. Once a renowned technique across the continent, its overwhelming power led to the ancient clan being besieged by the 10 great ancient clans. After cultivation, it absorbs ancient energy, aiding practitioners in breaking through their bottlenecks. Observing this information, Lu Tsongnan, though mentally prepared, was still taken aback. Is this truly the protagonist? What extraordinary fortune! However, one cannot deny the might of Wuzhizong, which possesses techniques such as the ancient dragon elephant art. Lu Tsongnan marveled in astonishment. Nevertheless, he quickly shifted his focus to the bottom of the information. Recent turning point. Recently, guided by a mysterious powerhouse. In an ordinary jade box in the southeast direction of Wujilu, he acquired the Peerless technique. Ancient dragon elephant art, soaring to prominence, and within 5 years, his name resonates across the continent. Upon reading this, Lu Tsongnan narrowed his eyes, his thoughts swirling. For Lu Tsongnan, had he not activated his golden finger to perceive the opportunities of others, such treasures would likely remain forever beyond his reach, let alone possess them. He had to acknowledge that some matters truly depended on fate. In truth, seizing another's fortune is rather unethical. Yet, Lu Tsongnan did not forget his own identity, a stepping stone. This implied that he was destined to be a supporting character. Merely to highlight the protagonist, however, now equipped with a golden finger, he could certainly take the initiative and claim the ancient dragon elephant art for himself. Had it been before, Lu Tsongnan might not have had the confidence to confront the protagonist. However, after seizing opportunities from Li Qi, his strength had greatly increased, and his foundation had become more robust, making it feasible to challenge the protagonist. Seizing the initiative, having resolved his thoughts, Lu Tsongnan quickened his pace. Stepping ahead of Wu Fan into Wujilu. Once inside, Lu Tsongnan made a beeline for the southeastern area. An ordinary jade box? Lu Tsongnan examined it closely. He paid no attention to weapons and swiftly locked onto his target. In the southeastern section, on the bottom shelf of a rack labeled for miscellaneous items, sat a box that appeared quite ordinary, covered in dust. Were it not for his keen observation, Lu Tsongnan would have easily overlooked this item. It was simply too unremarkable. To the left were divine weapons, and to the right were advanced techniques. Who would notice the ordinary goods on the bottom shelf, shrouded in dust? The ancient dragon elephant art. Surely, it must be a remarkable technique. Whether I can overtake this opportunity depends entirely on you. Lu Tsongnan, carrying his belongings, swiftly exited the Wujilu. However, during this process, he encountered Wu Fan, who greeted him with a friendly smile. Despite feeling a twinge of jealousy at Lu Tsongnan's superior handsomeness, Wu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, a cold voice resonated in Wu Fan's mind, declaring, "This individual is not simple. Senior, what is the matter?" Wu Fan inquired. As the figure emanated a vigorous aura, their physical constitution enhancing steadily, albeit slowly, with time promising remarkable results, a breathtaking beauty in Wu Fan's mind furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "Ah, is this person truly that powerful?" Their physical prowess is continuously augmenting. Wu Fan turned to gaze in the direction Lu Tsongnan had departed. Envy etched upon his face. It's not merely strength. Furthermore, this person has ingested a cleansing elixir. However, he is rather advanced in age. Such rare treasures are indeed wasted on him. Never mind, let us focus on acquiring the Taiku Dragon Elephant technique first. All right, understood. After Lu Tsongnan completed his registration, he located his residence according to the information on his token. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at his abode, where he beheld a picturesque scene of pavilions and towers shrouded in a veil of mist, creating a dreamlike ambience. The air was filled with melodious birdsong, mingling with the subtle fragrance of blooming flowers. Indeed, this is the inner sect. It is impeccable. Upon entering his room, Lu Tsongnan promptly locked the door behind him and retrieved a box. With a decisive click, the box opened to reveal a tattered cloth within. Lu Tsongnan sensed waves of profound energy emanating from it, a multitude of Tao rhythms and principles swirling around. Without hesitation, he grasped the cloth from the box. And suddenly, the erratic characters inscribed upon it began to soar into his mind. Joy illuminated Lu Songnan's eyes as the final character nestled into his consciousness. In an instant, the cloth disintegrated into dust, and the characters within his mind began to align in perfect order. Instinctively, he activated the technique, and a mysterious energy surged through him, rendering him enigmatic. At that moment, within Wujilu, Wu Fan's thoughts were consumed by the frowning visage of the woman in his mind. Something is amiss. The Taiku Dragon Elephant technique is supposed to be within Wujizong, yet we cannot locate it, she mused, perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, she urged Wu Fan, let us continue our search. This woman had once been a formidable figure in the Tiangong Hall, possessing unparalleled divination skills. Just days prior, she had expended considerable effort to divine the whereabouts of the Taiku Dragon Elephant technique, only to find it supposedly hidden within Wujilu. The two continued their quest, but despite their efforts, they found no trace of the technique by afternoon. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Wu Fan gazed at Wujilu and was overtaken by a wave of melancholic emotion, feeling as though he had lost something intangible. Yet, he could not discern what it was. With the Sword Fairy's consolation, Wu Fan exited Wujilu, assuring himself, it's all right. After some time, when my cultivation is restored, I will divine once more and surely uncover the whereabouts of the Taiku Dragon Elephant technique. Rest assured, the opportunity one promised you shall not be seized by anyone. Chapter 6. Li Zijuan's doubt upon familiarizing himself with the Taiku Dragon Elephant technique. Lu Songnan opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the box in his hands, which now held a myriad of complex emotions. The Taiku Dragon Elephant technique was a unique method of cultivation, allowing one to absorb special energy to break through barriers. In essence, as long as sufficient special energy was available, Lu Songnan would face no limitations and could directly pursue the path of enlightenment. Special energy? Lu Songnan pondered, retrieving a box from his backpack. He then extracted a short sword from within. The black blade appeared quite worn, clearly aged. This was the emblem of the family's young branch leader, the ancestral short sword. As Lu Songnan clasped it in his hand and activated the Taiku Dragon Elephant technique, a mysterious force coursed through his hands. Absorbed by the dragon and elephant tattoo on his arm. 5 minutes later, the tattoo transformed from white to a vibrant green. At that moment, an inexplicable urge compelled him to pierce the tattoo, for the power within it caused his right arm to throb painfully. Nevertheless, Lu Songnan resisted the impulse, although he felt a strong inclination that utilizing this power could potentially elevate him to the mid-stage of the blood transformation realm in no time. He wished to test his own potential. From noon until the following morning, Lu Songnan sat in meditation. Yet, despite his efforts, he made no tangible progress. His aura had strengthened slightly, yet he could not ignite the boiling blood necessary to advance to the later stage. I am reality. There exists a fellow named Lu Songnan, whom I have dealt a harsh blow. At that moment, a knock resounded at his door. Is Lu Songnan, the inner sect disciple, present? A deep voice called out. Hearing this, Lu Songnan frowned. I am currently in meditation. Is there something you require? I see you are cultivating. I am Zhu Yuan from the Law Enforcement Hall. Someone has reported that you stole medicinal pills, and I have come to inquire about the matter. Lu Songnan raised an eyebrow at this claim. Stealing medicinal pills? Indeed. The outer sect disciple Li Qi has accused you of pilfering medicinal pills at the market yesterday. The disciple outside maintained a cordial demeanor, devoid of the anticipated aggressiveness. Do you have a moment? If so, shall we proceed to the Law Enforcement Hall? Without hesitation, Lu Songnan declined. I apologize, but I am currently processing some insights and require solitude. Mere suspicion without evidence warrants your departure. Wujizong follows strict protocols. Everything must adhere to the rules. The disciple from the Law Enforcement Hall did not force entry, indicating the absence of any evidence, only suspicion. Given Lu Songnan's status as an inner sect disciple, he deemed it unnecessary to engage. Moreover, he had purchased the medicinal pills at the market, exchanging gold for goods. How could this be construed as theft? Zhu Yuan, standing outside, wore a pained expression. He knew the situation was complicated. He had no intention of intervening, yet Elder Li had made a request, and since he had previously sought Elder Li's assistance in alchemy, he found himself in this predicament. Shaking his head, Zhu Yuan departed Lu Songnan's residence. Lu Songnan has managed to break through to the blood transformation realm at such an age without undergoing testing to enter the inner sect. There must be a powerful figure backing him. Thus, without evidence, I prefer not to provoke him. Peering through the door's crack and observing the disciple from the law enforcement hall leave, Lu Tsongnan sighed as he settled into a cross-legged position on his bed. He resolved to harness the power within his tattoo, for his current situation was precarious. Both Li Qi and the protagonist Wu Fan posed potential threats. While these individuals might not seem formidable, the support they had could lead to their rapid ascension. Initially, Lu Tsongnan had held a glimmer of hope, believing everyone was merely an individual bearing a head and shoulders, thus no different from one another. However, he now realized that the disparity between individuals was indeed profound. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Lu Tsongnan focused his thoughts, and the power swirling within his tattoo shattered with a resounding crack. The enigmatic energy coursed from his arm, spreading throughout his limbs and body. As time passed, he felt a monumental transformation occurring within himself. His mind sharpened, strength amplified, and senses heightened. His body underwent a significant metamorphosis. Simultaneously, he hurriedly activated his technique. This time, unlike before, his blood surged with fervor, boiling in an exhilarating crescendo. In that instant, Lu Tsongnan felt an immense surge of power, believing he could easily vanquish his former self with a single punch. I did it. Feeling the changes within himself, Lu Tsongnan quickly accessed his status panel. Name: Lu Tsongnan Realm. Mid-stage blood transformation realm destiny. Stepping stone life script. A fleeting, marginal character stepping stone. 3 days later, during a confrontation with Elderly in the law enforcement hall, you incite his wrath, leading to a violent clash. Although your performance astonishes many, you ultimately become a stepping stone for Elderly. Your cultivation is obliterated, and you are assassinated on your way home. Upon seeing his information, Lu Tsongnan was momentarily taken aback. Why am I still a stepping stone? He had thought that after seizing 2 significant opportunities, he would at least be a prodigy among the younger generation, if not unrivaled. Yet, to his dismay, he remained a stepping stone. Elderly is no ordinary figure. Lu Tsongnan narrowed his eyes, realizing that this old man had the audacity to ruin him within the sect. And in front of so many elders from the law enforcement hall at that. This old fellow appeared to be a cunning predator masquerading as prey. However, does he truly believe I, Lu Tsongnan, am afraid of him? In this day and age, who isn't playing the role of the wolf in sheep's clothing? Lu Tsongnan tidied up his belongings, preparing to receive his maid. According to regulations, upon breaking through the inner gate, a maid would be assigned to assist with daily affairs. After swiftly organizing his things, Lu Tsongnan departed from the inner gate. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after his exit, Li Zijuan arrived at his residence accompanied by an elder from the artifact refining hall. Upon pushing the door open, they found the room utterly vacant. Soon, when Li Zijuan learned that Lu Tsongnan had left, a fierce glint filled his eyes. It was evident that the other party had fled. Upon discovering Lu Tsongnan's breakthrough into the blood transformation realm, he had immediately turned his suspicious gaze towards him. Li Zijuan scrutinized the information regarding Lu Tsongnan in his hand, his cold eyes fixated on Lu Tsongnan's portrait, revealing no concealment of his animosity. How dare one disturb the peace atop the Tai Sui? Is my possession truly so easily obtained? In the empty room, Li Zijuan's chilling voice echoed. Chapter 7. The maid Zhengli at the entrance of the Wuzhizong. There lay a quaint town. The broad street running east to west was lined with numerous shops. People busily selected from the dazzling array of goods, haggling loudly, the clamor rising and falling in a vibrant display of prosperity. As Lu Tsongnan walked, he confirmed his location using the information on his token. Half an hour later, he finally spotted his maid at the training center for the disciples. Before his eyes appeared a young girl clad in flowing red garments. She possessed a slender figure and exquisite features, her skin as fair as snow with a hint of rosy hue, and her cheeks blushing like peach blossoms, her eyes resembling painted autumn waters. Gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow, she had been notified that she was assigned to a senior brother named Lu Tsongnan, yet she wondered why he had not come to collect her. What kind of person was this senior brother? Beside the girl, Li Qi, holding a folding fan, was teasing Zhengli. Meanwhile, the senior brother of the servant disciples was reprimanding him. What are you doing here? This disciple is already a maid of an inner gate senior brother. Mind your words and do not disturb her. Otherwise, I will have to inform the elder and ensure your legs are broken. Alas, What a harsh statement from Senior Brother Wang. Li Qi waved his fan, grinning mischievously. By seniority, I am your junior brother. After all, I have finally encountered a charming girl. Instead of helping me, you choose to scold me? Is this how a senior brother should act? Indeed, Senior Brother Wang. We all see each other frequently, so why make it difficult? Chimed in several outer disciples from the pill hall, standing beside Li Qi. How dare I have a junior brother like you? Hearing this, Senior Brother Wang's anger flared. He pointed at Zhengli behind Li Qi and asked, Why don't you ask this junior sister? Are you not disturbing her? At this, Li Qi immediately raised his head and replied, Senior Brother Wang, you misunderstand. My actions, when I am unattractive, are deemed harassment. However, for someone like me, it is merely flirtation. Junior sister, would you not agree? With that, he swayed his fan flirtatiously. Such words caused Zhengli to take a step back, her lips pressed tightly together, afraid to speak. As a servant disciple, she had no rights within the sect. Her only chance of rising was to encounter a powerful inner disciple. Yet, where was Senior Brother Lu Tsongnan? Just then, Lu Tsongnan squeezed through the crowd, holding a portrait, and after observing the girl, inquired, Are you Zhengli? Yes, you are Lu. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight, but before she could finish her sentence, Li Qi interjected with a frown. What does Lu's senior brother intend to do? Lu Tsongnan cast a glance at Li Qi but chose to remain silent. Instead, he turned to Zhengli and asked, Have you gathered your things? Once you have, we shall return. Yes. The girl nodded vigorously. Please look at me, Li Qi exclaimed, agitated. He felt ignored. How could Lu Tsongnan, who was typically meek, dare to disregard him? Li Qi? After sizing Lu Tsongnan up and finding him still enviably handsome, he spoke sternly, Though you are a senior brother, I advise you not to meddle. I am merely flirting with my lady. Do not provoke my wrath. Slap. Lu Tsongnan delivered a sharp slap to Li Qi's face, tilting his head to regard him. Wrath? Show me what that looks like. Stunned by the sudden blow, Li Qi staggered back 2 steps. Covering his face, disbelief etched across his features. The speed of his opponent was astonishing. After all, he was in the late stage of body refinement, yet he had not even seen Lu Tsongnan's move. You have broken through? At that moment, a flicker of resentment crossed Li Qi's eyes. It was this little brat who had seized his elixir. Whether he had truly broken through was irrelevant. The crucial matter was that he had struck him. And now what would Lu Tsongnan do? Upon realizing Lu Tsongnan's strength far surpassed his own, Li Qi immediately turned and fled without looking back. Junior brother. His 2 outer disciples hastily followed in his wake. From the beginning, they had never intended to intervene. This incident was entirely Li Qi's fault. Should they assist him, they would undoubtedly face punishment. Lu Tsongnan had expected Li Qi to fight to the bitter end, or at least leave some harsh words behind. But to his surprise, he left without a backward glance. Junior brother Li, do you know elderly Zijuan? Lu Tsongnan turned to inquire of the senior brother beside him. Elderly? He is a disciple of the Inner Gates Blade Hall. That's all I know. I wouldn't recommend offending an elder. These matters are trivial. It's best to endure, Senior Brother Wang replied, shaking his head. With that, Senior Brother Wang invited Lu Tsongnan and Zhengli into a room. Soon, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them. Seeing the one who had harassed her, Li Qi, being driven away, Zhengli quietly moved forward, tugging at her garment, and earnestly said to Lu Tsongnan, Thank you. Senior brother, upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan glanced at the girl, noting her details, name, Zhengli, realm, early body refinement, fate, daughter of destiny, hidden manipulator, empress. Recent turn, 1 month later, returning to the empire, activating her bloodline, she would soar to great heights. After perusing the detailed introduction, Lu Tsongnan selected a few key points before gesturing dismissively at the girl. You are now my maid. I will ensure your safety. And you shall attend to my daily needs. It is merely a transaction. No need for thanks. Observing that Zhengli had more to say, Lu Tsongnan interrupted, Your fortune is tied to mine. From the moment you were assigned to me, I shall protect you as you treat me, so shall others treat you. Zhengli opened her mouth but refrained from uttering a single word, eventually lowering her gaze to her feet, lost in thought. After a satisfying meal, they began processing the transfer paperwork. Ultimately, Senior Brother Wang handed over Zhengli's contract of servitude to Lu Tsongnan. After casually tucking the contract into his waist, Lu Songnan's thoughts whirled. Li Qi dared to cause trouble. There must be more to it. He would need to proceed with caution. Although they hailed from Wuzhezong, this was not their main stronghold. Oh, be safe. Lu Songnan prepared his weapon and crafted a poison. Just in case anything untoward happened, he would not be caught off guard. If the other party chose to act unreasonably, challenging him, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the meaning of settling scores. The cycle of revenge is endless. One must eradicate the roots of enmity. After Zhang Li entered the room, the auction house owner occasionally shot Lu Songnan knowing glances. Lu Songnan smiled back, choosing silence. Although the girl was destined to become a formidable figure, he had no desire to be a mere sugar daddy. If he truly wished to win her heart, a heartfelt poem and some sweet words would surely suffice. The subway sign read, "Stand firm and hold on. Tonight, I plan to remind you in this manner. What do you mean by being secured in my love? One should have the courage to do anything." In the past, he had held a naive belief that wealth was to be cherished, mistaking the girl for a treasure. However, now, his own advantages were no less than that of a wealthy patron. As dusk settled, the setting sun bathed the vast earth in a crimson hue, enveloping everything in a blanket of resplendent light. Gazing towards the horizon, one could see pavilions and towers nestled among flowering trees. Their eaves adorned with delicate curves, the wind chimes beneath the eaves swayed gently, producing a series of melodious sounds. Meanwhile, at the entrance for servant disciples, Li Zijuan entered with Li Qi, followed by a dozen or so outer disciples from the pill hall. Upon seeing the newcomers, elder Li Zijuan, senior brother Wang promptly approached to greet them. Lu Songnan, recognizing the main character had arrived, did not hide but walked directly up to Li Zijuan. "Junior brother Lu." Lu Songnan understood what senior brother Wang wanted to convey. After all, they were from the same sect, a reputable establishment that emphasized respect for teachers and adherence to the rules. However, this was a case of the other party seeking trouble. Now that he was an inner disciple, under the protection of the sect, Lu Songnan was unafraid. Simultaneously, elder Li Zijuan cast a glance at Lu Songnan, shattering the teacup in his hand upon the ground, declaring, "Even if my disciples from the pill hall err, they should be dealt with according to our sect's rules." Upon concluding his words, he discreetly scrutinized Lu Songnan, only to find that the latter remained unfazed. His expression unchanged, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind, prompting him to soften his tone slightly as he remarked, "Is it not rather disrespectful for an inner disciple to reprimand a member of our Dan in front of me? This act seems to disregard our dignity." This entire spectacle was orchestrated by him, with the intention of provoking Lu Songnan. Should he ensnare his opponent, regardless of right or wrong, he planned to imprison him and await the confirmation of the theft. Knowing that the sect would not raise too many objections, observing Lu Songnan's calm demeanor, Li Zijuan felt a pang of envy for his own son, who was nothing but a frivolous good-for-nothing. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that, regardless of his son's shortcomings, he was still Li's flesh and blood. Having his opportunities snatched away, he felt compelled to reclaim them. Shouldn't he be punished for harassing female disciples in public? Lu Songnan retorted, his hand brushing against the lime concealed within his sleeve. "Regardless of the circumstances, striking a disciple of our Dan is tantamount to slapping our own face." The elder pointed at Li Qi, exclaiming, "He is but a child. Is it necessary to strike him in the streets? Do you dare refer to him as a child?" Zhang Songnan stepped forward, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Li Zijuan. "Indeed, no matter how old Li Qi may be, he shall forever remain a child in my eyes. In the outer sect, whatever actions our Dan undertakes, you may report to the law enforcement hall, or return him to Dan, but to strike him is simply wrong." "I comprehend your intent," Lu Songnan replied, a trace of derision flickering across his visage. "Then I shall visit your Dan shortly and, in your presence, harass all your female disciples. At that time, you will be unable to strike me or take any action against me. Rather, you will have to send me to the law enforcement hall or back to the inner sect." "Arrogant?" Li Zijuan abruptly rose, glaring furiously at Lu Songnan. "Let us see how this unfolds." Witnessing the elder's fury, Lu Songnan tightened his grip on the lime concealed within his sleeve. Just then, a deep voice resonated. "Have you all caused enough of a ruckus?" With that, a middle-aged man emerged. Lu Songnan looked up and recognized him as Elder Ma, who had once taken him under his wing, and he promptly bowed. Exclaiming, "Elder Ma, In response, Elder Ma nodded and addressed Li Zijuan. Songnan is a disciple of our inner sect. According to your logic, if he has struck a disciple of your outer sect, the matter shall be handled by us. Upon seeing Ma Tianxi intercede on Lu Songnan's behalf, Li Zijuan hesitated to retort. After a moment, he fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Ma Tianxi and queried, "Do you truly wish to involve yourself in this matter?" Ma Tianxi cast a sidelong glance at Li Zijuan, his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent. Observing Ma Tianxi's composed expression and Lu Songnan's steady hand concealed within his sleeve, Li Zijuan dared not gamble. Although Ma Tianxi had never truly fought, his prolonged presence in the inner sect surely indicated remarkable abilities. As for Lu Songnan, his unyielding demeanor suggested he possessed a hidden card. What would happen if matters escalated and the law enforcement hall intervened? After all, this situation stemmed from his own misstep. He now harbored resentment towards his inept son, who had failed to safeguard his own interests. Simultaneously, Lu Songnan glanced at Elder Ma's profile, momentarily taken aback. Name: Ma Tianxi Realm, mid-stage Tongyu Fate. Exceptionally gifted, benevolent, plagued by unfulfilled aspirations, lonely, tragic end. Life script: cannot be viewed. Recent turning point: in a month, he will enter seclusion for a breakthrough, yet due to mental blockages, he will ultimately fail and suffer a decline in cultivation, leading to his demise 6 months later. Exceptional talent. Possesses extraordinary cultivation aptitude and comprehension, able to surpass ordinary barriers with greater speed. Benevolence. Though he leads an unsatisfactory life, he cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. Mental blockage. After a friend perished while practicing a technique he had researched, Ma Tianxi has been ensnared in self-doubt for several years. Upon absorbing this information, Lu Songnan was stunned. He had not anticipated Elder Ma's formidable prowess. Truly, he was deserving of his status within the Wuzhizong. Merely a guarding elder of the inner sect, yet he was a powerhouse. Lu Songnan marveled at this revelation, and feeling the weight of Elder Ma's strength, he immediately conveyed his intent to continue the game to its conclusion. Li Zijuan, noticing Lu Songnan's confidence, feared that the situation might escalate further, and thus seized the opportunity to backtrack, saying, "Elder Ma, we are all from the same sect. Must we make such a scene?" Following this, he turned to Wang Zilong, stating, "You were present throughout. Who do you believe is in the wrong here?" It was junior brother Li Qi who was being unruly. Wang Zilong, witnessing Elder Li's capitulation, felt a surge of amusement as he sought a way to defuse the situation. Li Zijuan's brows furrowed upon hearing this. He swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap to the dazed Li Qi's face. He had always presumed that no matter what transpired, Elder Li would stand by his side. Yet why had he suddenly struck him? Hadn't he assured him before their arrival to act boldly with his support? Li Zijuan was utterly bewildered. Elder Li Qi covered his face, looking aggrieved. "I'll deal with you later." Li Zijuan lifted Li Qi by one hand. Scolding, "You worthless fool!" Li Qi dared not utter a word, hanging his head in submission as Elder Li dragged him away. Had he known it would lead to trouble, he would never have come, enduring 2 slaps for nothing. After Li Zijuan's departure, he grumbled, "What gives Lu Songnan the audacity to be so defiant? My son pales in comparison." Once Li Zijuan had left, Lu Songnan solemnly expressed, "Thank you, Elder, for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Ma Tianxi waved a hand dismissively, saying, "It is a trivial matter. Focus on your cultivation. Ultimately, it is your prowess that will speak. You were merely fortunate to encounter me today. What will you do next time?" He regarded Lu Songnan pointedly, adding, "Seizing others' opportunities is akin to murdering their kin. Remember to conduct your affairs with greater discretion in the future." With that, he turned and departed. Although he realized that his act of seizing opportunities would eventually be discovered, he had not anticipated it occurring so swiftly. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. If given another chance, he would act in the same manner. Observing Ma Tianxi's retreating figure, Lu Songnan suddenly called out, "Elder Ma, your words have been duly noted." At this, Ma Tianxi did not halt but continued forward. However, just then, Lu Songnan's voice rang out once more. "Elder, only through practice can one gain true knowledge. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Whether this path is viable, one must traverse it to truly understand." Hearing this, Ma Tianxi paused momentarily but quickly resumed his stride. "What can a mere child like you possibly understand? Hurry and cultivate. In Ma Tianxi's view, Lu Tsongnan likely had caught wind of some news and sought to encourage him. Yet, as a junior, he could not fathom the depth of Ma Tianxi's experiences. 3 years prior, Ma Tianxi had ventured into perilous territory with his closest friend, enduring countless hardships before acquiring a treasure. Within this treasure, he discovered a technique, which he began to research. Tragically, after practicing this technique, his friend suffered a catastrophic rupture of meridians and perished. Since that day, Ma Tianxi had been engulfed in despair. Watching Elder Ma's retreating figure, Lu Tsongnan shook his head, genuinely hoping the elder could emerge from his shadows. He was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grievance. Elder Ma had welcomed him into the sect, made exceptions for his entry into the inner sect, and now had assisted him. This was a significant debt of gratitude. As Lu Tsongnan pondered, he mused that he could assist in ordinary matters, but with a troubled heart, it was a different story. He hoped to grow stronger within the next 6 months, so he could repay the kindness bestowed upon him. After murmuring this to himself, he turned to greet senior brother Wang before leading Zhengli towards the inner sect. Throughout their journey, Zhengli tread carefully, scarcely daring to survey her surroundings. Even upon reaching their quarters, the girl maintained an air of caution. Wherever Lu Tsongnan went, she followed closely, embodying the role of a devoted follower. However, as she gazed at Lu Tsongnan's silhouette, she couldn't shake the feeling of his imposing presence. After some contemplation, Zhengli returned to her room, emerging with a box clutched in her arms. In her memories, survival within the Wuzhizong had entailed waking at dawn to toil in the mines. Enduring countless disdainful glances, throughout her life, Zhengli had never experienced genuine care. Yet, Lu Tsongnan's kindness today enveloped her in a warmth that cut through the winter's chill. Moments later, she knocked on Lu Tsongnan's door, earnestly stating, "Senior brother Lu, I shall rely on you from now on." Hearing this, Lu Tsongnan looked up to find the girl radiating an aura of innocence. In that moment, he felt a surge of compassion for her plight. However, he reflected on the reality of existence. How many individuals were truly free from suffering? Everyone was merely struggling to survive. "You needn't be so formal," he began, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt an inexplicable pull from the box in Zhang Li's hands, causing it to tremble slightly. "Junior sister, please come in. What brings you here with gifts? Just set it down." Lu Tsongnan suppressed the tumult within him and began to host Zhang Li. "Junior sister Zhang, do try the tea I brewed." Observing the bewildered expression on the girl's face, Lu Tsongnan donned what he believed to be a benevolent smile. Yet, Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback by Lu Tsongnan's sudden warmth. Her mouth covered in astonishment, her pupils widening. "Senior brother Lu, it feels as though you have transformed into a different person." Before her arrival, Zhang Li had anticipated that Lu Tsongnan would dismiss her. Yet she was taken aback by his unexpected change. Was this what men were like? In the casual conversation between Lu Tsongnan and Zhang Li, it quickly became evident that the young girl held secrets of her own. Although her current abilities appeared formidable, she remained oblivious to her true identity. Within her memories, she recalled being sold to a sect at a young age, becoming a servant disciple. Watching her leave, her face flushed. Lu Tsongnan squinted, his mind racing with thoughts. It seemed that Zhang Li was still unaware of her exceptional talent. Such capabilities, were they the result of a great figure's reincarnation or the downfall of a once powerful lineage? After pondering for some time, Lu Tsongnan relinquished his thoughts. Regardless, he had treated her well. Should she flourish in the future, she ought to express her gratitude to him. Shaking off the thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Tsongnan gazed at the palm-sized box before him, a wave of anxiety and anticipation washing over him. He was aware that his own talents were rather mediocre, akin to his previous life, merely an ordinary person. While others regarded him as a genius, he himself was uncertain of his true potential. Despite having seized numerous opportunities, a lingering doubt still resided in his heart. However, sensing the mysterious aura emanating from within the box, Lu Tsongnan promptly opened it. Inside lay an amber-hued jade pendant. According to Zhang Li, this pendant had been by her side since she could remember. He activated the ancient dragon elephant technique. A stream of enigmatic energy surged from the pendant into his arm. The white dragon elephant tattoo on his skin transformed into a vivid green at a visible pace. Soon, the sensation of wanting to break through the tattoo arose once more. With a thunderous roar, Lu Songnan's body trembled violently as an overwhelming force erupted from his abdomen. Waves of blood energy cascaded through him. His intestines, organs, bones, and limbs surged with vitality in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lu Songnan felt an intense heat radiating from his body. Upon closer inspection, he realized his entire form was flushed crimson, as if he might ignite. After 5 minutes, Lu Songnan's body gradually returned to normal. Sensing a significant enhancement in his physical constitution, he looked down to inspect his face. Name: Lu Songnan Realm. Late stage of blood exchange realm fate. Extraordinary talent. Minor fortune life script. Stepping stone recent turning point. Your fate has changed. A fog obscures the future ahead, making it difficult to see what lies ahead. Lu Songnan was astonished to discover that his fate had indeed altered. He was no longer the 18-year-old lackey standing in the outer sect, but rather someone with exceptional talent and minor fortunes. As he contemplated the descriptions before him, a pensive expression crossed Lu Songnan's face. It appeared that everything was shifting. After a brief moment, he took a hot shower, then carried a jug of wine as he traversed the inner disciples' quarters, the Beast Master Hall, and the Alchemy Pavilion, arriving at Elder Ma Tianxi's courtyard. He had not forgotten Elder Ma's previous words. If he had any questions regarding cultivation, he should seek him out. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Songnan rapped 3 times on the door and patiently awaited a response. Shortly thereafter, Ma Tianxi opened the door. Spotting Lu Songnan, he inquired calmly, "What brings you here?" In response, Lu Songnan grinned. "Nothing much, just came to pay a visit to Elder Ma." Upon entering, Lu Songnan noted the simplicity of the courtyard. He discreetly glanced at Ma Tianxi's already faded garments and mused to himself, "It seems I should bring back some fabric later and have a tailor craft a few new outfits for him." Although Elder Ma lacked for nothing, it was the thought that counted. Whether or not the elder accepted was another matter entirely. Suddenly, Lu Songnan recalled that Zheng Li's clothing was also quite worn, and given her growth, it no longer fit her well. It was likely that the outfit she wore yesterday was something she usually hesitated to don. Since he was already planning to make garments, he might as well create several more. After all, it wouldn't cost much. If this were a romance novel, perhaps these small gestures would lead to a plot twist where a cold-hearted young master would fall for him. After chatting idly with Elder Ma for a while, Lu Songnan finally broached the main topic. "Elder, I find myself quite unfamiliar with the blood exchange realm." This. Ma Tianxi regarded Lu Songnan with a bemused expression. After a moment, he replied, "To have endured until now before seeking my guidance shows a commendable patience. Cultivation up until the blood exchange realm is foundational work. Only by breaking through to the transcendence realm does one truly enter the ranks of cultivators." Noticing Lu Songnan's confusion, Ma Tianxi continued, "External training strengthens the sinews and skin, while internal cultivation nurtures the vital essence. Only by breaking through to the transcendence realm can one transcend the limitations of the physical body and formally step into the realm of Qi warriors." Lu Songnan pondered Elder Ma's words, reflecting deeply. "How long do you think it will take to break through the blood exchange realm?" Suddenly, Ma Tianxi inquired. Without hesitation, Lu Songnan replied, "I estimate it will be many years. I have only just broken through the blood exchange realm and am still at the initial stage." Ma Tianxi scoffed, "You certainly have a talent for embellishment. Now tell me, what did you obtain from Li Qi? There are no outsiders here." "Ah, what do you mean, Elder?" Lu Songnan feigned innocence, asserting, "I am a paragon of virtue, conducting myself with the utmost integrity. My reputation precedes me. Who does not know that Lu Songnan embodies righteousness? How could I indulge in any underhanded deeds?" Hearing this, Lu Songnan felt no embarrassment. Yet Ma Tianxi could not help but feel a flush of heat. This rascal spoke not a word of truth. However, this cleverness was somewhat reassuring. After his seclusion, he could rest easy knowing Lu Songnan was resourceful enough. Before long, Ma Tianxi ceased his inquiries and began to elucidate the challenges one might encounter during cultivation. Several hours passed, and Lu Songnan emerged from the elder's courtyard, thoroughly satisfied. Many questions that had once perplexed him were now clarified under Elder Ma's guidance. He departed from the elder's residence and passed by the scripture repository. Dusk fell, casting a golden glow upon the undulating mountains, enveloped in ethereal mist that resembled golden smoke, creating a breathtaking panorama. At that moment, Lu Songnan looked up to see Wu Fan, the fated child, traversing a stone staircase with an air of excitement. What is he up to? Chapter 10. So you are the celestial star of misfortune. Lu Songnan's gaze lingered on Wu Fan, rendered momentarily speechless. Name, Wu Fan. Realm, mid-stage of blood exchange. Realm fate, celestial star of misfortune, fated one, noble ascendant, accompanied by the great life script, not viewable. Fated one. In the face of danger, fortune will surely follow, noble ascendant, a person of great wealth and status, accompanied by the great, though born in obscurity, recognized by the extraordinary recent turning point. Although he lost the ancient dragon elephant technique, under the guidance of a powerful figure in his mind, this evening at the 9th room of the scripture repository, he acquired the sword art, significantly enhancing his strength, celestial star of misfortune. His enemies have already taken note of Wu Fan. In 6 months, the Wuji sect will face destruction. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Songnan's eyes narrowed. He immediately glanced at his own panel. Name, Lu Songnan. Realm, late stage of blood exchange. Realm fate, extraordinary talent, minor fortune. Life script, stepping stone. Recent turning point, will perish in the upcoming conflict involving the Wuji sect in 6 months. So you are the harbinger of disaster. After much effort, Lu Songnan had transitioned from being a mere lackey to someone with minor fortunes, only to discover that he would be ensnared by the protagonist's fate and meet his demise in half a year. The celestial star of misfortune was truly bothersome. Given this fate, as this individual grew stronger, the enemies he would inevitably offend would become increasingly formidable. Sharing the same sect, calamity would eventually befall him. The critical issue was that this fellow was continuously encountering fortuitous events, his strength soaring in an instant. The Wuji sect was destined for annihilation in 6 months. How should he navigate this dilemma? Lu Songnan furrowed his brow. He could simply choose to abandon ship, retreating from the sect before its downfall. Yet, there were several individuals he cared for within these walls. The crux was that he could not guarantee whether they would eliminate all witnesses. However, he was not without means to avert the crisis. Lu Songnan felt a sense of relief, having identified the root of the problem. This meant that if he were to shadow Wu Fan and seize the opportunities meant for him, he could potentially stifle Wu Fan's growth. Could this not prevent the impending tragedy? While deep in thought, Lu Songnan's steps quickened to match Wu Fan's pace. The principle of military strategy cautions against hesitation. To dither is tantamount to a futile endeavor. How could I, Lu Songnan, be entangled in another's fate? If entanglement must occur, let it be I who ensnares others, though I might not possess the destiny of Cao Cao. I have certainly inherited his troubles, of course, not in the romantic sense, but rather, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. That's sword art. Its very name suggests a high level of swordsmanship. If Wu Fan could master it, why could not I, Lu Songnan? This opportunity shall bear my surname. Lu Songnan's gaze sparkled with determination as he observed Wu Fan drawing ever closer, his expression calm. Wu Fan noticed Lu Songnan overtaking him. Though he found him rather irksome, he nodded in acknowledgement. After all, they were both inner disciples of the sect and had to maintain appearances. Seeing this, Lu Songnan greeted him with composure. Junior brother Wu, what a coincidence indeed. I, your senior brother, am heading to the scripture repository to seek a body tempering technique. I wonder what technique you are in search of. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan certainly would not disclose the truth. He merely spoke in vague terms. This is my first visit. I am just here to take a casual look. Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek out your senior brother. We are all part of the same sect. We are all family. So please, do not stand on ceremony. Lu Songnan's face was filled with kindness. After speaking, he smiled and nodded, leading the way into the scripture repository. Gazing upon the scripture repository before him, it appeared quite ordinary yet was imbued with intricate formations. Lu Songnan prepared himself and made his way directly to the 9th chamber. Moments later, upon entering the room, Lu Songnan calmed his mind and proceeded with caution. Step by step, he arrived at the area designated for the sword drawing technique. A pale yellow tome lay there, though its cover was missing. This was the sword drawing technique. What a treasure! Lu Songnan felt a surge of delight and, without hesitation, stowed it away. He opened the tome, and instantly, the characters leapt into view. Why can't I comprehend this? Though I recognize each character when separated, I cannot make sense of them when they are together. Gritting his teeth, Lu Songnan glanced at the text a few times, and upon realizing his utter confusion, promptly placed the tome back in its spot. This cannot be too obvious. I must throw Wushidi off the scent. Lu Tsangnan quickly found another unbound volume in a different compartment and placed the sword drawing technique in its original spot. Holding the tome, he soon arrived at the registration area, where an elder observed the volume in Lu's hands and chuckled. "Ah, young man, seeking your fortune once more, are we?" In response, Lu Tsangnan merely smiled and remained silent. After all, the scripture repository housed numerous unbound tomes, and each year, many self-proclaimed prodigies attempted to strike it rich, hoping to transform their bicycles into motorcycles. Once registered, Lu Tsangnan casually took his leave, while the elder shook his head at Lu Tsangnan's retreating figure, thinking him just another dreamer. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Tsangnan found Zhanli washing clothes. "Junior sister, come here for a moment." He called her over and handed her the tome he had just acquired. Zhanli looked puzzled. "Senior brother, what is this? Didn't you say you would be relying on me in the future?" Seeing her strength lacking, he had specially sought out a tome for her. "Give it a try and see if you can understand it." Zhanli took the book, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon looking up, she met Lu Tsangnan's expectant gaze. Touched, Zhanli began to peruse the sword drawing technique, examining it bit by bit. Time passed slowly as Lu Tsangnan waited by her side. Although he appeared calm and collected, his heart was in turmoil. The sword drawing technique lay unnoticed in the scripture repository, likely due to its complexity. Otherwise, it would have long since been claimed by other disciples. Before he knew it, several moments had slipped by. Just then, Zhanli set the tome down and lifted her head, seemingly ready to speak. Observing this, Lu Tsangnan hastily rose and craned his neck, finding no one else in sight before securing the door. With that, he turned back to Zhenli, his expression earnest. "So, how is it? Did you comprehend the sword drawing technique?" In her eyes shone a glimmer of disbelief. She had uncovered a genuine secret within the tome. This was an ancient sword technique. It was inscribed that only those truly blessed would be able to perceive its true contents. For the first time, Zhenli realized her own fortuitous destiny. As she read, the characters on the page arranged themselves automatically. Were one to view it normally, they would be utterly baffled. "Senior brother," Zhanli murmured, doubt lacing her voice, "you understand that this is the sword drawing technique?" "Of course," Lu Tsangnan affirmed with a nod. "If you can see the sword drawing technique within the tome, do you really think I would be incapable?" Chapter 11. The sword drawing technique. Noticing the slight questioning tone in Lu Tsangnan's voice, Zhanli quickly shook her head. Yet, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. "He truly comprehends it." In that instant, the girl sensed a similar aura of fortuitous destiny emanating from him. Seeing her astonishment, like a timid quail, Lu Tsangnan continued, hands clasped behind his back. "Now, perform it before me so I can see if you've made any mistakes." "Oh," Zhenli replied, somewhat uncertain, "I haven't practiced. I've merely memorized the incantation. This is my first encounter with swordsmanship. As the saying goes, mastering the basics is easy, yet achieving proficiency is a challenge." Zhenli felt a surge of nerves as she prepared to demonstrate the sword drawing technique. Swallowing hard, she took a deep breath, grasped her long sword, and bent her body slightly. Suddenly, in the next moment, a sound of the sword's hymn rang out, the motion almost imperceptible. As the sound faded, Lu Tsangnan fixed his gaze and found a white scar on the wooden post 5 meters away. So swift? Observing Zhanli's performance, Lu Tsangnan felt his own aptitude pale in comparison. Through glimpses of fate, he could see that the girl was destined for greatness. However, he had not anticipated her talent to be so formidable. Though her movements were somewhat clumsy, it was her first attempt. If this was her performance on the first try, what would 10 years of practice yield? Goodness! Lu Tsangnan marveled at the staggering disparity between individuals. Nevertheless, he feigned calm. "Not bad. While your movements are a bit awkward, you haven't made any mistakes. Keep practicing, and strive to reach the minor mastery stage as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Zhanli's imagination ran wild as she envisioned her senior brother having already mastered the sword drawing technique to minor mastery. She looked up at Lu Tsangnan with eager anticipation. "Senior brother, may I witness the power of minor mastery in the sword drawing technique?" At her words, Lu Tsangnan's eyelids twitched slightly. Witness the power of minor mastery? He maintained his composure, though he had only memorized the incantation and had yet to formally practice the sword moves. He still needed to uphold his persona. Glancing at Zhenli, he noticed her eyes brimming with eagerness. "A little fangirl, JPG?" Lu Tsangnan felt the energy stored in his arm and nodded. Very well, since you are so curious, I shall indulge you this once. With that, Lu Tsangnan released the energy from his arm and silently recited the technique. In his mind, memories of the sword drawing technique at the minor mastery level surged forth, conjuring images of sword practice. The cold wind sliced through the air like a blade, and a chilling aura enveloped him. Snowflakes danced gracefully downwards, blanketing the earth in a layer of pristine white, as if nature itself were draped in a soft, white quilt in this frigid landscape. A young man clad in a fitted garment, a long sword at his waist, stood with his right hand clasping the hilt, eyes closed in contemplative silence. Moments later, as snowflakes fell gently from above, the young man's ears twitched in an instant, his arm moved, and a flash of white light streaked through the air. The 7 snowflakes before him were instantly cleaved in two, scattering in all directions as a breeze stirred his garments. Regardless of the season, one person and one sword, drawing the blade countless times, year after year, day after day. Senior brother, may I begin? Zhenli inched closer, cautiously poking Lu Tsongnan's arm. Snapping back to reality, Lu Tsongnan glanced at her slender fingers. Zhenli quickly withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze at her own modest attire, hesitant to speak. Lu Tsongnan's lips curled up. Ready? Pay close attention. With that, he bent slightly, gripping the sword hilt tightly. Crack! In the next moment, with a thunderous explosion, the wooden stake that Zhongli had previously struck shattered into splinters. Her lips parted slightly, and her pupils dilated in shock. Just moments ago, she had seen nothing, but now she beheld Lu Shixiang, strikingly handsome, as he sheathed his sword with remarkable swiftness. Who could withstand such speed? Instinctively, Zhongli compared her own sword-drawing technique and realized that if she were to face him, she would barely have unsheathed her sword before Lu Shixiang's blade would have already claimed her life. Moreover, even without infusing his strike with blood energy, his power was tenfold greater than her own. At that moment, a wave of self-doubt washed over Zhongli. Her senior brother possessed a talent that was terrifyingly formidable. In the outer sect disciples' quarters, Li Qi kicked a table in front of him, his expression dark as thunder. Clenching his fists, he cast a frigid glare at the portrait of Lu Tsongnan. He had been keeping a watchful eye on Lu Tsongnan, who had swiftly ascended to the inner sect and was now accompanied by a beautiful companion. Why did he get to thrive while he, Li Qi, remained stagnant, merely waiting for others to acknowledge him? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and with gritted teeth, he muttered, Lu, you are pushing me to this. With that, Li Qi grabbed his curved blade and stormed out of the room. Chapter 12. The demise of Li Qi in the inner sect. Lu Tsongnan rose early to begin his training. Though he possessed the ancient dragon-elephant technique, he understood the value of perseverance. Before long, Ma Tsong and Li Qi barged into Lu Tsongnan's courtyard, weapons in hand. Zhongli, witnessing this scene, stepped forward and furrowed her brow, asking, What are you doing? This is private living space. Please leave immediately. Heh, do you really not know what we are here for? Li Qi sneered as he glanced into the courtyard, spotting Lu Tsongnan seated with his legs crossed. Initially, Li Qi had intended to confront Lu Tsongnan alone, but upon encountering Ma Tsong, they decided to join forces. Meanwhile, Lu Tsongnan cast a discerning glance at them, recognizing their aggressive stance. Clearly, they were there to cause trouble. Thus, he ceased his training, stood up, and remarked, What seems to be the matter? Have you two pondered over this for days, only to grow more agitated, and now, lacking the courage to confront me individually, decided to come as a pair? The two at the entrance were no ordinary individuals. Particularly Ma Tsong, who leveraged his family's wealth to cultivate numerous connections. He was the type who could treat one day and offer gifts the next, leading to a plethora of acquaintances. Lu Tsongnan understood this well. Wealthy individuals naturally garnered more friends in this world. As in his previous life, the adage held true. Society laughs at the impoverished but overlooks the immoral. However, their audacity to intrude upon his courtyard uninvited was intolerable. Did they truly think Lu Tsongnan was a coward? Shaoli, Lu Tsongnan said, not wishing to waste words, please escort our two junior brothers to the back courtyard and prepare a pot of tea. The young girl glanced between Lu Tsongnan and the two intruders before leading them toward the back courtyard. Lu Tsongnan then turned and closed the door behind him. Lu Shixiang, Zhongli still felt uneasy and tugged at Lu Tsongnan's sleeve. Hearing her, Lu Tsongnan gently patted her shoulder, pulling her behind him. At that moment, Li Qi and Ma Tsong had already drawn their weapons, adopting a cautious demeanor. They were aware that seeking trouble in someone else's courtyard could lead to fatal consequences, with the sect unlikely to intervene. However, with two of them against one, and Ma Tsong recently breaking through to the blood exchange realm, equipped with high-priced gear from head to toe, Li Qi had also achieved a similar breakthrough with elder Li Zijuan's assistance. They believed the odds were in their favor. What are your intentions? Lu Tsongnan glanced at the two of them as he approached a nearby rack and retrieved his sword. What does it matter? Li Qi replied, eyeing Lu Tsongnan's advancing figure and the sword in his hand, feeling no fear. He knew Lu Tsongnan had not practiced swordsmanship, so he felt secure. Meanwhile, Ma Tsong scoffed. What kind of scenes haven't I witnessed? You think you can intimidate me? As he spoke, Ma Tsong's gaze shifted to Zheng Li, who was behind Lu Tsongnan. Your junior sister is quite charming. How about this? After I defeat your senior brother, you will come with me and I shall provide for you. Food, clothing, and cultivation resources will all be taken care of. Bah! Zheng Li spat in disdain at the two of them. Lu Tsongnan stepped forward, maintaining a distance of 5 meters from them. Junior brothers, are you not concerned about the sect's regulations? Trespassing into private residences could lead to disciplinary action at the law enforcement hall. You are mistaken. Ma Tsong retorted, pointing his spear at Lu Tsongnan. Even if I end up there, I will emerge unscathed in no time. Indeed, Li Qi chimed in. Ma Tsong is not someone who can be easily intimidated. The law enforcement hall? Ma Tsong sneered. I visit there often. Impressive. Lu Tsongnan nodded, suddenly drawing his sword in a flash, its blade slicing through the air. Bang! In an instant, Ma Tsong's head toppled to the ground. Fully armed? Was that of any use? Li Qi stared at the severed head on the ground, a chill coursing through him. He had initially thought that with their combined strength, Lu Tsongnan would be cautious and beg for mercy, allowing him to set demands, including taking Zheng Li with him. But how could this person be so reckless? How does it feel? Lu Tsongnan leaned slightly forward, maintaining the posture of drawing his sword. Do you think your head drops faster than my blade strikes? Li Qi instinctively touched his neck, swallowing hard. Li Qi, concede today. Will you spare me, Lu Shixiao? I was wrong. I will leave at once. Upon hearing Li Qi's capitulation and noticing that no one else was approaching, Lu Tsongnan pondered for a moment before sheathing his sword. Yet he did not allow Li Qi to depart. Did I hear that Ma Tsong has a father nearby? Yes, Li Qi replied, his eyes fixed on Lu Tsongnan's sword at his waist. Fearing another sudden attack, his father is conducting business in the nearby town, at the late stage of the blood exchange realm. Very well. Lu Tsongnan gestured toward the door. As Zheng Li observed, though she did not understand why Lu Shixiang would let Li Qi leave. She refrained from questioning him. Just as Li Qi was about to exit the courtyard, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered a sword wound piercing through his torso. Turning his head, he glared venomously at Lu Tsongnan. You lied to me. With those words, he stumbled forward, collapsing as he lost consciousness. Upon witnessing Li Qi's demise, Zheng Li cautiously glanced at Lu Tsongnan. Clean up. I have matters to attend to, Lu Tsongnan said, sheathing his sword as he strode toward the door. Today, I shall impart a lesson. One must be magnanimous in life and actions. There is no grudge in this world that cannot be resolved. When will grievances cease? Severing the roots will bring an end to animosities. After exiting, Lu Tsongnan made his way toward the small town outside the sect. It was around 7 in the morning, and most people were still asleep. He quickened his pace, swiftly leaving the sect behind. Half an hour later, Lu Tsongnan arrived at a courtyard. After offending Ma Tsong, he had feared retaliation and began investigating his background. This place belonged to Ma Jun, Ma Tsong's father. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was nearby, Lu Tsongnan scaled the wall. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed several guards patrolling. Just as the last guard turned, a glint of sword light pierced through from behind him. The guards, caught off guard by the sudden assassination attempt, were unable to react in time and were pierced through the chest by a single strike. Good morning, everyone! Lu Tsongnan leaped down from the wall, fixing his gaze on the 3 astonished guards. What is happening here? At that moment, Ma Jun rushed out from her room, disheveled, and upon seeing the corpse at Lu Tsongnan's feet, he glared angrily. Who are you? Who I am is of no consequence, Lu Tsongnan replied, meeting Ma Jun's icy stare. I am here today for one of us to die. Either you or me. My name holds no significance. Ma Jun, his eyes narrowing at the cold expression of Lu Tsongnan, took 2 steps back. Suddenly, he shouted toward a room in the courtyard. There's an assassin. As soon as he finished speaking, he took another step back, seizing a large knife from the entrance and charging at Lu Tsongnan. His guards, seeing their master take action, followed suit. Observing this, Lu Tsongnan swiftly retreated while simultaneously executing his sword-drawing technique, in a flash. He pierced one guard's neck with lightning speed. With a thud, the body crumpled to the ground. Lu Tsongnan rolled to his right, narrowly avoiding Ma Jun's downward swing as he swiftly dispatched another guard with a precise strike to the neck. In an instant, he had killed 2 men with clean and efficient movements. At that moment, everyone's expression turned wary. With a crash, the courtyard door swung open, revealing 4 heavily armed brutes brandishing iron clubs. They were Ma Jun's enforcers. When conducting business, why not hire some muscle? Lu Tsongnan glanced at the group, noting their synchronized movements and the strength in their strides. Clearly, these men were formidable, though unaware of their specific skills. Lu Tsongnan understood he needed to engage in guerrilla warfare. He stepped back, employing his sword-drawing technique to slay another guard. Shaking the blood from his sword, Lu Tsongnan carefully assessed the 5 men in the courtyard. After a moment, Ma Jun suddenly lunged forward, shouting, "Attack together, die!" The sound of an iron club slicing through the air reached Lu Tsongnan's ears as Ma Jun, squinting, aimed a strike toward Lu Tsongnan's head. Lu Tsongnan, left with no choice, released his grip on the long sword with his right hand, lowered his body, and executed a lazy roll to evade the attack. The scabbard rebounded against Ma Jun's wrist, causing Ma Jun to flinch and lose his grip on the iron rod. However, Ma Jun was no novice in combat. He was well aware that numbers were on his side. In the brief moment the iron rod slipped from his grasp, he transformed, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, pivoting swiftly with both palms poised like lethal claws, targeting Lu Tsongnan's chest with ferocity. Ma Jun had honed his skills for close-quarter combat, excelling in intimate, short-range strikes. Faced with Ma Jun's aggressive advance, Lu Tsongnan had no choice but to raise his left hand defensively. With a swift motion, he absorbed a claw strike, retreating a step, while Ma Jun staggered back 3. Lu Tsongnan's sleeve was torn, leaving 2 gashes from Ma Jun's sharp nails. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he might have sustained serious injury. Upon witnessing Lu Tsongnan withstand his claw strike, Ma Jun frowned, but in the next heartbeat, he concealed his left hand at his waist, channeling his internal energy. He then adopted a bow stance with his right leg, curling his right arm, directing his elbow upward, aimed squarely at Lu Tsongnan's heart. This was the heart-piercing elbow. This technique had been perfected by Ma Jun over 2 decades, emphasizing a collision that would disrupt the opponent's rhythm, throwing them off balance. Should the opponent lose their center of gravity, they would fall prey to his tempo. At that moment, even if the adversary were of a higher realm, Ma Jun was confident in his ability to defeat them. Engaging in the rhythm of close combat would render the opponent as vulnerable as a wooden stake. Easily crushed, Lu Tsongnan recognized the lethal nature of Ma Jun's technique and understood the essence of his approach. The iron rod was merely a diversion. The true strength lay in the martial prowess of the hands. Aware of Ma Jun's strategy, Lu Tsongnan offered no opportunity for him, opting instead to confront him head-on. In an instant, a surge of vitality coursed through Lu Tsongnan, his body rooted like an ancient tree in the mountains. He struck downward with his right elbow, forcefully colliding with Ma Jun's elbow. Simultaneously, as pain radiated through his bones, he lifted his left foot and kicked towards Ma Jun's chest, akin to a street brawl. With a resounding thud, the kick landed. Lu Tsongnan suddenly bent forward, swiftly grasping the hilt of his sword, focusing on the slightly unsteady Ma Jun, who had retreated. Ma Jun's skills were indeed formidable. Lu Tsongnan had narrowly escaped a severe setback at his hands. Truly, he was a well-traveled individual, adept in these tactics. A moment's lapse could have led to his demise. However, as long as he evaded Ma Jun's assault and created distance, the latter's vulnerabilities would soon be laid bare. Meanwhile, the other 4 henchmen, witnessing the fierce exchange between Lu Tsongnan and their boss, hesitated, refraining from advancing. This level of skill was impressive. They had not anticipated encountering a true master while merely intending to silence someone. Yet, It was clear that Ma Jun's proficiency was not yet fully polished. Otherwise, Lu Tsangnan might have indeed fallen into his trap. Clutching his chest, while listening to Lu Tsangnan's words, Ma Jun greedily inhaled the cold air. Coughing violently, blood flecked the ground, revealing the toll of Lu Tsangnan's seemingly simple kick, which had inflicted considerable pain upon him. After all, Lu Tsangnan, having reached the late stage of the blood exchange realm and consumed a Dragon Blood Foundation pill, had experienced a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. At that moment, Ma Jun felt as though he were suffocating. Overwhelmed by pain, he could only clutch his chest, his eyes wide with fear as he looked toward his subordinates. "You all go," Ma Jun shouted to the nearby henchman. Yet, despite his command, the henchman appeared deaf to his words, retreating a few steps and nodding in unison before hastily fleeing the scene. They were all too aware of Ma Jun's strength. Even if they banded together, they would falter after 100 exchanges. If they were unable to contend with Lu Tsangnan, how could they dare to approach? They were merely henchmen, not bound to risk their lives for him. Lu Tsangnan drew his long sword from his waist and dispatched a blade into each of the fallen bodies on the ground. "Rest assured, Boss Ma, my swordsmanship is renowned for its swiftness. I shall ensure you suffer no further torment in terms of martial skills." He readily admitted inferiority to Ma Jun, yet in other aspects, he held the advantage. Jun staggered back, leaning against a chair. Gasping for breath, Lu Tsangnan approached him, slitting his throat to confirm his demise before stepping into the courtyard. Before long, Lu Tsangnan emerged from Ma Jun's chamber, holding an ancient tome. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained the very heart-piercing elbow technique Ma Jun had just demonstrated. The first page bore an inscription, "To my beloved disciple, Ma Jun." Lu Tsangnan tilted his ear, ensuring no footsteps approached, then closed the tome and tucked it into his sleeve. He then procured a burlap sack, collecting all valuable items from the room before slinging it over his shoulder and scaling the wall to exit. Blending into the throngs of bustling crowds, Lu Tsangnan navigated through the masses, gradually making his way toward the Wuji sect. Amidst the envious gazes of numerous outer disciples, he traversed the throng with a smile, even greeting those around him, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a recent killer. However, upon entering the inner sanctum, he found a group awaiting him at the entrance of his courtyard. Chapter 13. The confident Wu Fan. At this moment, the elders from the Law Enforcement Hall, accompanied by a dozen individuals, were stationed at the entrance of Lu Tsangnan's courtyard. Spotting Lu Tsangnan with a large package on his back, they immediately drew their weapons. "Halt!" The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall called out to Lu Tsangnan. Lu Tsangnan paused, gazing calmly at the approaching figures, while the law enforcement elder, Zhou, scrutinized Lu Tsangnan closely. He felt a sense of familiarity with the young man's appearance, but could not recall his name. It was evident that Lu Tsangnan had recently entered the inner sect. A disciple from the Law Enforcement Hall whispered, "Elder, this is Lu Tsangnan. He completed his entry procedures with Senior Ma a few days ago." "Ah, so it is him, and no wonder I couldn't recall his name." The elder's thoughts shifted as he instructed the disciples surrounding him to disperse. Once they had stepped back, he approached Lu Tsangnan and inquired, "Do you know Master Ma Tianxi?" "Yes," Lu Tsangnan replied respectfully. Since being granted entry into the inner sect by Elder Ma's exception, Lu Tsangnan could be considered a disciple under his tutelage. Typically, an outer disciple aspiring to enter the inner sect must not only break through to the blood exchange realm but also undergo an entrance examination. However, if a senior takes a liking to them, they may be exempted from the test. Thus, Lu Tsangnan belonged to Elder Ma's circle. After responding, Lu Tsangnan narrowed his eyes and regarded Elder Zhou, prompting an information panel to materialize before him. Name: Zhouhao Realm. Late stage of the extraordinary realm fate. Late bloomer recent turning point. 10 days hence, breaking through the heart demon, advancing to the profound realm. Indeed, he is one of Master Ma's disciples. Upon hearing Lu Tsangnan's affirmative response, Zhouhao's tone softened. What transpired? Observing the change in Zhouhao's demeanor, and noting that the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall wielded weapons but showed no intent to attack, Lu Tsangnan understood that they were wary of Elder Ma Tianxi. "I killed 2 disciples an hour ago. Ma Tsong and Li Qi." "Killed an hour ago?" Zhouhao furrowed his brow. "Why were you outside? Moreover, did you truly defeat 2 opponents simultaneously?" Zhouhao had received word that all 3 were recent breakthroughs in the blood exchange realm, and that Ma Tsong had just invested heavily in a full set of equipment. The other, Li Qi, was a favored disciple of Elder Jun. He was astonished that this previously unknown Lu Tsongnan could have slain them, entering the blood exchange realm, and already so formidable, 1 against 2. And he succeeded without injury? This fellow is no ordinary talent. Contemplating this, he looked back at Lu Tsongnan, repeating the question, "Did you truly kill them both?" "They entered my courtyard with the intent to kill me," Lu Tsongnan replied, stepping closer to Zhou Hao, pulling a stack of banknotes from his sleeve. "The sum is somewhat modest. I hope the elder will be understanding." "I see," Zhou Hao replied, not accepting the money but subtly pushing it back to Lu Tsongnan. "Before your arrival, I inquired with many disciples, and they all confirmed they saw the two enter your courtyard. Thus, the responsibility lies entirely with them. According to sect rules, anyone who intrudes into another's courtyard with malicious intent, seeking to cause trouble, seize property, or engage in illicit acts, may be slain on the spot. I ask you once more, did they strike first upon entering? Indeed, they were the aggressors. I attempted to persuade them to let things go. But alas, my 2 junior brothers refused to listen. Thus, I acted in self-defense," Lu Tsongnan lamented. Zhou Hao nodded. "For the next few days, remain in your courtyard. If any matters arise, I will return to document them." He spoke, turning away to instruct the other disciples to leave. Then, suddenly, he pivoted and quietly inquired, "Is everything outside taken care of?" Lu Tsongnan gazed at him, perplexed by the elder's meaning. Zhou Hao noticed Lu Tsongnan feigning ignorance and discreetly nodded. He moved his lips, looked at Lu Tsongnan, patted his shoulder, and turned to depart. Lu Tsongnan watched them walk away, narrowing his eyes. After a few seconds, he tightened his grip on the backpack and headed towards his courtyard. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Tsongnan found Zhang Li anxiously awaiting at the entrance. As soon as she spotted Lu Tsongnan, she hurried forward to ask, "Senior brother." Approaching Lu Tsongnan, she was immediately hit by a wave of blood-stained scent. Unable to help herself, she glanced at Lu Tsongnan's chest, where the fabric was torn, revealing faint traces of wounds beneath. "I dealt with Ma Tsong's father," Lu Tsongnan replied as he entered the courtyard. Noticing that the corpse had vanished, nodding in satisfaction, "By the way, did the law enforcement hall give you any trouble?" Upon hearing this, the young woman shook her head. "No, they didn't." "That's good," Lu Tsongnan said, removing his backpack. "You go prepare something to eat. I need to step out for a while." After speaking, he set the bag down, extracted some valuables, and took 3 sets of clothing as he hurried towards Elder Ma's courtyard. As he exited the courtyard, Lu Tsongnan began to ponder. If Ma Tsong's father were an ordinary person, Lu Tsongnan would not have resorted to such drastic measures. His investigation revealed that Ma Jun was involved in extensive dealings, including human trafficking. Thus, Lu Tsongnan chose to act preemptively against such a dangerous figure. While lost in thought, a familiar face suddenly appeared in his line of sight, Wu Fan. At that moment, Wu Fan strode with confidence, exuding an air of self-assuredness. Observing this scene, Lu Tsongnan's gaze sharpened, and instantly information about Wu Fan materialized before him. Name: Wu Fan Realm, Mid-Stage Blood Exchange Realm. Fate: Celestial Damned Lone Star, Child of Destiny. Noble title and power, accompanied by the wise life script. Protagonist: Child of Destiny. In the face of crisis, he can turn misfortune into fortune. Noble title and power. A person of great wealth and status accompanied by the wise. Though born in obscurity, he is recognized by the wise. Recent turning point. Under the guidance of a mysterious powerful being, he obtained a soul concealing jade in a cave behind the Wuji sect. Celestial Damned Lone Star. Currently, enemies have discovered Wu Fan. The Wuji sect will fall in half a year. Soul concealing jade, a special treasure that subtly enhances the wearer's soul and can also restore injured spirits. Upon seeing the information about the soul concealing jade, Lu Tsongnan's eyes narrowed. Another opportunity has arisen. Lu Tsongnan silently clicked his tongue. He had just seized an opportunity from this individual, and now, not long after, he had acquired such a treasure. Is this the life of a protagonist? Truly extraordinary. After exchanging a glance with Wu Fan, Lu Tsongnan displayed a harmless smile, and they nodded at each other before parting ways. "Senior, I find Lu Tsongnan quite peculiar, yet I cannot pinpoint what exactly is strange about him." After passing Lu Tsongnan, Wu Fan communicated with the elder in his mind. In response, a calm voice echoed in his consciousness. "Do not worry. He is merely a character from a small place. Our future journey lies among the stars and the sea. Keep your vision broad. Always maintain a sense of curiosity about this world. Continually collide with it. Reshape yourself and refresh your being. Every inch gained brings joy. Thus, it matters not. They have never had the right to judge you, and you need not be defined by anyone. You will live as your true self. Do not remain stagnant. The world is splendid. Encouraged by this somewhat toxic yet motivational advice, Wu Fan returned to his courtyard with a newfound confidence, convinced that his rise was imminent. Chapter 14. Senior. My opportunity has vanished again. Lu Tsongnan arrived outside Elder Ma's courtyard. Unlike before, this time, after knocking, he was greeted by a stranger. The man was approximately 30 years old, robust and coarse in appearance, with a physique as solid as that of a bull. His square face, dark and ruddy, was adorned with 2 large eyes, a high nose, and a broad mouth. Upon seeing Lu Tsongnan, the burly man asked, "What do you need?" "I am Lu Tsongnan, a disciple seeking Elder Ma." Hearing this, the burly man glanced at Lu Tsongnan in surprise before jogging into the courtyard to report to Elder Ma. Moments later, he returned, leading Lu Tsongnan inside. As they passed through a courtyard, Ma Tianxi strode out with purpose. "What brings you here again?" His voice was loud yet friendly, giving off a sense of approachability. "Just came to check on you," Lu Tsongnan replied cheerfully, bowing slightly while holding his clothes to his chest. "You little schemer, coming without reason. Speak, what trouble have you caused?" Though he said this, Ma Tianxi accepted the robe and smiled at Lu Tsongnan. Subsequently, he removed his outer garment and donned a new outfit. After putting it on, he praised, "It fits perfectly." "Ah, Elder, that's quite unkind. I came here specifically to see you," Lu Tsongnan retorted, placing his bag on a nearby table. Ma Tianxi stepped closer, opened the bag, and shook his head. "This seems to have an unsavory origin." Saying this, he handed the bag to the burly man, then clasped his hands behind his back and circled around Lu Tsongnan. Lu Tsongnan stood still, intending to speak. But in the next instant, Elder Ma suddenly lunged forward with his left leg, twisting his body and thrusting his right arm backward like a spear, aiming for Lu Tsongnan's chest. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Lu Tsongnan could only rely on muscle memory, instinctively gripping the wrist of the incoming strike with his right hand while pushing Elder Ma's arm to the left with his other hand. Thud! Elder Ma had not anticipated Lu Tsongnan's formidable muscle memory, nor his surprising physical prowess. It was worth noting that he had just employed the strength of the mid-stage blood exchange realm. However, in this unexpected skirmish, not only did Lu Tsongnan defend himself, but he also managed to gain the upper hand. Elder Ma took several steps back before regaining his stance. "Tenkai, impressive, young man." His eyes brimmed with admiration. Previously, he had assumed Lu Tsongnan was only at the early stage of the blood exchange realm, but after their brief encounter, he was certain that this young man was concealing his true strength. "I am but a disciple, Elder. How could you lay hands on me?" Lu Tsongnan remarked, observing the elder stretching his arms with a chuckle. "Elder Ma, what kind of performance was that?" In response, Elder Ma laughed. "How could I know your current level without testing you?" Lu Tsongnan looked at Elder Ma, grinning as he asked, "So, how did I fare?" "Quite well," Elder Ma replied with a broad smile. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation, most of which involved Elder Ma recounting various tales while Lu Tsongnan listened intently. Lu Tsongnan also shared the events of the day with Elder Ma, who, upon hearing, advised him to focus on his cultivation and not to worry about other matters. Just as Lu Tsongnan exited the courtyard, Elder Ma immediately summoned the burly man and whispered something in his ear. Shortly after, the burly man hurried out the door. The evening glow was fiery, picturesque as the sun dimmed, casting elongated shadows to the west, the back mountain of Wuji sect. After leaving Elder Ma's courtyard, Lu Tsongnan promptly made his way to this location. He looked up to see the peaks and treetops ablaze with red hues, resembling flames illuminating the mountainside in crimson and the trees in vivid colors. Returning birds circled low in the air, emitting mournful cries. After casually observing the scenery, Lu Tsongnan began to search meticulously. After half a stick of incense, Lu Tsongnan had been searching for quite some time, but unfortunately, he had yet to make a discovery. Fortunately, only one last area remained unexplored. At last, perseverance bore fruit. After another stick of incense, he stumbled upon a very concealed cave entrance nestled in a hidden corner of a cliff. "Looks like this is the place." Lu Songnan's expression brightened. Upon entering, the cave was dark and foreboding. He retrieved the torch he had prepared earlier and ventured inside. Inside the cave, some areas had sharp stone teeth, treacherous and perilous, while others were smooth as oil, slippery and treacherous. It would be quite difficult for an ordinary person to navigate such a place. Lu Songnan himself found it challenging, tumbling down at times. After making 2 or 3 turns, the passage widened, allowing him to stand upright and walk. After proceeding for several hundred meters, he finally reached a flat area. In Lu Songnan's sight, there lay a coffin. After contemplating, he approached the coffin directly and pushed it open with force. Moments later, he found it. Lu Songnan's eyes sparkled as he reached down, and with a gentle tug, he retrieved a jade pendant. The pendant radiated a brilliant aura, and after a few seconds, the glow faded. Resting quietly in Lu Songnan's palm, he focused his gaze. A smile spread across his face. "Found it. This is it, this object. Unmistakably, is the soul-concealing jade that Wu Fan has been searching for. With this precious artifact, not only can his cultivation speed be significantly enhanced, but it will also fortify the strength of his soul. Should Wu Fan acquire it, the amplification of his soul and the acceleration of his cultivation would allow him to refine the remaining shards of his soul, likely resulting in a swift restoration of his strength. Fortunately, I have secured it first. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." Lu Songnan lamented. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wu Fan began to prepare torches. The thought of the soul-concealing jade's effects ignited a surge of excitement within him, causing him to clench his fists. During this period, he has felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, almost questioning if he was the reincarnation of a harbinger of misfortune. Several consecutive fruitless endeavors have left Wu Fan deeply disheartened. Now, with renewed information regarding a treasure, he feels that hope has finally dawned upon him. According to the elder's words, possessing such an item will rapidly elevate him beyond his peers in the Wuji sect. Wu Fan is destined for greatness. That evening, under the cover of dwindling crowds, Wu Fan made his way to the back mountain. A flicker of light danced in the distance along the mountain path. After exerting tremendous effort, Wu Fan finally arrived at the flat area within the cave. It's gone." Wu Fan's expression shifted dramatically. After searching repeatedly, he discovered that the treasure had been claimed by someone else. Observing the traces of footsteps on the ground, Wu Fan's complexion paled, and he instinctively bit his lip. His trembling hands turned icy cold as he clenched his fists tightly, the tips of his fingers digging painfully into his palms. Yet he felt no pain. "Elder, my opportunity has vanished once more." Chapter 15. Elder Li Qijuan's reluctance upon returning to the courtyard. Lu Songnan concealed his garments and promptly examined the soul-concealing jade. The jade, roughly the size of a palm, appeared exquisitely crafted. However, after merely several seconds of observation, Lu Songnan felt a gnawing hunger emanating from his arm. It's so eager to be consumed. Initially, Lu Songnan intended to keep it on his person to enhance his soul power. However, upon sensing this hunger, he opted to absorb it instead. Seated cross-legged, he commenced his cultivation technique, witnessing the jade in his palm fade at an observable rate. After the duration of a stick of incense, the tattoo on Lu Songnan's arm transformed into a vibrant green. The absorption did not cease there. After another half an hour, the tattoo shifted from green to a pale blue. That moment, with a mere thought, the balloon-like formation of the tattoo burst, and an intangible blue energy swiftly coursed through his body. Lu Songnan had never experienced such a profound sense of comfort, as if he were being massaged all over. His body feeling completely unencumbered. As time progressed, his senses became acutely heightened. The sound of insects chirping filled his ears, a cacophony that was quite bothersome. A foul odor wafted in from the neighboring area. It seemed that the seemingly pristine junior sister from next door had not bathed in quite some time. His entire body began to radiate heat. Taking a deep breath, Lu Songnan focused inward, observing the flow of internal energy coursing through his body, from his groin to his abdomen, and then to his neck and spine. His senses, strength, and speed had been tremendously amplified beyond the blood transformation realm. He had successfully entered the organ refinement stage. At this moment, Lu Songnan's body was flushed with crimson. Although he had not yet unleashed his internal energy, He felt as if he were clad in a thick, resilient armor. A breakthrough? Outside, Zhang Li approached with a basin of water, immediately noticing Lu Songnan's transformation, his entire being aglow with a hue akin to that of a breakthrough into the organ refinement stage. Gazing at her peer, who was approximately her age, achieving such a breakthrough, Zhang Li momentarily froze, her surprise evident. Truly, what an extraordinary senior brother! She couldn't help but exclaim. In that instant, Zhang Li felt a pang of inferiority. The trajectory of her life stood in stark contrast to that of her senior brothers. Chapter 1. The Emergence of a Genius Chapters 2 to 10. Quiet Development Chapters 11 to 50. Rise to Fame Chapters 51 to 100. Renown Across the Continent Chapters 101 to 200. Unification of the Continent and What of Her Own Journey? Chapter 1. The Birth of a Weakling Chapters 2 to 10. Wandering Chapters 11 to 20. A Maidservant Chapters 21 to 50. Do not underestimate the Youth Chapters 51 to 100. Do not underestimate the Middle-Aged Chapters 101 to 200. Do not underestimate the elderly Lu Songnan Rose. Accepting the wooden basin beneath the envious gaze of Zhang Li. How do you feel? Can you truly say you could fell a bull with a single punch? Zhang Li inquired curiously. Somewhat like that. Lu Songnan replied softly. I am uncertain of the exact extent of my newfound strength, but I feel confident that I could dispatch my former self in an instant. My strength has at least tripled. Lu Songnan elaborated. Impressive, Zhang Li remarked, her thumb raised in admiration. AT-18. To achieve a breakthrough into the organ refinement stage is nothing short of remarkable, truly a prodigy. Such individuals are a rarity within the Wuji sect. Zhang Li had not anticipated her good fortune in being assigned to a senior brother endowed with extraordinary talent, profound fortune, striking looks, and a demeanor of humility. In the inner courtyard, at the Law Enforcement Hall. Li Zijuan paced restlessly outside. Brother Shang, what is happening? Is Elder Li here again? Elder Li? I heard through the grapevine that disciple Li Qi was killed, and the father of the one who killed him has also met with demise. Be cautious with such unfounded claims. Trouble can easily arise from careless words. Li Qi was not killed but rather met his end while attempting to harm others, and it was merely self-defense by senior brother Lu. Cough, just idle chatter. The sun had risen high in the sky, and Li Zijuan pondered deeply before ultimately heading to the Law Enforcement Hall. If an ordinary disciple had been killed, he would not have intervened excessively. Knowing it involved the sect's elders, however, Li Qi was his only son. Not only did he need to inquire further, but he also sought vengeance. He had already sat outside the Law Enforcement Hall for 4 hours. The disciples within the Law Enforcement Hall, seeing Li Zijuan's persistence, were at a loss. One was an elder, while the other was also an elder who forbade them from further questioning. The Law Enforcement Hall comprised 20 disciples and 4 elders, all of whom were extraordinary beings. Upon entering the hall, Li Zijuan immediately bowed to the 4 present elders. Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am the elder from the outer sect's Alchemy Hall, junior brother. There's no need for this. The matter itself stems from Li Qi's own misconduct. You need not complicate it further. One of the law enforcement disciples interrupted Li Zijuan's words directly. Li Zijuan recognized this individual, Zhou Hao, who had ranked 5th in the outer sect during his youth, breaking through the blood transformation realm before entering the inner sect as a member of the Law Enforcement Hall. And now he was one of its elders. I will submit a challenge for the arena. Li Zijuan stated. A challenge? Zhou Hao's brow furrowed. That would not be permissible. According to the rules, you, as an elder, cannot contend against a junior in the arena. In response, Li Zijuan produced a document from his sleeve. I am aware of the sect's regulations. However, Li Qi is my son, and this serves as proof of my guardianship over him. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall furrowed their brows tightly. Elder Li, why pursue this? A life lost cannot be restored. It would be simpler to cultivate another. Moreover, your son Li Qi's actions were in direct violation of sect regulations. Your insistence complicates matters for us. It is easy for you to say, but does it not require resources to cultivate another? Will the sect cover this expense? Li Zijuan, now agitated, paid no heed to their strength and retorted fiercely. Disasters should not befall one's family. The Law Enforcement Hall must provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Although Li Qi trespassed into senior brother Lu's courtyard, his offense did not warrant death. Furthermore, Ma Tsong's father has already perished due to this matter. Lu Songnan is a murderous fiend, a disciple who has strayed into the path of darkness. Such a person must not remain within the sect and should be executed without delay, lest he bring calamity upon others. Faced with this scene, the four elders exchanged glances, bemused by the exaggerated claims. Merely a few lives lost, yet he branded Lu Tsongnan as a dark disciple. Return to your quarters. Lu Tsongnan's actions were entirely in accordance with sect regulations, and the deaths of Li Qi and Ma Tsong were of their own doing. As for Ma Jun's death, there is no evidence to substantiate it. This matter ends here. Zhou Hao, disinterested in further argument, rose to conclude the discussion. At this moment, however, Li Zijuan wore a cold smile, as though he had anticipated the law enforcement hall's decision. How could this be allowed to pass so easily? Chapter 16. The thoughts of a young girl. Having said this, Li Zijuan produced a decree from his breast pocket. The four elders of the inner sect have consented to my challenge against Lu Tsongnan in the arena. My visit today is not a request but a notification for you to prepare for safety measures. With that, Li Zijuan flicked his sleeves and strode away. After his breakthrough, Lu Tsongnan tested his strength before indulging in a restful sleep. Upon awakening, he found that dawn had already broken. As he opened his eyes, it felt as though he were under a spell, reluctant to rise. He continued to doze for a few more minutes. And only after half an hour did he finally open his eyes again. Rubbing his face, he mustered the willpower to get out of bed, reminding himself that cultivation is akin to navigating against a current. If one does not advance, one will regress. One cannot fish for 3 days and then dry the nets for 2, murmured Lu Tsongnan to himself as he lifted his garments and pushed open the door. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Zheng Li, half leaning with her right hand firmly gripping the hilt of her sword, poised for a draw. However, at that moment, Zheng Li was facing Lu Tsongnan, and due to her posture, a glimpse of her fair skin was revealed. What a pristine sword! Lu Tsongnan thought, feeling an electric jolt as he quickly straightened, his face flushed. Senior brother, how could you possibly spy on someone practicing? Zheng Li's bashful voice reached his ears. Lu Tsongnan replied with righteous indignation, Junior sister, you are slandering me. I was merely observing openly and could never resort to furtive glances. Ah? Zheng Li was at a loss for words. Unsure how to counter his assertion, meanwhile, Lu Tsongnan continued, to spy on one's training is a grave taboo. Don't make amends. I shall impart a technique to you. It isn't that serious. Zheng Li hastily shook her head. However, Lu Tsongnan disregarded her protest and elaborated. This technique is a family inheritance, but there are 3 prohibitions. Zheng Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. First, internal knowledge may not be shared externally. Second, it is to be taught to females only. Why is that? The swordsmanship is inherently soft, more suited to women. That makes sense, she conceded. And the third, it is only to be passed to one's wife. Zheng Li was momentarily taken aback, her complexion turning crimson. Senior brother, you are teasing me again. Lu Tsongnan laughed heartily. Zheng Li turned away, her head lowered, unable to meet his gaze. Lu Tsongnan then asked, joking aside, how is your practice of the sword-drawing technique? Do you require my guidance? Yes, Zheng Li nodded, turning back towards him, though her cheeks remained flushed. Senior brother, your swordsmanship is unparalleled, the strongest I have ever witnessed. This is the sword-drawing technique I have been contemplating. Please help me refine it. Lu Tsongnan pondered momentarily, crossing his arms. Demonstrate it for me, and I shall observe. Zheng Li nodded. Lu Tsongnan, fearing her remarkable talent might soon eclipse his own, jested, however, let me clarify beforehand. Each individual has their own interpretation of swordsmanship. Although we both practice the drawing technique, there is an inherent disparity I may be able to observe, yet it may not significantly benefit you. Understood, Zheng Li replied. She then leaned forward, her backside facing Lu Tsongnan. Too bashful to present her chest toward him, in an instant, a flash of sword light cut through the air, swift as the wind and lightning. Lu Tsongnan watched silently, having reached a competent level in the sword-drawing technique within this realm. He recalled the young man who practiced day after day. His skills and insights were far beyond those of an ordinary practitioner. Zheng Li executed the sword-drawing technique 3 times in succession before turning to Lu Tsongnan. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and remarked, overall, quite commendable. However, there is a slight issue. Quick but inaccurate. Accuracy without ferocity is a pity. While speed is essential in sword drawing, relying solely on swiftness is somewhat regrettable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li nodded in agreement. What should I do then? Lu Tsangnan contemplated and took her sword, gently grasping her small hand to demonstrate the proper force. After a single lesson, Zhang Li's heart raced. Yet, true to her genius, she improved by half a measure. Soon after, her speed diminished, but her movements became increasingly precise. By noon, when she drew the sword again, she was able to strike with pinpoint accuracy. Her progress was astonishing. After finishing her practice, Zhang Li tidied herself up and set off towards the town outside the sect. Her steps were light, and she seemed to run without a hint of fatigue. An hour later, she arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. As she entered, a middle-aged woman lying on the bed looked at her in surprise. Why are you back again today? Things are much easier now. I have plenty of free time. The middle-aged woman smiled. It seems you've encountered a promising inner disciple. Her expression turned slightly regretful. If it weren't for her illness, Zhang Li wouldn't have to endure such hardships. Zhang Li placed her sword down and lifted the middle-aged woman, settling her gently into a chair. The woman heard Zhang Li softly say, Aunt Qing, I wish to remain in Wuzhizong forever. Is that so? The woman caressed Zhang Li's cheek, filled with affection. Have you found someone you like here? Her tone was serious, devoid of jest. Zhang Li shook her head, her voice still calm. That I don't know. I just don't want to leave. The middle-aged woman chuckled, understanding the girl's heart. Although she knew little of Lu Tsangnan from Wuzhizong, she believed that he had indeed captured Zhang Li's heart. If you wish to stay, you must become exceptional. Otherwise, it will be difficult to match your senior brother. The middle-aged woman noticed Zhang Li's burgeoning feelings and felt a strange joy rather than concern. You must grow stronger. While you may not necessarily need to aid him, you certainly cannot be a burden. Love is reciprocal. It cannot be a one-sided affair. Tio continued together. One must be willing to compromise and the other to yield. The middle-aged woman patiently explained these truths to Zhang Li, who sat beside her, resting her chin on her small hands, listening intently. She yearned to confide in Aunt Qing that a relationship with senior brother Lu was fraught with difficulty due to his superior talent. However, seeing the joy that had blossomed on her aunt's face, Zhang Li chose to remain silent. After half an hour of listening to her aunt's wisdom, Zhang Li finally began to bathe. Post-bath, she stood before the mirror, gazing at her youthful form. Murmuring to herself, she pondered, Senior brother, do you prefer the larger ones? If only I could be a bit bigger. The feeling of inadequacy surged within her, particularly in the nascent stages of her romantic inclinations. After a moment of contemplation, a bold thought flickered through her mind. What if I pursued senior brother Lu? Yet, being a girl, her bashfulness swiftly extinguished the notion. Meanwhile, after Zhang Li departed, Lu Tsangnan received word that Li Zijuan had obtained the inner sect elder's consent to challenge him on the arena. This news spread like wildfire throughout Wuzhizong. For most disciples, Lu Tsangnan remained a stranger, their impressions lingering on the fact that he was the eldest brother of the sect, yet possessed the least potential. In contrast, Elder Li Zijuan was quite renowned, being an elder of the external alchemy hall. The impending duel raised eyebrows. One was a disciple, the other an elder. Was this a case of an elder oppressing a disciple? Curiosity abounded regarding the events that had transpired, for it was the first time they had heard of an elder challenging a disciple in many years. Soon, discussions erupted among the disciples. Lu Tsangnan, the rather handsome outer sect elder brother? I heard he has yet to break through to the blood exchange stage after 9 years of training. Why would an elder target him? It is said to be a matter of jealousy. He killed Elder Li's son, Li Qidas. Oh, that's the reason. But it seems more than just jealousy. Li Qi and Ma Tsong trespassed into Lu Tsangnan's yard and were killed by him, provoking Elder Li into seeking trouble. Really? Is this how it is? Elder Li is being unreasonable. Yet Elder Li is a practitioner at the blood exchange stage. What can Lu Tsangnan possibly do to resist? As they made their way to the arena, many disciples whispered among themselves, casting curious glances at the composed Lu Tsangnan. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Tsangnan contemplated the unfolding events. The presence of the fateful star loomed over him like a sword, threatening to shatter him should he falter. However, the existence of Wu Fan offered Lu Tsangnan a chance to grow rapidly. Under normal circumstances, even with his awakened ability to seize others' opportunities, his growth would be gradual. Yet, the protagonist's presence increased his chances. Every situation possesses dual facets. Just as Lu Tsangnan was lost in thought, a figure in black swiftly approached and stood before him. "Do you feel confident about winning this battle?" The newcomer was Ma Tianci, who, upon hearing of Lu Songnan's challenge, had immediately abandoned his seclusion to inquire. Lu Songnan ceased his contemplation, raising his gaze to meet Ma Tianci's, filled with gratitude. Within Wuzhizong, there were few he truly cared about, and Ma Tianci was undoubtedly one of them. "Why are you dawdling? I am asking you a question," Ma Tianci urged. "Don't be stubborn. If you can't win, I'll take you away. The sect will not dare to say anything. You are merely an inner disciple, while Li Zijuan is an elder. This is improper. You are still young. Do not act impulsively. Having endured the harshness of 3 winters and 4 summers, it is wise to temporarily bear some suffering and wait until the snow melts to admire the plum blossoms." Ma Tianci anxiously persuaded Elder Ma, "Rest assured. Do you not know my strength?" Lu Songnan patted his chest and smiled warmly. Upon meeting Lu Songnan's gaze, Ma Tianci was momentarily taken aback. "Such confidence, young man. Do not become overinflated. Life is but a single thread." In response, Lu Songnan said little more, taking a few steps forward to quietly assure Ma Tianci, "Do not worry. My life is my own and I, Lu Songnan, cherish it more than anyone." After speaking, he proceeded towards the arena. The sky was overcast, the light dim and oppressive. Looking up, one could see dense clouds rolling in from the horizon, the dark gray formations looming heavily above, creating an atmosphere of suffocating tension. The inner sect of the Wuxing sect, the arena of life and death, was becoming increasingly cold, with a damp chill permeating the air. The gathering storm clouds thickened, resembling lead weights pressing down from above, restlessly churning. More and more disciples gathered to watch, with several enforcers from the law enforcement hall maintaining order. Despite the unpredictable weather, akin to a capricious young maiden, the crowd's enthusiasm remained unabated. On the platform, Lu Songnan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the red-eyed Li Zijuan across from him. Li Zijuan wielded an unusual weapon, a curved blade wrapped in cowhide. Adorned with trinkets, unmistakably a remarkable piece crafted at great expense by an elder from the artifact hall. The sight of this weapon caused an uproar among the onlookers. It appeared Li Zijuan was indeed intent on killing Lu Songnan. The Wuxing sect was a respectable faction. Although Li Zijuan's son had been killed, the consensus was that Lu Songnan had merely dealt a heavy blow. After all, had not Li Qi intruded into private space, bringing about his own demise? To them, the battle today would likely result in Li Zijuan severely injuring Lu Songnan, and that would be the end of it. However, it now seemed that Li Zijuan intended to strike with lethal force. An elder of the Dirty Realm taking on a newly initiated inner sect disciple with a weapon. The implications were ominous. Drawing his curved blade, Li Zijuan fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Lu Songnan. "I have but one son. You must have employed deceit to lure him to his demise." The icy words escaped through clenched teeth. Even if his son, Li Qi, was a hopeless wastrel, and even if his actions were against the sect's regulations, who could blame him? Each observer might be magnanimous, but if he were to be generous, would it not mean his son died in vain? He had lost the ability to sire more children, and Li Qi was the sole hope of the Li family. Now, that hope was extinguished. How could Li Zijuan face his ancestors in the afterlife? Thus, he felt an overwhelming bitterness. Why should his son perish while Lu Songnan remained unscathed? At this moment, Li Zijuan perceived the world as profoundly unjust. Yet, despite his confidence in his own strength, he noted Lu Songnan's unwavering composure. This young man must have some hidden card up his sleeve. Therefore, rather than attacking immediately, Li Zijuan cautiously proposed, "I offer you a chance. Mourn my son for 3 days, then take your own life. Otherwise, do not blame me for exterminating your entire family, if you disregard my words. Do not come crying to me." In response, Lu Songnan grinned. "Am I to weep and beg you for mercy?" Li Zijuan was momentarily taken aback, and even the surrounding disciples were stunned. How could Lu Songnan, facing an elder of the Dirty Realm, be so unafraid, even audaciously defiant? "Lu Songnan," Li Zijuan roared, unleashing his aura of the Dirty Realm, his internal energy surging forth. Instantly, the fabric of his long robe billowed. In that moment, Li Zijuan's demeanor transformed. He became a fierce predator, akin to a hawk circling its prey, with Lu Songnan firmly in his sights. Suddenly, he lunged, the moon-shaped blade flashing menacingly, a force to be reckoned with. The surrounding disciples erupted in commotion at Li Zijuan's full-throttle assault. How could Lu Tsongnan withstand such an onslaught? Li Zijuan's singular focus was to eliminate Lu Tsongnan without concern for any elder's protection. The future of the Li family was at stake. What did he have to fear from retaliation? Ma Tianxi's brow furrowed as concern washed over him. With Lu Tsongnan's meager strength in the blood exchange realm, encountering Li Zijuan at full power would surely lead to his demise. Just as Ma Tianxi prepared to intervene, his eyes sharpened. To his astonishment, he observed Lu Tsongnan retreating 3 steps, his posture shifting from lethargy to poised readiness. Akin to a sword unsheathed, its blade gleaming with lethal intent. In the next moment, Ma Tianxi heard a barely perceptible sound akin to a sword's hum. In his line of sight, Lu Tsongnan's arm moved with a subtle grace. Not only Ma Tianxi, but also the other observing elders, were taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. This young man was no ordinary foe. Li Zijuan's eyes bore into Lu Tsongnan, his hostility unmistakable, his entire being twisted in rage as he attributed the death of his son solely to Lu Tsongnan. In midair, his footwork became erratic, the curved blade descending upon Lu Tsongnan with blinding speed. The surrounding female disciples gasped, their mouths agape in shock. From their vantage point, it appeared Lu Tsongnan had surrendered. Lying there resigned to his fate, the distance between them closed in an instant. Suddenly, Lu Tsongnan tilted his head back, a wild grin spreading across his face. Then, channeling his internal energy, he unleashed the aura of the dirty realm. In a flash, the atmosphere shifted. Lu Tsongnan had transcended to the initial stage of the dirty realm. The disciples and elders spectating were momentarily stunned, only to erupt in a cacophony of disbelief. How could Lu Tsongnan possess such power? Was he not still an outer sect disciple? Some even recalled Lu Tsongnan as the outer sect's senior brother, mistakenly believing he had yet to advance beyond the blood exchange realm. In this moment of revelation, the crowd grasped why Lu Tsongnan had the audacity to confront elder Li Zijuan head-on. Their strengths were indeed comparable. Although Li Zijuan was taken aback by Lu Tsongnan's newfound prowess, he did not waver, unleashing a powerful strike aimed at Lu Tsongnan's neck. Lu Tsongnan, however, regarded Li Zijuan with an unflinching gaze. Their eyes locked, and Li Zijuan noticed a chilling glint in Lu Tsongnan's. He was no fool. If Li Zijuan sought to exploit this opportunity to eliminate him, then Lu Tsongnan would play along. Lu Tsongnan had thoroughly researched Li Zijuan's background, an elder reliant on alchemy, whose strength was on par with his own, both having just broken through to the dirty realm. Moreover, with his mastery of sword techniques, coupled with his youth and superior stamina, Lu Tsongnan had every reason to feel confident against the middle-aged Li Zijuan. Youth is a formidable ally. Lu Tsongnan was at the pinnacle of his abilities, while Li Zijuan had yet to ascend to a higher realm and was experiencing the gradual decline of his physical capabilities. In this comparison, Lu Tsongnan felt a 99% assurance of victory in this battle. Suddenly, Li Zijuan trembled, an instinctual sense of foreboding urging him to withdraw immediately. However, it was too late. Lu Tsongnan's arm flicked, and a flash of white light appeared before him, swift as lightning. This sword strike was executed with astonishing speed, a testament to his mastery of the sword technique at the minor success stage. The blade struck true, piercing Li Zijuan's chest in midair. Li Zijuan felt a sharp pain in his torso, losing control as he plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. The curved blade slipped from his grasp. Skidding a meter away, blood began to seep from his chest, reminiscent of cold plum blossoms, cascading onto the ground. Moments later, Li Zijuan curled his corpulent body tightly, erupting into violent fits of coughing. His entire being trembled. His pale face contorted in agony as crimson froth spilled uncontrollably from his lips, staining his clothing a deep scarlet. Silence fell. At this moment, both the watching disciples and elders stood with mouths agape and pupils dilated. Had elder Li Zijuan truly been slain? With a single strike, victory was achieved so effortlessly. They were left questioning how Lu Tsongnan, with such formidable strength, had only just entered the inner sect. Was the competition now so fierce? Lu Tsongnan sheathed his sword, brushing off his attire. He turned to the astonished Ma Tianxi, and with hands clasped behind his back, proclaimed, "That was rather stable in this instant." The surroundings were engulfed in a profound stillness. It was only after Lu Tsongnan had spoken that the crowd regained their senses, casting complex glances in his direction. Who could have anticipated that Li Zijuan, an elder of the outer sect at the Dirty Realm, would be defeated with such ease? Even Ma Tianxi, who had just witnessed Lu Tsongnan's prowess, stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. This fellow had been concealing his talents all along. Lu Tsongnan approached Li Zijuan, gazing at the lifeless figure before him, and quietly remarked, "You wish to use the arena to kill me, yet I am no different." Upon finishing his words, Lu Tsongnan unsheathed his long sword, directing it towards her head, and struck downwards with lethal intent. The disciples gathered around felt a palpable tension in the air. Their eyes grew solemn as a sense of vigilance surged within them. Lu Tsongnan was indeed ruthless. Was he truly this low-key? With his mastery of the filthy realm, combined with such swordsmanship, he would likely rank among the top 30 inner disciples. Truly, the Wuzhizong was abundant with dark horses. It was intriguing to witness an elder seeking trouble, only to be countered by a disciple. Many inner disciples now regarded Lu Tsongnan with newfound wariness. Meanwhile, Zhang Li rushed over, panting heavily. Upon learning of the duel between Lu Tsongnan and elder Li Zijuan, she hastened to witness it. The moment she arrived, she was met with the shocking sight of Lu Tsongnan striking down Li Zijuan, leaving her momentarily dazed. Was her senior brother truly this formidable? The disparity was staggering. Zhang Li lowered her head, consumed by hesitation and anxiety. Yet, all that lingered in her mind was the image of Lu Tsongnan holding her small hand, patiently guiding her. Amidst the crowd, Wu Fan observed the scene. His fists clenched tightly, he raised his head, narrowing his eyes slightly, an unmistakable flicker of anger flashing beneath the surface. The swordsmanship was his, after all. Chapter 19. Such an opportunity had slipped through his fingers. Lu Tsongnan, standing on the platform, also noticed Wu Fan. He offered a slight nod and a faint smile in his direction. Wu Fan reciprocated with a subtle nod, though his face bore no expression. His mind was engaged in a continuous dialogue with the mysterious woman. This person is highly suspicious, Wu Fan mused, sensing something amiss. He had encountered low-key individuals before, but none as understated as Lu Tsongnan, who had taken the life of an elder merely days after entering the inner sect. Lu Tsongnan wore a peculiar smile. Was this the protagonist? Having just seized the opponent's soul jade, he was now poised for another fortuitous encounter. Moments ago, he had scrutinized Wu Fan's profile and noted an update in his recent turning point. Name: Wu Fan. Recent turning point. This evening, suspecting Lu Tsongnan of stealing his opportunity, his mindset shattered, prompting his elder to expend energy to once again calculate that at the 4,399th step before the Sword Hall's entrance, he triggered the legacy left by the previous Sword Hall master. Upon receiving this legacy, his status would ascend to that of an inner elder, on par with the sect leader. The swordsmanship he had lost to Lu Tsongnan could lead to such a miraculous opportunity. How enviable! Lu Tsongnan felt astonished and envious. Possessing such fortune was akin to being a stationary pig standing in the wind, effortlessly taking flight. Astonishing! To ascend to the position of Sword Hall Master and stand alongside the inner elders in such a brief moment was a testament to the invaluable resources acquired. No wonder this individual would lead to the annihilation of the Wuzhizong 6 months hence. Upon discovering that their enemy was a master of one of their own halls, they would undoubtedly suspect the sect's covert support of his actions. Lu Tsongnan's thoughts churned rapidly. Soon, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. If that is the case, this hall master cannot be allowed to inherit. Such an opportunity was beyond his grasp. It must belong to Lu Tsongnan. Resolutely, he reaffirmed his decision and departed the arena. On the other side, Wu Fan also left the platform. Senior, does the Wuzhizong truly possess the legacy of the sword god? Wu Fan inquired eagerly, having witnessed Lu Tsongnan's formidable prowess. Naturally, I calculated it over the course of a year. Follow my guidance, and you are sure to gain something, the woman's voice echoed in Wu Fan's mind. That is reassuring. By the way, did you discern whether Lu Tsongnan's sword technique is the sword drawing technique? I cannot say for certain, the woman replied, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She was aware that the Wuzhizong possessed a powerful sword drawing technique, yet she had never witnessed it firsthand. However, What puzzled her was how Lu Tsongnan could attain such a level in such a short time. That strike, without a decade of relentless practice, would not have been so precise. It should not be the sword drawing technique. I recall hearing from the sex elders that one must draw their sword 1,000 times daily for 10 years to achieve even minor success. By my calculations, the sword drawing technique has only recently emerged, making it improbable for anyone to master it. That is good to hear. Wu Fan sighed with relief. His anticipation for the sword drawing technique rekindled. If this was the case, the technique might still be undiscovered, leaving him with an opportunity. Upon returning home, Lu Tsongnan glanced at the girl behind him, momentarily taken aback. Realm. Initial stage of blood exchange realm in just a few days. She had reached the blood exchange realm? Lu Tsongnan was astonished. Although he knew of her remarkable talent, he had not anticipated such rapid progress. Name. Zhongli Realm. Initial stage of blood exchange realm. Fate. Daughter of Destiny. Shadow Manipulator. Empress. Recent turning point. Activated bloodline gradually due to special stimulus. Bloodline activation? Lu Tsongnan was surprised upon comprehending Zheng Li's attributes. He had not expected the existence of a bloodline. However, he quickly regained his composure. No longer envious. Given that Wu Fan's opportunity had been seized by him, yet he continued to receive fortunes, what of Zheng Li? It was worth noting that both of them were destined for greatness. Possibly even adversaries in the future. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Tsongnan spoke. Do not worry about me. Your senior brother only acts when he is assured. I see. Zheng Li nodded eagerly. It is now perilous to be associated with me due to the recent notoriety. Let us continue your training in the sword drawing technique, aiming for early mastery. With that, Lu Tsongnan took Zheng Li's right hand. Beginning to demonstrate each move, he analyzed the optimal and quickest ways to draw the sword. Zheng Li was somewhat flustered. As a girl, she initially wished to refuse, aware of the propriety that discouraged physical contact between genders. Yet, under Lu Tsongnan's assertive guidance, she found herself unable to refuse, her face flushed as she practiced. Regardless of the circumstances, one must maintain a tranquil heart. The sword drawing technique, though reliant on swift reflexes, requires calmness, otherwise even the fastest draw will miss its mark. Why are your hands trembling? Lu Tsongnan inquired, noticing Zheng Li's distress. After a moment, she timidly replied, Senior brother, you are holding too tightly. I cannot exert any force. Her face turned a deep crimson as she spoke. Lu Tsongnan glanced down, realizing he had indeed gripped her too firmly. He released his hold, feigning nonchalance. Your senior brother has just engaged in a battle and is a bit tense. Let us try again, but this time, I shall be gentler. I assure you, no excessive force is required. Oh, Zheng Li lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Seeing the girl's bashfulness, Lu Tsongnan smiled, appreciating her innocence. After a while, he finally released Zheng Li's hand. Practice what I have taught you. I have a matter to attend to and will return later to continue your instruction. With that, he turned and left. Not forgetting the opportunity he sought from Wu Fan, as Zheng Li stood in place. Watching Lu Tsongnan's retreating figure, her expression was complex. She pondered why someone so extraordinary would take an interest in someone as ordinary as herself. Even though she was not particularly bright, she understood that a boy holding a girl's hand for such a duration implied something significant. In that moment, ripples stirred within her heart, creating waves of emotion. Traversing through the inner disciples' quarters, the life and death arena, and the medicinal hall, Lu Tsongnan arrived at the sword hall. After obtaining the legacy, one could ascend to greatness in an instant. As I have said, if I wish to prevent the sex annihilation, I must intercept this opportunity and suppress Wu Fan's ascent. Within the Wuzhizong, there were 8 grand halls, each representing a distinct lineage. This was the sex foundation. The sword hall, named for its focus on swordsmanship, boasted the most powerful techniques. Regrettably, due to the demise of the sword hall master, the sex sword techniques had lost their legacy, resulting in the lineage's neglect for 2 decades. Lu Tsongnan gazed at the tightly sealed sword hall and murmured, The legacy of the sword hall? It shall belong to me. Lu Tsongnan, Chapter 20. The legacy of the sword hall. Lu Tsongnan, akin to a seasoned hunter, quietly observed the sun descending beyond the western mountains. As the evening glow painted the horizon in resplendent hues, gazing westward, he beheld a myriad of rays cascading downwards, while the distant, undulating verdant peaks stood out with striking contours, their stark contrasts of light and shadow creating a silhouette of sharp angles, half ablaze in crimson, half shrouded in shadowed. At this moment, the entire sect was enveloped in a brilliant red hue. The entrance of the Sword Hall, numerous disciples strolled with their companions, while others engaged in sparring to validate their recent training endeavors. On the 4,399th step of the hall's entrance, Lu Tsongnan recalled the information about Wu Fan. The entrance comprised a total of 4,400 steps, said to have been constructed by the founder of the Sword Hall to test disciples, requiring them to ascend without any internal force, relying solely on their physical capabilities. With his head bowed, Lu Tsongnan began to ascend the steps one by one. In that moment, a phrase echoed in his mind. From this day forth, I shall be like Zhao Gao, climbing step by step to the pinnacle. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. What good is it to climb so high, when one remains a eunuch? He began to meticulously count, his mind swirling with questions. Why was the legacy left at the 4,399th step? And why not at the very last? As he pondered, he ascended step after step, 500, 1,005, 2,005, 3,005. Soon, he found himself atop the 4,000th step, where the distance between the steps had noticeably widened. Lu Tsongnan observed that the spacing was now half as close as before. Nevertheless, for someone of Lu Tsongnan's caliber, this was still a trivial challenge. He quickly drew closer to the legacy point 4,390.4,391.4,390-3. At last, Lu Tsongnan reached the 4,399th step, halting his ascent. Here it was. Noticing no discernible difference from the previous steps, he crouched down to examine the area closely. According to the information he had gathered, the legacy of the Sword Hall was located here, yet it provided no guidance on how to obtain it. In that moment, Lu Tsongnan felt akin to a certain renowned figure from his past life, who once said, "Once a person experiences love, their intelligence and emotional quotient will rise, and troubles will dissipate." But the question remained, where does one find love? The figure offered no answers, leaving behind a mysterious number, 4,399. After this moment of contemplation, Lu Tsongnan gradually calmed his mind and sought the legacy through various means. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Half an hour passed with no progress. It seemed as if this place was utterly ordinary, devoid of any legacy. This realization furrowed Lu Tsongnan's brow. Could it be that there truly was no connection? With all methods exhausted, he reluctantly grasped the sword in his hand and began to silently recite the incantation of the sword-drawing technique. As the incantation left his mind, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The steps began to tremble slightly, and simultaneously, a surge of sword intent manifested, rushing into Lu Tsongnan's body. In an instant, fragments of memory flooded Lu Tsongnan's mind. He saw a young man, possessing average talent, who, after enduring countless hardships, managed to join the Wuzhizong. Through perseverance, he fortuitously acquired the legacy of the sword god. The scene shifted before Lu Tsongnan's eyes, akin to viewing a slideshow. As he witnessed the memories of the former master of the Sword Hall, he now comprehended why his sword-drawing technique could trigger the legacy. It stemmed from the same source. The memories continued to unfold. After obtaining the sword goddess legacy, the young man rapidly rose to prominence, becoming the master brother of the Sword Hall within a decade. Yet, while others admired his outward success, he was tormented internally. For he had glimpsed a higher sky but found himself unable to break through to a greater realm due to his limited talent. Consequently, he resorted to risky ventures, traveling across rivers and challenging formidable opponents. As time flowed on, many years passed, and the once young man had transformed into a middle-aged figure. His cultivation and practical experience had long surpassed that of his peers, leading him to become the master of the Wuzhizong Sword Hall. However, for reasons unknown, the knowledge of his possession of the sword goddess legacy spread, attracting the attention of the sword goddess enemies. Despite the resistance from many powerful figures within the Wuzhizong, the overwhelming strength of the enemies dealt a crushing blow to the sect. A fierce battle left the Wuzhizong gravely weakened, transforming it from the foremost sect of the East to a third-rate faction. In the midst of this conflict, the master of the Sword Hall sustained severe injuries, rendering his foundational strength crippled and his cultivation aspirations dashed. Thus, he left behind the legacy at the 4,399th step. also conveying to future generations that he had been but a step away from touching the heavens. Indeed, in that battle, the master of the Sword Hall had single-handedly slain countless powerful foes. After absorbing this knowledge, Lu Tsongnan smirked. He had initially thought that the master had left the legacy at the penultimate step to impart the wisdom that retreating a step could lead to broader horizons. Little did he expect that it was instead a lamentation of having been just a step away from the divine. However, it was indeed a fortunate coincidence. Lu Tsongnan narrowed his eyes. It was through the sword-drawing technique that he had attained the legacy, a rather unexpected turn of events. No wonder no one had acquired the legacy of the Sword Hall for decades. Although the Wuzhizong had now fallen to a third-rate sect, it remained relatively stable. As Lu Tsongnan contemplated this, he suddenly sensed something amiss. If that were the case, could it be that after Wu Fan acquired this opportunity, he was subsequently pursued by the enemies of the Sword God, leading to the annihilation of the sect? Lu Tsongnan realized that this opportunity was indeed perilous. Before he could hesitate further, memories continued to surface in his mind, encompassing a wealth of knowledge regarding cultivation, sword techniques, and insights from the former master of the Sword Hall. Among these were the Sword Goddess legacy and the sword techniques of the Wuzhizong, all meticulously inscribed within Lu Tsongnan's consciousness. Predecessor, you mentioned that the Wuzhizong possesses an unparalleled legacy? Meanwhile, beneath the Sword Hall, Wu Fan had arrived, learning of the great opportunity within the hall, prompting him to hurry forth without delay. Indeed, though the Wuzhizong was now a third-rate sect, it had once been the foremost sect in the eastern continent. In Wu Fan's mind, the voice of the mysterious woman echoed. Years ago, the master of the Wuzhizong Sword Hall acquired the legacy of the sword God that battle 30 years ago. A single stroke of his sword claimed the life of one of my friends. The Sword Goddess legacy? Wu Fan exclaimed. Does that mean it is a guaranteed ascent to greatness? Just as Wu Fan reveled in exhilaration, the woman's voice suddenly shifted to one of alarm. Wait, why can I no longer sense the aura of the legacy? Chapter 21. The fate uncertain. We are all beasts of burden outside the Sword Hall. A throng of inner disciples hurried over upon hearing the news. What has transpired? Why are the higher-ups gathered here? Does anyone know what is happening? The inner disciples clustered together, whispering amongst themselves, yet no one could ascertain the situation. Soon after, an elder arrived to disperse the crowd. Predecessor, did you hear those elders discussing? Wu Fan fixed his gaze on Lu Tsongnan, who sat cross-legged above, his eyes filled with envy. He felt as though these opportunities rightfully belonged to him. Yet he could not fathom why they had been snatched away in Wu Fan's mind. The woman's voice sighed softly. The legacy of the Sword God has fallen into the hands of another. Such a pity. Such a pity. Such a pity. The mysterious figure lamented 3 times. Having witnessed the memories of the master of the Sword Hall, Lu Tsongnan was left in awe. This individual was truly remarkable, having bested all his peers, and was the only genius in a century to astonish the 8 continents. Residing in the eastern continent, his name had long since spread beyond its borders, a figure of unparalleled grace, unmatched in his era, dazzling the world with his extraordinary talent. If not for the arrival of the Sword Goddess enemies, he likely would have surpassed the established powers by now. Lu Tsongnan couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, there are always those greater than oneself. While he possessed a golden opportunity, one must not underestimate the vastness of the world and its inhabitants. At the twilight of the Sword Hall master's life, he left behind a fragment of memory upon realizing his foundation had been shattered, and Lu Tsongnan's sight. A middle-aged man stood resolutely against the wind, wielding an iron sword. As he turned to face Lu Tsongnan, their eyes met for what felt like an eternity. Congratulations on obtaining the Sword Goddess legacy. I care not who you are, nor your humble origins, or whether you are ruthless in your endeavors. However, since you have acquired the legacy, I hope that when you are capable, you will look after the Wuzhizong. Furthermore, after obtaining the legacy, do not become arrogant or complacent. Remember that cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you shall regress. Strive diligently, and if possible, embark on a journey to other continents on my behalf. In the end, the voice was laced with profound regret. Clearly, this final appearance was meant to leave behind these 2 phrases. Encapsulating his own longing, he understood what the Lord of the Hall regretted. It was the promise made to his beloved to marry her, a vow that ultimately went unfulfilled. Rest assured, Lu Tsongnan rose to his feet, his demeanor serious. Having received your legacy, I cannot guarantee much, but when the time comes for assistance, I shall not hesitate, he added. As for your fiancée, should the opportunity arise, I will certainly lend my aid. At that moment, Lu Tsongnan's gaze was resolute, though a closer inspection would reveal a flicker of relief in his eyes. If he had not seized this opportunity midway, it would have been exceedingly difficult to suppress Wu Fan once he acquired this legacy. With the disappearance of the Lord of the Hall, the sword intent that had loomed over Lu Tsongnan vanished as well. Without the shadow of the sword intent, Lu Tsongnan was momentarily startled. His vision was met with a multitude of powerful sect members, all gazing at him with the same admiration one might reserve for a beautiful woman. This made Lu Tsongnan instinctively tighten his clothing. Could these individuals possess unusual proclivities? As Lu Tsongnan's thoughts wandered, a gentle voice broke through. You are Lu Tsongnan, correct? Have you inherited the legacy? The elder's demeanor was cordial, and upon looking up, Lu Tsongnan saw the usually stern elder standing respectfully beside him. In that instant, he comprehended the elder's extraordinary status. Therefore, Lu Tsongnan dared not show any negligence and bowed, stating, Senior, I have successfully inherited your legacy. Upon hearing this, the elder replied calmly, That is good. Although his tone was tranquil, a smile crept across the elder's lips, revealing his palpable excitement. This elder was Zhu Yihui, the supreme elder of the Wuzhizong and the former master of the hall. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan pondered deeply. No wonder the elder was so enthusiastic. There was indeed a deeper connection at play. I have met you, senior. Lu Tsongnan immediately offered a bow of respect. There is no need for such formality. Zhu Yihui shook his head. Since you have received the legacy of the hall master, you may henceforth refer to me as Shirshu. This left Lu Tsongnan somewhat bewildered. He had inherited the legacy of the hall master. Who was the elder's disciple, yet the elder insisted he call him Shirshu? The relationship was quite convoluted. As if sensing Lu Tsongnan's confusion, the sect leader spoke up, Junior brother, since Shirshu has said so, you should comply. The sect leader took the initiative to express his closeness, and seeing this made Lu Tsongnan hesitate no longer to Oh, I have met Shirshu. Greetings to all my senior brothers, good. Upon hearing Lu Tsongnan's respectful address, the elder stepped forward, intending to pat Lu Tsongnan on the shoulder. However, realizing that such an action might be inappropriate on their first meeting, he withdrew his hand. You should return and rest well. My nephew, once I choose an auspicious day, we shall hold a grand ceremony for your apprenticeship. At that time, the hall will be entrusted to you, and I believe it will flourish under your leadership. This declaration left Lu Tsongnan in a state of disbelief. Before he could respond, the elder began to impart wisdom. You must harbor curiosity about this world, engage with it continuously, and constantly evolve. Each small advancement brings with it a measure of joy. Do not fear or worry. In 10 years, all that troubles you now will merely be a footnote. You will surely be grateful to your present self for persevering. The greatest significance of life lies not in reaching a particular destination, but in embracing each moment of the journey. Lu Tsongnan was momentarily stunned. He had not expected to be inundated with such motivational platitudes in this world. While he had not lifted a single brick on the construction site, he was now being served spoonfuls of life advice. Nevertheless, for the position of hall master, he would respectfully consume this proverbial bitter medicine. Wuzhizong comprised 8 halls, with each hall master being the core of the sect. Ranking just below the supreme elders and above the other elders, Tio assumed such a prestigious position at his young age was akin to a meteoric rise. Typically, one would need to enter the inner sect and successfully break through to the extraordinary realm to apply for the position of an outer elder. However, the criteria were less stringent for those skilled in alchemy. To enter the inner sect, one needed to accumulate a substantial amount of contributions. As for the hall master position, the prerequisite was to have held the title of Daozi for at least 1 year. Each year, Wuzhizong would select one Daozi. Lu Tsongnan had never anticipated that just days ago, he was a nameless, marginal character, a mere foot soldier within the sect, and now, he had ascended to a status that could place him within the top ranks of Wuzhizong. How unpredictable life was, indeed. Who would believe such a tale if shared? Even the storytellers in tea houses would hesitate to create such a narrative. Truly, the adage holds. In an uncertain world, We are all dark horses. Chapter 22. The bell tolled even as he departed. Lu Tsangnan felt as though he were still ensnared in a dream. He believed that his name would only emerge several years hence. Yet, unexpectedly, merely by intercepting Wu Fan's opportunity, he had reached heights unattainable by others in a matter of days. Zhu Yihue personally escorted him to a quaint villa where the elders resided. Before parting, Zhu Yihue affectionately referred to him as nephew repeatedly. It was worth noting that this individual was the supreme elder of Wuzhizong. However, Lu Tsangnan felt a surge of wariness within. Such warmth in adult interactions often masked ulterior motives. It was merely a matter of mutual need. The elder's enthusiasm likely stemmed from a vested interest in the legacy Lu Tsangnan had inherited. He resolved to tread carefully, undertaking ventures with courage and diligence. Yet, this was fortuitous, as he required resources, and now, as the hall master, he need not worry about procuring cultivation materials in the immediate future. Lu Tsangnan couldn't help but reflect on this, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. How fortunate he was to have successfully acquired the legacy. Otherwise, had Wu Fan inherited the legacy and ascended to greatness, targeting him would have posed significant challenges. It was not unthinkable that, after inheriting the hall master's identity, Wu Fan would expedite the annihilation of Wuzhizong. Now, had the fate of Wuzhizong been altered? Curiosity piqued, Lu Tsangnan glanced at his status panel. Name: Lu Tsangnan Realm. Initial stage of the training realm fate. Premature demise life script. Supporting role recent turning point. Inherited the legacy of the Hall Master. Becoming the Hall Master of Wuzhizong. A meteoric rise. 3 months hence. Wuzhizong faces annihilation, resulting in death. His fate remained unchanged. Lu Tsangnan narrowed his eyes, brow furrowed. He had assumed that by seizing the protagonist's opportunity, he could alter the fate of Wuzhizong. Not to say it would avoid annihilation entirely, but at least it should delay the inevitable. Yet, the turning point still foretold destruction, and it had come 2 months earlier than anticipated. What was happening? Having seized the legacy of the Hall Master, why had the demise of Wuzhizong accelerated? Lu Tsangnan paused, then swiftly deduced the cause. It must be that the Sword Goddess legacy had been leaked. However, the sect had already sealed itself off, so such an occurrence should not have transpired. Therefore, the presence of a traitor within the sect became evident. With this realization, a glimmer of determination flickered in Lu Tsangnan's eyes. To confirm this, it was unnecessary to rush. He merely needed to observe the status panels of others to identify the traitor. For now, he would focus on consolidating his inheritance, firmly establish his position as Hall Master, and then utilize resources to break through, continuing to seize opportunities from Wu Fan. After devising a simple plan, Lu Tsangnan began to concentrate on digesting the legacy bestowed upon him as the Hall Master. As events unfolded within Wuzhizong, discussions began to swirl. The commotion was simply too immense. Rarely seen sect elders had made appearances, and it was evident to all that something significant had transpired. Particularly, Lu Tsangnan, who had slain an outer elder just the day prior, only heightened their intrigue. Consequently, an array of speculations began to circulate. The following day, at dawn, the morning stars shone brightly in the sky as the east lightened. Inner sect disciples prepared to venture out on missions, only to be astonished to find not only were there no tasks assigned, but they were also prohibited from leaving. They quickly sought out the elders, who offered little explanation, merely instructing them to remain compliant. As word spread, how could anyone remain still? Whether inner or outer disciples, all speculated that a major event was unfolding. An atmosphere reminiscent of an impending storm began to brew. Senior, within the inner disciples' quarters, Wu Fan called out to the elder in his mind, his expression filled with fury. Are you certain that my opportunity was seized by Lu Tsangnan? In Wu Fan's mind. The woman appeared pale and weak, responding, indeed. It was he. I just conducted a divination. Both the sword technique and the sword goddess legacy have been claimed by him. Upon hearing this, the sharpness in Wu Fan's hawk-like eyes narrowed. Fixating intently on Lu Tsangnan's courtyard, a flicker of barely perceptible malice crossing his gaze. Originally, it was he who was destined to ascend. Wu Fan clenched his fists, consumed by a profound sense of resentment. The opportunity that had slipped away was now within his grasp, and at this moment, he had risen to prominence. Moreover, with the title of Sword Hall Master, he had acquired a status that, even if discovered by his enemies, would instill a certain trepidation toward the Wuji sect, deterring any hasty actions against him. What a splendid opportunity it was, now usurped by that scoundrel. His heart brimmed with hatred. At this moment, Wu Fan was on the verge of losing control when a woman's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to reconsider. Take a step back, don't dwell too much on it. Lu Tsongnan has ascended to heights you cannot compare to. You still have enemies pursuing you. Do not establish formidable foes within the Wuji sect. Endure for now. The road ahead is long. We shall see how it unfolds. Having met death once, the woman adopted a perspective of acceptance. Faced with her counsel, although Wu Fan felt a deep sense of unwillingness, he ultimately succumbed to despair, lowering his head and murmuring, "Senior, I understand." Wu Fan recognized that outside of the senior's influence, he was merely a useless individual from a remote town, and despite the myriad of grievances swirling within him, he dared not display them to 18 noon. As everyone concluded their training, whispers circulated among both the inner and outer disciples. "Do you know what has happened? Why is everyone barred from leaving?" "I don't know. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation." Indeed, I heard from an inner disciple that all external missions of the sect have been cancelled. In the small town at the outskirts of the Wuji sect, Zhang Li, overhearing the discussions, was equally perplexed. What could have transpired within the sect? At that moment, she inexplicably thought of Lu Tsongnan. It had been a day since she last saw him, and now, a significant event unfolded within the Wuji sect. She wondered if her senior brother had returned. If he was trapped outside, it would be disastrous. Zhang Li's concerns were not unfounded, for she was currently prohibited from entering the inner sect. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall were resolute in their stance, treating her no differently despite her current status. As the inner sect buzzed with speculation, it became evident that a significant incident had occurred concerning an inner disciple. Though the specifics were still unclear, the sect was sealed due to this individual. At this moment, conjectures arose among the disciples. Could it be that an important treasure of the sect was stolen? Or perhaps spies from rival sects had been apprehended? Under the weight of curiosity, the following day, the inner sect of Wuji finally stirred with activity. However, the commotion exceeded everyone's expectations. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, 7 resounding chimes echoed from the depths of the inner sect. The 7 tolls signified an extremely important event had transpired within the sect, something unprecedented in the past decade. It was said that the last time 7 chimes rang was during the ascension of the current sect master a decade ago. Could it be that a new sect master was to be appointed? One disciple speculated, only to shake his head in contemplation. The current sect master was in the prime of life, performing exceptionally well. It seemed improbable for a sudden change. Simultaneously, a command was dispatched from the Grand Elder. Shortly thereafter, numerous sect elders and inner disciples made their way to the hall of the outer sect. As they passed by one another, familiar faces exchanged inquiries. "Do you know what has transpired in the sect?" "I'm not sure, but the ringing of 7 chimes indicates that this matter pertains to the sect's future." The entire Wuji sect became animated, with all individuals gathering outside, driven by curiosity. At this moment, Wu Fan speculated that the grand display orchestrated by the Wuji sect likely related to Lu Tsongnan inheriting the Sword Hall's legacy. Though discomfort surged within him, he remembered the explicit regulations upon joining the sect. Anyone who heard 3 or more chimes, barring those in closed-door meditation, was required to assemble. Thus, he hastened toward the outer sect. In the small town, a throng of miscellaneous disciples stood guard at the entrance of the sect. They, too, had heard the 7 chimes and were filled with anxiety. Given the magnitude of the situation, some speculated that an intruder had breached their defenses, rendering the inner sanctum safer. Yet, they were currently barred from entry, leading to expressions of trepidation. At this moment, they suddenly realized how demeaning it was not to belong to the outer sect. The inner and outer realms appeared as 2 distinct worlds. As the crowd grew restless, a figure suddenly dashed towards them. Upon halting, the onlookers beheld a robust middle-aged man with a bushy beard, whose imposing stature and piercing gaze commanded attention. "Is he an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall?" one murmured. "Elder, what brings you to the small town?" "It's Zhou Hao." Despite the inner and outer disciples not recognizing each other well, they were familiar with the figures from the Law Enforcement Hall. Zhou Hao scanned the gathered miscellaneous disciples, and noticing Zheng Li was absent, he called out, Have you seen Zhongli? The Grand Elder has ordered her return to the outer sect. Zhongli? The miscellaneous disciples were taken aback. Why her? That pretty flower vase. Could it be that she has caught the eye of a certain elder? A wave of envy surged among them. Indeed, being attractive held its advantages, especially during critical moments when powerful individuals were willing to offer protection. At this moment, a wave of jealousy permeated the air. However, some perceptive individuals began to lead the way. Soon, Zhou Hao found Zhongli in a courtyard. Washing clothes, originally, Lu Tsongnan had prepared a room for her, but to care for her paralyzed aunt, she had to shuttle back and forth. Today, having lost hope of returning, Zhongli was home washing clothes. Upon seeing the elder before her, she lowered her head, appearing quite flustered. Zhou Hao recalled the Grand Elder's instructions and Lu Tsongnan's current status, and with a gentle demeanor, he said, "This is our second meeting. Yet you still seem so nervous." "I'm not," Zhongli replied softly, timidly raising her gaze to meet Zhou Hao's that moment. Zhou Hao's eyes brimmed with envy. Lu Tsongnan's ascension to the position of Sword Hall Master not only elevated him but also those around him, including the young woman before him. Though she was merely a miscellaneous disciple now, soon, she would transform entirely. Thus, Zhou Hao kindly said, "Come with me. Lu Tsongnan specifically requested to see you." "Brother Lu?" Zhongli looked up, momentarily stunned. "Indeed. You shall know shortly." With that, Zhou Hao led Zhongli out of the courtyard, smoothly entering the outer sect. Behind them, envious gazes followed their departure in the grand hall of the outer sect of Wuji. A multitude had gathered, filling the space to capacity. At the center stood the inner sect elders, followed by the inner disciples, then the outer sect elders and disciples, totaling over 5,000 individuals. It is worth noting that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Particularly the inner circle housed formidable figures capable of dominating entire kingdoms. In the eyes of the common folk, these individuals were akin to terrestrial deities, human monstrosities. This was the foundation of Wuji sect, far surpassing that of typical kingdoms. Had it not been for a previous conflict, countless sects would have flocked to observe the annual disciple recruitment. Regrettably, today, only a handful of kingdoms had come to witness the event. A stark contrast that elicited sighs of disappointment, silence, in midair. A figure levitated gracefully. Upon reaching the ethereal realm, one could fly. This individual was none other than the sect master of W. Oh, not panic. Today is a joyous occasion, for we are about to welcome the 9th Hall Master of Wuji sect. At this announcement, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, only to erupt into excitement moments later. The 9th Hall Master? Wuji sect is opening a 9th hall? Excitement rippled through the disciples, as they comprehended what the establishment of the 9th hall signified. Opportunity. Each hall was replete with chances for advancement. Furthermore, it represented a display of the sect's strength. It was known that at the peak, Wuji sect boasted a total of 32 halls, each master being a pinnacle expert. If one were to be singled out, they could subdue an entire kingdom. Which elder has broken through to the ethereal realm? It should be elderly. He was the only one on the cusp of that realm among the extraordinary. That's splendid. The sect is growing stronger. I wonder what the new hall's legacy will entail. If it involves concealed weaponry, that would be remarkable. At this moment, many disciples began to anticipate the future. Although each person could only join one hall, they could audit other halls and gain a wealth of knowledge. If it were indeed the hall of concealed weapons, their methods of attack would diversify significantly, enhancing their safety in the outside world. Amidst the crowd, Wu Fan's brow furrowed deeply. A newly established lineage could not possibly be the Sword Hall, could it? Wu Fan's heart was in turmoil. If his suspicions were indeed correct, that a disciple not yet 20 had overnight ascended to the position of the Hall Master, what immense fortuity could possibly underlie such a transformation? If this were true, then what had he lost in this instance? Surely not, surely not. It must be that he was overthinking the matter. How could the Wuji sect appoint a disciple who had yet to reach the transcendence realm as a hall master? Chapter 24. Doubt. As the crowd awaited with bated breath, the figure of the Grand Elder materialized before the sect leader. A resonant voice emanated from his lips, clear and distinct, reaching the ears of the disciples below. I am aware that you are all curious about the events that have transpired. However, given the gravity of the situation, I hereby decree that no other elders disseminate this information. Today marks a pivotal opportunity for our sect's ascendants. At that moment, silence reigned. All eyes were lifted skyward. Zhu Yihui proclaimed, "I announce that, effective immediately, the ninth hall of the Wu Ji sect is hereby established." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the hall master below, and he nodded in affirmation. Simultaneously, the other 8 hall masters soared into the air, standing alongside the Grand Elder. They exchanged glances, nodding in unison, and together they bellowed, "Commence!" With their collective formation, a radiant white light coalesced around them. Soaring skyward and alighting upon the peaks to the northwest of the outer hall, a resounding clang echoed. Concurrently, a melodious sword chant resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd, as the spiritual energy dissipated. A beam of sword energy ascended into the heavens, lingering in the air like a wisp of smoke. This sword energy was palpable to all present. Sword energy. Is the newly established hall the sword hall? A disciple pointed at the sword energy in the sky, his mouth agape and pupils constricted. He was not alone. Most of those familiar with history stood in disbelief, their mouths agape, for the Wu Ji sect's previous glories were intrinsically linked to the sword hall. The Wu Ji sect was the foremost sect of the Eastern continent, which could be rephrased as the sword hall of the Wu Ji sect reigning supreme in the Eastern continent. The legendary figure who had left such an indelible mark on history continued to elicit admiration to this day. One man, one sword. An era was subdued. The resurgence of the sword hall evoked memories of that man. My idol and my father's idol, indeed. He elevated the sect to an unattainable pinnacle. As the crowd marveled, more and more individuals became aware of the sword hall's legendary past, and the prospect of its legacy ignited fervor in many eyes. Who would not wish to emulate that man, suppressing their peers and casting all prodigies into their shadows? At that moment, many inner sect disciples harbored a singular hope, that their own master would be the hall master of the sword hall. They yearned to be that fortunate one. At that juncture, the Grand Elder addressed the assembly. The newly inaugurated ninth hall is the sword hall. I believe the tales of the sword hall need no embellishment. You have all undoubtedly heard of them. The inheritor of the sword hall is Lu Tsongnan, an inner sect disciple. From this day forth, he shall be the hall master of the sword hall. And he is also my nephew. Upon hearing this declaration, incredulity filled the eyes of all disciples, save for the elders. What had they just heard? An inner sect disciple becoming the hall master of the sword hall? Was this madness? This was the prevailing thought among them. One must understand that a hall master not only possesses formidable strength, but also a breadth of knowledge. How else could they instruct disciples? An inner sect disciple simply lacked the qualifications. The crowd was astonished by the Grand Elder's decision and curious as to what merits Lu Tsongnan possessed to deserve such a title. How could this be? Among them, Wu Fan stood, mouth agape, utterly flabbergasted. Was it truly this person who had claimed the sword hall? His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as he stared with reddened eyes at the sky above. Biting his lip, he paced restlessly, occasionally stomping his foot in a display of frustration and anxiety. This was his opportunity, yet now, he could only watch as another basked in the glory while he remained a mere spectator. Zheng Li, standing at the periphery, wore an expression of shock, her mouth agape as she stammered, Lu Shixiao? In that moment, a pin drop could be heard. The disciples exchanged glances, each reflecting the disbelief they felt. Those elders who had received the information in advance fared better, but for the sect's disciples, accepting this news was a monumental challenge. How could it be that they had all struggled together, only for this individual to suddenly emerge victorious? The position of hall master was the lifelong aspiration of most disciples, yet today, it had been attained by an inner sect disciple. As time passed, information about Lu Tsongnan began circulating among the disciples. The oldest senior brother of the outer sect, at the refinement realm, he had slain Elder Li Qijuan. Though a refinement realm practitioner, Elder Li was merely of the same cultivation level. Was such strength suitable to assume the role of hall master? The hall master represented the sect's power, and the minimum requirement was the conception realm. Was it appropriate for a refinement realm practitioner to take office? Indeed, if this were to spread, would it not invite ridicule from other sects? Had the higher-ups acted impulsively? Below, the outer sect disciples dared not voice their opinions, while the inner sect disciples, particularly those who had previously received commendations, began to voice their doubts. Upon learning of Lu Tsongnan's status, they began to question. They believed their own strength and talent far surpassed that of Lu Tsongnan. Those who doubted were all at the refinement realm, with some even boasting ages of 25. Having reached the transcendence realm, if Lu Tsongnan were a conception realm elder, they would have no objections, for he would be stronger than them. However, seeing Lu Tsongnan's cultivation level, they felt that the position of Hall Master could just as easily be theirs. Meanwhile, in Wu Fan's mind, a woman spoke meaningfully. I have thought of a way to prevent Lu Tsongnan from assuming the position of Hall Master of the Sword Hall. Ah? The previously furious Wu Fan, upon hearing this, immediately inquired, Senior, what is the method? Although Wu Fan had resigned himself to the situation, the prospect of interfering with Lu Tsongnan's ascension filled him with excitement. If it were possible, he would welcome the chance for Lu Tsongnan to experience the loss of opportunity that he himself felt. Given that so many disciples were questioning Lu Tsongnan, why not seize the opportunity to intervene before his inauguration? Consider this. If a Hall Master were to be defeated publicly by a disciple, and in a dismal fashion, would he still have the qualifications to inherit that position? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan nodded vigorously in agreement, though he hesitated. Senior, who will challenge him? Although Lu Tsongnan is quite detestable, his strength is not to be underestimated. He was able to slay elderly. Before Wu Fan could finish his thought, the woman interrupted, Do not worry, I have already selected the challenger. Oh, you see that disciple in green attire behind the inner sect elder? Wu Fan looked up and his expression brightened. It's him, Zhao Wudi, the most likely candidate to earn the title of Daozi this year. Chapter 25. Breaking 3 realms in a day on the other side. Lu Tsongnan pushed open the grand doors of the Sword Hall. Before him lay pavilions and towers amid the clouds, with unique rocks and stones arranged artfully. Lu Tsongnan strolled through the verdant paths adorned with flowers, listening to the gentle trickle of clear springs, the melodious chirps of birds echoing amidst the rare blooms, and the harmonious buzzing of insects, creating a symphony of nature. However, his gaze transcended the beauty of the scenery. As he made his way directly into the Sword Hall's treasury, upon entering, he felt an unprecedented surge of excitement in his arms, akin to a famished individual suddenly encountering a feast of exquisite delicacies. As he stepped into the treasury, his eyes were immediately drawn to dozens of antiques. So many antiques. Lu Tsongnan's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he regarded the haphazardly arranged treasures on the shelves. His heart involuntarily tightened at the thought of such significant items being so carelessly overlooked. Licking his lips, Lu Tsongnan felt the stirring in his arms and hastened to the shelves. I've struck gold. A single glance left Lu Tsongnan wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded, murmuring to himself, My heavens! A total of 37 antiques. The Tianlong jade pendant, the Beizhou ceramic inkstone, the royal brush holder from the northwest, high-grade wolf hairbrushes, and what appeared to be ancient scrolls from a millennium ago, not to mention a painting of a lady hanging on the wall. All of it sent tremors of energy through his limbs. These are pure energies. Lu Tsongnan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He then began to circulate the ancient dragon-elephant technique to absorb the energy. Half an hour later, he mused, Is reaching the transcendence realm truly difficult? If any disciples from the Wu Ji sect were present to hear these words, they would surely be left in shock. Why was he so arrogant? Did he harbor some misunderstanding about the transcendence realm? It must be noted that among the Wu Ji sect, disciples who surpassed the transcendence realm were few and far between. Such figures, when placed in the outside world, would undoubtedly be renowned. However, Lu Tsong cast a meaningful glance at the outer gate, then broke into a smile. Yesterday, the Supreme Elder had informed him that today's appointment would likely involve some disciples causing trouble, advising him to remain unfazed. Initially, Lu Tsongnan had braced himself for the inevitable gossip from fellow disciples. Yet now, he felt a newfound confidence. Breaking through to the extraordinary realm was truly not as daunting as he had once thought. In the past, he would never have dared to utter such grandiose claims. However, feeling the vibrant energy coursing through his arm, Lu Tsongnan pondered a question. After expending this energy, to what heights could he ascend? How many realms could he transcend in one go? If his thoughts were to be revealed to others, he would surely be met with scorn. Others toiled for years merely to reach a minor realm, yet Lu Tsongnan dared to envision breaking through several at once. His hesitation stemmed from the realization that the energy absorbed by the ancient dragon-elephant technique could be utilized not only for breaking through realms, but also for enhancing skills. For instance, upgrading his swordsmanship. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Tsongnan reached a decision. He desired it all. Whether it be realms or skills, he, Lu Tsongnan, would strive to surpass every limit. With this resolve, Lu Tsongnan opened his eyes and gazed at his arm, choosing to break through 3 realms first. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged to life, flooding into Lu Tsongnan's body with wild abandon. As the energy infused his physical being, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. He advanced to the mid-stage of the training realm. With each of the 5 steps he took, his aura intensified, and after the 5th step, he attained the late stage of the training realm. He did not pause, continuing to stride forward another 5 steps. Upon reaching the 5th step, he broke into the extraordinary realm, progressing a small realm with each 5 steps. My name is Zhao Wudi, from Xinjie Village, Qinghe County, Dongzhou, a lineage of single inheritance, masters of ancestral spear techniques. In my youth, I had little fondness for practicing with a spear. I held a disdainful view of those who wielded swords, considering them delicate, and regarded those who wielded knives as brutes. My perspective on wielding a long spear was that it was neither masculine nor feminine. Yet, I could not defy my father. After 3 years of being beaten, I ultimately embarked on the path of spear training. It was that very year that I fell in love with the art of the spear. The following year, I joined a sect, where as a novice, I encountered the world's prodigies, the geniuses of the blood exchange realm, and the disciples skilled in swordsmanship. Within the sect, I felt as if I were but a speck in an endless sea of stars. Acutely aware of my own insignificance, that year, standing at the outer gate, I felt like a mere lackey. It was also that year that I sparred with my peers, only to suffer defeat time and again. I did not win a single match, ranking dead last. In desperation, I returned home to beseech my father for the ancestral spear techniques. The following year, I began to shine, toppling every obstacle in my path with one spear after another. That year, I was in my prime, wielding a spear that vanquished countless prodigies, earning me the title of the greatest genius of Wuzong. It was also that year that I broke through to the blood exchange realm and successfully entered the inner sect. That year marked the beginning of my legend. I, Zhao Wudi, practiced with a spear at the age of 10, grasped the essence of spear techniques by 11, and by 20, had mastered the spear arts of the world, surpassing my contemporaries in Wuzong without rivals. Standing behind the elders of the inner sect, Zhao Wudi listened silently as the supreme elder read aloud, concealing his envy. Naturally, he felt a pang of jealousy, having ascended so rapidly and acquired the inheritance of the sword hall. Nevertheless, Zhao Wudi managed to suppress his envy. Yet, in the next moment, a crimson spiritual force silently descended upon Zhao Wudi's shoulder. Suddenly, Zhao Wudi sensed something amiss. Although he had yet to meet Lu Tsongnan, he inexplicably felt a surge of aversion towards the very name in his heart. It was as if this person were his enemy. This mounting irritation gradually reddened Zhao Wudi's eyes. A vague voice echoed in his heart, urging him to intervene. It is he who has usurped your opportunity. Originally, it was you who should have soared to great heights. As this inner cry intensified, Zhao Wudi's eyes blazed with fury. Just an inner sect disciple, how dare he assume the title of Sword Hall Master? With this thought, jealousy flooded Zhao Wudi's gaze. The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became. Grasping his spear, he stepped forward and declared in a resonant voice, "Master, I believe this is inappropriate." This proclamation struck like thunder on a clear day. Upon hearing this, both elders and disciples turned their attention to Zhao Wudi, curious to know which audacious individual dared to challenge the sect's decision. However, upon recognizing it was Zhao Wudi, they paused momentarily before averting their gazes. It was Zhao Wudi, no cause for concern. The sole disciple of the sect master, no matter how he questioned, he would face no repercussions. In the crowd, Wu Fan observed this scene, and his dim eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of excitement, akin to 2 tiny flames igniting in the night, a hint of surprise flashing across his features. Lu Tsongnan, so you two have come to this day? Truly, the wheel of fate turns, and heaven spares none. Zhao Wudi was no stranger to Wu Fan, a genuine prodigy. Among the inner sect disciples, he ranked within the top 10. With such a figure causing trouble, Lu Tsongnan would undoubtedly find himself in a predicament. Truly impressive that a senior could influence such a prodigy. Remarkable. Wu Fan clenched his fists in exhilaration. With such a strong background in prowess, this prodigy's intervention would secure the outcome. At that moment, Wu Fan began to envision Lu Songnan's flustered expression when obstructed. Just the thought of it filled Wu Fan with satisfaction. What he could not attain, Lu Songnan should not aspire to either. Meanwhile, the sect master cast a glance at Zhao Wudi, his brow furrowing slightly. "What nonsense are you spouting? Withdraw at once." In the face of his master's reprimand, Zhao Wudi stood his ground, boldly retorting, "Master, it is widely accepted that strength begets authority. Moreover, Lu Songnan, a mere newly admitted disciple, possesses only the cultivation of the training realm. How can someone of such limited ability command respect as the Sword Hall Master? Furthermore, what merit has he to become our senior?" As these words fell, the discontented inner sect disciples began to voice their agreement. "Master, it is indeed as he says. If Lu Songnan is competent, I feel I could also take on the role." "I think the same." With Zhao Wudi leading the charge, more and more disciples joined in questioning. However, the outer sect disciples remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama. Though they believed Lu Songnan was unworthy, they understood that they were even less deserving. Wu Fan smiled faintly at this spectacle, a subtle smile flitting across his pale cheeks, appearing restrained and modest, akin to a fleeting flower. Continue to question. In Wu Fan's heart, he hoped the situation would escalate further. Zhao Wudi, spear in hand, stood tall, defiantly gazing at the supreme elder above, his eyes brimming with defiance. "Elder, I am not seeking trouble. My spear philosophy is one of unwavering resolve." The sect master hastily turned to explain to the supreme elder. Upon hearing this, the already irate Zhu Yihui furrowed his brow. He squinted slightly, scanning the crowd, his gaze drifting over the familiar faces of inner sect disciples. Noting their expressions of indignation, the supreme elder realized many promising disciples were now filled with righteous anger. Clearly, they were dissatisfied with his decision. In that moment, Zhu Yihui began to question if he had been too hasty. The supreme elder then glanced at the other hall masters and noticed that although they remained silent, they did not reprimand the dissenting disciples. Sometimes, inaction signifies tacit approval. Clearly, they were too concerned about their own authority to directly oppose him, but were willing to indulge their disciples' unrest. At this moment, the supreme elder felt quite troubled. After all, despite his status, the sect thrived on collective effort. His actions had drawn the ire of the majority. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Lu Songnan arrived at the outer gate. Chapter 26. He has become arrogant at the outer gate. The biting northern winds howled, stirring flurries of snow and scattering withered leaves and yellow papers across the streets. Observing the supreme elder's indecisiveness, Zhao Wudi proclaimed loudly, "Elder, I have recently gained insights and have vaguely touched upon the threshold of spear intent." The supreme elder furrowed his brow, seriousness etched upon his face. "You have comprehended spear intent?" At this, Zhao Wudi fell silent, but as he gripped his spear, an incredibly sharp aura emanated from his body. Furthermore, a pure white spear intent swirled above his head. Even the other hall masters nodded in approval upon witnessing this scene. Clearly impressed. Though he had only grasped a fraction of spear intent, it was indeed a significant breakthrough. A promising talent, with a resolute mind. If he does not falter, the sect will certainly boast a spear hall master in 10 years. This youth should be nurtured vigorously. A few esteemed lords, at this moment, did not hesitate to lavish their praise upon Wu Fan, who stood with a long spear in hand, his gaze calm and unperturbed by honor or disgrace. This scene prompted many onlookers, who had been observing discreetly, to nod in silent approval. In the air, the Grand Elder wore a serious expression, his brows furrowed deeply. He had initially resolved, despite any opposition, to forcibly elevate Lu Songnan to the position of Sword Hall Master. However, Zhao Wudi had just unveiled his innate talent, which was hardly inferior to Lu Songnan's inherited prowess. Just as the Grand Elder found himself in a quandary, a faint voice echoed, "What is so remarkable about spear intent?" Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to a distant figure. A man with a stern countenance standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He was tall and slender, with striking features and a pair of eyes as deep as the ocean. Gazing intently at Zhao Wudi, his distant and profound gaze seemed lost in a far-off memory, imparting an air of desolation to his demeanor. as a gentle breeze tousled his garments. The newcomer was none other than Lu Tsongnan. According to his agreement with the Grand Elder, he was supposed to arrive a half-incense stick's time earlier. However, engrossed in the myriad antiques during his cultivation, he had lost track of time. The hue of his arm had transformed from white to green, then blue, purple, and finally settled on red. Is this Lu Shixiang? Such audacity. I have heard that you are merely at the stage of refining the body, yet to reach the extraordinary realm. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Upon Lu Tsongnan's arrival, Zhao Wudi embraced his spear against his chest and coldly inquired, "At such a young age?" He had touched upon the threshold of spear intent, and as a practitioner of the extraordinary realm, these were the two accomplishments Zhao Wudi took the greatest pride in. The former attested to his extraordinary talent. For upon reaching the ethereal realm, one must comprehend the essence of intent to ascend to higher levels. This proved that as long as Zhao Wudi did not falter midway, he was destined to become the foremost powerhouse of Wuji sect. His talents were not inferior to those of the former Sword Hall master. The latter demonstrated his steadfast perseverance over the years. He was worthy of pride. Though comprehend spear intent, he practiced tirelessly for a decade, with the spear never leaving his side, even during meals or sleep. Each year, he sought guidance from at least 20 formidable masters, resulting in numerous injuries. All these tribulations had led him to touch upon the threshold of spear intent. Yet, it was all worth it such a young age, having ascended to the extraordinary realm and grasped spear intent. How many could achieve what he had in the entirety of Dongzhou? Even in the annals of history, only the former Sword Hall master had done so. Now, that individual was deceased. He was indeed the unparalleled talent of Dongzhou. But what had Lu Tsongnan just proclaimed? What made him so remarkable? Naturally, Zhao Wudi felt a surge of indignation at the dismissive attitude towards his years of hard work. The Grand Elder, witnessing the immediate clash of wills between the two, sensed the brewing trouble. After recognizing the talents of both disciples, he had hoped for a peaceful coexistence that would strengthen their sect. However, it appeared that tensions were running high between them. Yet, such rivalries were to be expected. Who among the talented would readily concede inferiority? Both were young, brimming with vigor. Lu Tsongnan turned to the Grand Elder with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement, signaling that he would handle the matter. The sect leader, standing alongside the Grand Elder, suddenly realized a pressing concern. "Master Uncle, Lu Tsongnan is still at the refining body stage. What if they engage in combat and something goes awry?" Lu Tsongnan's nonchalant demeanor had caused the sect leader to overlook his true capabilities. It was important to note that Zhao Wudi could easily defeat Lu Tsongnan with a single strike. Indeed, but I am curious as to why he exudes such confidence, the Grand Elder pondered, perplexed. Logically, the other party should be aware of Zhao Wudi's reputation and his recent grasp of spear intent. Yet, why did he appear so assured, devoid of any hint of alarm? Soon, Lu Tsongnan provided the Grand Elder with an answer. "Is it truly difficult to reach the extraordinary realm?" Lu Tsongnan took a few steps forward and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wudi looked at Lu Tsongnan with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why was this individual so arrogant? In the next moment, before the gathered crowd, Lu Tsongnan unleashed the aura of the extraordinary realm. Witnessing this scene, both elders and disciples alike were left questioning their understanding of reality. When had breaking through become so simple? Was entering the extraordinary realm so effortless? At that moment, Wu Fan's pupils widened in disbelief. As if he had encountered a ghost. He had endured tremendous suffering to break through the blood transformation stage, yet Lu Tsongnan seemed to do so as effortlessly as one would eat or drink. Was this the disparity between individuals? At that instant, a sense of inferiority welled up within Wu Fan. Meanwhile, Zhengli, observing the unfolding events, also found her mouth agape. Although she was aware of Lu Shixiang's formidable talent, she had never imagined that someone could possess such extraordinary capabilities. Could it be that her senior had been concealing his true prowess? Otherwise, how could he have entered the sect and so swiftly approached the level of those favored disciples? During his time at the tea house, she often heard people say that masters enjoyed masquerading as fools to catch the unwary. Perhaps her senior was one of those? Yes, that must be it. Her senior had likely been discreet in his cultivation, merely to experience the trials of an ordinary practitioner's path, which explained his prolonged stay in the outer sect. The young woman began to weave her own narrative, increasingly convinced of its validity. In a world where so many underdogs emerged, there must be a meticulously prepared inevitability behind it all. A talent like her senior, Lu Tsongnan, was no mere product of exceptional gifts. He must have dedicated himself to rigorous training. At this moment, Lu Tsongnan remained impassive, though his heart surged with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that seizing Wu Fan's opportunities would lead to such a wealth of treasures. At this moment, he realized that the Sword Hall Master was but an ordinary figure. He harbored no concern about others doubting him. After all, he had already prepared his excuses, and no matter what questions arose, he would assert that the elixirs he possessed were bequeathed by the former Sword Hall Master. Surely, it was not unusual for a Sword Hall Master to possess elixirs capable of enhancing one's cultivation, was it? Quite reasonable. In a span of a day, 3 realms, Zhao Wudi murmured, his expression despondent. AT-23. He was still at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm. Who did not extol Zhao Wudi as a prodigy? How much suffering and resources had he expended to reach his current level? Did he not require resources? Having borne the brunt of resource-related hardships, Zhao Wudi felt the palpable gap between individuals. Why was he so exceptionally unique? At this moment, Zhao Wudi finally comprehended why the other party dared to be so audacious. It seemed he had misjudged Lu Tsongnan all along. His innate talent was not inferior to his own. The Grand Elder observed the unfolding scene with initial astonishment, only to later find it rather logical. After all, inheriting the legacy of the former Sword Hall Master and achieving this feat was hardly surprising. In the Grand Elder's heart, he even suspected that perhaps breaking through 3 realms was merely the beginning. As Lu Tsongnan beheld the astonished crowd, he finally turned his attention to Zhao Wudi's details. Name, Zhao Wudi Realm. Initial stage of the extraordinary realm fate. Bewildered mind, child of destiny. Leader of the demonic sect, growing stronger with adversity. A counterattack in dire straits life script. Supporting role recent turning points. Opportunity 1. 7 days hence, encountering his beloved, suffering heartbreak, severing emotional ties, and experiencing rapid advancement in cultivation. Opportunity 2. Opportunity 3. Gazing at the dense web of opportunities. Lu Tsongnan found himself momentarily stunned. This Zhao Wudi possessed quite the potential, child of destiny. A person chosen by fate, constantly encountering opportunities, growing stronger with adversity. When faced with setbacks, his resolve only strengthens. Each failure makes him more formidable, and surviving each defeat elevates his power. Bewildered mind. Interference from a mysterious powerhouse has left his mind in a confused state. He is currently in a subconscious condition. Simply put, he is a na-ve fool at this moment. Observing Zhao Wudi's aura, Lu Tsongnan narrowed his eyes. Someone was orchestrating events. Instinctively, he scanned the crowd for Wu Fan. According to his intuition, if someone were scheming against him, it was highly likely to be that individual. Sure enough, when he looked over, he noticed that the assistants indicated in Wu Fan's panel had vanished. It was evident that the troublemaker was the powerful entity residing within Wu Fan. Simultaneously, Wu Fan's gaze met Lu Tsongnan's. Lu Tsongnan noticed that Wu Fan's eyes were filled with provocation and arrogance. He cast a casual glance at the other, but instead of the anticipated anger for being offended, he discerned a subtle trace of disdain in Wu Fan's clear eyes. Trouble? Who was afraid? He was no longer the same person he once was. Having broken through to the extraordinary realm and acquired the legacy of the Sword Hall Master, he was no longer just any ordinary individual. His future was promising. At that moment, Zhao Wudi took a couple of steps forward and clasped his hands in salute. Though my junior possesses commendable talent, strength cannot solely be measured by innate gifts. I dare to inquire, would my junior be willing to compete with me? If my senior fortuitously emerges victorious, then my junior shall not be fit for the position of Sword Hall Master today. Only when you surpass me can you inherit the role of the Sword Hall Master. Why do you remain silent? Are you perhaps afraid that your cultivation is insufficient? Upon hearing these words, Lu Tsongnan did not respond immediately, prompting the Grand Elder to hastily interject. Lu Tsongnan has yet to grasp the essence. Challenging you now is hardly equitable. However, no sooner had he spoken than Lu Tsongnan declared loudly, "You wish to challenge me? Very well, as you desire." The Grand Elder observed as the other palace masters shook their heads in unison, their disdain unmistakable. Tio them. Lu Songnan's achievement of the extraordinary realm before the age of 20 was already a testament to his prodigious talent, proving him worthy of inheriting the Sword Hall. They merely awaited the Grand Elder's instructions. Yet, the fact that he consented to duel Zhao Wudi was bewildering. Who is Zhao Wudi? A figure who has touched upon the essence of the spear. Surely he would effortlessly overpower Lu Songnan in their contest. Such folly. It seemed the youth had not yet matured in his thinking, a sentiment echoed among the other elders. Originally, they had received reports indicating Lu Songnan was a remarkably mature individual. But following his inheritance, he appeared to have become rather inflated. Chapter 27. I am just warming up in a moment. Space was cleared for the duel, with Lu Songnan and Zhao Wudi sizing each other up. Meanwhile, a chilling wind began to rise, carrying with it a damp atmosphere. Dark clouds gathered above, thick and oppressive, resembling lead weights hanging low in the sky, rolling ominously. Zhao Wudi, clad in white, wielded an ornate spear, his handsome features evoking the image of the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changshan. From the crowd, Wu Fan grinned widely, hoping for a mutually destructive outcome, or better yet, for Lu Songnan to be vanquished entirely. Zhao Wudi of the Wuji sect had practiced spear techniques for 15 years. Lu Songnan, on the other hand, had trained in swordsmanship for less than 5 years. He patted the ordinary sword at his waist and licked his lips, originally intending to boast about having trained for less than half a month, but reconsidered, feeling it overly arrogant. Thus, he opted for a more subdued approach. At that moment, Lu Songnan wore a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. Zhao Wudi frowned but nonetheless raised his spear, adopting a poised stance. With the spear in hand, confidence surged within him. Without hesitation, he suddenly thrust the spear towards Lu Songnan. Here it comes. This is Zhao Shixiang's Gale Spear technique. Swift as a dragon, a fearsome display of might. Observers noted the technique's impressive mastery, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. They wondered how Lu Songnan would counter this strike. Many turned their gazes toward him, hoping for a remarkable display, yet also anticipating his defeat. However, what unfolded was utterly unexpected. Lu Songnan, faced with the glimmering spear, appeared to half-crouch, seemingly motionless, as if awaiting his demise. Initially, he had planned to strike first, disregarding the rules of combat to launch a surprise attack. Yet, a thought occurred to him. Why not test the disparity between himself and this world's prodigy? Thus, he relinquished his sword, and as the spear approached within a hair's breadth, he deftly sidestepped the thrust. Seeing his attack effortlessly evaded, Zhao Wudi felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. This Lu Songnan was not to be underestimated. A low wind began to howl, rustling the garments of the onlookers. The clash between the two erupted instantaneously. Zhao Wudi unleashed a flurry of thrusts with his spear, each punctuated by explosive sounds. The speed was astonishing, as he launched 5 strikes in the blink of an eye. Those watching felt their scalps tingle. With such spear play, a moment's carelessness could lead to instant death. Zhao Wudi's relentless assault surged like a tempest, while Lu Songnan merely stood with his left hand behind his back, effortlessly blocking the attacks. Having inherited the Sword Hall's legacy, his combat experience was exceedingly rich. And you dare to obstruct my path to becoming the Sword Hall's leader? Is this what you call a sect's disciple? Truly disappointing, Lu Songnan quipped, evading yet another thrust, tilting his head to observe the increasingly troubled Zhao Wudi. As the duel progressed, Zhao Wudi's expression darkened further. He sensed that Lu Songnan was not merely a novice who had just broken into the extraordinary realm. Rather, his combat experience was akin to that of seasoned veterans. Lu Songnan could deflect his attacks with minimal expenditure of effort, while Zhao Wudi's stamina dwindled rapidly, even though his body could draw upon the energy of the heavens to recover post-breakthrough. However, the recuperation could not keep pace with the energy expended in his strikes. Only upon reaching the later stages of the extraordinary realm could he wield his inner energy with abandon. In response to Lu Songnan's taunts, Zhao Wudi took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. His spear technique remained unflustered. After all, years of practice could not be easily disrupted. He, Zhao Wudi, was no mere pretender. Observing that he had failed to provoke Zhao Wudi, Lu Songnan pursed his lips in disinterest. He had expected the youth to crumble under the pressure of his banter, displaying fury that would cloud his judgment. Realizing his attempts were futile, Lu Songnan's aura suddenly surged, radiating the essence of the extraordinary realm, his blood vitality swelling. The abrupt shift momentarily startled Zhao Wuti. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Songnan stepped forward 3 paces. Drawing his sword with fierce intent, Zhao Wuti's complexion shifted as he reacted swiftly, angling his spear defensively to parry the strike. Clang! The collision of their formidable powers produced a resounding crash. Zhao Wuti felt his arm tingle, glancing at his palm which now oozed blood. Meanwhile, Lu Songnan's sword, due to its inferior quality, had developed a crack from the force of the impact, yet it remained functional. The sword quivered as Lu Songnan relentlessly pressed the attack. "Ah, quite the reflexes you possess," he remarked, grinning as he targeted Zhao Wuti's chest with unyielding thrusts. Were it not for the presence of the crowd, his strikes would have aimed much lower. However, for the sake of maintaining his virtuous image, Lu Songnan refrained from employing any underhanded tactics, choosing instead to engage Zhao Wuti openly in the blink of an eye. The two exchanged a flurry of blows, and Zhao Wuti felt a prickling unease. He had believed his spear technique to be unparalleled in speed, yet he was astonished to find someone faster among his peers. Each of Lu Songnan's attacks was precise. A moment's inattention could lead to being ensnared in a relentless barrage. This opponent was exceedingly tenacious. Lu Songnan wielded his sword with both hands, thrusting forward with great force, while Zhao Wuti instinctively swept his spear to deflect the blow. Yet, in the next instant, Zhao Wuti's pupils constricted. As Lu Songnan thrust forward, he unexpectedly released his grip on the sword, striking the hilt with his palm, sending the blade hurtling toward Zhao Wuti in a single, graceful motion. Lu Songnan leapt into the air, delivering a fierce kick to Zhao Wuti's shoulder. The impact was devastating. Zhao Wuti staggered back, blood erupting from his mouth as he felt his internal organs shift painfully, momentarily dazed by Lu Songnan's unexpected maneuver. Zhao Wuti shook his head, blood splattering upon the ground. Could it be that he was so fragile? "I am merely warming up," Lu Songnan exclaimed, tilting his body and adopting an exaggerated expression. Zhao Wuti lifted his gaze. Gripping his spear tightly, surrender? That was not an option. The very concept was foreign to him. Moreover, he still had hidden cards to play. Chapter 28. Mastery of sword techniques. At this juncture, Zhao Wuti could no longer afford to conceal his true strength. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. Lu Songnan's prowess exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated an easy victory, yet found himself unable to gain the upper hand under normal circumstances. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuti still possessed hidden aces, namely, the essence of the spear. Simultaneously, a light rain began to fall, gentle yet persistent, creating a soft patter as it struck the layered rooftops. The droplets cascaded down, splashing onto the stone steps below, producing a melodious and crisp sound. In the midst of the downpour, Zhao Wuti suddenly halted, water spraying upward as he stepped forward. At this moment, his spear and intent converged into one eye in an instant. A fierce aura of gun intent coalesced before Zhao Wuti, compressing the surrounding AI. At that moment, the atmosphere erupted, and countless raindrops transformed into transparent arrows, swirling in the air under the pressure of this gun intent, creating an astonishing spectacle. Lu Songnan narrowed his eyes. Allowing the rain to drench him, water streamed from the corners of his eyes, yet he did not blink. Upon witnessing the emergence of his opponent's gun intent, Lu Songnan felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Such a formidable presence was something he had never encountered before. The pressure intensified instantaneously. However, Lu Songnan remained composed, refusing to succumb to panic. He understood the strength of his adversary, but paradoxically, the stronger the opponent, the calmer he became. As a swordsman, maintaining a cool demeanor was paramount. Moreover, his audacity to stand here so brazenly was backed by hidden cards. Lu Songnan tore through the energy enveloping his hand and silently recited the incantation of the sword-drawing technique. Suddenly, a memory blossomed in his mind like a lotus in full bloom, a vivid recollection of mastering the sword-drawing technique. The relentless strands of rain wove into an endless curtain, obscuring the sky and blurring vision. A middle-aged man stood resolutely in the downpour, allowing the torrential rain to wash over him, his demeanor remarkably tranquil. In the next moment, he activated the sword-drawing technique, and the raindrops before him fell one by one. Upon closer inspection, each droplet had been cleaved by his sword. However, the speed was so swift that the raindrops had not reacted in time. Just as the droplets were about to hit the ground, they instantaneously split in half. One sword pierced through 9 droplets of rain. Day after day, year after year, if the minor mastery of the sword drawing technique could significantly enhance one's swordsmanship, then its grand mastery exhibited the offensive capabilities of swordsmanship in their full glory. As the gentle rain fell, Lu Tsangnan abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with Zhao Wudi. Under the gaze of all present, the gun intent before Zhao Wudi ignited in an instant. A multitude of rain arrows surged forth like a tempest directed at Lu Tsangnan. Faced with such an overwhelming onslaught, Lu Tsangnan instinctively crouched down. Clang! A crisp and resonant sword cry echoed in the ears of the crowd. In the next moment, amidst the astonished, incredulous, and fearful gazes of the onlookers, a brilliant sword light broke through the rain of arrows, wielding a fierce aura that shattered the deluge of arrows in an instant. At that moment, both the elders and the surrounding disciples gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. As the sword light flashed, a chipped longsword rested against Zhao Wudi's neck. Simultaneously, Lu Tsangnan's calm voice resonated. "You have been defeated." His words snapped the crowd back to reality, and a collective gasp escaped their lips. The dazzling, piercing sword light was indelibly etched in their minds. Many swallowed hard, pondering how one could defend against such a technique from a peer in the same realm. Zhang Li's expression trembled momentarily, but her eyes soon sparkled with joy. "Senior brother, you are truly formidable. I concede." Zhao Wudi, gazing at the composed Lu Tsangnan clad in a blue robe, shook his head in resignation. Just moments ago, he had spoken of his defeat. As soon as he finished his sentence, a force shattered within his mind, dissipating into spiritual energy. Simultaneously, a feeble voice echoed in Wu Fan's mind. "I am about to lose consciousness. Act wisely and remember not to provoke Lu Tsangnan. We shall discuss everything once I awaken." After uttering these words, the voice faded away. Wu Fan, hearing this, felt his lips tremble, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. His throat tightened, and he felt a fiery dryness that rendered him nearly speechless. Even a senior could not contend with the opponent. What would he do from here on out? He gazed at Lu Tsangnan, who strolled through the rain, his heart in turmoil. Initially, Wu Fan had believed in the cycle of fate, that the one who had seized his opportunity would be defeated by Zhao Wudi today. However, no one anticipated that Zhao Wudi, having exhausted all his trump cards, would actually lose. Zhao Wudi lost? It was utterly unbelievable. This Lu Tsangnan had something extraordinary. That previous sword strike was indeed spine-chilling. Even Zhao Wudi's gun intent had been cleaved in two by a single stroke. This was truly the embodiment of invincibility. Swordsmanship was forever divine. This youth was terrifying indeed. After a moment, many disciples began to murmur amongst themselves, not just in disbelief, but even the elders were profoundly shaken. No one knew better than they how monstrous Zhao Wudi was, yet he had been effortlessly crushed by Lu Tsangnan. Moreover, according to their records, Lu Tsangnan was merely 18 years old. Many of them had been mere underlings beside geniuses at 18. Yet here stood Lu Tsangnan, who at such a young age had overwhelmed a prodigy. From that earlier sword strike, the elders discerned even more. Such swordsmanship could only be the result of inheriting the legacy of a sword deity. This Lu Tsangnan would undoubtedly become the next master of the sword hall. Not only that, but his cultivation talent surpassed that of the current master of the sword hall. Remarkable, truly remarkable. In less than 20 years, our Wuji sect would witness the rise of a martial arts giant. I had previously heard that an elder brother outside was of a considerably older age and lacked potential, but upon witnessing Lu Tsangnan today, I realized they were merely spouting nonsense. Indeed, rumors are not to be trusted. If Lu Tsangnan is deemed lacking in potential, what does that make the rest of us? Are we not inferior to mere dogs? To be honest, I am utterly in awe of someone who can break through 3 realms in a single day. Now, with this display of swordsmanship, I revere him as a deity. Indeed, at this moment, I long to join the sword hall. Many disciples whispered amongst themselves, while numerous elders gazed at Lu Tsangnan with envious eyes. It was evident that this individual was destined to become the master of the sword hall. Such a position would grant him significant authority and prestige within the sect, surpassing even the inner elders, standing one below the heavens and above all else. To achieve such stature before turning 20 is surely enviable. Excellent! Elder Zhu Yihui smiled warmly and declared, I hereby announce Lu Songnan as the master of the Sword Hall. Is there anyone who opposes this? At that moment, all the disciples who had previously harbored doubts lowered their heads, unable to meet Elder Zhu's gaze. With Zhao Wudi's defeat, what objections could they possibly raise? When they were unaware of Lu Songnan's true strength, they had assumed he was merely a fortunate individual who stumbled upon opportunity. However, after witnessing Lu Songnan's prowess, they found themselves speechless. Who had ever heard of someone breaking through 3 realms in a single day? Furthermore, having just transcended the extraordinary realm, he was able to defeat Zhao Wudi, who had grasped gun intent. What qualifications did they have to express dissent? If anyone were to object, it would be Wu Fan, one of the inner disciples. Yet, despite his discontent, he remained silent, lowering his head in submission. Meanwhile, Lu Songnan, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, observed Wu Fan's expression. Seeing the destined protagonist subdued beneath his heel brought him immense satisfaction. Lu Songnan believed he was not far behind the world's champions. However, his impending identity as the master of the Sword Hall demanded that he remain unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Surely, this would deliver a sufficient blow to Wu Fan's psyche. Next, he intended to seize more of Wu Fan's opportunities to ensure his own survival and that of the sect. Lu Songnan pondered this, reflecting on how, as a newcomer, he had vanquished an established genius. This battle had propelled him into the limelight, ensuring that henceforth, the inner disciples would recognize the name Lu Songnan within the Wuji sect. After all, defeating Zhao Wudi head-on was nothing short of spectacular. Disciple, now that no one opposes you, are you willing to inherit the position of master of the Sword Hall? Zhu Yihui asked with a warm smile. Yes, I shall heed my master's wishes. Lu Songnan replied. He was no ingrate. Having received benefits from the Sword Hall, he naturally bore the responsibility of its growth. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. However, I have one request. Curious, Elder Zhu inquired. What is it? If feasible, I shall grant it. For the elder, witnessing such a prodigious talent made even a single request seem trivial, as long as Lu Songnan desired it. Anything within his power could be bestowed upon him. It is a small matter. I wish to bestow the title of true disciple of the Sword Hall upon Zhengli, granting Zhengli the status of a true disciple of the Sword Hall? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhu's brow furrowed. Within the Wuji sect, there were not only inner disciples but also true disciples, and the regulations were stringent. Each hall was permitted only one true disciple, in other words. These true disciples represented the prestige of their respective halls. Zhao Wudi, being a unique case, possessed an inheritance of gun techniques. Thus, upon entering the inner sect, he merely became a disciple without joining one of the 8 major halls. Otherwise, with his talent, he would undoubtedly qualify to become a true disciple. Have you thought this through? In a sect, there exists only one true disciple, and your maidservant is merely a menial disciple of mediocre talent. Is this not an extravagant waste? The High Elder's admonition carries weight. He harbors lofty expectations for the sword sect. According to his vision, those worthy of becoming true disciples must possess extraordinary talent and formidable backgrounds. Upon hearing this, Lu Songnan resolutely declared, I have made my decision. It shall be her. This proclamation took the other sect leaders by surprise, and they could not help but exhale in relief. The 8 sects traditionally maintain a competitive relationship, and the sudden emergence of the sword sect threatened to siphon off their resources. Initially, they regarded Lu Songnan's rise with trepidation. However, witnessing him allocate such a significant position to a mere maidservant alleviated their concerns. Simultaneously, Zhou Hao, accompanied by Zhengli, entered the site of the assembly. The young girl, under the scrutiny of many eyes, felt her cheeks flush and lowered her head, too timid to speak. For the inner sect elders, Zhengli's aura was impossible to conceal. She was at the blood exchange stage. While commendable among menial disciples, to those accustomed to exceptional talents, Zhengli appeared utterly unremarkable. Such a lack of aptitude. And yet she was awarded the status of a true disciple. Surely, this girl must be Lu Songnan's intimate acquaintance. This was the prevailing sentiment among most. After all, only in such a context could it be justified. Although the High Elder found some merit in the girl's appearance, barely sufficient to match his esteemed nephew, he resigned himself to Lu Songnan's preferences. After all, the sword sect would ultimately rely on him. Very well, as the sect leader, you may appoint whomever you wish as the true disciple, he conceded. Lu Songnan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your understanding, elder." He patted Zheng Li on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "As long as you stick with me, you'll have a bowl to wash, and I promise you'll never go hungry." The girl was momentarily taken aback, her initial anxiety somewhat alleviated. Meanwhile, an elder interjected, "Brother, your actions may not be appropriate." Lu Songnan lifted his gaze to scrutinize the speaker, who stood at a height of 8 feet, with a robust physique clad in flowing azure robes. His dark complexion and bushy beard framed a pair of piercing eyes that radiated a chilling intensity. "And you are?" Lu Songnan inquired, as he was unfamiliar with most inner sect elders. However, he recalled this individual standing alongside the sect leader, deducing him to be one of the 8 sect leaders. "Rongfang, what brings you here?" Before Lu Songnan could respond, the High Elder shot a glare at the man and turned to introduce Lu Songnan to the assembly. One by one, he presented the leaders of the Pill sect, the Array sect, and the Law Enforcement sect. When he finally introduced Li Rongfang, the High Elder cast a sharp glance at him before addressing Lu Songnan. "This is Li Rongfang, the leader of the Blade sect and your senior brother." Lu Songnan inclined his head respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother." Under the High Elder's presence, Li Rongfang merely nodded dismissively. "It seems you harbor some discontent towards me?" Lu Songnan retorted, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Li Rongfang. He had clearly overheard the latter's earlier remarks about his actions being improper. Lu Songnan was not one to easily tolerate provocation. Did the identity of the true disciple of the Sword sect truly hinge upon the whims of the Blade sect's leader? Lu Songnan had always been a man of composure, yet the influence of the former sect leader had subtly altered his demeanor. Their exchange did not go unnoticed by the inner sect disciples, particularly Wu Fan, who observed this scene in astonishment. How could he, a newly appointed sect leader, dare to be so audacious? He could not fathom how Lu Songnan, a warrior who had just broken through to the extraordinary realm, would dare to offend a strong figure at the profound realm that Wu Fan hailed from a humble village, where he initially enjoyed a blissful family life until tragedy struck, leaving him orphaned. Fortunately, a powerful figure from the Wuji sect came to his aid. At first, he practiced diligently without ambition, content with steady progress. However, after encountering the elder in his mind, he began to strive earnestly, realizing the gap between himself and the prodigies. With the elder's guidance, he believed his strength would soar. He was confident that one day, he would overshadow the younger generation, regardless of whether they hailed from the eastern or central continent. Just wait. His turning point was imminent. Those who had looked down upon him would soon find themselves beneath his feet. In this lifetime, he was determined to gaze down upon the pinnacle of martial arts, earning the respect of all the this moment, his confidence surged. Though opportunities had been snatched from him recently, he trusted in the elder. With the elder's support, he believed that given time, no prodigy would surpass him in Wu Fan's eyes. Lu Songnan's arrogance would surely lead to his demise. After all, the Blade sect's leader was a formidable presence in the profound realm. While Lu Songnan had only just transcended into the extraordinary realm, despite a modicum of talent, facing such a powerful foe was akin to courting death. Upon Lu Songnan's utterance, the Blade sect leader raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying a subtle wariness. This young man was unrestrained. What gave him such confidence? Had he perhaps acquired a life-saving trump card through his inheritance? That must be it. Otherwise, even with the High Elder present, he would not dare to act so boldly. Having reached this conclusion, the Blade sect leader waved his hand dismissively. "I bear no ill will towards you. However, within the Wuji sect, we share both glory and misfortune. If you, as the Sword sect, bestow such a crucial position upon a menial disciple, what will the other sects think? They will surely mock us for lacking talent." Lu Songnan scoffed at this, dismissing the notion that Zhang Li's perceived lack of talent would tarnish the sect's reputation. He alone understood the depth of her potential. The sword drawing technique, after merely a few lessons from him, she was near mastering it. Such talent was genuinely intimidating. Were it not for the existence of an external advantage, Lu Songnan might have found himself envious. Therefore, regardless of the opposition from within the sect, he would keep Zhang Li close. The Empress, a hidden mastermind, compared to the protagonists Wu Fan and others, Having someone like Zheng Li by his side provided him with a profound sense of security. Her future achievements would likely surpass those of her peers. Furthermore, there was the aspect of her being his maidservant, steadfast in her duties. Lu Tsongnan was not only one to seize opportunities from others. He would also be a benefactor. Everyone desires the support of a powerful ally. Why could Lu Tsongnan not become such a figure for another? Thus, even if all opposed, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Zheng Li's ascension to the status of true disciple of the Sword Sect was merely a matter of time. The road ahead is long. How could one know that my chosen candidate is unworthy? In response to Lu Tsongnan's retort, the Blade Sect leader erupted into laughter. Her? What a jest, with her level of talent. If she can defeat any disciple of the Blade Sect within a year, I will kneel and apologize to you. The disciples of the Blade Sect all practiced at least at the blood exchange stage and were well versed in sword techniques. For a menial disciple, even with resources, to claim victory over one of his disciples in a year was nothing short of a fool's dream. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan instinctively turned to examine Zheng Li's profile. Name: Zheng Li. Realm: Early blood exchange stage. Fate: Awakened. Recent turn of events: gained Lu Tsongnan's favor, joined the Sword Sect, awarded the status of true disciple, perused the Sword Sect's extensive texts in the Scripture Pavilion, initially integrated sword techniques, and created the Wuji Sword Classic. Lu Tsongnan's pupils dilated, and his heart raced. An official awakening of her bloodline? The creation of sword techniques? Just a few days prior, she was a menial disciple with a lowly realm. Now, her bloodline had fully awakened, and combined with his guidance in sword techniques, could she not soar to new heights? Truthfully, to achieve such feats at such a young age, though only the initial integration of sword techniques, was already remarkable. Lu Tsongnan had never encountered anyone like her in his vicinity. Even within the Wuji sect, most of the current profound realm experts had merely practiced the techniques of their predecessors. He cast a glance back at the Blade Sect leader, who resembled a seasoned general on stage, adorned with numerous accolades. If within a year, my true disciple from the Sword Sect does not engage in a friendly duel with your Blade Sect, I shall kneel and apologize as you say. If she cannot triumph over a single adversary, I shall kneel at the entrance of our sect and apologize to all members of Wujizong. Acknowledging my failure in discerning the character of Lu Tsongnan, at that moment, I shall voluntarily relinquish my position as the Master of the Sword Hall. Relinquish the position of Sword Hall Master? The Master of the Blade Hall paid heed only to the latter part of this declaration, completely disregarding the preceding words. Should the opponent demonstrate significant improvement by then, he could simply expel all the disciples lagging behind in strength. To contend with him? Lu Tsongnan is far too inexperienced. Very well. Let it be as Lu Shidi suggests. Seizing the moment, the Master of the Blade Hall immediately responded. Lu Tsongnan cast a glance at the Master of the Blade Hall and nodded. In that instant, both elders and disciples shook their heads in disbelief. How foolish! Lu Tsongnan is far too young to withstand such provocation. Meanwhile, Wu Fan, amidst the crowd, regarded Lu Tsongnan with eyes brimming with pity. To him, Lu Tsongnan's arrogance was excessive. At the same time, Lu Tsongnan looked once more at Wu Fan. After all, this individual's gaze was inscrutable. Upon perusing the information about him, Lu Tsongnan's pupils constricted. The details had been updated again. Name: Wu Fan. Realm: Late stage of blood exchange realm. Fate: Celestial Calamity Lone Star. Special: Dormant Remnant Soul. Life script: Protagonist. Recent twist: 15th day hints. While cultivating on the cliff of the rear mountain, he unexpectedly discovers a sword technique hidden within the stone wall, recorded by the former hall master, which upon mastery, will allow him to touch the threshold of sword intent. Dormant Remnant Soul? Upon seeing this information, Lu Tsongnan suddenly conceived a bold idea. Should he take advantage of the Dormant Remnant Soul within the other's body to eliminate this individual? Chapter 31. Awakening of Zheng Li. After some contemplation, Lu Tsongnan deemed it prudent to first seize the sword intent from Wu Fan before dealing with him, for the sword intent was of utmost importance. He feared that missing this opportunity would delay his own comprehension of the realm by several years. As for whether he could attain that comprehension, Lu Tsongnan was never worried. Unlike others, he possessed an external aid. Having come to this conclusion, Lu Tsongnan feigned calmness as he nodded to the crowd and departed with Zheng Li. He had firmly etched Wu Fan's opportunity in his mind. Before long, The two arrived at the sword hall of the inner sect. Upon returning to the sword hall, Lu Tsongnan wasted no time and led Zhang Li into the scripture pavilion. He had not forgotten that her opportunity lay within. Although Zhang Li was puzzled as to why Lu Tsongnan urged her to study the sword technique manual, she nonetheless began to read earnestly. Whatever it was, she would follow his lead. An hour later, observing the young girl engrossed in the sea of manuals, Lu Tsongnan nodded in satisfaction and then left the scripture pavilion with his hands clasped behind his back. As the girl watched Lu Tsongnan's upright figure fade from view, she felt a sincere joy for him. To achieve such accomplishments before the age of 20, her senior brother's future was indeed promising. However, after this moment of elation, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over her. She was merely her senior brother's attendant, and now that he had reached such heights, who knew what further accomplishments awaited him? If this trend continued, she would soon find herself obsolete. The future attendants of her senior brother would surely be more powerful and capable. Though she had known Lu Tsongnan for a short time, this was the happiest she had felt in many years. Theo received guidance in the sword arts, and now to be elevated in status had fostered a sense of reliance on Lu Tsongnan. Yet, upon calming herself, Zhang Li realized that the distance between her and her senior brother was growing ever wider, as if there were an insurmountable chasm between them. She felt that as Lu Shixiang's fame increased, he would soon attract a throng of strikingly beautiful, well-connected, and formidable women who would cast him longing glances. The mere thought of this instilled a sense of inferiority within Zhang Li, and her expression dimmed. If only my strength could keep pace with my senior brother's. I do not wish to surpass him, merely to follow in his footsteps. Then, I could shield him from those pesky toads. This was the first time Zhang Li felt such a fervent desire for strength. As this overwhelming thought surged through her mind, she suddenly felt a tremor in her body, followed by an explosive wave of memories flooding her consciousness. Almost immediately, the young girl began to tremble violently, as if something were on the verge of bursting forth from her being. My head aches. Zhang Li crouched down, pressing her hands tightly against her head, her face pale with distress. Why are these things within me? A look of terror filled her eyes as images from the manuals she had just perused appeared in her mind. As time passed, a surge of vital energy erupted within Zhang Li's body. The spiritual energy in the air began to boil and surge toward her. The young girl's aura began to grow formidable, visibly ascending in strength, mid-stage of the blood exchange realm, late stage of the blood exchange realm. Pausing briefly at the late stage of the blood exchange realm, Zhang Li's aura once again intensified after half a stick of incense had passed. The cultivation realm. Should one witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left agape in astonishment. Is this what it means to be a genius? To be honest, even Lu Tsongnan, who possessed an external aid, would envy such a rapid cultivation speed. Though he could break through 3 realms in a day, it was solely due to the resources he had expended. But Zhang Li, she was merely awakening. What kind of extraordinary talent is this? In the courtyard, sensing the commotion within the scripture pavilion, Lu Tsongnan's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Could he truly manage such a prodigious girl? As he felt the energy coursing through his arm, Lu Tsongnan furrowed his brow. Having broken through 3 realms and with the sword technique of the Great Completion realm nearly exhausted, he found himself lacking the energy to ascend to the next realm. I wonder how the preparations at home are progressing. After acquiring the ancient dragon elephant technique, Lu Tsongnan wrote a letter to his family, requesting that his father send all the antiques from their clan. Several days had passed since then, and he was uncertain whether they had arrived. Though merely a small family, his father was the clan's leader and had some standing. Moreover, in this world, antiques were not particularly valuable. So through his father's connections, he could gather a fair number in a short time. Just then, a disciple knocked at the door. Lu Shishu, are you there? Your package is at the miscellaneous office. You need to collect it personally. Due to the sect's sealing order, disciples were generally not permitted to leave the sect, which is why a disciple was sent to report. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, other inner sect disciples would have delivered it directly to him. My package? Upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan's expression brightened. It has finally arrived. However, he did not rush out immediately, for Zhang Li was in the midst of her breakthrough, and he felt somewhat uneasy leaving her alone. Outside the town of Wuzhizong, Wu Fan opened the 3 large boxes before him. So many antiques. His current task was to oversee the incoming items. In a one new, why an inner sect disciple was handling such trivial affairs. Only he was aware that he was now utterly constrained within the inner sect. Thus, he had hurried to the town to prevent Lu Tsongnan from targeting him. He gazed at the 3 large boxes, sent from a small place, and the recipient was none other than the illustrious Lu Tsongnan. Unable to contain his curiosity, he opened one to take a look, only to find it filled with antiques. Rubbing his hands together, he selected a dozen items he deemed valuable, then closed the box. Generally, he would not meddle with others' belongings unless they were particularly precious. After all, with the elder currently in a coma, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. However, upon realizing the items belonged to Lu Tsongnan, he felt an urge to claim them. Ever since discovering that his opportunity had been seized by Lu Tsongnan, Wu Fan had developed a deep-seated hatred for him. If it weren't for his insufficient strength, he would have long desired to eliminate Lu Tsongnan. Furthermore, after taking the items, if he were to remove the accompanying letter, coupled with the fact that so many disciples had handled the package, who would know who had taken what? By the time news from the outside world arrived, he would likely have already departed from Wuzhezong. After all, being alone meant Lu Tsongnan would have no way to track him down. In light of this, why not vex Lu Tsongnan? At this moment, a manic grin spread across Wu Fan's face. Chapter 32. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Casting a glance at the letter within the box, Wu Fan snatched it up and stuffed it into his chest without even glancing at it. Though he harbored no genuine concern for Lu Tsongnan, the latter was currently the master of the sword hall, and it was best not to let him discover any discrepancies. Otherwise, it would likely lead to unnecessary trouble. After all, many disciples had come into contact with the package, so who could tell what items were inside? Having already contemplated an escape route, Wu Fan confidently and boldly concealed the items, over a dozen antiques. Although they were of little monetary value, the thought of repulsing his adversaries filled him with delight and truth. At such a critical juncture, he had no desire to offend Lu Tsongnan. However, he felt compelled to act. Lest his thoughts become muddled, a lack of clarity in thought could easily disrupt his cultivation. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he sought to vent his frustration. After the passage of half a stick of incense, a disciple knocked at the door, announcing, "Brother Wu, a senior from the sect has come to collect the items." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan adjusted his attire, ensuring the letters were well concealed, and then nonchalantly opened the door. The evening glow was fiery, painting the sky in poetic hues. As the sun dimmed and cast its shadows towards the west, the modest town's houses and the treetops around them ignited in a brilliant crimson. As if set ablaze, Lu Tsongnan stood at the residence of the sect's menial disciples, awaiting the retrieval of his belongings. Before long, 3 disciples emerged, carrying boxes. "Brother, these are your belongings," they announced. The menial disciples, oblivious to Lu Tsongnan's true identity, naturally addressed him as brother, given his youthful appearance. Lu Tsongnan paid them no mind and replied with a smile, "Thank you for your efforts." The 3 quickly shook their heads, as it was their duty to assist. As the term suggests, menial disciples were responsible for handling trifling matters. The female disciples fared better. If they possessed pleasing features, they could ascend to the status of inner disciples' attendants and alter their fates, with Zhang being a prime example. Conversely, male disciples of average appearance lacked such fortunate prospects, relegated to laborious tasks. The sect showed no benevolence towards those who were indolent and unproductive. Lu Tsongnan, upon examining the hasty script, realized it was indeed penned by his father. Opening the box, he discovered its contents. Where are the letters? For many years, every time items were sent over, a letter accompanied them. Never had there been an oversight. Something was amiss. Someone had tampered with his belongings. In that instant, Lu Tsongnan's eyes narrowed. He turned to scrutinize the 3 menial disciples carrying boxes, reviewing their details and concluding they were not responsible for the tampering. After acquiring those items, their status as disciples would have warranted some change in their circumstances. Yet, these particular disciples remained as blank slates. Lu Tsongnan refrained from inquiring further, instead raising his gaze to the second floor where Wu Fan resided. At that moment, Wu Fan caught sight of Lu Tsongnan and promptly stood, bowing respectfully. "Inner disciple Wu Fan, pays respects to my esteemed uncle." His demeanor was marked by utmost reverence, leaving no room for criticism. Lu Tsongnan nodded in acknowledgement. He noted additional information regarding recent developments. Today, He had intercepted items sent from Lu Songnan's home. Lu Songnan said nothing, merely smiling as he hoisted the 3 boxes and departed. Upon returning to the sword hall, he heard the sound of a sword's chant emanating from the scripture pavilion, heightening his sense of pressure. At that moment, he felt akin to a lowly player in a game, unafraid of those who spent money or those who devoted endless hours. What truly frightened him were those who did both. Zhang Li was precisely such a player, immensely gifted and exceptionally diligent. Reflecting on this, Lu Songnan entered his chamber, unboxing the 3 crates. Within, only 4 or 5 items stirred a flicker of excitement within him. After absorbing the 5 antiques over the span of half an incense stick, Lu Songnan's brow furrowed. The energy gained was insufficient for him to break through to the next realm. He would require at least 5 more items to proceed. My belongings have been taken. Was it after entering the sect? Is someone targeting me, or is it merely coincidence? Lu Songnan contemplated launching a search, yet he feared that the letters did not specify how many items had been sent. Consequently, without evidence, he could not accuse Wu Fan of theft. If all parties were inner disciples, he might have acted differently. However, as the master of the sword hall, he was an elder. Acting without proof would cast him in a negative light. Portraying him as a bullied in the eyes of lesser individuals, rules might be disregarded, but the higher one ascends, the more imperative it becomes to adhere to decorum. It's just a few antiques, he concluded. Perhaps what the other party took lacks any energy. Moreover, they may have already disposed of any incriminating evidence. Even if I were to investigate, I would likely find nothing. With a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Songnan felt a deep sense of frustration, yet for now, he could only endure it. 5 in the morning. Within the residence of the inner disciples, a loud crash echoed. Wu Fan was ambushed, the tremendous force causing him to stagger. Before he could react, a fist struck the back of his head once more. Thud. He collapsed to the ground. Who dares to attack within the Wuji sect? Are they not afraid of the law enforcement hall? Such were Wu Fan's thoughts as he slipped into unconsciousness. Lu Songnan regarded the fallen Wu Fan, relieved him of his backpack, and conducted a search. Consider yourself fortunate that this is the sect, he murmured before swiftly departing the scene. Upon returning to his room, he hung a sign indicating he was in seclusion, locked the doors and windows, and began to examine the items he had acquired. Within the backpack lay over 20 antiques, 13 of which possessed energy. Although there were various treasures and medicinal pills, Lu Songnan's interest waned after a cursory glance. At this juncture, he needed only items imbued with energy. As for other resources or pills, they were easily attainable given his current status. Lu Songnan held the antiques in his hands, activating the ancient dragon elephant technique to commence absorption. Meanwhile, Zhang Li sensed her burgeoning aura, now at the mid-level of the dirty realm, and glanced down at the sword she held. After a moment of silence, she suddenly raised her head. She had not forgotten the wager between the sword hall master and her brother. If she could effortlessly defeat a disciple from the Blade Hall, would that not compel the other party to bow and apologize? If so, then let it be as you wish. Early in the morning, Zhang Li, sword in hand, closed the door of the sword hall and made her way toward the Blade Hall. Chapter 33. My brother never misjudges people. As the round red sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, the sky brightened, painted with the vibrant hues of dawn. The sunlight poured forth, casting a radiant golden sheen upon the Wuji sect. At the entrance of the Blade Hall, only a handful of disciples were engaged in morning practice. Are all the disciples here members of the Blade Hall? Zhang Li's melodious voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the disciple practicing with the sword looked up at her. Is that the maid who was promoted to a true disciple by Lu Songnan? Zhang Li's identity had become widely known among the disciples, menial disciples. She had risen through the ranks merely by virtue of her appearance. Hu Diang looked down upon such individuals, believing Zhang Li had gained her status through the exploitation of her beauty. Such conduct, in his view, was utterly disgraceful. He approached, brandishing his long knife. Oh, what if it is? Very well, the true disciple of the sword hall has come today to fulfill our agreement, Zhang Li declared. Her body slightly bent, her right hand resting on the hilt of her sword. At her words, the 4 disciples at the entrance of the Blade Hall exchanged incredulous glances, recognizing the significance of yesterday's agreement between their hall master and Lu Songnan. Within a year, if Zhang Li successfully challenged a disciple of the Blade Hall, their hall master would kneel and apologize. Yet, it had only been a day since the agreement was made, and here she was, challenging them already. For a moment, they stood in stunned silence. Hu Diyang erupted into laughter. You must be joking. Do you really think you are someone special? Just because you became a true disciple, you believe you can forget you were once a menial disciple? Surely not. No one could be that arrogant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's eyes narrowed, and she gripped the sword's hilt, preparing to unleash her sword technique. In an instant, Hu Diyang sensed a shift in Zhang Li's aura. She exuded a dangerous energy. Not daring to be careless, he quickly stepped back, positioning his knife defensively across his chest. As Zhang Li executed her sword technique, her arm flicked, boom. A tremendous force collided with Hu Diyang's long knife, propelling him uncontrollably into the air, where he let out a furious howl, clang. The long knife clattered to the ground, and Hu Diyang crashed down, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Stop! The remaining disciples watching rushed forward, their eyes ablaze with fury. Who dared to cause trouble at the entrance of the Blade Hall? Did they believe they were above consequence? One disciple immediately rushed towards Hu Diyang, while others gathered around, drawn by the spectacle of such a rare occurrence. What are you doing? Wang Cheng examined Hu Diyang's injuries and discovered that his dear friend was gravely wounded. He turned his head and coldly inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li patted her longsword and solemnly replied, I have come to fulfill our agreement. At that moment, her disciple's expressions grew serious. Very well. Since you have come to challenge us, do not blame us for taking advantage of you. Wang Cheng rose to his feet, drawing his long knife, revealing the aura of a practitioner at the late stage of the training realm. Sensing the aura from his opponent, Zhang Li's grip on the sword hilt tightened, her knuckles turning slightly pale as her brows knitted in concentration. Among the onlookers, some had already prepared to intervene and assist. Had this been before, they would have turned a blind eye to such matters. However, Zhang Li was a disciple of Lu Tsongnen at that moment. Wang Cheng unsheathed his knife and sword into the air, unleashing a powerful strike towards Zhang Li. In response, Zhang Li swiftly thrust her sword upward. The clash between the long sword and the long knife echoed. Though the force was somewhat lacking, Zhang Li retreated 7 steps before steadying herself, her right hand's tiger mouth now split, blood oozing forth. In her eyes, a grave seriousness took hold. Truly, the disciples of the Blade Hall were formidable. Even one of them was so challenging. Originally, defeating one opponent would suffice for her purpose, but fearing that her adversary might claim she had launched a sneak attack, Zhang Li resolved to triumph over another. Despite the strength of her opponent, she would not yield. Her senior brother believed in her, and she could not disappoint him. Shaking her aching arm, Zhang Li half-crouched and unleashed her sword technique. Clang, clang, clang. With her defenses raised, Zhang Li's attacks were thwarted. Draw the sword, blocked, draw the sword, blocked. After 7 strikes, Wang Cheng staggered back, his fierce gaze fixed on the half-crouched Zhang Li, astonished by her tenacity. How could her speed resemble that of a mere servant disciple? Was it possible that all disciples of the Sword Hall were this extraordinary? In a moment of carelessness, the 8th strike pierced Wang Cheng's left arm. I concede. Injured, Wang Cheng unhesitatingly admitted defeat. Though he possessed greater strength, he realized that he was utterly inferior in technique, not in quantity, but in quality. The enigmatic sword technique of his opponent rendered him defenseless. Coupled with his injury, he recognized the wisdom in conceding. The onlooking disciples were left speechless, enveloped in a profound silence. Zhang Li had emerged victorious. Just days prior, she had been a servant disciple, now recognized by Lu Tsongnan, and within a day had defeated the inner hall prodigy Wang Cheng. In that moment, no one dared to underestimate Zhang Li. With such talent, who would? After vanquishing Wang Cheng, Zhang Li straightened her posture and addressed the remaining 2 disciples of the Blade Hall. Next, her voice was calm and steady. At the entrance of the Blade Hall, the other 2 disciples gritted their teeth, unable to meet Zhang Li's gaze. Observing this scene, Zhang Li smiled. I am Zhang Li, from the Sword Hall. My presence here only serves to prove one thing. My senior brother does not misjudge people. Her voice rang clear and melodious. Upon hearing this, everyone lifted their eyes to the young lady, their gazes filled with envy and admiration. Soon, news of Zhang Li's challenge to the Blade Hall disciples spread like wildfire. When the elders learned of it, their expressions transformed into incredulity. They were well aware of the young lady's strength. Just yesterday, she was at the Blood Exchange realm. How had she ascended to the training realm within a day? Before long, upon discovering the details of the battle, their eyes sparkled with curiosity. The sword technique. It bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Lu Tsongnan. Although Zhang Li's skill was not as potent, they gleaned crucial information. Lu Tsongnan was indeed guiding his disciples in their cultivation. Initially, they had assumed that Lu Tsongnan had a long way to go in nurturing his disciples, but Zhang Li's performance led both the Hall Master and Inner Hall Elders to regard Lu Tsongnan with newfound respect. Meanwhile, in a small town outside the Wajizi sect, Aunt Qing lay in a chair, trembling as she read a letter in her hands. After a moment, she murmured to herself, "At last, she has been found. We have waited nearly 20 years for this day." It turned out that Zhang Li was a princess of a kingdom. However, during her birth, a great war broke out, prompting her to flee the kingdom with Zhang Li to the eastern continent. Assuming a false identity, she had once sought information and discovered that Zhang Li's father had been usurped. Thus, she dared not return to the western continent. But just recently, she learned that Zhang Li's father had returned 3 months ago to reclaim his throne, which explained her overwhelming excitement. The entrance of the Blade Hall, an increasing number of disciples gathered. Zhang Li had intended to leave, but the disciples of the Blade Hall, having received news, blocked her path. They would not allow Zhang Li to depart so easily. At the very least, she must taste defeat once, or else how could they maintain the honor of the Blade Hall? Zhang Li regarded the man before her with furrowed brows. The Blade Hall's senior brother, Lu Hua, was at the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm. Ignoring the jeers of the crowd, Lu Hua steeled himself to speak. He had not intended to engage in combat. As Zhang Li's realm was beneath his own, however, given the orders from above, he had no choice. Extraordinary realm, mid-stage. Upon hearing this introduction, Zhang Li's expression shifted slightly. She was currently at the mid-stage of the training realm. Even after her awakening, her innate talent had transformed, but against someone at the extraordinary realm, she held no semblance of hope. At that moment, Lu Hua stepped forward, his aura enveloping Zhang Li in an instant. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon her, causing beads of sweat to trickle down her forehead, rendering her helpless and overwhelmed. Just then, a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Leave the rest to me." In the next moment, Zhang Li felt the oppressive aura dissipate. Gazing at Lu Tsongnan's silhouette before her, she found his shoulders, though not broad, exuded an air of security akin to a mountain. After breaking through to the mid-stage of the extraordinary realm, Lu Tsongnan had left the room, only to receive news of Zhang Li's challenge to the Blade Hall disciples. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he had rushed over without delay. Lu Tsongnan slowly drew the long sword from his waist, his left hand resting behind him as he regarded Lu Hua. "Please." His tone was calm and composed. This man was formidable. Had Lu Hua not witnessed Lu Tsongnan's prowess the previous day, he would have dismissed him entirely. "Make it quick. I have no time for your prattle." Lu Hua's expression turned icy and grim, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Tsongnan. How arrogant was this? In a rush, from the outset, he had disregarded Lu Hua. Though his talent paled in comparison to Zhao Wudi, Lu Hua believed he was not far behind, and he also held an advantage in terms of realm. What right did Lu Tsongnan have to think he could defeat him? Whoosh! With a flick of his weapon, Lu Hua surged forward, moving with blinding speed. The spectators at the sword hall merely saw a flash, and Lu Hua had appeared at Lu Tsongnan's right side. His long knife descending with lethal intent aimed at Lu Tsongnan's head. This strike stirred a gust of air. Lu Tsongnan calmly observed Lu Hua's weapon. Even as the attack approached, he kept his left hand behind him, his right hand gripping the long sword. In the next instant, with a slight flick of his arm, Lu Tsongnan unleashed his sword. Lu Hua felt a flash of white light in his vision. Suddenly, pain pierced his chest, and his body, now uncontrollable, plummeted from the air. Lu Hua stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He curled his frail body tightly, erupting into a violent coughing fit, crimson blood frothing at his lips, cascading down his chin and staining his clothing a deep scarlet. Lu Tsongnan's sword tip hung down, his demeanor remaining composed as he spoke. Next, he did not glance at the fallen Lu Hua, turning his gaze instead to the other disciples of the Blade Hall. At that moment, silence reigned. Lu Hua's prowess had marked him as the strongest among the Blade Hall disciples, yet he had been defeated in a single move. He had progressed further, among the onlookers. Zhao Wudi's expression was a complex mix of emotions. Merely a night had passed, and his opponent had grown stronger. At this moment, Zhao Wudi felt an immense pressure. Most of the surrounding disciples were engulfed in feelings of inferiority. What was the most painful experience? It was possessing just enough talent to covet the brilliance of the truly gifted, yet not enough to enter their realm. They lingered at the threshold, faintly perceiving the light emanating from within. Yet unable to breach the door, they could only sit in despair, believing the gap between themselves and the prodigies was not insurmountable. But now, they faintly heard a sigh emanating from within the hall. Is this all? A full incense stick's worth of time passed, yet no disciple dared to utter a word. Is the hall master present? Lu Tsongnan inquired, for he had not forgotten the flat stance maintained by the other party. In response, one of the disciples spoke ambiguously. The hall master is in seclusion. Seclusion? Lu Tsongnan chuckled in disbelief. The Blade Hall has conceded. Everyone disperse. He began to dismiss the onlooking disciples, having anticipated the hall master's appearance. Yet, he was met with the disheartening reality that, throughout the entirety, the other remained as elusive as a ghost. As the crowd thinned, Zhao Wudi suddenly remarked, practicing the sword must have been quite arduous. No? Zhao Wudi's words left Lu Tsongnan at a loss for how to respond. Was it truly arduous? It seemed hardly so. One merely needed to break through with energy. Could he express this? He was certain that should he utter such sentiments, he would likely be met with immediate retribution. After all, among those gathered, who had not endured hardship in their cultivation, those who had not were long since eliminated. Lu Tsongnan tilted his head, nodding ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wudi bore a look of realization, convinced that his own talent was not significantly inferior to Lu Tsongnan's. Yet, seeing how much stronger Lu Tsongnan had become, he concluded that his own laziness was to blame. With this thought, Zhao Wudi clenched his fists, determined to revise his daily training regimen upon returning, allowing only 2 hours of rest each day. Not only Zhao Wudi, but others who considered themselves equally gifted harbored similar thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, they were all beginning to engage in secretive training, aiming to astonish everyone. Meanwhile, Lu Tsongnan, having exchanged a few simple pleasantries with Zhao Wudi, shifted his gaze to Zheng Li's profile. Name: Zheng Li Realm, mid-stage of the body refinement realm. Fate: the daughter of destiny. The puppet master, the empress. Recent turn of events. Influenced by Lu Tsongnan, her bloodline awakened prematurely, leading to a significant increase in her power. However, due to the awakening of her bloodline, her family has sensed her presence and will retrieve her in a month. Upon reading Zheng Li's information, Lu Tsongnan was momentarily taken aback. She was to be taken by her family? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long. After all, being located by her family was, in fact, a stroke of fortune. He genuinely felt happy for Zheng Li, though he remained unaware that her family had ulterior motives in retrieving her. Chapter 35. The Frustrated Child of Destiny. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lu Tsongnan commenced his earnest cultivation, swallowing the elixirs allocated by the sect and feeling the warm currents flow into his abdomen. Lu Tsongnan couldn't help but marvel at the Taishian blood fusion elixir, a special concoction prepared for those of extraordinary realms by the Wuzhizong. Each disciple received one every 6 months, but due to his unique status and special considerations from above, he possessed several vials. Moreover, the esteemed elders had sent him numerous similar elixirs for cultivation. Had it not been for the fact that the giver was male, Lu Tsongnan would have felt as though he were being pampered by an old benefactor. In times past, such resources were scarcely available. After continuously refining for elixirs, Lu Tsongnan exhaled a breath of warmth, feeling invigorated. Once he neatly stored the vials back at his waist, he finally allowed himself a moment of rest. Never one to leave valuable items in his room. As time flowed steadily, 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Within the inner disciples' residence, Chao, do not let me discover who acted against me. Otherwise I, Wu Fan, shall annihilate your entire family. Wu Fan's eyes narrowed, lips muttering curses. That beast had struck with particular ferocity, and he had only just now fully recovered. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to become stronger swiftly. He recalled that a senior had mentioned the sword intent inheritance from Wuzhizong would manifest today. Once he acquired the opportunity, he would surely exact revenge. After several days of recuperation, Wu Fan had already pinpointed his suspects. First, Lu Songnan, and second, that Zhao Wudi. He vowed that should he gain the strength, he would trample both of them underfoot. With determination in mind, Wu Fan stepped out of his room, preparing to seek out the sword inheritance based on the information provided by his senior. However, as he exited, he noticed two disciples approaching him, evidently having waited for some time. "Senior brother, good morning." Upon seeing Wu Fan, one of them hurried forward to greet him. This, Wu Fan was slightly taken aback. "What brings you here?" Though his strength had surged recently, he had maintained a low profile. Why were these individuals seeking him out? Observing the two, Wu Fan furrowed his brow. "Senior brother, Elder Lu has summoned you. He mentioned that some items sent by his family seem to be missing and wishes to inquire about the situation." "Ah? Am I being suspected by Lu Songnan? Let's move quickly. Elder Lu is waiting for us." The two pressed forward, urging Wu Fan toward the sword hall now, with Lu Songnan serving as the sword hall master. His status had changed dramatically. As soon as he spoke, disciples were readily available to assist him. During their journey to the sword hall, Wu Fan learned of the recent events that had transpired, leaving him utterly bewildered. Lu Songnan had broken through again. Who on earth was this individual? Why was he so exceptionally gifted? Could it be that, like himself, he had a peerless powerhouse secretly aiding him? In his heart, Wu Fan began to harbor resentment toward Lu Songnan, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He had initially believed that everything was well within his control. However, recent developments had left him feeling as though he were being targeted. Originally, he had intended to pursue the inheritance today, but faced with the now formidable Lu Songnan, he was compelled to abandon his plans and follow the disciples to the sword hall. There was no recourse. At present, he lacked the ability to overturn the table. Yet, he was not overly concerned. After all, the inheritance remained in its place, and thus far, no one had managed to uncover it. Amidst these complex emotions, Wu Fan was led to the sword hall. "Elder Lu, Wu Fan has arrived." Wu Fan lifted his gaze, only to see Lu Songnan standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at him with the back of his head. Witnessing this scene, Wu Fan felt a surge of anger. He swore this was the most ostentatious person he had ever encountered. Nonchalantly turning to look at others, "What is it? Are you Lu Songnan, the reincarnation of the king of arrogance?" "Wu Fan." Lu Songnan turned to glance at Wu Fan, his voice calm yet authoritative. "I have written to my family, explicitly requesting 100 items of considerable age. Yet I have only received 80. You must investigate this matter promptly to ascertain whether someone has meddled." Although he posed a question, Lu Songnan was quietly scrutinizing Wu Fan's profile. Name: Wu Fan, realm, late stage of the blood transformation realm, fate, the Star of Doom special, comatose remnant soul life script, protagonist recent turn of events. This afternoon, while cultivating on the cliffs of the back mountain, he unexpectedly discovered sword techniques concealed within the stone walls, recorded by the former hall master. Mastery of these techniques would grant him access to the threshold of sword intent. As Lu Songnan examined Wu Fan's information, Wu Fan began to appraise Lu Songnan's demeanor. Initially, he had anticipated being put through trials, even preparing for the worst. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Songnan had tasked him with investigating who had meddled. Investigate himself? At that moment, he found Lu Songnan rather foolish. However, he could also understand. After all, as an inner disciple, how could he possibly covet such items? Having come to this realization, Wu Fan bowed respectfully, saying, "I shall investigate this matter at once." Upon hearing this, Lu Songnan nodded. "Very well, but remember, you must provide me with results before tonight. Otherwise, I will involve the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall in the investigation. At that point, all those responsible for this matter will be subject to the scrutiny of the Law Enforcement Hall." In order to intercept the other's opportunity, Lu Songnan devised this strategy. Firstly, it would keep the other preoccupied with this issue, leaving them no time to pursue their opportunity. Secondly, it would confuse them, allowing them to lower their guard against him. As for whether the other would comply, Lu Songnan was unconcerned. He had already arranged for someone to follow Wu Fan at all times. Should he fail to act according to Lu Songnan's wishes, it would be simple to have the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall intervene. Regardless, today, the other could not appear in the back mountain. This would give Lu Songnan the chance to seize the opportunity he had glimpsed from Wu Fan. On the cliffs of the back mountain, this should be the place. Lu Songnan stood alone amidst the mountains, observing the crisscrossing ravines, the gentle babbling of streams, and the melodious sounds echoing about. Ancient cypress and towering pines flourished abundantly, with gnarled branches swaying gracefully in the wind, producing a rustling sound. However, after searching for half an hour, he found no trace of the sword technique inheritance, which left Lu Tsongnan feeling somewhat despondent. Was his fortune truly so meager? It was evident that there were treasures before him, yet he could not obtain them. Is it not infuriating? After a moment of frustration, Lu Tsongnan suddenly conceived a notion. The sword intent inheritance? Could it be related to the sword god inheritance? With this thought, he immediately began to perform the draw sword technique. Clang! As the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath suddenly echoed. A piercing cold light abruptly illuminated the sheer cliff before him. Lu Tsongnan looked up and discovered a sword intent emanating forth. Moments later, he beheld the sword intent shattering the surrounding moss, giving rise to a series of vividly lifelike sword techniques upon the cliff's face. Chapter 36. Comprehending Sword Intent, Wu Fan's Departure. Lu Tsongnan instinctively unsheathed his long sword and began to practice the techniques depicted on the cliff. As time passed, strands of sword energy radiated outward from his vicinity. In a brief moment, within a 3-meter radius, sword energy crisscrossed in a dazzling display. Once, twice, thrice, he practiced diligently for a total of 7 iterations. Suddenly, a faint sound of air being sliced cut through the atmosphere around Lu Tsongnan. Then, a stark black and white sword intent manifested before him, appearing swiftly yet vanishing just as quickly, dissipating into the wind in the blink of an eye. It was evident that Lu Tsongnan had merely scratched the surface of understanding sword intent. To fully grasp it, a long and arduous journey lay ahead. This fleeting glimpse of sword intent was imperfect, merely a casual inscription left by the sword god during his training, born of occasional insights. Lu Tsongnan felt no discouragement. Having caught a glimpse of the pathway was already a stroke of fortune. Before his arrival, he had never harbored the notion that mere observation of the secret techniques could lead to an understanding of sword intent. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Compared to others, his talents were not particularly remarkable. Lu Tsongnan was just an ordinary person. At the same time, he gazed with newfound interest at the cave beneath the sword techniques. Could it possibly be a place once frequented by the sword god? The appearance of sword intent had caused the moss on the cliff to fall away, revealing the cavern below. With determination, Lu Tsongnan sheathed his sword, took a deep breath, and propelled himself upward with a forceful push of his toes. Leaping towards the cliff in midair, he extended his slender arms, fingers outstretched towards a protruding branch. With a resounding crack, his fingers firmly grasped a branch, and he deftly hooked his legs against the wall, bringing his body into close contact with the cliff. Gazing into the hollow within the cliff, Lu Tsongnan felt a pang of frustration. Just how twisted was the sword god to leave behind sword intent in the heart of a sheer cliff? Unbeknownst to Lu Tsongnan, the sword god had left this mark after achieving the ability to fly at the ethereal realm. Looking up at the daunting height of over 1,000 meters, Lu Tsongnan inhaled deeply and began to channel his energy. Instantly, a symphony of cracking echoed through his body as his meridians surged with power, his dantian resonating wildly, his blood and energy boiling like a volcanic eruption. A raw, unrefined force erupted from his being, surging into his fingertips. Subsequently, Lu Tsongnan extended his arms upward, and after a careful exploration, his fingertips grazed the ceiling of the cliff, where his curved fingers embedded themselves firmly into the rock. With a synchronized push from his knees and feet against the wall, his body shot upward, swiftly ascending a level. Indeed, hard work pays off. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Tsongnan finally reached his destination, the entrance to the cave. The walls were etched with sword scars, unmistakably the place where the sword god had once resided. However, the sword scars on the walls held no practical value for reference. Yet, a smile suddenly blossomed on Lu Tsongnan's face, for he felt a hunger emanating from his arm. Clearly, there were ancient artifacts within. Unable to contain himself, Lu Tsongnan began to search through the hollow. Before long, he detected a faint energy aura concealed beneath the cliff. He immediately executed his sword-drawing technique. After 3 strikes, the stone wall before him shattered, revealing a modest cavern. Inside lay a meditation mat, radiating a unique energy that excited Lu Tsongnan's arm at first glance. Indeed, there were treasures to be found. Lu Tsongnan's eyes sparkled with delight. This item, though its exact purpose remained unknown, promised to replenish his energy, saving him considerable resources and time. This mat was likely an object of meditation used by the sword god in times past. With excitement coursing through him, Lu Tsangnan wasted no time. He activated the Taiku Dragon Elephant art and began absorbing energy. As he did, streams of energy coalesced upon his arms in an instant. The tattoos that had emerged after breaking through to the mid-level of the extraordinary realm began to shift in color at a visibly rapid pace. Light green, deep green, blued. In the inner disciples' quarters, Wu Fan's expression was exceedingly grim. These disciples claimed to be collaborating with him to uncover the truth, but in reality, they were sent by Lu Tsangnan to keep an eye on him. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. That wretched thief who had snatched his opportunity was growing stronger by the day, while he remained stagnant. At that moment, Wu Fan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Filled with indignation, "Senior," sensing that his mentor had awakened, Wu Fan hurriedly inquired, "Are we truly powerless against that beast Lu Tsangnan?" "Alas," the senior sighed in Wu Fan's mind, "we have no means. That fellow has already spread his wings. With just the two of us, it would be quite challenging to deal with him. He possesses the sword-drawing technique and the legacy of the Sword Hall, not to mention the support of the Sword Hall's master." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan felt a surge of inferiority. Observing his reaction, the woman comforted him, "Do not be so disheartened. Life is a long journey, and this is merely a small setback. Trust me, with your talent and my assistance, surpassing Lu Tsangnan is not an insurmountable task." Yet, Wu Fan could easily discern the comforting undertone in the senior's words. "Surpassing Lu Tsangnan? How could it be so simple? Senior, how does Lu Tsangnan's current strength compare to yours when you were young?" Wu Fan inquired with curiosity, eager to hear the senior's assessment of Lu Tsangnan. The woman paused for a few seconds before responding earnestly, "At the same age, I was inferior to him. That fellow is extraordinarily gifted. Blessed with fortune. At barely 20, he has already transcended the extraordinary realm. A rare occurrence indeed. It's only natural that you are not his match at present. However," she continued, "it is fortunate that he hails from such a small place. It will be exceedingly difficult for him to establish himself in the larger world. You, on the other hand, with my assistance, can fail countless times yet still rise again. Lu Tsangnan, however, will remain but a common man should he falter even once." Indeed, as these words were spoken, Wu Fan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. According to the senior, surpassing Lu Tsangnan was merely a matter of time. "Let us depart from here. That fellow has already become a force to be reckoned with, and there is no longer any significant opportunity here. Staying would only waste our time. After we leave, I will find you a favorable location where your strength will soar. Think bigger. This is merely a minor setback. Our future lies not in ruling over this small place, but in the vastness of the stars and the sea." Inspired by the senior's encouragement, Wu Fan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Soon, he gathered the important items and prepared to leave the sect. Chapter 37. Minor accomplishment in sword intent. Wu Fan's new opportunity. In the rear mountain, the tattoos on Lu Tsangnan's arm had transformed to a deep purple hue, while the meditation mat had disintegrated into powder, carried away by the wind. Comprehending the essence of sword intent is an arduous task. My talents are mediocre, and achieving this understanding will surely be fraught with difficulties. If that is the case, perhaps I must resort to unconventional means. Commence. In an instant, the energy within the tattoos surged into Lu Tsangnan's body. He then began to practice the sword techniques. His body emitted faint sounds of sword resonance. Initially weak, the sounds grew progressively louder as energy coursed through him. Simultaneously, an aura of sharpness enveloped Lu Tsangnan. Clang! The ink-like sword intent gradually manifested before him, deepening in color until it solidified, unwavering, sword intent. Minor accomplishment. Lu Tsangnan observed this scene, exhaling with relief, his eyes sparkling with joy. Upon achieving a minor accomplishment in sword intent, he could establish a sword intent domain around himself, enhancing his strength by 30%. Moreover, sword intent possessed other remarkable properties, capable of defending against attacks and augmenting the power of his sword techniques. Having comprehended sword intent, Lu Tsangnan organized himself and departed from the cave, but not before obliterating the sword techniques carved into the wall. He was concerned that Wu Fan might decipher the techniques and successfully comprehend sword intent. As dusk fell, A layer of hazy mist gradually enveloped the air, and wisps of smoke wafted above the dining hall. The aroma of cooking wafting through the air, Lu Tsongnan passed through the dining hall and, as he walked past Wu Fan's room, instinctively glanced upward. Suddenly, Lu Tsongnan emitted a sound of surprise. Name, Wu Fan. Realm, late stage of blood exchange realm, fate, celestial calamity lone star, destiny, gifted, aided by noble beings, special trait, accompanied by a remnant soul, life script, protagonist, recent turn of events. After departing from the Wuzhizong, he forged a bond with the ninth prince of the Tianxian dynasty along the way. Through the introduction of the ninth prince, he established ties with a hidden family of the Tianxian dynasty and, in the name of a disciple of the Wuzhizong, resolved certain conflicts for this family. Within the hidden family, there exists a sword technique known as the White Cloud Sword Art, which essentially harbors the clarity of the sword heart. Guided by a woman in his mind, he unraveled its mysteries and cultivated a clear sword heart, greatly enhancing his combat prowess and swordsmanship talent. Goodness, truly deserving of the title of protagonist. Observing Wu Fan's silhouette, Lu Tsongnan secretly clicked his tongue at the same time. Wu Fan also noticed Lu Tsongnan. However, he remained unfazed, calmly nodding towards Lu Tsongnan. As for the task arranged by the other party, Wu Fan had little concern. Such trivial matters could be deferred. He did not believe that a lord of the Sword Hall would be so petty over such insignificant issues. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Tsongnan was already reviewing his information. Lu Tsongnan nodded quietly to Wang Han and then nonchalantly departed the courtyard. The following day, outside the Wuzhizong, in a secluded valley, a dozen individuals gathered once more. The leading man donned a crimson robe, embroidered with blazing flames, and a faint red spiritual energy enveloped him protectively. This man was none other than Xiao Yuan, the chief leader of the Yuyuan 13 Thieves, a martial artist of extraordinary caliber. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Yuan gazed at the approaching convoy and softly inquired, "Is the identity confirmed?" "It is confirmed, the ninth prince of the Tianxian dynasty," replied a figure in black nearby. "This time, we must succeed. Failure is not an option. Chief, are we really going to act? After all, they are from the Tianxian dynasty." The black-clad figure voiced his concerns. "Fear not. Since we dare to strike, we naturally understand the Tianxian dynasty well. They are currently beset by internal strife and external threats, and lack the capability to retaliate against us. Furthermore, all of us Yuyuan 13 Thieves are extraordinary. The Tianxian dynasty would not risk confrontation with us over trivial matters." Xiao Yuan added confidently. With that, the black-clad figure nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Xiao Yuan's words. Presently, the Tianxian dynasty was embroiled in various conflicts, leaving them vulnerable. As time passed, after a short incense stick's duration, the convoy of the ninth prince entered the valley, only to find the carriages abruptly halt. Just as he was about to inquire with the coachman about the situation, he heard the shouts of robbery outside. "Robbery!" The ninth prince pulled back the carriage curtain. Gazing upon the Yuyuan 13 Thieves, he furrowed his brow and said, "You truly intend to rob me? We may not be friends, but we are not enemies either. I do not wish to oppose you. I hope you will retreat and not set your sights on me." The ninth prince recognized the Yuyuan 13 Thieves and had even collaborated with them before. Thus, upon witnessing their robbery attempt, he remained composed and issued a warning. In response, Xiao Yuan scoffed, "If not for the Tianxian dynasty's reputation, I would have already struck you down. Who do you think you are to adopt such a lofty demeanor?" At that moment, the ninth prince's heart burned with indignation and resentment. As a dignified prince, he was openly taunted by a band of thieves. However, he was aware of the Yuyuan 13 Thieves' prowess and, despite his anger, hesitated to issue a command to attack. After a moment's contemplation, the ninth prince chose to swallow his pride and relinquish some valuables to the Yuyuan 13 Thieves. He greatly valued his life. Just then, Wu Fan, wielding a long sword, arrived at the scene. Initially intending to feign ignorance and hide discreetly, he was alerted by the woman in his mind. "Young man, within the chests ahead, I sense treasures capable of restoring souls. Quickly seize them." Her voice was tinged with urgency. Startled, Wu Fan replied, "Predecessor, how should I seize them? Their strength surpasses mine." Feeling the imposing aura of the Yuyuan 13 Thieves, he swallowed hard. "Are you a fool? This is the territory of the Wuzhizong. Present your inner sect identity, and they will naturally be intimidated. The woman retorted impatiently, sensing Wu Fan's naivety regarding the principle of leveraging power. With such a formidable backing, was he merely a decorative figure? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's expression brightened. He retrieved a token from his waist, raised it high, and proclaimed loudly, "Who are you? Why do you dare commit robbery within the Wuzhizong?" Wu Fan's arrival instantly captured the attention of both parties. The ninth prince's face lit up upon seeing Wu Fan, while Qiao Yuan's brow furrowed as he recognized the token in Wu Fan's hand. A disciple of the Wuzhizong, he thought, astonished by the serendipity of encountering someone from the Wuzhizong in such a remote location. In that moment, he scrutinized Wu Fan, realizing that he had not yet reached the extraordinary realm and was alone. Should he eliminate him to silence him? Chapter 38. The ninth prince's recognition. Wu Fan is about to embrace a great opportunity. After careful consideration, Qiao Yuan ultimately abandoned the idea of silencing Wu Fan. The Wuzhizong was an overwhelming force for the Yuyun 13 thieves, one they could not afford to offend. Within the Wuzhizong, there were many formidable individuals capable of easily dispatching them. Should those powerful figures set their sights on them, the Yuyun 13 thieves would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit. Having survived until now, they were well aware of whom they could provoke and whom they could not. If it were not for the Tianqian dynasty being in a peculiar situation, they would not dare to rob the ninth prince. Realizing this, Qiao Yuan ordered a retreat, leaving with an unsightly expression, filled with reluctance. With the Yuyun 13 thieves' departure, the ninth prince let out a sigh of relief. "My friend, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance. Otherwise, my losses would have been severe." The ninth prince expressed his thanks. It was but a simple task. No need for excessive gratitude. "I, Wu Fan, cannot abide by such acts of highway robbery," he replied, maintaining a facade of calmness. However, internally, Wu Fan's heart raced. Moments ago, he had faced the Yuyun 13 thieves head-on, a band of ruthless brigands. Had they disregarded the Wuzhizong, he might very well have become a corpse by now. Yet, the outcome left him thoroughly satisfied in no time. The ninth prince grew familiar with Wu Fan, who, in his current position, found himself in need of talented individuals. Recognizing Wu Fan's courage and his affiliation with the Wuzhizong, he felt a desire to recruit him to Wu Fan, seeking a formidable ally. Readily agreed. As they journeyed together, Wu Fan's eloquence, honed in the sect, coupled with the guidance he had received from the woman in his mind, garnered the ninth prince's admiration. This individual possesses remarkable talent, he mused, acknowledging Wu Fan's superior abilities and insights compared to his peers. "Wu brother, you are far too modest," the ninth prince praised freely in his eyes. As long as Wu Fan did not falter along the way, he was destined for greatness. Establishing a connection with him now would likely yield significant benefits in the future. Hearing the ninth prince's sincere compliments, Wu Fan maintained a calm exterior, yet internally, he began to swell with pride. Recently, he had felt pressured by Lu Tsongnan, surrounded by prodigies like Zhao Wudi and Lu Tsongnan, making him acutely aware of the challenges ahead. He believed surpassing these two would be exceedingly difficult and had always regarded his own talent as mediocre. Despite the assistance from the predecessor in his mind, he had refrained from becoming arrogant. Now, upon stepping into the world, he was suddenly reminded of his own excellence. However, he had also encountered true geniuses. He understood that his current abilities did not warrant arrogance or complacency. Thus he began to adopt a more humble demeanor. This attitude only served to elevate the ninth prince's regard for him further. Meanwhile, in the Tianqian dynasty, located at the far eastern edge of the eastern continent, governing a territory of millions of miles and subordinate to the Wuzhizong, every generation's monarch was a disciple of the Wuzhizong. The capital of the Tianqian dynasty, Lu Tsongnan, had already arrived. After witnessing Wu Fan's fortuitous encounter, he made his way to the Tianqian dynasty. "Is this truly the capital of the Tianqian dynasty? It is indeed bustling," Lu Tsongnan exclaimed as he strolled through the streets, marveling at the vibrant sights surrounding him. However, Lu Tsongnan quickly adjusted his mindset. Without strength, a capital was merely a capital, leading to hardship and oppression. Yet with strength, it transformed into a realm of indulgence, a place of revelry beneath the imperial city. "Elder Lu, the national master has arranged a banquet at the Wujigwan to welcome you." A soldier approached Lu Tsongnan respectfully. The Wujigwan was the residence of the elder of the Wuzhizong's law enforcement hall, currently overseeing the governance of the Tianqian dynasty. It was crucial to ensure that the Tianqian dynasty maintained a steady supply of talented individuals. If a foolish ruler were to take charge, the consequences would be dire. Long before Lu Congnan was to arrive at the Wuzhizong, he had already notified the elders of the sect in the Tianqian dynasty. Thus, as soon as Lu Congnan entered the city, they promptly dispatched someone to extend an invitation. "Thank you for your efforts," Lu Congnan replied with a slight nod, before following the soldier who would guide him to the Wujigwan. Meanwhile, within the imperial city of Tianqian, a gaunt, white-bearded elder hurriedly approached a grand hall. He respectfully bowed and then spoke, "Your Majesty, I have just received word that the master of the Sword Hall of Wuzhizong has arrived in the imperial city." As soon as he finished speaking, a man emerged from within. He was tall and imposing, possessing a dignified countenance adorned with an undeniable aura of righteousness, his eyes sparkling with vitality, and his brow conveying an indomitable resolve. This was none other than the current emperor of the Tianqian dynasty, Sun Xingquan. Gifted from a young age, Sun Xingquan was renowned as the most talented successor in the history of Wuzhizong. It was said that on the day of his birth, the heavens were adorned with rainbow lights in the morning, and by afternoon, a chorus of birds sang as phoenixes roost upon rooftops. Such extraordinary phenomena caught the attention of Wuzhizong, which then devoted itself to his cultivation. Furthermore, upon reaching adulthood, he was sent by Wuzhizong to hone his skills in the Tianqian dynasty, and he indeed lived up to expectations. Conquering 3 dynasties in a mere decade. At this moment, he stepped outside the hall and, glancing at the grand eunuch of ceremony, inquired with curiosity, "Lu Elder? Is it the Lu Congnan who recently succeeded as the master of the Sword Hall?" "Indeed, it is him," the grand eunuch replied respectfully. "In that case, let us go and see," Sun Xingquan said softly. Soon after, the grand eunuch departed, leaving Sun Xingquan murmuring to himself, "Lu Congnan." After a brief moment, as if struck by a thought, his eyes gleamed. "If he truly possesses talent, I would not mind offering him an opportunity to soar." Simultaneously, in the residence of the 9th prince, he was engaged in a jovial gathering with Wu Fan, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. Suddenly, a guard entered and whispered a few words into the ear of the 9th prince. Upon hearing this, the 9th prince clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wu brother, splendid news! I have just learned that tonight the Tianqian dynasty will host a banquet to welcome an esteemed elder. Let me tell you, many prominent figures will be in attendance, and if you make their acquaintance, it will surely facilitate matters in the imperial court." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan felt a surge of excitement. If he could garner the attention of these influential individuals, it would undoubtedly lead to valuable investments. Coupled with the assistance of his senior, he could achieve great things. However, he refrained from displaying excessive enthusiasm. Feigning modesty, "But I have never met them. I fear I might be too forward." "Oh, how could you say such a thing? You and I are friends. I shall introduce you, so it will be quite natural. Besides, you are so exceptional that everyone will be eager to befriend you," the 9th prince declared with a grand gesture. "If that is the case, I must thank your highness," Wu Fan acquiesced, riding the wave of the moment. Chapter 39. Lu Congnan's entrance. Wu Fan's stupefied smile as evening descended and the lights illuminated the imperial city. Tables laden with exquisite delicacies were set, and beautiful maidens danced gracefully throughout the hall. One could behold formidable warriors. It was a gathering of the elite, where only the affluent or the renowned powerhouses of the Tianqian dynasty were present. Word had spread that the dynasty was hosting a distinguished guest, with the emperor himself in attendance, prompting many to come and familiarize themselves with the scene. Of course, they merely wished to see if they could attract the favor of the elder, thereby soaring to new heights. Establishing a connection with such a revered figure, especially one graced by the emperor's presence, was indeed a rare opportunity. Particularly among the young women, there was a palpable sense of anticipation. They envisioned a shortcut to success, believing that if they caught the eye of the elder, it would be akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, propelling them to greatness. Clutching the sheets and bracing against the walls, they thought that enduring a bit of pain was far preferable to toiling away at a mundane job. Such aspirations were plentiful among the socialites of the imperial capital. In the spacious hall, the 9th prince was busily introducing Wu Fan to the surrounding guests. Those accustomed to mingling with the 9th prince quickly grasped the significance of this moment. "Your Highness is seeking to win this individual over," They murmured among themselves, showering Wu Fan with praises. Words like youthful prodigy and promising future flowed freely, each remark unique and flattering. This attention buoyed Wu Fan's spirits, causing a smile to unconsciously spread across his face. He reveled in his own excellence and felt fortunate for his choices. Had he remained in Wuzhezong, he would likely still be under Lu Songnan's thumb, unable to enjoy such treatment. He was grateful to have crossed paths with the ninth prince. At this moment, as he surveyed the impressive young talents around him, he realized that their abilities paled in comparison to his, fostering a sense of superiority within him. Then, a resounding call echoed, "The Emperor has arrived." The announcement reverberated throughout the hall in an instant. All heads turned towards the entrance, where they beheld Sun Xingchuan approaching with his hands clasped behind his back. He exuded no overwhelming aura of power. Instead, he emanated a sense of simplicity and humility, a true powerhouse. Upon seeing him, Wu Fan felt a surge of trepidation. "Quick, showcase your talents before him," urged the voice in his mind, which he associated with a formidable presence. He was certain that this individual's strength was formidable. With his guidance and resources, Wu Fan believed he would significantly enhance his capabilities in a short time. "Lu Elder has arrived." The call rang out again, echoing through the hall. Instinctively, the crowd turned towards the entrance, where a throng of people advanced, among them a well-dressed man. He bore an air of nobility and grace, striding forward with a vigorous gait. As he drew nearer, it became evident that his handsome features and robust physique made him an object of admiration. At that moment, a stir swept through the crowd as people halted to gaze in awe. Astonished by his presence, Wu Fan, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly found his expression frozen upon seeing Lu Songnan. Why is it him? How can it possibly be him? At this instant, jealousy surged within Wu Fan's heart. Simultaneously, Lu Songnan noticed Wu Fan standing out in the crowd. Upon inspecting Wu Fan's information, he observed some changes since their last encounter. Name: Wu Fan Realm, Late Stage Blood Transformation Realm Fate, Heavenly Calamity Lone Star Fortune, Exceptional Talent, aided by Benefactor Special, accompanied by remnants of a soul life script. Protagonist Recent Turning Point 1. After leaving Wuzhezong, befriended the ninth prince of the Tianqian dynasty, establishing ties with a hidden family under the prince's introduction, and resolved some conflicts in the name of a Wuzhezong disciple. Recent Turning Point 2. After resolving the family's troubles, the reputation of Wuzhezong's talented disciple spread, attracting the attention of Sun Xingchuan. Upon seeing this information, Lu Songnan's mind sparked with a bold idea. In that case, I shall not hold back with this thought. He cast a glance at Wu Fan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I shall seize this opportunity to reap the rewards. I refuse to believe I cannot extract every last bit. Initially, Lu Songnan had considered eliminating Wu Fan outside the sect, for the latter's identity as the Heavenly Calamity Lone Star posed a threat to Wuzhezong's existence. However, it seemed wiser to keep him around for the time being. Yet, it was imperative to keep a close watch on him. Otherwise, he might seize an opportunity to rise to prominence. As these thoughts churned in his mind, Lu Songnan's gaze remained fixed on Wu Fan. The latter, feeling the weight of Lu Songnan's stare, became increasingly uneasy. He couldn't help but wonder. Could his secret have been discovered? At that moment, Wu Fan felt a surge of anxiety. With the elder still in a state of unconsciousness, he could only rely on himself in the face of danger. Having met the Emperor and Elder Lu, the crowd bowed in unison, and no need for excessive formalities. Sun Xingchuan replied, appearing rather pleased as he waved his hand and smiled. Today, with Elder Lu present, I am most delighted. You all should feel free to engage with him, without concern for my presence. Understood. We shall comply. The crowd responded in unison. Among them, Wu Fan observed as those who had just been extolling his promising future now clamored excitedly, shouting praises for Lu Songnan, who was being lauded like a celestial being. Stunned, he found himself rooted in place, unable to fathom that he had come to attend this individual's banquet. Had he known this would be the case, he would have rather not attended at all. What struck him even more was the Emperor's warm demeanor towards Lu Songnan. It was unmistakably cordial. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wu Fan felt that he, rather than Lu Songnan, deserved to be the center of attention. However, as he observed the eager and fervent greetings directed at Lu Songnan from those around him, a pang of inexplicable sorrow welled up within his heart, leaving him breathless, as if he had lost something of great significance. Just then, Sun Xingchuan spoke up, "Ladies and gentlemen, you may be unaware, but Elder Lu possesses extraordinary talent in the swordsmanship realm and is currently the master of the Sword Hall." Such a revelation left the audience in stunned silence. The title of Master of the Sword Hall in the Wuzhizong was synonymous with immense power. To achieve such a status at such a young age indicated that Lu Songnan's prowess in swordsmanship was truly formidable. In response, Lu Songnan humbly remarked, "I am merely fortunate." He then proceeded to recount, with a serene smile, how he had stumbled upon a remnant of sword intent left by the sword god on the back mountain. This tale evoked deep envy among the listeners. The sword intent left by the sword god. In an instant, they instinctively began to applaud Lu Songnan. Just then, Wu Fan, unable to contain himself, hurled his wine cup to the ground. The crowd turned to see Wu Fan rising, his face flushed with anger. Witnessing this, he exclaimed, "Silence! That was my chance." Upon hearing this, Lu Songnan looked at Wu Fan and suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 40. Wu Fan is cast out. His senior brother's unexpected plea for help at the moment the wine cup shattered. All eyes turned to Wu Fan, brows furrowed. "Brother Wu, you are drunk." Although the reason for Wu Fan's outburst was unclear, the third prince reacted swiftly, hastily offering an explanation. Yet, Wu Fan seemed oblivious to all around him. His opportunity had been snatched away by that scoundrel Lu Songnan, who flaunted it before him. Meanwhile, Lu Songnan inquired, "It appears this disciple is one of our Wuzhizong members. What is this? Have you forgotten your place now that you have left Wuzhizong?" Lu Songnan asked nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. "Elder Lu, please forgive me. My friend has had too much to drink and was merely speaking nonsense." The ninth prince quickly interjected, bowing apologetically. He then gestured to his guards to escort Wu Fan away. "How audacious! Did Elder Lu engage you in conversation?" Before Lu Songnan could respond, Sun Xingchuan cast a cool glance at the ninth prince. Though his tone was calm, a chill ran through the assembly, causing beads of cold sweat to form on their foreheads. "Father, there must be some misunderstanding. This man is my friend and an inner disciple of Wuzhizong," the ninth prince insisted, though Sun Xingchuan remained silent. Turning his gaze back to Wu Fan in that moment, Wu Fan felt an overwhelming pressure. Despite both Sun Xingchuan and Lu Songnan being members of Wuzhizong, they felt like strangers to him. He longed to question why they, as fellow disciples, had to create such a humiliating scene. Was it truly necessary? It was just a shattered wine cup, and the ninth prince had already clarified, however, faced with the seemingly placid yet profoundly oppressive demeanor of Sun Xingchuan. Wu Fan ultimately chose to bow his head. He wished to explain that Lu Songnan's opportunity rightfully belonged to him, but after a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the thought. Such a claim would be dismissed as sheer folly, and he might even be perceived as deliberately seeking trouble. That moment, despite his seething anger and profound dissatisfaction, Wu Fan lowered his head and gritted his teeth, saying, "Elder, I am overwhelmed by drink. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you will not take it to heart." As these words left his lips, Wu Fan's eyes brimmed with resentment. "If you cannot handle your liquor, then do not drink. Someone, escort him away. Do not allow him to disgrace Wuzhizong here." Lu Songnan waved dismissively, unconcerned. "Understood." Soon, several individuals approached to carry Wu Fan away. Once he had departed, Sun Xingchuan reprimanded the ninth prince. "I do not mind who you choose as friends, but if you continue to associate with such unsavory characters, I shall not hesitate to break your legs." Sun Xingchuan's brow furrowed as he continued. "A person who lacks even basic courtesy is destined for mediocrity. Thankfully, you encountered Elder Lu today. What if you had faced a stronger opponent? Little Jiao, be cautious in your future dealings." The initial reprimand gave way to a more heartfelt admonition. The ninth prince knelt, panic etched across his face. "I shall remember my father's teachings." Enough. The ninth prince did not intend to stir trouble. He merely encountered the wrong crowd. "Everyone, let us resume the music and dance." Lu Songnan interjected, attempting to salvage the situation. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince looked up at Lu Songnan, gratitude shining in his eyes. Moments prior, he had perceived Lu Songnan as aloof, but now he felt that the elder was quite adept at navigating social intricacies. Had Lu Songnan not intervened, with so many witnesses present, his father would undoubtedly have punished him. Though he would still face admonishment, at least he could avoid severe repercussions. Sighing at this realization, the ninth prince began to compare Wu Fan and Lu Tsongnan. Both were young, yet the disparity between them was stark. One was an elder, on par with his father, gifted and possessing a commendable character, while the other, though talented, lacked decorum and acted impulsively. Thus, the ninth prince could not help but feel a twinge of resentment towards Wu Fan. He had initially believed Wu Fan held great promise and had hoped to introduce him to influential acquaintances, but instead, he found himself burdened with the consequences of Wu Fan's lack of etiquette. Fortunately, Elder Lu was magnanimous and chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly suffered for Wu Fan's actions. This individual was not worth associating with. In that moment, the ninth prince resolved to distance himself from Wu Fan. On the other hand, after being cast out, Wu Fan lay on the ground, his expression one of utter dejection. A woman's voice resonated in his mind, sighing softly. As the sigh echoed, Wu Fan suddenly jolted to attention. What had he been doing? How could he have allowed jealousy to provoke such a reaction? No matter how much he resented Lu Tsongnan, his current strength was no match for that of Lu Tsongnan. It was tantamount to courting death. Realizing this, a deep sense of regret enveloped him. He had intended to leverage his connection with the ninth prince to forge alliances with other forces in the capital. Yet he had ruined it all due to his own vexation. It was quite possible that, in the eyes of the current emperor, he was nothing more than an impudent young fool to Wu Fan. What has transpired? Do not act impulsively, the voice in his mind admonished gently. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan nodded in self-reproach. Very well. Since I cannot pursue the connection with the Tianxian dynasty, I shall devise another plan. The voice in Wu Fan's mind reassured him. Indeed, thank you, senior. From this moment forth, Wu Fan shall tread carefully and act with valor and diligence, ensuring that such a situation never arises again. With that, he clenched his fists, rose to his feet, and made his way toward the street. In the hall. After Wu Fan's departure, Lu Tsongnan was invited by Sun Xingchuan into a private room. Name: Sun Xingchuan Realm. Late stage of the Tongyu Realm fate. Son of the True Dragon. Recent turn of events. In half a month, he will enter the Tongtian Tower, from which he will obtain the True Dragon's body, containing a trace of the True Dragon's remnant soul. By harnessing this, he will awaken his bloodline and gain the Dragon Goddess inheritance. Greetings, junior brother. I am your senior brother, Sun Xingchuan. While Lu Tsongnan observed quietly, Sun Xingchuan pushed a teacup forward with a smile. Senior brother Lu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Although Lu Tsongnan was unsure of Sun Xingchuan's intentions, he gracefully accepted the teacup. Though Sun Xingchuan was an emperor among men, Lu Tsongnan held a respectable position as well. Observing Lu Tsongnan's composed demeanor, Sun Xingchuan found himself even more pleased. I have heard that junior brother has taken over the sword hall. So your individual prowess must be unparalleled in the Transcendence realm. Currently, I have a matter of great importance that requires your assistance. May I inquire if you are available? Sun Xingchuan inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan's expression shifted to one of surprise. Chapter 41. The first mention of the ruins, Lu Tsongnan's request. Lu Tsongnan was taken aback by Sun Xingchuan's directness. Typically, one in such a position would speak in circles. Yet here he was, exceedingly forthright. However, considering his current status and their shared lineage, he realized that Sun Xingchuan regarded him as an equal. After a moment's pause, Lu Tsongnan did not immediately agree but instead responded with a smile. May I ask what it is, senior brother? He refrained from a hasty acceptance, recognizing that Sun Xingchuan was a formidable figure, an emperor with a plethora of capable subordinates. Surely, he could find others to handle his affairs. Junior brother, to speak candidly, I have discovered the ruins of a powerful being. Would you be interested in exploring them? Sun Xingchuan said with a knowing smile. Ruins? Though Lu Tsongnan was astonished within, he maintained a serene countenance and inquired. Could it be that the matter for which my senior brother seeks assistance is related to the ruins? Indeed, Sun Xingchuan replied with a slight nod. I have come across a site of a formidable being. Where I suspect there lies a legacy, I wish to invite you to accompany me there. Lu Tsongnan politely declined the invitation, stating, I am but a lowly junior disciple. Should I accompany you, I would not only be unable to offer any assistance, but I might also hinder your progress. He jested. What a farce. Even a late-stage practitioner of the Tongyu realm such as Sun Xingchuan requires aid. If I, Lu Tsongnan, were to go, wouldn't it be tantamount to delivering myself to my demise? Upon hearing this, Sun Xingchuan hastily clarified, "Junior brother, there is no need for concern. The reason I have invited you is that the array protecting this site is exceedingly weak. Should someone of the Tongyu realm attempt to force their way in, it could result in the ruin of the site. Only those of the extraordinary realm can enter, which is why I seek your assistance. Moreover, as you have inherited the Sword Hall, I believe that among those of your current standing, few can surpass you. To ensure success, your aid is essential. There exists an item within the ruins of utmost importance to me, known as the True Dragon Body. If you agree to assist me, regardless of the outcome, I will owe you a favor." With that, he gazed at Lu Tsongnan, his eyes brimming with hope. "What say you, junior brother?" Listening to Sun Xingchuan's words, Lu Tsongnan comprehended the situation. He realized the reason behind the shift in Wu Fan's circumstances. Wu Fan's actions had drawn the attention of Sun Xingchuan, who was also a disciple of the Wuzhizong. Thus, he had been granted an opportunity, leading to Wu Fan's rapid rise due to the benefits gained from the ruins and the assistance from Sun Xingchuan. However, all this had been disrupted by his unexpected arrival, causing Wu Fan to lose face at the banquet and subsequently revealing talents and strength that far surpassed his own. All the opportunities had inadvertently fallen into his lap. Very well. After sorting through his thoughts, Lu Tsongnan nodded. "However, I do have one request." Upon hearing this, Sun Xingchuan's face broke into a smile. "As long as you are willing to assist, I would grant you 10 requests." "Very well, 10 requests," Lu Tsongnan replied with a smile. An hour later, Lu Tsongnan departed with a large bag of ancient artifacts, all of which he had selected from the national treasury for their energy. Before his departure, Sun Xingchuan informed Lu Tsongnan of the ruins' activation time, approximately 10 days hence, urging him to diligently cultivate during this interval, ideally to elevate his strength to the peak of the extraordinary realm. Furthermore, he promised that any elixirs or techniques would be made available to Lu Tsongnan as much as possible. Naturally, Lu Tsongnan accepted without hesitation and even requested Sun Xingchuan's assistance in gathering ancient artifacts. The Xiao family, a prominent clan in the Tianqian dynasty, was currently in a state of disarray following the death of their only Tongyu realm powerhouse, which had left them vulnerable to other factions. To ensure their survival, the Xiao family had begun extensive marital alliances. After learning about the Xiao family's situation, Lu Tsongnan nodded, realizing that the Xiao family was indeed the hidden family Wu Fan had referred to. However, they were now in a state of decline. So, Wu Fan is leveraging his status as a disciple of the Wuzhizong to assist the Xiao family through their crisis, thereby obtaining the sword technique Tongming? He pondered, contemplating how Wu Fan had initially forged a connection with the Xiao family. Was it through marriage? Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Lu Tsongnan mused, "What is the point of overthinking? I shall find out tomorrow." With that, he laid out the 24 ancient artifacts he had brought from the palace before him. Each was imbued with energy, and Lu Tsongnan's arms trembled with the effort. Without hesitation, he began to circulate the Taigu Longxiangju, refining the 24 antiques he had just acquired in the dead of night. Gazing at the crimson tattoos, Lu Tsongnan resolved to break through his current realm. Instantly, the energy within the tattoos began to dissipate, and waves of warmth surged within him, enveloping his entire being like a hot spring, as the spiritual energy from the world flooded into his body. His skin began to crack slightly, revealing spots of blood. Lu Tsongnan could clearly see his physical prowess enhancing at a visible rate. Additionally, the spiritual energy within his dantian, which had previously flowed like a stream, began to widen into a river. The abundant spiritual energy continued to pour into his body, washing through his meridians, and this transformation persisted for roughly 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. At this moment, Lu Tsongnan was drenched as if he had fallen into a river, his clothes soaked with sweat. As the light began to fade, he became unaware that night had fallen in the deep, dark expanse of the sky. Stars like gemstones began to twinkle, radiating a dazzling light. Wu Fan wandered aimlessly down the street, lost in thought, when suddenly, the excited voice of a woman echoed in his mind. "Xiao Fan, don't be despondent. I just recalled something very important. The Xiao family in the Tianqian dynasty possesses a secret technique that, once mastered, renders one invincible among peers." "Secret technique? Invincible among peers?" Wu Fan inquired eagerly. "Yes, as long as you can master it. It is not impossible for you to surpass Lu Tsongnan in due time," the woman encouraged, aware that Lu Tsongnan was the source of Wu Fan's current turmoil. As soon as these words left her lips, Wu Fan's expression brightened with hope. He still had a chance. Under the encouragement of the mysterious woman in his mind, he regained his fighting spirit, straightening his back and filling his eyes with renewed vigor. At this moment, Wu Fan was brimming with confidence. In due time, he would stand before Lu Tsongnan and inquire whether he bore any resemblance to his former self. Chapter 42. Breaking through the late extraordinary realm and entering the Shao residence the following day. After breaking through to the late extraordinary realm, Lu Tsongnan departed from the palace. The Shao residence, one of the 5 prominent families of the Tianqian dynasty, typically bustled with visitors. However, 2 weeks prior, the clan leader and a friend had perished while attempting to eradicate bandits, who had threatened to kill all male members of the Shao family and sell the females into brothels. Upon learning this news, the Shao family was engulfed in panic, with even the retainers fleeing at the first opportunity. During this period, the majority had lived in a state of trepidation. Yet, this morning, the young clan leader personally ventured out to welcome a distinguished guest, addressing him with utmost respect throughout the encounter. It was said that this individual was an elder from the Wuzhizong, though they were uncertain why this elder appeared so young. If the Wuzhizong were willing to assist, the Shao family would be saved. In no time, many young members of the Shao family gathered outside the reception hall, peering in curiously. Inside, the young clan leader, Shao Hongjun, stood respectfully to the side. Originally, in light of the crisis, they had deliberated on marrying off their unmarried daughters, hoping that such connections could help the family survive. However, this morning, he received news that Elder Lu from the Wuzhizong would be visiting the Shao family. This was an elder of significant stature, an apprentice of the current emperor. With such connections, resolving the issue with the bandits would be a mere formality. Shao Hongjun's excitement was palpable. They had struck gold. If I have neglected to entertain you, I hope Elder Lu will forgive me, he said respectfully. In response, Lu Tsongnan waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. I have come today because I heard that the Shao family possesses a technique known as the Baiyun sword technique. As I am quite interested in swordsmanship, I wish to borrow a glance. Might the head of the Shao family indulge my curiosity? Of course. Not only can you borrow it, but I shall give it to Elder Lu outright. In that moment, Shao Hongjun felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, eagerly offering the technique without hesitation. Pleased, Lu Tsongnan nodded. In that case, I cannot leave empty-handed. How about this? I shall stay at your residence for half a month? Though not explicitly stated, Shao Hongjun understood the implication that Lu Tsongnan intended to safeguard the Shao family. His excitement surged. Thank you, Elder Lu. I shall immediately have someone prepare a room. Furthermore, as Elder Lu will be residing here, you will surely require someone to attend to your affairs. This, Shao Hongjun turned to his attendants. What are you waiting for? Step inside at once. Moments later, a young boy entered, head bowed. This is my younger brother, Shao Yuan, a well-behaved lad. Greetings, Elder Lu. The boy murmured shyly, his gaze fixed on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tsongnan felt a sense of amusement. I merely desire your family's techniques, yet you wish for me to assume the role of your elder? Lu Tsongnan gazed at the figure of Shao Yuan before him, whose countenance was dark and serious, accentuated by 2 upwardly arched sword-like brows. Beneath them, his strikingly distinct black and white eyes sparkled like stars, presenting an appearance of earnestness. Initially, Lu Tsongnan intended to refuse, but a glance at the youth's data caught him off guard. Name: Shao Yuan. Realm: early stage of blood exchange. Realm: fate: premature death. Special bloodline. Life script: important supporting role. Recent twist: due to his family facing threats from powerful adversaries, he encountered Wu Fan, and under the protection of the latter's identity as a disciple of the Wuji sect, he managed to survive for a brief period. Recent twist 2. Involved with Wu Fan, his special bloodline was discovered, leading to the destruction of his family and his untimely demise. Upon seeing the information, Lu Tsongnan's brow furrowed. Special bloodline, a rare physique that will significantly enhance strength during the first activation. Currently, it has yet to be awakened. However, the information was updated in the next moment. Recent twist: today, Lu Tsongnan, the master of the Sword Hall of Wuji sect, arrived at the Shao residence and, with the assistance of his elder brother, became Lu Tsongnan's follower. Seeing the updated information, Lu Tsongnan nodded subtly. Indeed, due to his intervention, the youth's fate had already been altered. A talent like Shao Yuan existed within the Shao family. It seemed that the Shao family possessed the secret method of sword path enlightenment. which was certainly no mere coincidence. Fortunately, he had acted first. Otherwise, these opportunities would have belonged to Wu Fan. Reflecting on the information he had gleaned from Wu Fan, Lu Tsongnan began to speculate. Had he not intervened? Wu Fan would likely have used his status as a disciple of Wuji sect to successfully aid the Shao family in overcoming their current crisis, thereby earning the youth's favor and following him. Yet the intricacies of this situation were profound, and Wu Fan could not grasp them. It was imperative for him to take charge. With this thought, Lu Tsongnan cast a glance at the two individuals. Observing Xiao Hongjun and the youth's anticipation, he nodded in response. Xiao Hongjun's lips curled into a smile in their family's moment of peril. His actions were not solely aimed at fostering a good relationship with Lu Tsongnan, but also at securing a promising future for his brother. Lu Tsongnan, despite his youth, had already attained the position of master of the Sword Hall of Wuji sect, and with such a formidable background, having his younger brother by Lu Tsongnan's side would undoubtedly provide a brighter future than remaining in the Shao family. Xiao Yuan, please escort Elder Lu to rest. The youth responded softly, then looked up at Lu Tsongnan, saying, Elder Lu, this way please. My apologies for the trouble. Lu Tsongnan nodded slightly, speaking gently. After a brief moment, under Xiao Menglan's guidance, they crossed the high threshold and stepped into the well-maintained courtyard paved with blue stone. Lu Tsongnan looked up to see a straight corridor lined with red carpets, branching off to the left and right. Leading deep into the courtyard, it was evident that considerable thought had been given to their living arrangements. Soon, after traversing a lush garden, they arrived at the end of the courtyard. The room had been meticulously cleaned. Elder Lu, my humble abode is rather simple. I hope you won't find it lacking, Xiao Yuan said with a hint of apology. You have already gone to great lengths. How could I possibly find fault? Lu Tsongnan replied with a smile. Thus, the two began to engage in casual conversation. During their exchange, Lu Tsongnan learned that the bandit targeting the Shao family was a man named Wang Han, a formidable figure at the early stage of the Tongyu realm. Upon grasping the true extent of the adversary's strength, Lu Tsongnan's brow furrowed. Could he contend with someone at the Tongyu realm? Perhaps it would be wise to call for assistance. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Tsongnan resolved to summon reinforcements. The Wuji sect still had elders stationed in the imperial capital, and conveniently, the latter owed him a favor. Just as Lu Tsongnan's thoughts swirled, outside the door, Xiao Yin rushed in, clutching a volume of martial arts. Elder, the White Cloud Sword technique you requested has been delivered. Chapter 43. Comprehending Sword Heart Enlightenment. Wang Han's arrival. Upon receiving the White Cloud Sword technique manual, Lu Tsongnan scrutinized it closely. Each page was inscribed with ordinary text, and despite squinting and persisting for a quarter of an incense stick's time, he still could not discern anything exceptional within the words. Sigh. My fortune is still too meager, he lamented. Oh well, I, Lu Tsongnan, am merely an ordinary individual. With that, Lu Tsongnan focused, channeling the residual green energy from his arm into his mind, and simultaneously revisited the manual. Indeed, this time, the content he perceived was vastly different from before. The characters began to stretch and writhe with vigor. I possess a singular sword heart, once shackled by worldly dust. Now, as the dust clears, light emerges, illuminating a myriad of mountains and rivers. A torrent of insights regarding the sword path surged into his mind, as if a door to the truths of swordsmanship had swung wide open. Ensnaring Lu Tsongnan in its depths, in that moment, his veins bulged, and his complexion flushed. After a quarter of an incense stick, Lu Tsongnan opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Mastery over sword path enlightenment granted him acute sensitivity to sword techniques. And when wielding a sword against foes, it amplified his lethality that instant. What was once a well-honed sword drawing technique was now comprehended on a deeper level. Even his grasp of the minor sword intent had ascended to new heights. Furthermore, he sensed other subtle changes, albeit unclear, and required further exploration on his part. Feeling the transformations within himself, Lu Tsongnan's lips curled upward. Name. Lu Tsongnan Realm. Late stage of transcendence. Realm fate. Continuous opportunities. Premature death. Life script. A fleeting supporting role. Recent twist. Your destiny has shifted. Ahead lies a fog obscuring the path, rendering the future unclear. Though his combat prowess had significantly increased during this period, his realm was still too low. Currently, his special energy had been depleted, making a rapid breakthrough impossible. It appeared that to ascend to the Tongyu realm, he would indeed need to rely on the relics of powerful beings, as his senior brother had suggested. With this in mind, Lu Tsangnan exited the courtyard. Meanwhile, outside the Shao residence stood a man in his 30s, tall and robust, with a rectangular face marked by an expression of indifference. His slender eyes often narrowed slightly, occasionally widening to reveal a fierce glint akin to a blade, exuding an unmistakable aura of ferocity. This man was Wang Han. Not long ago, the patriarch of the Shao family had ventured with a companion to pursue him. The incident had originated from Wang Han's robbery of a woman from the Shao family. Was it truly worth such upheaval over one woman? In the end, he had skillfully turned the tables and eliminated the two pursuers. If they dare to strike against me, they must bear the consequences, he sneered, slashing his long knife towards the Shao family's entrance. Instantly, a narrow blade of energy erupted forth. Bang! It splintered. Everyone from the Shao family, come forth and accept your demise. His booming voice echoed through the streets, causing most nearby inhabitants to flee in panic to other alleys. Only those confident in their strength curiously gathered around, eager to discern what was transpiring. Within the Shao residence, upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from outside, Lu Tsangnan made his way to the hall. Inside, aside from a few elderly individuals, the majority were trembling. Shao Hongjuan's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Elder Lu, I entrust this matter to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsangnan nodded, then casually pulled a chair towards himself and reclined without a care. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of those in the hall relaxed somewhat. Upon entering the hall, Wang Han's gaze was immediately drawn to the other young women present. Such exquisite beauty was a rarity. I must take one of them back with me to serve as a bed warmer. As for Lu Tsangnan, he merely glanced before averting his gaze. With his rosy lips and delicate frame, he appeared nothing more than a pretty boy. Wang Han assumed the reason for the young man's reclined position was due to weakness. Unable to stand, however, gazing at Lu Tsangnan's handsome visage, he felt a twinge of envy. Forget it. They are all destined for death. What am I jealous of? With this thought, he raised his long knife. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, the young man reclining in the chair stood up, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at him. What does he intend to do? Wang Han mused. You possess quite the audacity, daring to commit murder in the imperial capital. Do you think my senior brother Sun Xingchuan does not exist? Lu Tsangnan spoke nonchalantly. Boom! Lu Tsangnan's words struck like thunder from a clear sky. Sun Xingchuan is his senior brother? How could this be? A tempest of shock surged within Wang Han. No, this is the Tianqian dynasty. Who would dare invoke Sun Xingchuan's name to intimidate others? Realizing this, Wang Han instinctively sheathed his long knife. Simultaneously, the onlookers outside the Shao residence were also taken aback by Lu Tsangnan's declaration, their expressions shifting dramatically as they cast envious glances toward Shao Hongjun. This man had fortuitously formed a connection with the disciple of the Wuji sect. Initially, they had thought that the Shao family, having lost its patriarch, would face a decline. Friend, is there a misunderstanding here? My name is Zhu Yuan, not Wang Han. The sudden appearance of the disciples from the Wuzhizong took Wang Hongguang completely by surprise. If he were in a desolate wilderness and encountered someone weaker than himself, regardless of their identity, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. However, surrounded by so many spectators now, he realized he could not kill them all at once. If news of him slaying a Wuzhizong disciple were to spread, he would face relentless retribution from the sect. More critically, the ruler of the Tianqian dynasty was also an elder of the Wuzhizong. In that moment, Wang Han contemplated retreat. Meanwhile, many onlookers witnessed Wang Han's hesitation to retreat. The prodigy of Wuzhizong, they murmured. Wang Han, who usually acts with impunity, seems to fear the disciples of such a major sect. Indeed. What of his mastery in the Tongyu realm? It appears he has been intimidated. It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. We can understand that, yes, after all, one must live. Some whispered amongst themselves. Upon hearing their remarks, Wang Han turned, causing the crowd to fall silent. However, their words ignited a fierce anger within him. He seethed internally, contemplating the disgrace of being labeled as one who bullies the weak. Although he was indeed that kind of person, the thought of carrying such a reputation in the future troubled him greatly. Furrowing his brow, He scrutinized Lu Tsangnan and realized the latter's aura had not yet reached the Tongyu realm. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Wang Han's mind. Should he attempt to kill this person here? After a brief contemplation, he made his decision. Kill him. At worst, I shall flee from this place. A sinister grin crept across his face as he looked at Lu Tsangnan. Heh, I do not know why you are here, but I must say, you are courting death. The disciples of Wuzhizong are formidable, are they not? Then let me be the one to end your life. As his words fell, Wang Han unsheathed his long knife, striking towards Lu Tsangnan with the swiftness of lightning, seemingly poised to cleave him in two. Yet, at that moment, Lu Tsangnan deftly maneuvered, his feet barely touching the ground as he retreated several meters and landed gracefully in the hall. His garments fluttering in the air. Did you truly believe I would confront you without any means to defend myself? Lu Tsangnan countered after evading Wang Han's attack. Wang Han was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. After all, Wuzhizong disciples were not to be underestimated. With a roar, Wang Han launched himself at Lu Tsangnan, determined to conclude the encounter swiftly, if word of his confrontation with a Wuzhizong disciple leaked. The higher-ups of the sect would soon arrive to assist. His plan was clear. Kill this individual first and then flee, perhaps even adopting a new identity. With no reservations, Wang Han unleashed his power. His physique seemingly doubling in size, exuding a ferocious aura. Heh heh. Prepare to die, insect, he bellowed, charging towards Lu Tsangnan with a speed so great it was almost blinding. Although he had yet to defeat his opponent, he envisioned the moment of Lu Tsangnan's demise. Confidence radiated from Wang Han. He believed that in the entire Tianxian dynasty, fewer than 10 individuals could surpass him, and those few would not dare to act against him. Otherwise, they would face his wrath. This young man before him, merely at the extraordinary realm, posed no threat in his eyes. Eliminating such a minor figure was as easy as crushing an ant beneath his foot. However, in the next instant, Lu Tsangnan's calm voice pierced through Wang Han's overconfidence. Who do you think you are underestimating? The sound of a sword being drawn resonated sharply, followed by a flash of sword light that vanished into thin air, only to reappear, piercing Wang Han's back from an unexpected angle. What? Wang Han staggered as the blade struck him, his body lurching uncontrollably forward until he fell to the ground as he attempted to rise. He found himself utterly weakened. This isn't right. At that moment, Wang Han's expression shifted dramatically. Given his physical prowess, he should have been able to withstand at least a blade without losing his ability to move. The only explanation for this predicament was that his opponent had poisoned him. Simultaneously, Lu Tsangnan approached Wang Han, crouching beside him with a smile at so. How does it feel to be surprised? Having never fought against someone in the Tongyu realm, Lu Tsangnan had taken precautions by coating his weapon with poison. Wang Han had not anticipated that a seemingly genteel and harmless young man would resort to such unscrupulous tactics. Poisoning, akin to an ambush, was a despicable method. Lu Tsangnan stood, dragging Wang Han's left leg as if he were a mere beast, pulling him out of the Shao family estate. Meanwhile, on the street, Sun Xingchuan and several others rushed over upon receiving news of the encounter. They dared not delay and hurried to assist Lu Tsangnan. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, who gazed in shock at the scene before them. The formidable Wang Han, a powerful figure of the Tongyu realm, had been captured? While Lu Tsangnan was indeed extraordinary, even they found it hard to believe he could reach such heights at his age. Not yet 20, they had expected Lu Tsangnan to be the one to fall. Yet here was a disciple of Wuzhizong. Even Sun Xingchuan, witnessing the scene, felt a stir of emotions. He had anticipated Lu Tsangnan would take at least a decade to catch up to the older generation. However, it seemed that such a timeline was unnecessary. Based on the recent display, he realized that few extraordinary warriors in the eastern continent could rival his junior brother. Although Wang Han's strength lay at the lower end of the Tongyu realm, he was still a formidable opponent in terms of physical capabilities and reaction speed. He far surpassed those in the extraordinary realm. Sun Xingchuan snapped back to reality, rushing over to check on Lu Tsangnan. Are you injured? He focused on Lu Tsangnan rather than the fallen Wang Han. Lu Tsangnan felt a sense of gratitude at the concern. Thank you for your care, senior brother. I am unharmed, he replied respectfully. That's good. Sun Xingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, a look of apprehension crossed his face. What were you thinking? In such a situation, you should have fought directly. not acted impulsively without notifying me. Lu Tsangnan merely smiled, refraining from responding. After chiding him, Sun Xingchuan turned his attention to Wang Han, who had succumbed to the poison and lost his ability to move. After examining him, he nodded in satisfaction at Lu Tsangnan. Upon learning this, the onlookers felt a slight sense of relief. Initially, they had been frightened, believing Lu Tsangnan had defeated Wang Han in direct combat. Now, it became clear that he had relied on poison to subdue his opponent. Nonetheless, they did not look down on Lu Tsangnan. After all, they were adults who had experienced the harshness of reality. As long as one could defeat the enemy, the means employed were irrelevant, compared to life and death. Reputation seemed far less significant. However, although Lu Tsangnan's strike had been swift, it had clearly demonstrated the stark disparity between ordinary individuals and those from powerful sections. Wang Han had been slain. Lu Tsangnan had pierced his skull with a single stroke. At that moment, Xiao Hongjun regained her composure and approached Lu Tsangnan, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Elder Lu, for your assistance. Had it not been for your presence, our Xiao family would have faced total annihilation." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with gratitude. She was fortunate to have encountered such a benefactor. Otherwise, the consequences were too dire to contemplate, though not mention it. Having acquired the Baiyun sword technique, it is only natural that I assist your Xiao family in resolving this trouble. Lu Tsangnan replied with a smile. He was a principled individual, not one to act with arrogance. Outside the street, Wu Fan stood frozen in place, taken aback by the unfolding events. Early that morning, he had meticulously prepared to enter the Xiao family as a son-in-law, hoping to gain insight into the sword heart through the guidance of his predecessors. Yet, he never anticipated witnessing such a scene upon his arrival. Lu Tsangnan had already acquired the ability to slay a Tongyu realm expert. A wave of inferiority washed over Wu Fan. He had not expected such a significant gap to emerge in such a short period. He now lacked even the strength to defeat someone at the extraordinary realm. In Wu Fan's mind, the woman sighed. Originally, she intended to guide Wu Fan towards a profound understanding of the sword's essence, enabling him to surpass Lu Tsangnan in his swordsmanship. However, it now appeared that without employing extraordinary methods, achieving such surpassing under normal circumstances would prove quite challenging. Given this, the only option left was to take a risk. Xiao Fan, do not be disheartened. Listen to me. If you wish to surpass Lu Tsangnan, the only viable course is to take a gamble. Are you afraid? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan finally grasped the crux of the matter and eagerly inquired, "Senior, I am not afraid. As long as I can surpass Lu Tsangnan, I will not retreat a single step, even if it costs me my life." Good. For the next period, Lu Tsangnan tasked Sun Xingchuan with searching for ancient artifacts while he devoted himself to rigorous training in the Xiao family. Although his strength did not exhibit any obvious improvements, with Sun Xingchuan's assistance, the colors of the tattoo on Lu Tsangnan's arm grew increasingly vivid. Blue, purple, red, deep crimson. Time flew by, and soon the day of the appointment with Sun Xingchuan arrived. On this day, a fiery red sun ascended from the distant east, painting the horizon as if brushed by an invisible artist, with colorful clouds floating in the sky, and the dawn radiating magnificently. Boom! In a courtyard of the Xiao family, a formidable aura suddenly surged within Lu Tsangnan's body. He opened his eyes, feeling the energy coursing through his arm. A smile crept upon Lu Tsangnan's lips. At last, he felt a sense of security. He exhaled deeply. Although his realm had not increased, he could, if he wished, break through to the unclouded realm at any moment. At 18, on the verge of the unclouded realm, who could compare? This accomplishment would stand shoulder to shoulder with even the former sword hall master. Moreover, after comprehending the essence of the sword, his understanding and mastery over it deepened significantly in recent days. Whether it was his sword intent or drawing technique, their potency had ascended to new heights. Knock, knock, knock. Meanwhile, a knocking sound echoed from outside. "Come in," Lu Tsangnan responded warmly. The door swung open. "I have come to pay my respects to Elder Lu." Xiao Minglan displayed a respectful demeanor and bowed, saying, "Elder, someone from the Empire wishes to see you. The individual is currently awaiting you in the hall." Upon hearing this, Lu Tsangnan was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. It must be his senior brother who sent someone to fetch him. With this in mind, he tidied his belongings and, accompanied by Xiao Minglan, made his way towards the hall soon, under the lead of the ceremonial eunuch. Lu Tsongnan encountered Sun Xingchuan after a brief interval. Additionally, 20 other individuals had gathered in the palace, and a glance revealed that they were all of extraordinary realms. Clearly, Sun Xingchuan had prepared extensively for this opportunity. Junior brother, I am entrusting this task to you. Sun Xingchuan smiled upon Lu Tsongnan's arrival. I will do my utmost. Lu Tsongnan nodded in agreement. He was not one to repay kindness with enmity. Without Sun Xingchuan's assistance, he would not have been able to gather such energy during this period. Meanwhile, the 20 individuals in the room curiously observed Lu Tsongnan. This person requires no introduction. You have all heard of him. He is the youngest elder in the Infinite Realm and also my junior brother. This mission is fraught with difficulties. Once we enter the ruins, it is imperative that you heed my junior brother's every command. Anyone who defies orders will be met with severe consequences. Sun Xingchuan spoke with a grave expression. We will obey. The 20 individuals replied in unison. Sun Xingchuan nodded in satisfaction before turning to Lu Tsongnan. Junior brother, time is of the essence. We must set off immediately. After saying this, he was the first to stride outside, with Lu Tsongnan and the others following closely behind. Before long, they traversed the palace and arrived at the palace's forbidden grounds. Before their eyes stood a peculiar stone, towering 2 zhang high, its shape steep and abrupt, adorned with intricate holes all over its surface, its hue a vibrant emerald green, exceedingly captivating. Simultaneously, Sun Xingchuan deftly flipped his wrist, producing a beautifully crafted jade pendant, roughly the size of a palm. He then bit his tongue, allowing his blood to drip onto the pendant. Instantly, a series of runes flickered upon the jade. The relic of the strong will be transmitted through here. After speaking, he cautioned Lu Tsongnan, remember to proceed with caution. This place is not solely accessible to us. Other forces are also involved. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan raised an eyebrow. Why would Sun Xingchuan, with so many late-stage extraordinary warriors, still seek my assistance? It seems this relic is quite perilous. Just then, as Sun Xingchuan placed the jade pendant upon the peculiar stone, it began to tremble. Moments later, a towering spire manifested before them. The time has come. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Sun Xingchuan produced the spirit stones he had long prepared and densely infused them into the tower. The once ethereal spire rapidly became tangible at a visible pace. Subsequently, a narrow stone staircase appeared at the base of the tower, approximately 5 meters long, paved with blue stones, exuding an air of mystery. The entrance to the ruins had stabilized, according to previous records. The ruins would remain open for 1 month. Remember, you must exit before the month is up. Otherwise, you will have to wait another 10 years. Moreover, your primary task this time is to locate the true dragon's body. Based on the information I obtained last time, the true dragon's body is located at the topmost level of the ruins. Lastly, please exercise utmost caution. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. The mission may remain unfulfilled. But you must preserve your lives, Sun Xingchuan admonished. Understood, the group responded in unison. Well then, I wish everyone a smooth journey. After this, they stepped aside, allowing the prepared extraordinary warriors to enter the ruins. Soon, Lu Tsongnan found himself alone. Junior brother, proceed with caution. It is highly likely you will encounter prodigies from other regions. Try to avoid conflict with them. If a confrontation does arise, remember to eliminate any witnesses if possible. Do your best to assist your senior brother in retrieving the true dragon's body. Also, please take care of the lives of those children. Rest assured, I will discreetly ensure the safety of your family and friends. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan nodded and ascended the stone staircase. Once they entered the celestial tower, Sun Xingchuan gazed at the vanishing stone staircase and murmured, Junior brother, whether I can rise again depends entirely on you. Chapter 46. Entering the ruins, interference from the central continent disciples the moment Lu Tsongnan stepped into the ruins. He felt as though he had passed through some kind of barrier, followed by a wave of dizziness. However, approximately 10 seconds later, everything returned to normal. Just as he entered the ruins, bang! Before he could even open his eyes, he heard the sound of a collision. Lu Tsongnan immediately opened his eyes to see a fellow disciple, who had just entered with him, being sent flying by a punch and crashing against the wall. Accompanying this was a chorus of astonished gasps and raucous laughter. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tsongnan's expression changed, and he quickly surveyed his surroundings. This was a vast square, filled with 50 to 60 individuals. and all 20 of his companions who had entered with him were now sprawled on the ground. "What happened to you all?" Lu Tsongnan hurried to the nearest disciple and helped him up. "Cough, cough, Uncle Master, we're fine." Just as he spoke, the disciple felt a piercing pain throughout his body. His complexion turned slightly pale, yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth. It was evident that he had taken quite a beating. Lu Tsongnan said nothing, merely supporting him against the wall. These individuals were all under Sun Xingquan's guidance, making them his half-disciple. Not to mention, Sun Xingquan had instructed him to take care of them upon their entry. "Rest well, I will go take a look." "All right." Lu Tsongnan advanced approximately 100 steps, but before he could reach the center of the square, a man intercepted him. "Who are you?" Before Lu Tsongnan could respond, the man continued, "Never mind who you are, you cannot enter the upper level yet. If you force your way in, you will bear the consequences." Lu Tsongnan glanced at him and noticed that behind this group of individuals was a small-scale teleportation array. They were encircling the array, clearly preventing anyone from accessing the upper level. "Why are you attacking people?" Lu Tsongnan lifted his gaze and asked the man. "They are not abiding by the rules." "What are the rules?" "We are the rules." "Oh, I see. Then how can we ascend to the upper level of the tower?" "Wait. Wait for how long?" "Wait until all participants of this relic have arrived." "Fine," Lu Tsongnan replied, obediently stepping back to stand by the injured disciple. The man then returned to the side of the teleportation array. "Fourth brother, who is that person?" "I don't know. He is definitely not from the central continent." Li Si waved his hand nonchalantly and remarked that he knew of all the renowned geniuses from Zhengzhou, yet he had never encountered the likes of Lu Tsongnan. Thus, he must be a country bumpkin from another continent. Oh, perhaps he was merely fortunate enough to be a lucky recipient allowed entry into the ruins. Whatever the case, they would simply guard their post diligently as the sun rose high in the sky. Lu Tsongnan waited quietly. If they asked him to wait, then he would wait. Lu Tsongnan had always been a man of principle. Noticing that his recently injured disciple had nearly recovered after taking a medicinal pill, Lu Tsongnan nodded with relief, thankful that the injuries were not fatal at that moment. A young man wielding a long sword appeared in Lu Tsongnan's line of sight and strode directly towards the teleportation array. Upon encountering the man who had just intercepted Lu Tsongnan, the young man produced an item from his sleeve and handed it over. Subsequently, he was not hindered and smoothly stepped onto the teleportation array. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tsongnan frowned and approached. However, before he could reach the center, that individual continued to block his path. "You cannot pass until everyone is assembled. Your statement is misleading. I just saw someone enter." Lu Tsongnan responded. "That person is a disciple responsible for guarding the ruins." Lu Tsongnan's brow furrowed. "Is this ruin yours?" "Of course. The Tongtian Tower belongs to the sacred land of Zhengzhou, and it opens once every decade." "Do you dare claim it is not ours? The sacred land of Zhengzhou?" Lu Tsongnan paused for a moment and then said, "I see. However, I have already waited for an hour and have yet to see anyone else enter. May I go in first? I have reiterated multiple times that we must wait for everyone to arrive. This is the rule of the sacred land." In front of many onlookers, that man had already entered. "Must I offer a gift to be allowed passage?" Lu Tsongnan turned to the others and said, "You act so recklessly. Are you not afraid of the sacred land's retribution?" The man glanced at Lu Tsongnan and replied calmly, "Do you have evidence? So, you come from another continent, yet you disregard the rules. Do you intend to provoke us?" Li Si said indifferently, "All you say is baseless slander without evidence. Do you truly believe my temper is so forgiving? Depart at once, or I shall see your head roll. Let me remind you, dying here means no one will collect your corpse." Nearby, someone picked up a teacup and blew on its steam. Lu Tsongnan cast a glance at the intercepting individuals, 40 in total, each at least of extraordinary caliber. However, none had reached the profound realm. Here, whether one is a dragon or a tiger, one must abide by the rules of our sacred land. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. Li Si waved his hand dismissively. "Begone. If not for noticing that Lu Tsongnan is not an ordinary person, I would have kicked you away long ago. You seek to ascend without offering anything in return?" Lu Tsongnan remained silent, observing Li Si quietly. Meanwhile, the man beside him drained his cup of tea and provocatively stated, "Not convinced? If you are, then look around. With over 40 extraordinary warriors, if you can defeat us, You may proceed unimpeded. However, think carefully. If you choose to act, either you kill us or we kill you." After saying this, he taunted Lu Tsangnan with a beckoning gesture. His arrogance stemmed not only from being a disciple of the sacred land, but also from his confidence in his own strength. Hearing this, Lu Tsangnan frowned. The sacred land of Zhongzhou was known to him as the most powerful sect in the Jiuzhou. He now hesitated on whether to take action. If he did, he might inadvertently offend the sacred land. But if he did not, he would feel stifled. Ha! You think you're so brave? Li Si scoffed. Let me be frank. Our inner disciples of the sacred land are here for training, and outsiders are not permitted entry. After speaking, he brushed off his clothing and turned towards the teleportation array. Lu Tsangnan remained silent, contemplating deeply. I am merely a disciple of a small sect, while the sacred land of Zhongzhou boasts countless strong warriors. With disciples numbering in the millions, Lu Tsangnan stood in place for quite a while. Finally, he struggled to lift his head and glance at the 40 extraordinary disciples of the sacred land. His mind racing with thoughts. Had he unwittingly made an enemy of the sacred land of Zhongzhou? Would his family, friends, and sect be implicated? They would. Surely they would. After a moment's reflection, Lu Tsangnan narrowed his eyes. Thus, there were only two ways to resolve this issue. The first method would be to eliminate all these individuals. However, that would prove challenging. Moreover, should he fail to eradicate them all, news of his assault on the disciples of the sacred land would undoubtedly draw their ire. On that front, both he and his sect would find themselves in peril. However, there was another method. Endure. Enduring would bring about a temporary calm. Lu Tsangnan reassured himself that he was no longer an impulsive youth. He had matured and grown more composed, understanding how a single thread could affect the entire tapestry. He now discerned what actions were permissible and which were not. Extraordinary warriors had transitioned from physical training to the cultivation of energy, their bodies and perceptions evolving towards superhuman capabilities. Even though he was formidable in the extraordinary realm, facing 40 opponents alone would yield slim chances of victory. Furthermore, these individuals hailed from the sacred land, all of them exceptional talents, and he was but an ordinary man with a decent appearance, having practiced for many years yet only attaining the blood exchange realm with mediocre talent. Compared to the sacred land, the number of strong warriors in Wuzhizong could be counted on 2 hands, while the strength of the sacred land was as numerous as the stars. Continuing to oppose them would lead to death. Should he perish, what would become of his family, friends, and sect? Lu Tsangnan thought to himself, I must endure this indignation. Now that I possess a golden opportunity to intercept others' fortunes, I merely need to develop gradually, and my future achievements will not be lackluster. Face, dignity, and reputation are all but ephemeral. Survival is paramount. How does one achieve victory in life? Simply by living. I shall face the sea and let the winds invigorate me. No, I mean, let the spring blossom. I will go over and apologize shortly. Do they not desire gifts? Then I shall give them what they seek. Enduring this moment will lead to tranquility. Taking a step back opens up a vast horizon. In ancient times, Han Xian endured humiliation, and King Gojian of Yu bore hardships. Today, I, Lu Tsangnan, shall endure and carry the weight of disdain. Lu Tsangnan took a deep breath and approached the obstructing disciples of the sacred land. Greetings, fellow brothers. I am Lu Tsangnan, a disciple from Dongzhou. Today, your words are misplaced. You are not a disciple of the sacred land and thus lack the qualification to address us as brothers. Interjected a nearby disciple, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Tsangnan. Lu Tsangnan raised his head to look back, noting the man's robust aura and calloused hands, clearly indicative of someone skilled in martial arts. It seems that in the realm of cultivation, we are all one family, Lu Tsangnan said with a chuckle. The man coldly scoffed in response. It was evident that as a disciple of the sacred land. Upon learning Lu Tsangnan hailed from Dongzhou, his sense of superiority surged. Though the majority of Zhongzhou residents, those from other continents, were merely provincial folk. Lu Tsangnan clenched his fists, paused momentarily, and then addressed Li Si. If I have been presumptuous earlier, I hope my friend can forgive me. This trip to the ruins is of great significance to me, and I kindly ask for your assistance. I have reiterated multiple times that we must wait for everyone to arrive. In front of so many witnesses, how could I allow you to pass? Li Si responded sternly. Lu Tsangnan stepped forward a few paces, discreetly offering a prepared spirit stone to Li Si. saying, "My friend, a small token of my regard, not meant as a formal gift. This entry into the ruins is indeed urgent. Should I gain any benefits, I shall not forget my friend upon my return." Li Si accepted the spirit stone, glanced at Lu Tsongnan, and said leisurely, "You seem to understand a bit about social customs. You come from another continent, yet for 21 of you, this meager amount of spirit stones is hardly enough for entry." Just then, someone beside them said nonchalantly, "What do you mean, my friend?" Lu Tsongnan squinted at the speaker, who wore flowing garments of intricate brocade, with well-defined features and dark brows. Zhu Wei placed his teacup down, scanning the surroundings with a glint of avarice flickering in his eyes. "This meager offering is sufficient for only one person to enter. They are stationed here not as free laborers," another disciple of the sacred land chimed in. "According to long-standing customs, those who guard this place are entitled to considerable rewards. Indeed, we are many here, yet you only bring offerings for Li Shixiao. That seems rather dismissive of us, does it not?" Another disciple from Zhengzhou spoke up languidly. In truth, they intended to share the rewards equally after receiving them, but seeing Lu Tsongnan as an easy target and someone from a lesser continent, they sought to extract more from him. As the saying goes, good people are often taken advantage of. Lu Tsongnan looked up and found all the disciples from the sacred land regarding him with mocking expressions. "My friend, one should leave a line for others. We may meet again in the future." Lu Tsongnan squinted his eyes and warned, "Humph. You come from another continent while we hail from Zhengzhou, separated by countless miles. After this ruin, we shall likely never meet again." The man beside him lifted his teacup, blowing on the steam as he remarked, "If it were a warning from the disciples of Zhengzhou, they might still be together. However, the people from this remote place have not taken it to heart, for the two sides are not on the same level. Even if they were in the same realm, they could easily overpower Lu Tsongnan. Hence, they act with such reckless abandon." Lu Tsongnan quietly observed them and slowly said, "Fate brings us together. Why must we be so aggressive?" Li Si felt uncomfortable under Lu Tsongnan's gaze. Although he had brought gifts in an attempt to pacify the situation, he sensed something was amiss about this man, yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Thus, he urged, "If you wish to proceed, go back and gather your funds. With so many of you, I trust you can come up with a considerable amount of spirit stones." "Very well. I shall find a way to resolve this issue. Please wait a moment," Lu Tsongnan replied, preparing to turn away. One of the disciples from Zhengzhou tapped the table with his finger, reminding him, "Hurry up. I give you 5 minutes. If you do not provide us with satisfactory spirit stones within that time, you will return whence you came," he added. "Let me remind you, here, everyone must abide by our rules. Rest assured, I will gather the spirit stones as quickly as possible to ensure your satisfaction." Lu Tsongnan responded without looking back. However, they failed to notice the glint of near-madness flickering in Lu Tsongnan's eyes. All he desired was to quietly assist his senior brother in retrieving the true dragon's body and, in the process, acquire some treasures. Yet, why were these people forcing him? His own disciples had been bullied, and the opposing force was too powerful to offend. One had died. They had only been injured, and he had endured. The other party required him to wait, and he complied. They demanded spirit stones for his release? Fine. To expedite his entry into the ruins, he complied. But why were they so insatiable? Did they truly believe Lu Tsongnan was easy to bully? At that moment, a murderous intent surged within Lu Tsongnan's heart. Chapter 48. Total Annihilation. Acquaintances arrive. A blaze of fury ignited within Lu Tsongnan's heart, yet he was acutely aware that this flame could not yet erupt. Facing 40 adversaries, no matter how formidable he was, he could not swiftly vanquish them all. He still needed to reserve his trump cards. Otherwise, he stood no chance. Watching Lu Tsongnan depart to gather spirit stones, the more than 10 disciples beside Li Si lowered their weapons. Once Lu Tsongnan had walked far enough away, one of them said, "Senior brother, this person is of mediocre strength. Why not just seize the opportunity and rob him?" Indeed, at that moment, many gazes turned curiously toward Li Si. Although their opponents numbered 21, they perceived these country folk as nothing more than insignificant pests, easily dealt with by a single one of them. Among those present, who was not a prodigy, when out in the world, caution is paramount. This person is not simple. He dares to inquire after seeing so many injured, which naturally indicates he possesses some backing to support such audacity. Oh? One of them observed Lu Tsangnan gathering spirit stones and said, "Now I understand. Senior brother, your keen observation is commendable." Just then, the disciple serving tea scoffed, "Stop flattering senior brother. This person is so young, just an 18-year-old child. What backing could he possibly have? Even if we were 40 useless individuals, he could not possibly resolve this in a short time. Moreover, we are all geniuses." The speaker was one of the top 10 disciples outside the sacred ground, also among the leading senior brothers stationed here. He and Li Si were known as the jade-faced twin dragons of the outer sect. Some people are simply ungrateful. When they see us, they ought to show proper respect. Look, a little intimidation, and they comply without question. The tea-serving disciple sneered, "If he refuses to comply, I won't mind letting him experience what a true prodigy is. Why bother? Isn't seeking wealth more pleasant?" Li Si chuckled. "We are from Zhengzhou, not wild men from other regions. We must act according to the rules." Although he suspected Lu Tsangnan had some hidden cards, he was not overly concerned. In this era, who didn't he have a few tricks up their sleeve? Furthermore, given that the other party hailed from a small place, how formidable could their trump cards be? What could a practitioner from such a remote, impoverished region possibly use to contest against them? Before long, Lu Tsangnan, clutching a large bag of spirit stones, approached the disciples of the sacred ground with a twinge of reluctance. At a distance of 30 paces from Li Si, Lu Tsangnan leaned forward and inquired, "My friend, if I hand over the spirit stones, may we then enter?" Upon hearing this, before Li Si could respond, the tea-serving disciple immediately assured him, "Of course. A gentleman's word is his bond. We shall certainly keep our promise." "Very well then." In response, Lu Tsangnan tossed the bag of spirit stones over. Li Si caught it and, with a firm tug, tore it open. The fabric ripped, revealing a bounty of spirit stones within it. That moment, the surrounding disciples were instantaneously captivated by the dazzling sight, failing to notice the faint scent of osmanthus wafting from the stones. Even Li Si felt his breath quicken. These fellows are remarkably affluent. Unbeknownst to them, these spirit stones had been prepared by Sun Xingchuan. This time, in pursuit of the true dragon's body, he had invested heavily, since those in the Tongyu realm could not enter the ruins. He had prepared these spirit stones to enable someone in his team to break through to the Tongyu realm within the ruins. However, he had not anticipated being intercepted by the disciples of the sacred ground. "Junior brother, disperse." Li Si seized a handful of spirit stones and tucked them into his robe before passing the remaining package to a nearby junior brother. Observing his senior brother taking such a substantial handful, the surrounding disciples displayed displeasure. However, they ultimately said nothing, each taking out 5 stones before continuing the distribution. As the distribution progressed, the quantity of spirit stones dwindled, causing many disciples to frown. Nevertheless, considering these were all gains obtained without effort and the team leader was not one of them, they ultimately endured. After the distribution, Li Si nodded, "Given your sincerity, we shall allow you to pass. Remember, you may only operate on the 2nd floor. Entry to the 3rd floor is prohibited." "Thank you, my friend, thank you." Lu Tsangnan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Curiously, however, he remained rooted in place, not moving an inch. As Li Si was about to turn away, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Wait!" Li Si jolted awake. The next moment, a flash of sword light erupted behind him. Lu Tsangnan, half-crouched, suddenly drew his sword. A cold gleam erupted, accompanied by a sharp sound of sword energy. With a thrust, the blade pierced through Li Si's chest, and he slowly sank to the ground. "You seek death." Upon witnessing Li Si's injury, the other disciples from Zhengzhou erupted in furious outrage. "What audacity! This scoundrel dares to launch a surprise attack?" a disciple shouted, preparing to strike Lu Tsangnan down. However, as they brandished their swords, dizziness, fatigue, and drowsiness assailed them in succession. "Poison? Did you poison the spirit stones? Everyone, quickly take the antidote," a disciple hastily reminded them. Thud! Another disciple collapsed beside them. Having chosen to engage, Lu Tsangnan showed no mercy. He unleashed his sword technique, and one after another, the prodigies of Zhengzhou fell. The tea-serving disciple's earlier ease vanished, his face turning crimson. "Bastard! Do you truly believe poisoning will be enough to vanquish us?" As his body swelled to twice its size, he unleashed a sacred ground special technique, the Tin Absolute Binding Diagram. After its application, it temporarily dispelled negative states and boosted combat strength by 30%. However, the very next second, thud, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed. Something seemed to fly away. The man suddenly jolted. My head. In that moment of death, his eyes widened in rage. Why is this person so strong? Lu Tsangnan continued wielding his sword technique. Before long, the long sword in his hand was drenched in blood, each drop splattering onto the ground, creating bursts of crimson blossoms. The disciples of the sacred ground, enduring their discomfort, shouted, "Stop! Stop! We are disciples of Zhongzhou." Lu Tsangnan appeared oblivious to the threats, approaching the injured Li Si. He then gripped his sword with both hands, aiming it at Li Si's head, and plunged it down. Swish! The sword pierced through Li Si's skull, and a torrent of blood gushed forth onto the ground. The surviving disciples of the sacred ground felt a shiver run down their spines. An unprecedented chill enveloped them, freezing their limbs, as if they had fallen into a glacial abyss. Emulating the same method, Lu Tsangnan continued to approach the next disciple, pinning him down with his sword and forcefully stabbing downward. Half a stick of incense later, the ground lay strewn with corpses, blood pooling everywhere, and the air thick with the stench of blood. Lu Tsangnan stood amidst the carnage, his expression devoid of emotion. He was merely an ordinary person, wishing to quietly develop and survive. Why were these people forcing him? At that moment, Lu Tsangnan glanced toward the nearby teleportation array, his brow furrowing. Why is it him? Chapter 49. Encountering Wu Fan, the longsword hanging for a millennium first floor of the Tower of Heaven. Wu Fan appeared, his face etched with exhaustion. Ever since that fateful day at the Shao family gate when he witnessed Lu Tsangnan seizing the opportunity before him, he had taken a perilous path under the counsel of his elders. Though he had been ensnared in danger daily, the terror of life and death loomed large. During this period, misfortune had been his constant companion. However, in a mere span of days, he had transcended to the extraordinary realm. All of it was worth it. Yet, on several occasions, in his quest to seize others' fortunes, he found himself pursued relentlessly, a thought that filled him with profound regret. If only he had been stronger, he would not have been so beleaguered. Had he not lost his opportunity at the Wuzhizong, why would he be in such dire straits? It was all Lu Tsangnan's fault. Should the opportunity arise, I would ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. He silently cursed Lu Tsangnan. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a thick, metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Wu Fan instinctively looked up, and his gaze fell upon a multitude of corpses, at the center of which a figure tilted his head, quietly observing him. Lu Tsangnan. What has transpired here? Shock and fear flickered in Wu Fan's eyes. How could one person slay so many? Just how powerful is he? He had no doubt that if he were to face such a scene, victory would be utterly impossible. He noted with clarity the 20 individuals nearby, all with vacant expressions. Clearly, they had not anticipated Lu Tsangnan's overwhelming strength. If he possessed such might, how could he have endured so much humiliation during this time? After the shock subsided, he found himself murmuring, envy creeping into his expression. However, recalling that he was no match for the other, Wu Fan quickly bowed, uttering a respectful greeting to the hall master, lowering his head to avoid revealing his jealousy. Simultaneously, Lu Tsangnan was observing Wu Fan's fortunes. Upon a closer look, his eyes suddenly sharpened. How could there be so many opportunities? Name: Wu Fan Realm, Early Extraordinary Realm Fate, Celestial Desolate Lone Star Life Script, Protagonist Recent Turning Point. In one day, he will acquire a longsword that has hung for a millennium in the northwest corridor of the third floor of the Tower of Heaven. In 2 days, he will discover the Fire Cloud Jade in the southwestern ruins of the third floor's medicinal garden. And on the same day, he will find a piece of celestial sea treasure rock at the cliff of the medicinal garden's rear mountain. A glance, a plethora of opportunity information unfolded. Clearly, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Wu Fan would reap tremendous rewards in this relic. However, Lu Tsangnan's gaze soon brightened with a glint of intrigue. 17 pieces of opportunity information in total. While most of these opportunities bore little value to Lu Tsangnan's status, a few notably caught his attention, particularly the Millennium Hanging Longsword, which piqued his interest. He currently lacked a suitable weapon, More importantly, seizing these opportunities would impede Wu Fan's growth. The rapidity of his rise was indeed alarming. How could he have broken through to the extraordinary realm in such a short time? Yet, fortunate for me to have encountered him. With this thought, a smile crept onto Lu Songnan's face. Between us, we are both from the Wuzhizong. There is no need for such formality. Lu Songnan offered a warm smile, then instructed the disciples nearby, "Come here quickly and clean up the battlefield." He then turned to Wu Fan and said, "These are your fellow disciples. Since we have met here, as your elder, I shall naturally look after you. From now on, you will act alongside the main group." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's expression turned to one of helplessness. "Elder, Before he could finish, Lu Songnan interjected, frowning, "Follow my orders. The ruins are perilous. If you were to meet your end here, how would I justify it to the sect? As an elder of the Wuzhizong, I bear the duty of ensuring the safety of every disciple." At that moment, Lu Songnan spoke with profound righteousness. Even Wu Fan began to ponder whether he had misjudged Lu Songnan during this time. Could it be that this man is not malevolent at heart? While Lu Songnan plotted how to swiftly seize Wu Fan's opportunities, he and the others stepped into the teleportation array. Upon entering the second layer, they proceeded without hesitation to the third layer. As they entered the third layer, their surroundings opened up, revealing an expansive terrain surrounded by mountains. Majestic buildings stood tall in the center, with ancient pines and cypress trees shrouding them. And the ground was adorned with rare flowers and exotic herbs. The mountain breeze rustled through the pines, creating a symphony of sound. Half an hour later, they arrived at the woods in the northwest. According to the information on Wu Fan's panel, they were not far from the longsword that had hung for a millennium. Crossing this area should lead them to the location where the sword was kept. Lu Songnan thought. However, he needed to devise a way to keep Wu Fan away from this opportunity. In the next moment, his expression suddenly turned tense. Lu Songnan possessed a sword's heart and, coupled with his comprehension of sword intent, had become highly attuned to the aura of swords. He had just sensed an overwhelming sword aura approaching. "Elder, what is it?" Wu Fan noticed Lu Songnan's unusual demeanor and inquired. "Everyone, step back, there is danger ahead." Before Wu Fan could respond, Lu Songnan commanded, "All of you, retreat 3,000 meters. No-one is to approach without my order." At this, Wu Fan furrowed his brow. He sensed something was amiss with Lu Songnan, but he could not pinpoint what it was. The other disciples, however, did not question Lu Songnan's words, promptly retreating. Although Wu Fan felt reluctant, he ultimately chose to remain still and retreated with the 20 disciples, believing it best to act with the group for now and wait for an opportunity to separate later. If the elder in his mind were to awaken now, he would likely berate Wu Fan for being a fool. For that elder was the very chance he had to enter the ruins, a chance that would determine whether Wu Fan could surpass Lu Songnan in a short time. Yet, regrettably, the elder had exhausted himself to grant Wu Fan this opportunity and had fallen into a coma. Once they retreated 1,000 meters, suddenly, a low humming sound reverberated from deep within the earth, causing the entire forest to come alive, with countless leaves cascading down. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Songnan's gaze sharpened. He then unleashed his full strength. Sword intent manifested as a dense web of black and white intertwining around him, enveloping him instantly. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Before long, he traversed the woods and arrived before a colossal corridor. At the end of the corridor lay a solitary sword, its tip pointing downward, suspended in the air. Chapter 50. The Sword God and His Sword. Lu Songnan chooses not to endure observing this scene. Lu Songnan took a deep breath. What is this? Even from 500 meters away, an overwhelming pressure assailed him. The Sword Goddess sword, a disdainful voice came from behind. Lu Songnan turned to see a young man in his 20s, of average height and slender build, with a gaunt face and a waxy complexion that betrayed an unmistakable pallor of illness. Name: Chun Changa Realm, Early Ethereal Realm Fate, Stepping Stone Life Script, Supporting Role Recent Turning Point, Today. During the competition for the Sword Goddess sword, he was defeated by Wu Fan and returned to the central continent, where he incited his friends to trouble the disciples of the Wuzhizong. The Sword Goddess sword? A shiver ran down Lu Songnan's spine. It still exists 1,000 years later. How much power must that entail? Chinchanga glanced at Lu Songnan, saying, Indeed, the sword left by the Sword God is here in the Tower of Heaven. It is a well-known secret. Yet, for a millennium, no one has managed to take the sword. However, he paused, some matters are better left unsaid. There are secrets that are best known by as few as possible. At that moment, 3 more individuals hurried over, evidently drawn by the earlier commotion. As time passed, the number of people gathered before the corridors swelled. Lu Tsangnan counted 59 individuals in total. Among them, 5 factions had formed. With Chen Chang'e leading the largest faction of 20, besides Chen Chang'e, there were 3 other formidable individuals at the ethereal realm within his group. Their faces radiated an excitement that was hard to contain. They had received word that the sword god's sword would randomly appear on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Heaven. Yet, it did not manifest every time the tower appeared. Now, witnessing this spectacle, everyone felt that their chance had finally arrived. The 59 individuals present were all prodigies from various continents, although they might not be able to claim the sword god's sword. The opportunity to engage in sword path enlightenment within this corridor was invaluable. Thus, it was highly likely that they could gain insights into sword intent here. This was the true thrill. Indeed, everyone harbored a hope that perhaps one among them was the fabled child of destiny. Should one be fortunate enough to obtain the sword of the sword god, perhaps they would be deemed worthy of becoming the true disciple of the sword god. What a tremendous temptation this is! It is essential to recognize that although the grand sects possess the sword hall inheritance, and these individuals have acquired a fragment of the sword god's legacy through various channels, none dare to claim themselves as the true disciples of the sword god. At this moment, many gazes were fervently fixed upon the sword suspended in the air. They finally comprehended why the sect would expend such immense resources to send them here, merely for the genuine possibility of obtaining the sword god's inheritance. Upon eavesdropping, Lu Tsangnan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that even the master of the Wuji sect's sword hall was not the sword god's true successor. Just then, a stone staircase appeared before Lu Tsangnan and his companions. Soon after, Chen Chang'e emerged first, surveying the crowd before speaking nonchalantly. I know that most of you have come here for this sword. However, I must candidly say, do not harbor any delusions. This sword has remained here for a millennium. What makes you think you are worthy of taking it away? After finishing his words, Chen Chang'e shrugged, having indulged in his habitual bravado, and stepped onto the stone staircase. Following him were 10 disciples, 1 at the Transcendence Realm and 9 at the Extraordinary Realm, all closely trailing behind him. Lu Tsangnan shifted his gaze towards the other 2 disciples at the Transcendence Realm from the Zhengzhou Holy Land, noticing their cautious demeanor as they guarded their surroundings. Between them lay a massive object, concealed beneath a black cloth, leaving Lu Tsangnan uncertain of its nature. However, this did not pose a challenge for Lu Tsangnan. In the next moment, information about the remaining 2 Transcendence Realm powerhouses from Zhengzhou Holy Land appeared before him. Name: Yu Hai Realm, Early Transcendence Realm Fate. A behind-the-scenes manipulator, ruthless and merciless life script. Supporting character recent twist. One day hence, he returns to the Holy Land with the true dragon's body. Taken as a disciple by a Holy Land powerhouse. Name: Jin E Realm, Early Transcendence Realm Fate. Fated to die young life script. Marginal character recent twist. Today, he was killed on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Heaven by his fellow townsmen. Yu Hai. After reviewing their information, Lu Tsangnan could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. What a predicament! These 2 had indeed enacted a tale of betrayal over interests. Fellow townsmen? Truly, a fellow townsman sees another and strikes from behind. Yet, the next moment, Lu Tsangnan's brow furrowed slightly. The true dragon's body, an item his senior brother urgently needed. Yet the other party had 4 Transcendence Realm powerhouses, along with a contingent of disciples guarding it. How should he proceed? Logically, it was impossible, unless the other party were to act foolishly and willingly present the true dragon's body to him. However, exchanging it for an item of equal value. That was a splendid idea. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Tsangnan dismissed his recent thought, as he possessed no treasure of equal worth to the true dragon's body. As he pondered, the other 4 factions had already entered the passageway, maintaining their distance from one another. The closest to the sword was Chen Chang'e and his group, yet they were still 100 meters away from the long sword. At that moment, beads of cold sweat trickled down Chen Chang'e's forehead. Evidently struggling to acclimatize to the sword's aura, the second faction sat cross-legged 50 meters behind Chen Chang'e, maintaining a synchronized distance from one another. Observing this, Lu Songnan hesitated no longer and stepped into the passageway. The moment he entered, he felt an immediate heaviness, as if he had crossed into another realm. In his perception, the passageway stretched infinitely before him. An illusion? Lu Songnan was stunned, sensing that this sword god inheritance was far from ordinary. Buzz! Buzz! Instantly, the ancient long sword suspended in the air began to tremble slightly. That moment, Lu Songnan felt as though his footsteps were laden with 1,000 weights, making movement a Herculean task. No wonder no one could retrieve the long sword. It appeared one had to overcome such pressures. Realizing the overwhelming sense of oppression, Lu Songnan unleashed the sword intent of the small achievement realm. In an instant, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, his movements becoming remarkably light. He then clasped his hands behind his back and strolled effortlessly forward. Before long, he surpassed the other 3 factions. Those who initially intended to block his path, upon witnessing his ease, wisely chose to yield. What is a mere extraordinary realm doing here? Step aside and do not disturb my senior brother's comprehension, warned a disciple from Chen Chang's team, positioned 20 meters away. Upon hearing this, Lu Songnan abruptly raised his head. They wanted him to retreat. On what grounds? Lu Songnan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the speaker. He had intended to continue solidifying his foundation in the extraordinary realm. After all, he still had yet to reach the great achievement realm with his sword intent. Moreover, he planned to elevate a particular movement technique to great achievement. Energy was hard-earned, and he wished to rely on his own efforts to conserve some, hoping to break through to the transcendence realm through his diligence. Yet these individuals were being excessively arrogant. Very well. Since they looked down on the prowess of the extraordinary realm, he would break through. At once, Lu Songnan concentrated his thoughts, channeling the accumulated energy in his arm into his limbs. Chapter 51. Breaking through transcendence, the remnant soul awakens. Boom. The energy from Lu Songnan's arm surged into his body, and he felt an indescribable surge of terrifying power erupt from within him. In an instant, his insides felt as though they were fracturing inch by inch, his muscles, bones, and flesh utterly ravaged, and that energy rampaged violently within him. Pain, excruciating pain coursed through his entire being. Nevertheless, a joyful smile illuminated Lu Songnan's face. He was shattering his physical limits. Whoosh! Lu Songnan stumbled and fell to the ground, the lingering agony causing his entire body to tremble. Yet in the next moment, a torrent of spiritual energy surged frantically into his body, his aura growing increasingly potent. Lu Songnan sensed that half of the energy remained in his arm, and he smiled with uncontainable delight. A line of information appeared in his mind. Name: Lu Songnan Realm. Early Transcendence Realm Fate. Continual Fortuity, Extraordinary Talent, Dying Young Life Script, Supporting Character Recent Twist. Acquired the Sword Goddess Paired Sword within the ruins. But the information was betrayed by Wu Fan, leading to the downfall of Wuji sect and his demise at the hands of a Holy Land powerhouse. Upon seeing this, Lu Songnan's brow furrowed tightly. Wu Fan betrayed his information, resulting in the destruction of the sect and his own death at the hands of a powerhouse. Originally, he had planned to treat Wu Fan as a mere pawn, intending to reap the benefits when he wished. However, upon witnessing this, he determined that this individual could not be allowed to live, lest he pose an endless threat in the future. While he was contemplating, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually dissipated. Huff! Sensing the turmoil of his sinews and blood, Lu Songnan took a deep breath. In that instant, he felt as if countless serpents were writhing beneath his skin, hissing and intertwining with one another, accompanied by the unsettling sound of bones grinding against each other. Every rib in his body was undergoing an incomprehensibly intense transformation. 3,000 meters away, Wu Fan, who had been awaiting with the team, suddenly heard an urgent voice in his mind. Kid, hurry up. The opportunity lies before you. What are you doing here? The mysterious woman felt an urge to curse. After expending great effort to obtain this chance, Wu Fan remained rooted in place as the opportunity presented itself. For the first time, she felt that this person was akin to mud that could not be molded. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan hesitated, saying, Senior, Lu Songnan is ahead. With him here, I have no chance. Hearing this, the woman shook her head. Listen to me, go. The opportunity left by the sword god is not so easily obtained. Moreover, with me here, I can control your body at a critical moment. Compared to Lu Tsongnan, you possess no advantage, though. Wu Fan's eyes brightened at her words, and he grasped his sword, rushing forward. Senior brother, Elder Lu instructed us to stand here and not move. In response to the disciples' persuasion from behind, Wu Fan paid them no mind. Elder Lu? Ha! If it weren't for luck, who knows who would be the elder here? After warning Lu Tsongnan, Pai Yushi closed his eyes to comprehend the sword intent. To him, Lu Tsongnan was merely a pawn of the extraordinary realm. As long as he issued a warning and the disciples of Zhongzhou Holy Land were present, the other party would undoubtedly not dare to act rashly, surely leaving in disgrace. Lu Tsongnan stood with his sword, his tone solemn and cold as he surveyed everyone present. In this world, treasures can be obtained by those with destiny. The sword god's paired sword is destined for me. Lu, within the passageway, all eyes turned to Lu Tsongnan. Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? Does he truly believe that just because he has recently broken through to the Transcendence realm, he is invincible? It is important to note that the Holy Land possesses 4 Transcendence realm powerhouses, and Chen Chang's strength is unfathomable. How dare he, meeting his fate, allow me to see you off? Lu Tsongnan bellowed, and immediately a series of resonant thuds, akin to drums, reverberated in Pai Yushi's ears. Huh? What? He turned abruptly, only to see the individual he had previously dismissed as a mere passerby suddenly half-crouching. Then, a beam of pure white sword light surged forth 20 meters away. Lu Tsongnan's cold voice echoed. Sword drawing technique. A flash of white light streaked by, and upon witnessing the sword, Pai Yu felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He dared not confront it directly and could only dodge to the side. However, the extraordinary disciple behind him was not so quick to respond. With a soft thud, a sword pierced through his throat, and in an instant, blood gushed forth. How swift was that sword! Even Chen Changge, who had halted his contemplation, turned to fix his gaze upon Lu Tsongnan. His vision was unparalleled, clearer than anyone else's. This sword had truly reached the pinnacle of mastery. At that moment, Lu Tsongnan's attire billowed in the wind. His long hair fluttered fiercely, and a brutal killing intent flickered in his brows. It was crucial to note that they were in a corridor, under immense pressure. How could the opponent strike with such alacrity? Even if Chen Changge exerted himself to the utmost, he could not match such speed. Who was this individual? A wave of astonishment surged through Chen Changge, Pai Yushi, and indeed all present at that instant. They had no choice but to acknowledge Lu Tsongnan's formidable presence. I have tolerated you for far too long. It's time for you to perish. Lu Tsongnan paid no heed to their astonishment. Having chosen to strike, he would not hold back. He stomped down, causing the blue bricks of the corridor to crack beneath him. With the enhancement of his body's attributes from the Tongyu realm, he felt as if his strength was nearly boundless. Both his power and speed dramatically increased. Originally, he had contemplated retreating to gain perspective. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Why should Lu Tsongnan be bullied? In that moment, his overwhelming killing intent required no further concealment. With a decisive swing of his sword, the blade released a meteor-like burst of sword energy. Thud. Another disciple from the Zhongzhou sacred land fell. He bent down and struck with precision, his movements clean and decisive. Chen Changge observed intently. At the moment the sword energy shattered the air, ripples undulated through the atmosphere, clearly indicating that the opponent's speed was tearing through the very fabric of space. How could one defend against such swordsmanship? Not only the extraordinary disciples, but even Chen Changge and Pai Yushi. Both of the Tongyu realm felt their hearts tighten upon witnessing that sword strike. Beads of sweat formed on their brows, and their hearts raced with a cacophony of chaotic thoughts. When did such a formidable being emerge in this world? Swish, swish, 2 piercing sounds echoed in Pai Yushi's ears. One sword was forcibly blocked by him, yet the subsequent strike pierced through his back. With Lu Tsongnan's sword intent enhancing the speed of his technique, he struck again. In the next moment, the sword energy, propelled by his intent, grazed Pai Yushi's mouth, leaving a long gash that splattered blood everywhere. With a staggering motion, Pai Yushi collapsed to the ground. Lu Tsongnan brushed off his garments, glanced at Chen Changge, and said nonchalantly, "It's your turn." Chapter 52. Slaying Chen Changge, sword intent subdues the divine sword. What? Chen Changge's pupils constricted. Not only he, but the many powerhouses within the corridor felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Disbelief etched across their faces. In the same realm, he had effortlessly slain Pai Yushi. Regardless of Lu Songnan's methods, they would not have been astonished. Yet merely 3 strikes had felled the talented disciple of the Zhongzhou sacred land. It was an overwhelming dominance. Pai Yushi's strength in the Tongyu realm was not invincible. Being defeated by another was entirely plausible. Yet Chen Chang'e could not comprehend how a person from such a humble origin, who had just recently broken through the Tongyu realm, could slay his junior. However, after a brief moment of shock, Chen Chang'e quickly regained his composure. He reached into his chest and produced a blood-red pill. Swallowing it whole, the blood surge pill, a concoction that could temporarily unleash hidden potential and amplify strength by 30%. To swiftly eliminate Lu Songnan, Chen Chang'e was willing to expend considerable resources. Lu Songnan had instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. After consuming the blood surge pill, Chen Chang'e's aura surged dramatically. He let out a low growl as he retrieved his longbow from his back. With a swift motion, he drew and released arrows in rapid succession, executing the illusory rain pear blossom arrow technique, emptying his quiver of 18 arrows. Each arrow soared through the air with a resounding whoosh. In the next instant, the arrows, gleaming with white light, hurtled towards Lu Songnan with tremendous force. Chen Chang'e stowed his primary iron-lined bow and cast a confident glance at the distant Lu Songnan. Smirking as he declared, "The illusory rain pear blossom arrow technique is an exquisite skill of the sacred land. I have practiced archery for 20 years. How do you find these 18 arrows?" Boom! Lu Songnan's sword intent enveloped him, instantly blocking one arrow. As he saw the barrage of arrows approaching, Lu Songnan's momentum surged even higher. With remarkable precision, he parried the incoming attacks with his sword. Swish, clang. All 17 arrows were expertly deflected by Lu Songnan's blade. The remaining arrows, propelled by their residual force, embedded themselves into the ground with a piercing sound. Facing the final arrow, Lu Songnan dashed forward, his left foot striking the earth with tremendous force, evading one arrow before gracefully leaping. Soaring through the corridor in the blink of an eye, he stood before Chen Chang'e, his long sword aimed directly at the center of his brow. At that moment, a smile crept upon Lu Songnan's lips. The outcome was sealed. Chen Chang'e, however, felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The instant he perceived the sword intent, his earlier confidence evaporated. Sword intent manifested. This was already at the minor achievement level. He was eager to understand how Lu Songnan had cultivated such prowess. How could someone from such a small place grasp minor achievement level sword intent at such a young age? In that moment, terror gripped Chen Chang'e. A myriad of horrifying speculations flooded his mind. His lips turned pale, hands trembling slightly, and his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable fear. Then, amidst the astonished and horrified gazes of all present, Lu Songnan lunged forward, his long sword piercing straight death. At that moment, Lu Songnan unleashed all his pent-up emotions, accompanied by a cathartic release. With a soft thud, his sword penetrated Chen Chang'e's skull. Chen Chang'e's complexion turned pale, tinged with a hint of green, exuding an aura of death. Blood trickled from his forehead, and in the blink of an eye, his face was smeared with crimson, his body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes widened in terror, reflecting an overwhelming fear of the unknown death, mixed with a hint of nostalgia for life and a reluctance to depart. He had arranged for 40 extraordinary disciples to guard the first level and had even invited 3 inner disciples for assistance to ensure he could deeply comprehend sword intent. Would the flying dragon riders also falter? Chen Chang'e, until the moment of his demise, could not fathom why he had encountered such a prodigy. A genius. Before this individual, he felt like a mere child, easily crushed at that moment, both inside and outside the corridor. A pin drop could be heard, silence hanging heavily in the air. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Songnan's retreating figure, not daring to breathe. Yet, Lu Songnan paid them no mind, brushing off his garments as he advanced towards the suspended sword at the end of the corridor. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. The farther he went, the harder it became to maintain his balance. 50 meters. Lu Songnan's body swayed increasingly, as if he might topple at any moment. Huff, with every step, he gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the immense pressure. Lu Tsangnan staggered, his clothes soaked through. Upon reaching 10 meters from the long sword, it suddenly trembled violently in an instant. A colossal sword intent surged towards Lu Tsangnan like a tidal wave. The sword of the sword god could not be so easily subdued. It possessed its own pride. Only that man could touch it. Feeling the sword's tumult, Lu Tsangnan hesitated not a moment, channeling the remaining energy within him in the next instant. This energy surged toward the sword intent, and Lu Tsangnan felt sword energy intertwining around him. A wealth of information regarding sword intent flooded his mind. Simultaneously, the tumultuous sword intent appeared to soften in his eyes. Lu Tsangnan took a step forward. The sword intent, fearing harm would befall him, parted automatically, flowing past him like two streams of energy. With a whoosh, Lu Tsangnan's garments billowed, his hair dancing in the wind. The sword technique had reached perfection. Lu Tsangnan clasped his hands behind his back and continued forward, surrounded by flickering sword energy. As he approached the legendary sword that had hung for a millennium, he came to a halt, raised his hand and grasped the sword at that moment. The long sword trembled violently, attempting to break free from Lu Tsangnan grasp in that instant. A wave of sword intent enveloped his body. Suddenly, Lu Tsangnan ears rang with a frenzied roar. Yet, he paid it no mind, raising the long sword, enveloped in perfected sword intent. Instantly, under the dual pressure of black and white sword intent, the sword's resistance diminished significantly. Finally, it settled steadily into Lu Tsangnan grasp. In Lu Tsangnan eyes, the sword radiated with glimmering light, resembling a white dragon gliding along its blade. Not bad, Lu Tsangnan commented mildly, while behind him, the corridor lay in utter silence. They gazed at Lu Tsangnan tall figure. Mouths slightly agape, struck dumb with astonishment. They witnessed Lu Tsangnan slay Pai Yushi and eliminate the prodigy Chunchanga from the holy land of Zhongzhou. They observed Lu Tsangnan stagger towards the legendary sword goddess sword, which had hung for millennia. They assumed Lu Tsangnan was merely curious. However, to their shock, he truly grasped the sword once wielded by the sword Jodai. In that moment, the crowd stood in a daze, unable to fathom what their eyes beheld. A millennium had passed. Someone had obtained the genuine inheritance of the sword god. Meanwhile, outside the corridor, Wu Fan hurriedly approached. Chapter 53. The Slaying of Wu Fan. A bloody silence just in time. I was about to seek you out. Upon seeing Wu Fan arrive, Lu Tsangnan enveloped him with his sword intent. Name: Wu Fan Realm. Early extraordinary realm fate. The celestial star of solitude. Possessed by a remnant soul life script. Protagonist recent turning point. Today, within the corridor on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Heaven, he obtained a sword that had hung for 1,000 years. Remnant soul. A mysterious powerful being occupies the body, combat strength unknown. A surge of vigorous sword intent crashed upon Wu Fan like waves, causing the remnant soul within him to flutter its eyelids. In that instant, she finally sensed the chill of death. This guy. She swallowed hard, internally aghast. Tio break through the ordinary and the ethereal realms before the age of 20, and judging by the aura just now, his sword intent was at least at the minor accomplishment level. This person is truly a prodigy. Nevertheless, despite her shock, the woman gritted her teeth and drew her long sword, her wrist flicking to conjure a beam of sword light from thin air. Although her own sword intent had not reached the major accomplishment level, the techniques she mastered in her previous life had attained higher realms. Thus, by employing the techniques of whip arts to execute sword techniques, she could still achieve the minor accomplishment level of sword intent. With her combat experience, could she possibly lose to a neophyte who had just embarked on the path of cultivation? In previous encounters with formidable foes, she had always relied on her possession to resolve matters. In her view, this time she would once again turn the tide and reclaim the divine sword. At worst, she would simply faint again. Just as she brimmed with confidence, Lu Tsangnan unleashed his full power, employing a major accomplishment level sword drawing technique combined with his major accomplishment level sword intent. In an instant, a blade of light soared into the sky, its sword intent solidifying and unyielding. As they beheld the ferocious sword energy swirling in the air, a flicker of despair crossed the mysterious woman's eyes. Major accomplishment level? She murmured to herself, huddled within her mind. Wu Fan's complexion turned ashen upon witnessing that sword strike, his eyes widening in terror, his face betraying an uncontrollable despair. I told you, with him around, I have no chance. Senior, let us leave, we cannot contend with him. This man has slain disciples of the Holy Land of Zhongzhou. We should seek the powerful figures of the Holy Land to intervene. Let them tear each other apart. At that moment, Wu Fan's fighting spirit evaporated, and the series of failures had instilled a psychological shadow regarding Lu Tsongnan. Silence, the woman bellowed. Having expended great effort to revive, she had just begun to witness this world. She had envisioned nurturing a junior and, once they grew strong, assisting her in reclaiming her physical form. However, she never anticipated encountering a coward. How could one not endure such minor failures and still aspire to scale the heights of martial arts? Alas, she had thought that with her guidance, the world would gain another unparalleled genius. Yet, she had misjudged the character. Everything fell upon her to resolve. Having obtained the sword goddess inheritance, she at least had the qualifications to become a strong individual. And success was seemingly within reach. Why? Why did she have to face this freak, Lu Tsongnan? At this moment, her heart brimmed with resentment. Clang! As her thoughts whirled within her mind, the next moment, the swirling sword energy descended upon her. Accompanying it was a torrent of sword intent she had never fathomed in that instant. Even the woman could not help but marvel at how terrifyingly exceptional this individual was in that fleeting moment. She finally comprehended why this person could grasp the sword left by the sword god. It was none other than the major accomplishment level sword intent. The sword, like a woman, would only allow you to touch it if it desired to be touched. Bang! The woman felt a sharp pain in her palm as the sword light before her was instantly dissipated. Under the overwhelming force of the opponent's attack, she felt as if she stood atop a tumultuous sea, facing a tempest of towering waves. The strength, akin to a roaring tsunami, enveloped her entirety. Whoosh! As the sword light swept past, Wu Fan was sent flying over 30 meters like a rag doll, blood gushing forth. Moments later, he crashed heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, one would find his body riddled with countless sword holes. His gaunt face began to take on a foreboding grayish hue, his eyes sunken, revealing distinct shadows. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened, and his cheeks hollowed out severely, his dry, colorless lips occasionally twitching, emitting sounds of pain and helplessness, betraying an unmistakable aura of despair. Master, spare me. We are all from Wuzhizong. Exhausted, he uttered those few words with his last ounce of strength. Wu Fan could no longer hold on, a faint smile gracing his lips as he breathed his last. As expected, upon hearing the name Wuzhizong, Lu Tsongnan noticed the change in the expressions of those present. Although they concealed it well, Lu Tsongnan still perceived it in the corridor. Silence reigned. Everyone, including Yulong, a master of the ethereal realm, instinctively activated their techniques, preparing to flee this place of chaos. He gazed at the youth who held the sword in his right hand and had his left hand resting behind his back, feeling as though he faced a formidable adversary. Many were taken aback. Among them, one individual rose, steeling himself to clasp his hands and say, "Friend, we heard nothing." The speaker resented Wu Fan deeply. Initially, they had faced no danger. But before his demise, Wu Fan had inadvertently revealed the man's identity. Now, everyone was aware of who he was. It's over. As expected, thud thud thud, Lu Tsongnan, wielding the divine sword, emerged from the far end of the corridor. You say someone has discovered my identity. How should we handle this? Lu Tsongnan took a few steps before halting, directing the divine sword at all present. To prevent any leaks, I apologize, but you all must remain here today. Upon hearing this, Yulong hastily replied, Friend, it's a misunderstanding. We saw nothing, nor did we hear anything. His franticness was uncontainable, for he realized Lu Tsongnan intended to eliminate them all. Lu Tsongnan glanced at Yulong and shook his head. I don't believe you. How about this? You all swear that if you disclose my information after returning, your future meals will solely consist of old pickled vegetable noodles and shuanghui sausage. Huh? Yulong was bewildered. What was the other party saying? However, before he could process it, Lu Tsongnan's sword light flashed, and Yulong's head fell to the ground. To guard against any eventualities, Lu Tsongnan could not possibly allow anyone here to leave. Having received the sword goddess inheritance and slain so many disciples of the Holy Land, should this be discovered by the Holy Land, it would undoubtedly invite relentless pursuit. Thus, everyone here had to perish. Only the dead could keep the secret. Half a stick of incense later, Lu Tsongnan surveyed the array of geniuses before him, each felled by his sword, nodding in satisfaction. He then brandished the long sword and slowly approached the direction where Wu Fan had collapsed. Although Wu Fan was dead, he had not forgotten that a remnant soul still lingered within his mind. Chapter 54. The Remnant Soul's Compromise, a Frenzied Rampage. What's wrong? Are you merely going to play dead? Lu Tsongnan stood before Wu Fan, a smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened immensely, yet she dared not act recklessly. How did he discover my presence in that critical moment? Had she not evaded swiftly and exchanged souls with Wu Fan, she would have met her demise. Initially, she had intended to feign death and reveal herself only after Lu Tsongnan had departed. However, it seemed he had already detected her existence. Refusing to speak, "Are we? Then I shall strike Wu Fan's head with another blow," Lu Tsongnan declared, raising the divine sword. Upon hearing this, the woman hidden within Wu Fan's mind could no longer restrain herself. Exclaiming, "Lu Tsongnan, let us speak rationally. Although you can kill me now, in a few years, I will awaken once more. You cannot do anything to me, nor can I to you. Since that is the case, why should we turn swords against one another? Let us cooperate. I can aid in your growth." "Cooperate?" Lu Tsongnan twirled his sword in a flourish, teasingly responding, "What, do you want to help me divine my fortunes daily? Are you willing?" The woman's expression shifted, but upon gazing at Lu Tsongnan's handsome visage and extraordinary talent, she spoke softly, "All right, but once a day is beyond my capacity. Let us make it once every 3 days." After stating this, she continued, "However, you must promise me that when you grow stronger, you will assist me with a task." "What task?" Lu Tsongnan did not acquiesce. Instead, he inquired with curiosity, "If it is to contend with a formidable force, I would be reluctant to comply. Merely seizing an opportunity is within my capabilities. It simply requires a bit more time." "Retrieve the physical body." "Retrieve the physical body?" Upon noticing Lu Tsongnan's apparent restlessness, the woman hastened her words. "Indeed, 300 years ago, when I perished, I employed a unique technique. Although it allowed me to awaken anew, I lost part of my memories, resulting in my inability to recall the whereabouts of my physical form." After a moment of silence, Lu Tsongnan finally spoke. "Very well, but I cannot guarantee that I will succeed." "Good," the woman replied without hesitation. Lu Tsongnan raised his longsword, warning sharply, "Do not attempt any tricks. I am aware of your existence and possess the means to seal you, understood?" Simultaneously, from within Wu Fan's body, a shadowy figure emerged, roughly the size of a palm. As Lu Tsongnan's gaze fell upon her, information about the woman materialized before him. Name: Jiang Yishuang Realm. Early stage of the ethereal realm fate. Reincarnation of a strong individual, returning to her peak life script. Supporting role recent turning point. Future altered. Clarity obscured after the remnant soul entered Lu Tsongnan's mind. He immediately commanded, "Commence calculations for ancient artifacts within the ruins." Startled, Jiang Yishuang responded, "What do you need these items for?" "Collection." Lu Tsongnan had no intention of revealing the truth, so he casually fabricated a reason. Although it was somewhat peculiar that he did not request her to calculate for spiritual herbs right away, Jiang Yishuang chose not to press further. After all, everyone has their own peculiarities. It was understandable. Swiftly manipulating her fingers, Jiang Yishuang soon directed her gaze towards Lu Tsongnan, stating, "Behind the stone wall 3,000 meters to the east, there lies an aged jade pendant." Upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan's expression brightened, and he nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Yishuang was indeed proving to be of some utility. He arranged for the true dragon's body to be transported, and in the ensuing days, Lu Tsongnan became engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. With Jiang Yishuang's assistance, he amassed a plethora of ancient artifacts from the ruins. Given that calculating the value of these artifacts was not particularly taxing on his cultivation, and with their recent collaboration, Jiang Yishuang diligently calculated 10 fortunes a day. Though it was somewhat exhausting, she persevered through gritted teeth to prove her worth. For several consecutive days, she tirelessly sought ancient items. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with shifting clouds. The autumn sun cast a gentle glow, illuminating the verdant trees. Amidst the lush green grass, colorful blossoms dotted the landscape, twinkling like countless stars, radiating vibrant hues. Lu Tsangnan sat cross-legged among the grasses, feeling the tattoo on his arm glow crimson once again. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips. It was undeniable that 8 out of 10 ancient artifacts calculated by Jiang Yishuang bore energy. Naturally, Lu Tsangnan did not hesitate to absorb the energy he acquired. In these past few days, he had been engaged in a repetitive cycle, seeking ancient items and refining them. However, this peculiar approach struck Jiang Yishuang as one of indulgence. Is he not cultivating? She pondered, having expected a prodigy like Lu Tsangnan to devote most of his time to training. Yet, after getting to know him, she realized he spent the majority of his time in this state of distraction. Oh dear, have I misjudged him again? Observing Lu Tsangnan opening his eyes, Jiang Yishuang could not help but remind him, you have already amassed quite a number of ancient artifacts. Isn't it time to search for herbs? Not many. I have no particular hobbies, I simply enjoy collecting ancient artifacts. For me, the more the better, Lu Tsangnan replied with a smile. The overwhelming energy filled him with joy. According to his instincts, once the color deepened to crimson, it would empower him to break through to the next realm. Jiang Yishuang, watching Lu Tsangnan now entranced by ancient artifacts, felt he was beyond redemption. At the same time, she grew curious about how he had reached his current level of cultivation. After absorbing the final artifact, Lu Tsangnan addressed Jiang Yishuang. After a short incense stick's time, let us continue. We have 20 days left to strive to uncover all the ancient artifacts within the ruins. Gazing at Jiang Yishuang, who appeared somewhat fatigued, Lu Tsangnan originally intended to press on immediately, but decided to grant her a brief respite. After all, there are no unplowed fields, only exhausted oxen. Moderation is key. In the days that followed, Lu Tsangnan fervently collected items. Initially, on the 11th day, Jiang Yishuang planned to confront Lu Tsangnan, unwilling to indulge his frivolous pursuits. However, that afternoon, Lu Tsangnan broke through to the mid-stage of the ethereal realm right before her eyes. From that moment on, Jiang Yishuang focused solely on calculations, saying nothing further. What could she say? How could she speak? After all, he was a prodigy. Time passed slowly, and only 3 days remained until the end of the secret realm. Outside the Tianqian dynasty, a weary middle-aged man stood before Sun Xingchuan, anxiously exclaiming, Your Majesty, why has my young master not yet emerged? Lu Jingming, the Lu family's old steward, had rushed to the Wuzhizong upon hearing of an unexpected incident involving the Lu family. Upon learning that his young master had not only broken through to the blood transformation realm, but had also become the master of the Sword Hall, his status now equivalent to that of an inner elder within the Wuzhizong. He was astounded. However, he quickly came to accept this reality, for his young master had always exhibited exceptional talent since childhood. He hoped for his young master's safe return, as that would bring hope to the Lu family. The middle-aged man gazed at the peculiar stones ahead, silently praying. Chapter 55. Breakthrough to the late stage of the ethereal realm. Chinchanga yearns to return to his family. Do not worry. Your young master possesses remarkable talent and has acquired the Sword Hall's inheritance, making him formidable. Even when compared to geniuses from other continents, he is not significantly lacking, Sun Xingchuan reassured the anxious middle-aged man. Yet, despite his words, he felt no certainty within. The ruins were fraught with unforeseen dangers. Within the ruins, as energy surged into his body, Lu Tsangnan felt every drop of blood within him ignite. The process was painful. Yet after some time, every fiber of his being began to radiate a renewed vigor. A powerful aura emerged, signifying his advancement to the late stage of the ethereal realm. Only one step remained to reach the Soul Pill realm. However, that one step would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, I possess an advantage. I need not worry about the breakthrough. My only concern lies in how to acquire the necessary energy. Sensing that the energy within his arm had been entirely consumed due to his breakthrough, Lu Tsangnan began contemplating his next course of action in the Soul Pill realm. A warrior's body crystallizes the Soul Pill. Warriors within this realm experience a qualitative leap in both physique and power. However, condensing the Soul Pill is no simple feat. Failure could result in instant demise. Nonetheless, if one successfully breaks through the Soul Pill realm, the Soul Pill remains unyielding, allowing the physical body to return to normal. Across the eastern continent, The number of powerful individuals in the Soul Pill realm does not exceed a mere 10, illustrating just how arduous this breakthrough truly is. At present, I have reached the late stage of the ethereal realm. As long as no Soul Pill experts intervene, relying on my sword intent and sword drawing techniques, I am an invincible entity. Feeling the potent spiritual energy coursing through him, Lu Tsongnan sensed a swell of pride within. Yet, he soon recalled his motto: maintain a heart as cautious as walking on thin ice while undertaking ventures of valor and progress. Though I may be virtually invincible in the ethereal realm, there is no guarantee that there are not those more monstrous than myself. After all, there are always people beyond the horizon and realms above. Life is singular. One must remain vigilant at all times. Furthermore, there are still Soul Pill experts above. What if these individuals, lacking martial ethics, were to ambush a young man like me? Thus, Lu Tsongnan swiftly quelled his fleeting arrogance. As the sun set behind the western mountains, the evening glow painted the sky in brilliant hues. Lu Tsongnan gazed westward, witnessing myriad rays of sunset cascading down, while the distant, undulating mountains stood out with striking clarity. Simultaneously, the entire ruin began to tremble violently. Lu Tsongnan immediately understood that the ruin was about to close. Upon witnessing this scene, he dared not hesitate and hastened toward the transmission array on the second floor. He had not forgotten his senior brother's son Xingchuan's admonition. If he failed to leave the ruins in time, he would have to wait for the next opening, which would be a decade hence. Who could endure 10 years in such a confined space? Moreover, from Jiang Yishuang's account, the most crucial opportunity within was the sword goddess' treasured sword. Having already obtained the artifact, lingering here for another decade would render him a fool. Before long, Lu Tsongnan arrived at the first floor and, without a backward glance, stepped onto the transmission array to depart. For him, the most significant opportunity within the ruins was the ancient artifacts, and with Jiang Yishuang's assistance, he had nearly stripped the place bare of them. Thus, he had lost interest in remaining. Upon emerging in the forbidden area behind the Tianqian dynasty, Lu Tsongnan encountered a familiar face, the family steward. Uncle Ming, what brings you here? Young master. Zhao Jingming was momentarily taken aback, his stature tall and demeanor handsome, with sword-like brows and bright, star-like eyes. The change in you is quite remarkable. However, Zhao Jingming did not forget the purpose of his visit, and quickly exclaimed, young master, something significant has occurred. Ever since Lu Tsongnan had written home requesting a substantial quantity of antiquities, Lu Tsongnan's father had begun to withdraw his years of savings to amass a collection of items. Furthermore, he had solicited friends to assist in acquiring goods from neighboring counties. Yet, during this endeavor, an unexpected item had caught the attention of a formidable individual from the adjacent county. This person, under the pretext of Lu's cross-county trade, demanded that the Lu family surrender half of their assets, claiming it was to serve as a guarantor. Thus, Lu Tsongnan's father contemplated enlisting Lu Tsongnan, who was training at Wuji sect, hoping that his status as an inner disciple would instill some trepidation in the adversary. Upon hearing the details, Lu Tsongnan nodded and replied, I understand. I shall return with you at once to resolve this matter. Junior brother, do you require assistance? Sun Xingchuan, having recently attained the true dragon physique, was merely 10 days away from breaking through to the Soul Pill realm. Thus he expressed his gratitude to Lu Tsongnan. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan shook his head, stating, thank you, senior brother, but I can handle this on my own. The steward, overhearing this exchange, became flustered. How can you manage alone? Young master, you are mistaken. The emperor of a nation is willing to assist. Such a rare opportunity should not be squandered. Although anxious, Lu Jingming ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. As he was merely a servant, alas, he could only sigh deeply within, lamenting, the young master is still too young. Upon hearing these words, Sun Xingchuan finally noticed the aura surrounding Lu Tsongnan. I cannot perceive it. This fellow has reached the Tongyu realm, and not in its early stages. With his power surpassing 2 minor realms, he could sense the presence of others. At that moment, Sun Xingchuan was taken aback. Realizing that his junior brother was undoubtedly far more than just a recipient of the Sword Hall's legacy, after discerning Lu Tsongnan's strength, Sun Xingchuan smiled and said, very well, take care. If you find yourself unable to contend, promptly inform your senior brother, and I shall bring assistance. If even I cannot prevail, we will call upon the sect for reinforcements. In any case, we shall confront him. Initially, Sun Xingchuan had not been so arrogant. But having acquired the true dragon physique, he was on the verge of breaking through to the Soul Pill realm. He had already secured his position as the 10th strongest in the eastern continent. Lu Songnan laughed heartily, agreed. Afterward, he departed from the Tianxian dynasty with Lu Jingming, heading towards the Lu family estate. The Lu family estate. Lu Songnan's father was pacing back and forth in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. I initially thought it was merely extortion. Yet, a mere half-month has passed, and they have approached us 5 times, first, due to their overwhelming strength as a Tongyu realm expert, the local tyrant. We had no choice but to concede. I surrendered assets worth hundreds of thousands to them, granting them a reputation for loyalty and righteousness, so that they might accept these assets without tarnishing their name. However, human greed knows no bounds. Having tasted the sweetness of their gains, they have returned to extort us repeatedly. The Lu family can no longer endure. Alas. I hope they will be wary of Songnan's status as an inner disciple. Otherwise, it pains me to part with such valuable items. Chapter 56. The return to the family, a forceful strike as autumn deepened and the cool winds rose, the pines and cypresses remained lush. While the undergrowth of trees stood tall and low, their leaves turning yellow, filling the air with the scent of decaying foliage. After a night of autumn winds, the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves. Creating a vibrant tapestry upon the earth, on the road to the Dali dynasty, 2 magnificent steeds galloped forth. The foremost rider, clad in a blue robe with a sword at his waist, appeared remarkably handsome. His attire fluttering as he remained steady upon his mount. Rest assured, Ming Shu, I am more than capable on my own. Behind him, Lu Jingming sighed deeply. Young master, I acknowledge your prowess, but the opponent is a Tongyu realm expert. And I am concerned. Do not fret so much. With me, Lu Songnan, the Tongyu realm can be easily dispatched. The steward was about to retort but ultimately remained silent, focused on their journey. Yet, in his heart, he mused, the young master has changed. He has become quite boastful. Soon, 2 days passed, and the pair arrived at Xiaoliang County in the Dali dynasty. Before they could enter the Lu residence, they encountered 4 individuals outside the estate. Li Huowei. The Li Huowei were responsible for local law enforcement and the eradication of major criminals, with some even dispatched as undercover agents to various sections. Thus, upon seeing these 4, Lu Songnan's brow furrowed. I am Lu Jingming, and this is my young master, Lu Songnan. Lu Jingming stepped forward to address the 4. Hearing this, the 4 surrounded them, one to the left, one to the right, one in front, and one behind. What is your intention? Lu Songnan's gaze sharpened. The details of these individuals quickly materialized before him. Name: Xiangning Realm. Early stage of blood exchange realm fate. A mere pawn within the Circle Life script. An inconspicuous existence recent turning point. Tomorrow, he will acquire a significant resource from Shan Yiqing, leading to rapid advancement in strength. Lu Songnan observed that all 4 individuals shared a similar turning point. Shan Yiqing was a renowned powerhouse in the Dali dynasty. Hailing from a loose cultivator background, yet possessing formidable strength, particularly skilled in martial arts, it was said that years ago, he had joined the authorities and gained the trust and favor of the head of Li Huowei. It seemed these 4 had come to trouble the Lu family. Steward Lu, you are a prominent figure within the Lu family, and we are familiar with you. However, this individual beside you bears a striking resemblance to a fugitive we are pursuing. Therefore, we request that you accompany us for further inquiries. Xiang Ning grinned disingenuously. One among them brandished a long blade, fixating his gaze intently upon Lu Songnan. Lu Songnan's expression remained indifferent as he cast a glance at the 4. Lightly stepping forward. Instantly, the stone-paved road beneath them shattered into countless cracks, radiating outwards in a spiderweb pattern, encompassing a 3-meter radius around Lu Songnan. Unaware of your own mortality, in the next moment, a flash of white light surged forth. Thud! The 4 collapsed simultaneously. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers hurriedly distanced themselves. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man emerged from the Lu family estate. Shan Yiqing, the instigator of this incident. This fellow is incredibly powerful. Shan Yiqing surveyed the fractured stone ground and the fallen bodies. His heart racing, he realized he could achieve such a feat, but certainly not with such ease as this youth had demonstrated. In his perception, this individual had accomplished this solely through physical prowess. This realization left Shun Yiqing feeling the situation had become troublesome. Originally, he had anticipated easily subduing the Lu family, but had not expected an equally formidable adversary to emerge unexpectedly. As Shun Yiqing instinctively sought to win Lu Cangnan over. Lu Cangnan abruptly spoke. "So you are Shun Yiqing? I returned specifically for you. How dare you pressure the Lu family in the Tongyu realm, believing there to be no one to oppose you? Today, I, Lu Cangnan, shall slay you." At that moment, Lu Cangnan's gaze radiated with a chilling, murderous intent. Shun Yiqing's smile instantly froze. Lu Cangnan? The disciple who took 10 years to enter the inner sect of Wuji sect? This is impossible. Even if Lu Cangnan is a prodigy, he could not possess the strength of the Tongyu realm at such a young age. It cannot be real. It must be a deception. Shun Yiqing was unwilling to accept this reality. "You are not." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Cangnan's sword intent enveloped him. Thud. The sword imbued with intent pierced directly into Shun Yiqing's heart. Early stage of Tongyu realm, eliminated in an instant. Simultaneously, the Chun family emerged in a frenzy, witnessing the once mighty Shun Yiqing now sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, leaving them all agape in shock. To think that this individual, not only a powerhouse of the Tongyu realm but also a distinguished guest of the Dali dynasty, could perish so effortlessly? Was he not concerned about the Dali dynasty's retribution? As Lu Cangnan approached his father, who stood among the crowd with graying hair, he sheathed his sword and respectfully addressed him. "Father, I have returned." "Why you are Cangnan?" Lu Haiyuan gazed at Lu Cangnan, bewildered that hadn't his son just broken through to the blood exchange realm? How could he possibly overpower a Tongyu realm expert? "Indeed, it is I. Come, let us enter. The scent of blood is heavy outside. We shall speak in detail within." With that, Lu Cangnan took his father's hand and led him into the inner courtyard. Soon, Lu Cangnan recounted how fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to obtain the Sword Hall's inheritance and ultimately become its master. Upon hearing this, the Lu family members were filled with exuberance. The Lu family shall now be protected by a formidable figure. However, one person alone harbored a sense of sorrow, and that was Lu Haiyuan. His son had achieved such heights at such a young age. How much hardship had he endured to reach this point? If one wishes to shine in public, they must first endure suffering in private. Suddenly, Lu Haiyuan promptly instructed his servants to prepare a banquet, for today he was to host a welcome feast for his eldest son. Before long, the news of Lu Cangnan slaying a powerful figure of the Tongyu realm spread far and wide. Numerous forces, typically distant from the Lu family, arrived uninvited, each bearing meticulously selected gifts. For the first time, Lu Haiyuan felt a genuine sense of respect. Previously, many strong individuals who conducted business with him addressed him as Little Lu, but now they greeted him warmly as Brother Liu. At that moment, Lu Haiyuan finally understood the benefits of aspiring for one's child to achieve greatness. He turned to survey the room and noticed the once aloof powerful figures now wearing smiles of deference. The anxiety that had accumulated from days of oppression dissipated entirely, and he stood tall. The banquet lasted deep into the night, with flickering lights spilling from the windows, dancing amidst the shadows of the surrounding trees, creating a dazzling interplay with the stars and moon above. Lu Haiyuan held an ancient box as he entered Lu Cangnan's room. Chapter 57. The Father's Script, a powerful figure from the Dali dynasty arrives. Upon entering, Lu Haiyuan placed the box on the table and said, "It is because of this item that we have drawn the attention of Shun Yiqing." Hearing this, Lu Cangnan looked over to see an elegant, antiquated box. When opened, it revealed a palm-sized black stone. Simultaneously, a feeling of hunger surged in Lu Cangnan's arm. "There is energy within. I am entrusting this to you now. How you choose to handle it is entirely up to you. By the way, during this time, I have also acquired some antiquities, and I shall have them sent to you shortly. Thank you for your hard work," Lu Cangnan said with a smile. Lu Haiyuan waved his hand, responding, "As long as I desire it, I will provide it for you." Observing his father, who appeared significantly more haggard than before, Lu Cangnan was momentarily taken aback, then began to analyze the information. Lu Haiyuan. Realm. Mid-Transcendence. Fate. Stepping Stone. Life Script. Supporting Role. Recent Turning Point. Currently influenced by Lu Cangnan. The future remains unclear. Stepping Stone. Truly a father-son duo. Lu Cangnan serves as a stepping stone, while his father, Lu Haiyuan, remains one as well. However, After a moment of sarcasm, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Tsongnan's eyes. He could not allow anyone, regardless of their gender, to seek fame at the expense of his father. A stepping stone could easily lead to demise if one is not cautious. After returning, he planned to take his father back to the sect. However, this was merely a temporary measure. The best solution would be to eliminate the protagonist in his father's script. If problems cannot be resolved, then those who caused them must be dealt with at that moment. Noticing his son in deep thought, Lu Haiyuan inquired, "What are you pondering?" Lu Tsongnan came back to reality and smiled. "I was considering selecting a few outstanding disciples from the Lu family to bring back to the sect for training." Lu Haiyuan frowned. "Wouldn't that be quite difficult?" "No worries, I am now the master of the sword hall. My word holds sway there. Also, these individuals cannot be left without guidance. You should accompany me to observe them, not me?" Lu Haiyuan pointed to himself, his mouth agape. Yes, to spare his father's pride, Lu Tsongnan rephrased his request. Yet, as a middle-aged man, how could Lu Haiyuan fail to grasp the underlying meaning? Here was Lu Haiyuan, nearing 40, still able to join the Wuzhezong. On the other side, as night deepened, silence enveloped the world, and the moonlight and starlight cascaded upon the buildings, their rooftops appearing as if dusted with frost and snow, enhancing their grandeur and magnificence. In the Shan family's estate, the atmosphere was one of trepidation. For their strongest member had been slain by the Lu family. Despite their reluctance to accept this truth, the sight of Shan Yiqing's lifeless body outside the Lu family forced them to confront reality. They hurriedly reported this news to the court. Upon learning of the incident, Li Huowei was filled with rage. How could someone act with such impunity in the Dali dynasty, slaying their esteemed offering? Although there were many offerings like Shan Yiqing, he represented the dignity of Li Huowei. The report from the Shan family mentioned that the perpetrator appeared to be around 20 years old. Acting alone, yet possessed formidable strength. They instinctively overlooked the latter detail. Around 20 years old, acting alone. No matter how strong they are, can they surpass an entire dynasty? Consequently, Li Huowei issued orders for 3 individuals at the Tongyu realm to converge upon Xiaoliang County. Determined to eliminate Lu Tsongnan, the reputation of Li Huowei would not be tarnished. They believed that even if the opponent were a prodigy, how could one contend against 3? This was not merely the belief of Li Huowei's upper echelon. Even the 3 Tongyu realm warriors who received the order shared this sentiment. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Xiaoliang County, 3 figures soared into the air, leaving behind waves of energy in their wake. They soon gathered outside Xiaoliang County. What a fuss over a mere youth. I wonder why the higher-ups are being so cautious. The first to speak was a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard. His imposing figure and sharp gaze fixed ahead, exuding an aura of authority mixed with a subtle hint of dissatisfaction. Simultaneously, an elderly man beside him chimed in, "Stop your grumbling." According to the information from the Shan family, that individual forcefully killed Shen Yilong. It seems their strength cannot be underestimated. Before the old man had finished speaking, a confident voice interrupted, "What is there to fear? They are just a young person. Who among us isn't a seasoned veteran in the world? If necessary, the 3 of us can join forces. What is there to fear from a fledgling? I fear their background. What if we provoke a powerful force?" The old man retorted. In response, a shifty-eyed middle-aged man scoffed, "Background? In the Dali dynasty, the greatest background is the court. Moreover, the Lu family is merely a small clan. What formidable connections could they possibly have? If they had such ties, they would have long since become a renowned family instead of languishing in a small county." The middle-aged man's words rang true. In the Dali dynasty, the court indeed held the most significant influence. If the Lu family had a patron, they would not be confined to a mere county. Upon hearing this, the old man contemplated for a moment, but ultimately found the logic sound, thus refraining from further argument. "Let us go, eliminate that person, and then ransack the Lu family. We are in need of funds, and this could be an unexpected windfall." As he spoke, a smile crept onto the middle-aged man's lips. The following day at dawn, the morning stars shimmered in the sky, and the eastern horizon began to brighten, a gentle breeze rustling through the trees. The air was cool and refreshing, with morning dew glimmering on the leaves. In the Lu family's estate, Lu Haiyuan began to elucidate the strength of the Dali dynasty. Tongnan, the Dali dynasty is the only one among the nearby 7 dynasties not ruled by a sect. The dynasty has a history of only 200 years, with its first emperor named Zhou, who is currently in seclusion and is said to be at the late stage of the Tongyu realm. The entire dynasty boasts 21 powerful figures in the Tongyu realm and 140 in the Transcendence realm. As Lu Haiyuan spoke, Lu Congnan began to grasp the general situation of the Dali dynasty. Due to its unique position, it lay at the intersection of three sects, acting as a no-man's land. Furthermore, the court held a significant number of strong individuals, though most served as offerings. Just as Lu Congnan was about to inquire about the residence of these powerful figures, a sudden surge of formidable presences erupted outside Xiaoliang County. An audacious voice echoed above the Lu family estate. "Where is the young man who killed our offering from the Dali? Zhu Si of the Dali offering has arrived. Come forth and face your demise." Chapter 58. Sword cuts through the Tongyu. Lu Congnan takes his blade to the imperial capital. "Come forth to face your demise." Upon hearing such brazen words, Lu Congnan was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected to be confronted with such arrogance before he even sought trouble. Moreover, it seemed they were unaware of his status as an elder of the Wuzhizong. Did these individuals not inquire about their target before acting? Or had they grown so accustomed to their own arrogance that they disregarded others entirely? He had originally sought an excuse to usurp the Dali, and now they were presenting themselves for him to strike. In that case, he would not hold back in showing his ruthless side. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Congnan rose to his feet. Simultaneously, the long sword hanging on the wall flew forth, trembling in anticipation. It was evident that the divine sword possessed sentience. Having sensed its master's chilling intent to kill, feeling the sword's eagerness to please, Lu Congnan tilted his head and said, "It seems you are quite perceptive, aware that I am angered. Come, let me see the depths of the Dali's foundation." Upon hearing this, the divine sword radiated a sharp, murderous aura. With a swift motion, Lu Congnan grasped the sword and murmured, "After 10 years of honing a blade, the frost blade has yet to be tested. Today, I shall test you. Who among you has grievances to settle?" As the words fell, Lu Congnan emerged from the room, wielding a long sword. With each step he took, his aura intensified. Upon reaching the doorway, the essence of the Tongyu realm surged forth. Above the city of Xiaoliang, 3 figures of the Tongyu realm hovered in midair. They observed the trembling crowd below with disdain, curling their lips in contempt. In the Great Li dynasty, those of the Tongyu realm were akin to terrestrial deities. Wherever they went, the masses dared not breathe a word. Furthermore, should they become enraged, these ordinary folk would beg for mercy. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of superiority, as if they held dominion over the lives of those beneath them. However, within their line of sight, a young man clad in azure calmly walked out of the room. The 3 turned their gazes downward, narrowing their eyes in suspicion as they scrutinized Lu Congnan, who exhibited a barely concealed glint of murderous intent in his gaze. Is this the one who killed Shen Yiqing? In their perception, among the throngs below, only this individual had reached the Tongyu realm. Yet, they dismissed it, for it was merely the initial stage of the Tongyu realm. However, in the next heartbeat, their brows furrowed tightly. The aura of the mid-stage Tongyu realm emanated from the young man, and it continued to strengthen. With another step forward, Lu Congnan's presence revealed that he had reached the late stage of the Tongyu realm. In that instant, the 3 felt a surge of anxiety. Beads of sweat formed on their brows, their hearts raced, and their minds were flooded with chaotic thoughts. How is this possible? How could someone so young attain the late stage of the Tongyu realm? To note, among them, the most powerful was the elder, who had only recently managed to break through to the mid-stage of the Tongyu realm after expending countless resources just a month prior. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they perceived an unutterable fear. This young man was far from ordinary. Although they were unaware of his identity, to cultivate to such a staggering realm at the tender age of 20 was undoubtedly exceptional. No ordinary faction could achieve such heights. Thus, they realized that this was not someone they could provoke. Nevertheless, the elder among them reacted swiftly, hastily clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "We were unaware of your presence. Esteemed friend, if we have inadvertently offended you, we implore your forgiveness. Indeed, I was blind and did not recognize your stature. If I have disturbed your cultivation, I shall certainly make amends," chimed in another. Upon hearing their words, Lu Congnan's lips curled into a smile that, "Oh, really? Weren't you the ones who urged me to come out and meet my demise? Since you wish to apologize, you may as well die instead. This declaration. The three felt a prickling sensation on their scalps, swallowing hard in silence. In that moment, they deeply regretted their previous arrogance. If only they had adopted a more humble demeanor, perhaps he might have spared them. Especially the shifty-eyed man, who now harbored thoughts of retreat. Just as he prepared to activate his movement technique and turn to flee, a sharp and chilling sound of swordplay pierced the air. Puff! Before he could escape a meter, the long sword pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. Bang! He fell uncontrollably to the ground. Upon landing, the shifty-eyed man's chest heaved erratically as he gasped for breath. His pale lips struggling to form words, a faint gurgling sound emanating from his throat, accompanied by barely audible groans. Witnessing this scene, the other two felt their eyelids twitch violently, their hearts gripped by terror. Their minds raced with horrifying conjectures, their lips turned pale, hands trembling slightly, eyes betraying an uncontrollable fear. Yet, before they could dwell further in their dread, Lu Tsongnan, half-crouched, executed his sword technique. Suddenly, a streak of white sword energy materialized. Slicing through the air with blinding speed, darting between the necks of the two remaining men, boom! In an instant, the sword energy surged past, decapitating the two with brutal efficiency. Swish! Streams of blood cascaded from the air. In the blink of an eye, all three members of the Li Hua Guard met their demise. Throughout the ordeal, Lu Tsongnan had not even learned their names. The grand entrance of the three had instilled fear among the populace of Xiaoyang. However, as they beheld Lu Tsongnan effortlessly dispatching them, those present stared at him with mouths agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. Here stood a powerful being of the Tongyu realm, revered wherever he went. A figure capable of wielding immense influence throughout the Great Li dynasty. Yet, such a formidable presence had been so easily slaughtered before their very eyes by a mere youth. That moment. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Simultaneously, a voice laden with malice echoed from the sky. Li Hua Guard, you have gone too far. Not only have you threatened my family, but you also dared to provoke me. This shows a complete disregard for Lu Tsongnan. Today, I shall demand a satisfactory explanation from the Great Li dynasty. With that proclamation, a radiant arc streaked through the sky, heading toward the imperial capital. The onlookers saw a white line etched across the heavens, leaving behind ripples of energy in Lu Tsongnan's wake. His words sent shockwaves through the hearts of the Lu family, igniting a tempest of emotions. How could the son of the family head be so terrifying? To a Tongyu strongman, he appeared as fragile as paper, easily shattered at a touch. Not only they, but even other factions, were equally shaken by what they had just witnessed. They could not comprehend how a mere youth could possess such formidable strength. Yet, they suddenly recalled the words he had spoken as he departed. It seemed he intended to confront the Great Li dynasty. However, he was but one man. Chapter 59. Going all out, one sword slays 100 officials. As dusk fell, the sunset began to unfold. Rays of golden light cascaded down, illuminating the distant, undulating mountains. With the mist swirling around their bases like ethereal golden smoke, creating a mesmerizing spectacle in the imperial capital of the Great Li dynasty, civil and military officials gathered within the Golden Luan Hall. The emperor, who had been absent for many days, sat high upon the dragon throne, listening to reports from various officials. At that moment, the eldest prince appeared pale, his head bowed in contemplation. Suddenly, a faint voice broke the silence. Qingyuan, the sound, the eldest prince quickly raised his head. Your son is here. In that instant, all the ministers turned their gazes toward the eldest prince. They were well aware of the events that had transpired the previous day. The eldest prince's guest had been murdered in Xiaoyang County. Enraged by the news, the eldest prince dispatched the Li Hua Guard. They, too, were eager to learn how His Majesty would address this matter. From this day forth, the prince is to be confined within the estate. Until you reach the Tongyu realm, you are not to leave the premises. The emperor's indifferent voice resonated throughout the Golden Luan Hall. Upon hearing this, the eldest prince was momentarily taken aback. Why was his father punishing him? Not only the eldest prince, but even the others were filled with confusion. The emperor scanned the room, his gaze finally landing on the eldest prince, a useless one. They can easily slay a strong man of the Tongyu realm, and yet you only sent 3 individuals of the same realm. What if he escapes? The eldest prince's lips quivered slightly as he knelt, proclaiming, "I understand." At this proclamation, the faces of the gathered officials expressed an as-expected demeanor. Due to the Great Li dynasty's unique rise, the actions of its founders had always been unconventional. When faced with problems, they resolved them through brute force. They relished in using power to suppress others, leading to a pervasive issue within the empire's ethos. Coupled with the current emperor's erratic behavior and the eldest prince's poor character, the prevailing atmosphere was one of rampant coercion. Although the populace harbored discontent, the immense power of the Great Li dynasty left them without the means to resist. Thus, they could only swallow their grievances in silence. However, their days of rampant tyranny were soon to come to an end. For above the imperial capital, Lu Songnan's soared upon the winds. Rushing forth, he raised his divine sword, unleashing the sword intent of the great completion realm. A brilliant white light spiraled above the capital, then, without warning, it plummeted. The white sword light illuminated the sky in an instant. What is happening? Countless civil and military officials looked up toward the heavens. Yet, the brilliance of the white light obscured their view of Lu Songnan, who stood behind it. Moments later, the blinding light seemed to tear through the fabric of space, suddenly revealing itself before their eyes. It was a sword encircled by a white dragon. In that moment, many felt their hearts race, their faces flushed, as if all the blood in their bodies surged to their heads, their hands fidgeting with unease. Even the emperor was compelled to rise from his throne. His previous calm demeanor completely vanished. From such a distance, he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Quickly disperse. A powerful foe approaches. The emperor, in a state of sheer terror, cried out in alarm. He then took a step back, frantically fleeing outside. Run! This person is beyond our capacity to withstand. In an instant, within the hallowed halls of the Golden Throne, panic and cries erupted in a cacophony. Fortunately, Lu Songnan's assault was swift. In the midst of the crowd's dread, an exceptionally sharp sword aura descended with a thunderous strike. Boom! A colossal explosion reverberated, and the entire palace began to tremble. In the next moment, the palace swayed precariously. Bang! The Golden Throne Hall collapsed in an instant, its destruction radiating outward like a spider's web, cracking the ground of the surrounding streets. Those officials, both civil and military, who stood within the hall perished beneath that one stroke of the sword. Although many among them were formidable practitioners of the ethereal realm, they had no time to react against Lu Songnan's full-force strike before they met their end. The emperor of the Dali dynasty, reacting the fastest, managed to escape the epicenter of the explosion. However, upon witnessing the collapse of the Golden Throne Hall behind him, his lips quivered, churning with countless thoughts. His throat tightened, as if a flame, parched and inarticulate. His vision filled with countless golden stars, the world around him spinning unsteadily. He realized he must summon the ancestor to intervene. He understood that such an onslaught was beyond his power to halt. The only course of action was to call upon the ancestor. Having come to this conclusion, the emperor of the Dali dynasty hurriedly made his way to the rear mountain. Lu Songnan regarded the overwhelming power of his strike with satisfaction. Since acquiring the sword of the sword god, this was his first time employing the inherent sword intent it possessed. Its might surpassed his own perfected sword intent, akin to the consummate realm of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, on the rear mountain of the imperial capital, an elderly man, hunched like a bough, materialized out of thin air. He raised his head, his disheveled white hair partially shadowing a face marred by deep lines. In his sunken eyes glimmered an unmistakable greed. Lu Li, the first emperor of the Dali dynasty, now gazed fervently towards the direction of the Golden Throne Hall, for he sensed the presence of a divine weapon emanating from that vicinity. For years, he had been in search of such a weapon. Thus, upon detecting its aura, he abandoned his cultivation and appeared without hesitation. Upon seeing the ancestor, the current emperor of the Dali dynasty hurriedly knelt. Lu Changming was overwhelmed with joy, realizing his salvation was at hand. According to rumors circulating outside, the ancestor was still in seclusion, striving for the Soul Pill realm. Yet, he alone knew that 3 years prior, the ancestor had successfully broken through. It was merely a ruse to obscure the truth, deliberately kept under wraps. Soon, Lu Li grasped the unfolding events. All civil and military officials had been slaughtered. In no time, Lu Li was merely 1,000 meters away from the Golden Throne Hall, feeling the overwhelming sword intent ahead. This divine weapon had undoubtedly gained sentience. Otherwise, it could not possibly exude such a formidable killing aura. Furthermore, he discerned that aside from the aura of this divine weapon, another presence was merely at the ethereal realm. Instantly, a flicker of delight crossed Lu Li's face. The wielder's strength was unexpectedly low. Fortune was favoring me, Lu Li. With this divine weapon in my possession, I would become a formidable force even at the Soul Pill realm. Murmuring to himself, Lu Li accelerated towards the Golden Throne Hall. His eyes brimming with avarice, as for Lu Tsongnan, Lu Li regarded him with disdain. How could he possibly falter before a mere junior of the ethereal realm? Chapter 60. Slaying a Soul Pill expert. The revelation of the sacred ruins. Lu Tsongnan wielded his long sword, systematically eliminating ethereal realm experts within the imperial capital. Ordinary practitioners of the ethereal realm stood no chance of escape before him. In almost a mere exchange of blows, his opponents would be effortlessly crushed. His current strength was overwhelming. Relying solely on his perfected sword-drawing technique, opponents of the same realm could hardly last 2 exchanges against him. Let alone those possessing perfected sword intent. I beseech you, spare me. A member of the Li Hua Guard, kneeling and begging for mercy, met Lu Tsongnan's unyielding sword with a decisive strike. Having chosen to act, I have no intention of leaving any survivors, Lu Tsongnan declared. With a swift thrust, he dispatched the man. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. Whoosh! The air rushed violently. Arrows flew through the air. Archers? Sensing something amiss, Lu Tsongnan instinctively crouched low and darted to the left. Bang! After narrowly avoiding the attack, he turned to see a fist-sized crater where he had just stood, a formidable opponent. Lu Tsongnan's heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped back, vanishing in a few swift bounds. Missed? Lu Li's expression shifted slightly as he observed the failed strike. Damn. I had presumed my ambush would be infallible, but I never anticipated that Junior's reflexes would be so swift. Now, the situation was troublesome. Once the target identified him as an archer, surprise attacks would be exceedingly difficult. Momentarily stunned, Lu Li followed suit with his bow drawn. Had his opponent been a Soul Pill expert, he would not have recklessly pursued. After all, archers excelled in ambush tactics. However, facing a mere practitioner of the ethereal realm, in terms of physical strength and martial skill, he was vastly superior. Lu Li suppressed his breath, nocking an arrow as he scanned his surroundings. The moment he caught sight of his adversary, he would unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. However, to his astonishment, the young man entered a nearby room and made no sound whatsoever. Suddenly, the window swung open, and a sword aura surged forth. Lu Li's expression tightened, nearly releasing his arrow prematurely. Trying to bait me into action? Ha! Navi! Lu Li scoffed, his gaze fixed intently on the room ahead. As a survivor of over 2 centuries, he was no fool to be easily deceived. Inside the room, Lu Tsongnan peered through a crack in the door, his adversary's information revealing itself. Name: Lu Li. Realm: Early Soul Pill Realm. Fate: Late Bloomer. Life script: Important supporting character. Recent turning point: 30 years prior, fortuitously acquiring a ring, which serves as the key to the sacred ruins. In 10 days, the sacred ruins will open, and he will obtain a legacy within, gaining renown across the continent. Late Bloomer. Originally on the brink of being eliminated by time, yet due to serendipity, experienced a turnaround. Sacred ruins, the burial ground of ancient powerhouses, opening once every 1,000 years, attracting experts from all continents. This old fellow is quite fortunate, Lu Tsongnan thought to himself, astonished that the elder possessed such a fortuitous opportunity. Yet, the next moment, Lu Tsongnan's eyes gleamed with realization. What business does an elderly man have in seeking excitement? The waters run deep within, and he has no grasp of it. It is my time to shine, however. I must first deal with this old coot. Time slowly elapsed, the light gradually dimming, and before long, night had fallen. The towering buildings nearby appeared as mere silhouettes. At this moment, the elder's eyes felt slightly dry, as he blinked and prepared to catch his breath. A chill suddenly gripped his heart. The doors and windows of the room ahead burst open, and a figure leaped forth, resembling a soaring eagle. a white sword aura hurtling towards him. Not good. Lu Li's heart plummeted. The certainty of his victory evaporating, as the sword light manifested. An overwhelming sense of cold dread and crisis surged within him. Moreover, he was filled with astonishment. How could the young man have seized upon such a minuscule detail? This was no ordinary youth. Whoosh! The bow was drawn taut, and an arrow was launched. Bang! The arrow collided with the sword aura in midair, resulting in a deafening explosion. However, after the blast, Lu Li completely lost sight of Lu Congnan. Clang! Suddenly, from Lu Li's upper left, a crisp sound of sword resonance echoed. Instantly, a blaze of white sword light streaked across the dark sky, imbued with a fierce intent, aimed directly at Lu Li. Upon witnessing this strike, Lu Li's eyelids twitched violently, and he hastily summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring a protective barrier before him, a hallmark of the Soul Pill realm. The Qi Gang technique? In a short span, it provided formidable defense. Unless the force exceeded that of the barrier, Lu Li would remain unharmed. However, when the sword aura struck the barrier, an intense and terrifying energy surged forth. The defense Lu Li took pride in began to visibly crack. Crack! The barrier shattered. Ah! A scream pierced the night sky. Lu Congnan delivered 4 consecutive strikes, ensuring the destruction of the soul pill within the opponent's mind before retrieving the ring from the ground. As expected of the key to the sacred ruins, it had sustained no damage against my full-force assault. However, it now belongs to me, Lu Congnan. After donning the ring upon his finger, Lu Congnan's body levitated into the air. In a short while, his figure materialized in the nearest county to the imperial capital. He then sought out an individual, instructing them to relay the news back to the Lu family in Xiaoliang County. And furthermore, to ensure that the Lu family dispatched someone promptly to seize control of the imperial capital, in Xiaoliang County. The Lu family gathered as one. Upon closer inspection, a majority bore expressions replete with concern. At that moment, an individual descended from the sky, their voice preceding their arrival. According to the words of the elder, the high-ranking officials of the Dali dynasty have all been slain. The Lu family must immediately proceed to the imperial capital to prepare for the takeover. What? As this proclamation echoed, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, initially unable to fathom the truth. Only after the messenger arrived and elaborated on Lu Congnan's appearance did they dare to accept such an outcome. A dynasty obliterated by members of their own Lu family? Lu Congnan's father stood dumbfounded, astonished at how his son had grown so formidable without his awareness. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, Lu Haiyuan finally returned to his senses. Though his face remained awash with shock, he was not alone. At this moment, the entirety of the Lu family shared a singular thought. The Lu family was on the verge of producing an unparalleled genius. Meanwhile, after dispatching the message, Lu Congnan once again reappeared in the northwestern direction of the imperial capital, where the treasury of the Dali dynasty resided. With a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved open the treasury doors. Upon glancing up, his countenance brightened instantly. Half an hour later, within the treasury of the Dali dynasty, Lu Congnan set down the ancient artifacts in his possession. He distinctly felt the tattoo on his arm had transformed to a crimson hue, indicating he had accumulated over half the energy needed to break through to the soul pill realm. Almost there, a faint smile crept across Lu Congnan's face, grateful that his efforts in refining the energy-laden artifacts from the Dali treasury had borne fruit. Not long after his recent breakthrough, he now stood at the threshold of yet another ascension. Moreover, once the Lu family inherited the dynasty and continued to gather ancient artifacts, Lu Congnan would be able to transcend to the next realm in mere moments. On the following day, Lu Congnan, accompanied by his father and 9 promising children from the Lu family, set forth towards the Wuji sect. He had even issued an edict for the Lu family to establish their presence within the Wuji sect's jurisdiction. With the protection of the Wuji sect, Lu Congnan felt increasingly assured. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, amidst a resplendent sunset, the Lu family traversed a mountain path bathed in golden light. As the sun dipped lower, the shadows cast by the mountains swiftly expanded. The last remnants of sunlight gradually faded from the treetops, and the vibrant greens of the mountains began to dull. After traversing for a brief period, they arrived at the entrance of the Wuji sect. Concurrently, passing disciples halted in their tracks to observe the gathering. Upon seeing Lu Congnan, they bowed respectfully. This was indeed the Wuji sect. Henceforth, diligent cultivation awaited them. The Lu family nodded in acknowledgement to the disciples before turning to introduce the children. Among the 9, there were 6 boys and 3 girls, none exceeding the age of 10. The children, upon hearing this, timidly nodded, especially the 3 little girls who hid behind Lu Tsongnan, too shy to meet the gaze of the observing disciples. The few young boys attempted to appear composed. Yet their slightly trembling legs betrayed their nervousness. The only one exuding calm was their father, Lu Haiyuan. Observing this, Lu Tsongnan couldn't help but shake his head. These children were far too self-effacing, however, he could empathize. For in his past life, his family's poverty had instilled in him a reluctance to ask if items were attractive, instead first inquiring about their cost. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated from within the inner gates. The next instant, a figure surged forth, enveloped by a whirlwind of blade energy. Such a terrifying aura immediately captivated everyone's attention. It was none other than the Lord of the Blade Hall. Recognizing his identity, someone exclaimed, "I understand now. After the previous provocation by Zhengli, which brought shame to the Blade Hall, he has come to reclaim his honor. Ah, is this fair? I have heard that the Lord of the Blade Hall has recently broken through to the late stage of the Tongyu realm. Fear not. Merely watch the spectacle unfold." Many onlookers relished the drama, eager to witness Lu Tsongnan receive a beating, fueled by their jealousy. It was an unspoken agreement that they would all strive together. Yet Lu Tsongnan had seemingly risen above them all, reaching the finish line while they toiled in their youth. Some disciples began to rally their friends, eager to witness the spectacle of the Blade Hall's master being ruthlessly humiliated. In the skies above the sect, countless blade energies howled downward, hurtling towards Lu Tsongnan. Observing this scene, Lu Tsongnan stepped forward, shielding his family behind him. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a sword strike that seemed imbued with boundless essence. The incoming blade energy quivered under his strike, veering away from Lu Tsongnan and surging past him on either side. Excellent sword technique, the Lord of the Blade Hall sincerely praised, realizing his attack had been effortlessly neutralized. Although he had only utilized 30% of his strength, the power was nonetheless formidable. He had anticipated Lu Tsongnan would struggle to withstand the blow, allowing him to regain face for the Blade Hall. However, to his astonishment, Lu Tsongnan had dismissed it so nonchalantly. Truly worthy of the Sword Hall's master. Grant him more time, and he will surely flourish, the Lord of the Blade Hall remarked, hands clasped behind his back. In response, Lu Tsongnan nodded, acknowledging the compliment. However, in the next moment, he raised his hand, his long sword pointed at the midair figure of the Lord of the Blade Hall. Junior brother Lu Tsongnan, having recently experienced some insights, wishes to spar with you, senior brother. Are you willing to engage? As these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the numerous disciples present. What audacity from the Sword Hall's master! How dare he challenge? Are you willing to engage? The calm voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, their eyes fixated on the silhouette of the young man, feeling a shiver run down their spines. Less than 20 years of age. Having inherited the Sword Hall for less than a month, he dared to confront one of the top 3 in the Wuji sect's middle-aged ranks. This audacity truly earned their respect. Indeed, the Lord of the Blade Hall's prowess placed him among the top 3 in the sect's middle-aged cohort. Simultaneously, numerous powerful figures from the Wuji sect took to the skies. How intriguing. The Sword Hall's master and the Blade Hall's master are crossing paths. Indeed, swords and blades have always been adversaries. One elder jested. Such courage, however, while appearing gallant before others is admirable, the days spent nursing wounds afterward are far from glamorous. The elder generation of the Wuji sect, still active and not in seclusion, gathered in the air, observing Lu Tsongnan's audacity not with reproach but with appreciation. After all, what kind of sword cultivator would they be without a hint of arrogance? The Lord of the Blade Hall's eyes glinted with anger. Lu Tsongnan's demeanor was a blatant affront to him. Did he truly believe he could act without restraint within the sect? While he could not kill the youth outright, delivering a near-fatal blow was hardly excessive. Restraining his fury, the Lord of the Blade Hall replied, "Junior brother, your courage is commendable. Since that is the case, allow me to indulge you and let you witness the might of the Tongyu realm." Lu Tsongnan scoffed disdainfully. In the next instant, with a semi-crouched stance, the sharp resonance of a sword echoed crisply. At that moment, Lu Songnan's eyes shimmered with depth and brilliance, unleashing the full might of the Tongyu realm as he executed the perfected draw sword technique. With a low shout, Lu Songnan's draw sword technique sliced forth. The air seemed to tear asunder beneath the force of his strike. To the gazes of the many powerful beings, a flash of white light surged forth, akin to a cascading waterfall, darting towards the Lord of the Blade Hall with blinding speed. Such velocity left the Lord of the Blade Hall aghast. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, unleashing a burst of blade energy from his long knife to intercept Lu Songnan's draw sword technique. However, upon collision, the blade energy was instantly shattered, and the sword light continued unabated, heading straight for the Lord of the Blade Hall. With a force akin to a battering ram, the sword energy pierced the Lord of the Blade Hall's chest. Boom! The overwhelming power sent the Lord of the Blade Hall hurtling 10 yards away. Upon closer inspection, his chest was a gruesome sight, blood gushing forth as he soared through the air. With a single sword strike, Lu Songnan had triumphed at that moment. Both disciples and observing elders alike were rendered utterly speechless in their eyes. Lu Songnan's recent strike elucidated the true essence of a swift sword. After a lengthy pause, the Grand Elder arrived belatedly, gazing down at the Lord of the Blade Hall, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and shook his head. What possessed you to provoke him? In the hands of the elder lay information regarding Lu Songnan's recent activities, slaying a practitioner at the Tongyu realm as one would a mere dog. Moreover, he had also vanquished a powerful Seoul Dan realm expert from the Dali dynasty. Meanwhile, as the other elders regained their composure, they gazed at Lu Songnan in disbelief, exclaiming that he had achieved the Tongyu realm. And furthermore, he was at the late stage of that realm. Could this truly be a mere mortal? In that moment, the entire sect fell into a profound silence. Lu Songnan's stunning sword strike and his prowess at the Tongyu realm left countless individuals feeling inferior, particularly the elders, who felt as though they had lived like dogs over the years. Here was a youth whose cultivation had already surpassed theirs. With a single sword strike, he had defeated the master of the Blade Hall at the late stage of the Tongyu realm. Was such combat prowess truly attainable by someone under 20? The master of the Blade Hall lay on the ground, struggling to move his pale, bloodless lips, with faint sounds of phlegm rolling in his throat and almost inaudible groans escaping him. As he looked towards Lu Songnan, he fell into deep contemplation. He had never imagined he would face defeat. Yet here he was, not merely defeated but utterly vanquished. He pondered how someone so young could surpass him in both martial experience and cultivation level. And yet he had been soundly defeated in a direct confrontation. Let us depart. Lu Songnan turned to address a few individuals. It was only after his departure that everyone seemed to awaken from a dream, beginning to murmur amongst themselves, with gasps of astonishment echoing throughout. Why heavens, what has transpired? Lu Songnan, so young, had defeated a seasoned powerhouse. Was there truly such a vast chasm between them? Countless disciples were filled with incredulity. After the Sword Hall had organized everyone, Lu Songnan looked up to find Zhengli quietly standing at the entrance, watching him. Lu Songnan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your hair is tousled, ah?" The girl exclaimed, hastily lifting her hand to smooth her hair, only to find it neatly arranged, which prompted her to glare at Lu Songnan. "Senior brother, you're picking on me again." It was worth noting that upon hearing of Lu's senior brother's return, she had immediately gone to great lengths to present herself well. Observing Zheng Li's adorably flustered demeanor, Lu Songnan found himself momentarily entranced. "You look quite lovely today," he offered a nonchalant compliment. Hearing this, the girl stammered, I just tidied up a little." After speaking, her face turned even redder, clearly not believing her own words. Witnessing this scene, Lu Songnan chuckled. "Keep it up, my dear girl. You are the most formidable." Oh, Zhengli felt a surge of happiness, relishing the fact that their relationship remained unchanged despite his absence. After Zhengli left, Lu Songnan noticed the Grand Elder approaching with a smile. "Greetings, Master Uncle." Lu Songnan respectfully bowed. No need for excessive formalities. The Grand Elder waved his hand. "I have come to convey 2 matters. The first is that, after our unanimous decision, you have been appointed as the 2nd Grand Elder of the Wuzhizong." What? Upon hearing this, Lu Songnan was momentarily taken aback. The title of 2nd Grand Elder placed him in a position of great authority within the Wuzhizong, second only to one. Oh, not be overly surprised. You have already demonstrated the capability to slay powerful practitioners at the Soul Dan realm. Thus you are naturally qualified for this position, the Grand Elder said with a smile. That was merely due to my opponent's carelessness, which allowed me to achieve victory by a stroke of luck, Lu Tsongnan instinctively explained. However, the Elder did not buy his explanation. Luck? How can there be so much luck? Your opponent was a bona fide practitioner at the Soul Dan realm. This fellow is quite exceptional, yet his only flaw is his tendency to exaggerate. Out of every 10 words he speaks, 7 are untrue. The second matter concerns the sacred ruins. According to records, the millennia-old sacred ruins will soon open. I do not intend for you to participate, as it is far too perilous. However, some elders believe your current strength is commendable, and you might have the opportunity to explore it. What is your choice? At this point, the elder turned his gaze towards Lu Tsongnan. I already possessed the key. Lu Tsongnan produced the ring he had obtained after defeating Lu Li. Then I wish you success. The elder smiled upon seeing this. Though his smile bore a hint of reluctance, it was rare for a prodigious disciple like Lu Tsongnan to emerge within the Wuzhizong. If he were to develop gradually, with Lu Tsongnan's presence, the sect could undoubtedly return to its pinnacle within a century. Yet, the emergence of the sacred ruins disrupted his plans, as he feared for Lu Tsongnan's safety within. Countless prodigies would participate, and the dangers within were immense. One misstep could lead to annihilation. As the elder departed, he curiously inquired, by the way, how did you cultivate to such a level? He could not help but be intrigued. After all, such formidable strength in such a short span of time was remarkable. He felt that even the former master of the Sword Hall could not compare to Lu Tsongnan's prodigious talent. Taken aback, Lu Tsongnan pondered how to respond. However, before he could answer, the elder continued. I understand. It must be due to your relentless efforts, indomitable will, and your spirit of perseverance, and most crucially, your extraordinary talent. Lu Tsongnan found himself at a loss for words. Was this excessive imagination? That afternoon, in the Wuzhizong, within the Sword Hall, Lu Tsongnan smiled as he observed 3 carts of ancient artifacts being delivered with great haste by the Lu family. How could he possess such formidable strength at such a young age? It was all a culmination of his profound insights, his entire life devoted to martial arts, his unparalleled wisdom, his invincible aptitude, and of course, a touch of external assistance. Soon, Lu Tsongnan began to enter seclusion to cultivate. Meanwhile, throughout the 9 continents, a strange phenomenon unfolded. In each continent, there emerged a place rich in spiritual energy, accompanied by tremors of the earth. Furthermore, resplendent rays of light burst forth, lingering for an extended period and enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. This colossal spectacle piqued the curiosity of all. Soon, legends of the sacred ruins began to circulate. Concurrently, countless factions became frenzied, hastening towards the site of the phenomenon, for within the sacred ruins lay boundless opportunities. In an instant, the emergence of the sacred ruins captured the attention of numerous prodigies. Chapter 63. Breaking through the Soul Dan realm, stirring the 4 directions in the central continent, the most powerful region among the 9 continents. Many young talents from smaller factions were drawn towards this direction with the advent of the sacred ruins. Be it the Sacred Land, or the other 4 top sects, they became the destinations for countless martial artists. As the strongest of the younger generation resided here, should they join forces, their safety within the sacred ruins would be significantly enhanced in the outer disciple quarters of the central continent's sacred land. A disciple was busy organizing information on the prodigies of the 9 continents. This individual had a slightly pale complexion, accompanied by a subtle smile. His cheeks were slender, and his teeth were white and neatly aligned. He had a lean physique and wore simple yet fitting attire. His 2 silent eyes, when they moved, gave off an impression of someone wise beyond his years. This young man was Han Li. A reincarnate. I never expected that I, Han Li, would have such a fate. Just having been reincarnated, he found himself facing the emergence of the sacred ruins. This time, I must seize this opportunity and rise to prominence. However, he needed to be wary of certain individuals, the Sacred Land's Saint Sun, Chu Yun, the true disciple of the Tai sect, and the Rain Ghost from the Ghost Yamen. Who else was there? Suddenly, Han Li flipped through the materials and his eyes brightened. The information at the top boldly stated, from the Eastern continent, an inner disciple of the third-rate sect Wuzhizong. Wu Fan. He has obtained the Sword Goddess legacy and shone brilliantly within the sacred ruins, acquiring a top-tier bloodline inheritance. Upon seeing this information, Hanli suddenly smiled. "I in this life. I, Hanli, will ensure you live in my shadow. I in this life." He resolved not to hide in the shadows any longer. After obtaining the legacy, he would make a name for himself and let the world know of Han-Li. At this moment, Hanli brimmed with confidence. He did not believe that, with his foresight and experience, he would fall behind other prodigies. Meanwhile, in the Tianqian dynasty, Sun Xingchuan suddenly awoke from his seclusion. Feeling the power of his Soul Dan realm, he grinned and said, "The sacred ruins, is it? I, Sun Xingchuan, am coming." He wondered if Lu Tsongnan would participate. If they crossed paths, he would ensure that Lu Tsongnan enjoyed an effortless victory. Initially, he had not intended to join, but now that he had broken through to the Soul Dan realm, he felt capable of contending with the talents from other continents. Simultaneously, in the eastern continent's sacred land, Saint Sun Chu Yun awakened from his seclusion. On this journey to the sacred ruins, I, Chu Yun, will redefine what it means to be a prodigy, he murmured softly. This moment, an aura of mystery enveloped him, and behind him, a shadowy figure emerged, exuding an aura of profound intrigue. I in the southern continent. On a small island, under the blazing sun, an odd scene unfolded when a man holding an umbrella appeared. Suddenly, in the area surrounding him, it began to rain lightly. The rain ghost, in the realm of the Ghost Yamen, the most formidable assassin of the younger generation has emerged. Since his debut, he has executed 500 missions, with not a single failure to his name. In a mysterious land, a youth rides a great demon, stepping forth from the void, enveloped in an aura of profound intent. The Saint Ruins have manifested. Is it acceptable? Speak. The youth flicks his whip, and the beast beneath him vanishes into thin air. Such a spectacle is not uncommon. Clearly, the emergence of the Saint Ruins has compelled all factions to take it seriously. The grand age of the celestial prodigies has commenced. The Wujizong and the Sword Hall, Lu Tsongnan's thoughts shift, and the amassed black energy bursts forth, flowing into his being. Simultaneously, a searing sensation envelopes him. Lu Tsongnan remains undeterred, centering his mind instantly. At this moment, his senses are heightened. He can distinctly perceive every transformation within his body. From his meridians to his cells, he observes as the energy enters his body, wreaking havoc upon his existing tissues. Within the blink of an eye, his body is riddled with wounds. With a deep breath, Lu Tsongnan recalls his previous breakthroughs, and instead of succumbing to panic, he promptly channels his cultivation technique. As the ancient dragon elephant technique operates, he feels an intense heat radiating throughout his body. The chaotic energy within him is redirected, beginning to flow in an orderly fashion. With his inner vision, Lu Tsongnan can clearly perceive the visible recovery of his previously damaged form. Moreover, the blood coursing through his veins surges, becoming increasingly crimson in the throes of turmoil. Simultaneously, countless strands of spiritual energy converge in his mind, forming a spirit core the size of a fingertip. The moment of spirit pill condensation has arrived. Lu Tsongnan realizes that he is on the precipice of the most critical step. With a hum, as the spirit core in his mind expands, danger looms. In the next instant, Lu Tsongnan finds himself enveloped in a void of darkness, devoid of any light. Gradually, feelings of fear begin to well up within him, followed by astonishment, anxiety, terror, and a cacophony of chaotic thoughts that assail his heart like a tempest. Sensing these emotions, Lu Tsongnan grits his teeth but simultaneously smiles. Is this the mental barrier one must overcome to condense a soul pill? This trial is also known as the minor heart demon. Should one fail to rein in their emotions, the spirit core within their mind may grow uncontrollably, leading to catastrophic failure or, at worst, an explosive demise or a regression in strength. However, for Lu Tsongnan, these emotions are easily managed. Is he worried about a future shrouded in darkness? Does he fear stagnation and lack of progress? Faced with myriad concerns, Lu Tsongnan remains unfazed, for he possesses an advantage. At the moment this thought crosses his mind, Lu Tsongnan suddenly opens his eyes. Immediately, the spirit core in his mind ceases to absorb spiritual energy, and he imbues it with a trace of his essence. The realm of the soul pill has been achieved. Concurrently, Lu Tsongnan feels a surge of heat within him, compelling him to let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. Contentment washes over him. After a span of half an hour, the blood within Lu Songnan's body returns to normalcy. Lu Songnan Realm. Early stage soul pill fate. Gifted, with fortuitous encounters, life script, a pivotal supporting role. Recent turnaround. This individual is shrouded in mystery. His future is obscured in fog, rendering his destiny difficult to discern. Skills. Mastery of swordsmanship, proficient in sword intent talent. Clarity of sword heart now. Before him stands Lu Li of the Great Li dynasty, wielding not a divine sword, but an ordinary long sword, vowing to take his life within 3 moves. After reviewing the panel, Lu Songnan exudes confidence. The next day, at the entrance of the Wujizong's teleportation array, numerous elders gather to bid farewell. The Grand Elder comforts him, saying, "Do your utmost and leave the rest to fate, do not force it. Remember to preserve your life." In response, Lu Songnan assures, "Master Uncle, rest easy." Lu Songnan, approach my tasks with the utmost caution, advancing with valor and diligence. With that, he steps into the teleportation array. Chapter 64. At the gates of the Saint Ruins. Prodigies assemble outside the Saint Ruins. Various formidable beasts roar incessantly, all mounted by those attending the gathering. At the center, the area is already filled to capacity. However, the crowd is divided into several hundred teams, clearly prepared for entry, as everyone understands the strength in numbers. Should they acquire valuable treasures within, it would be perilous to return without the protection of allies. Among the throng, Hanli conceals himself within a small group, quietly observing the assembled talents. Just then, a fine drizzle descends from the heavens, delicate as silk, unceasing in its fall. The raindrops dance in the air, mingling with the wind, landing upon verdant trees, vibrant petals, and lush grass. Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in black, wielding an umbrella, emerges from the AI. It is none other than the Ghost Yaman's Rain Demon. Why has this harbinger of death arrived? Some recognize the figure and exclaim in shock. Clearly, the Ghost Yaman instills trepidation in many. Legends suggest that this organization spans the 9 provinces, with the identity of its leader remaining a mystery. Even the number of its members is shrouded in enigma, as it is said that even the assassins within are unaware of their true numbers. Each member is a master of the art of assassination, and the Rain Demon stands as the most formidable assassin among the younger generation. Upon the Rain Demon's appearance, a brief silence envelopes the crowd, as the aura of dread emanating from him renders many speechless. Even the reborn Hanli narrows his eyes upon seeing the Rain Demon. Yet, the Rain Demon pays no heed to the onlookers, casually selecting a secluded spot to pause. Soon, an increasing number of prodigies make their entrance. From the central continent's sacred land, Chu Yun, the true disciple Wu Qi, arrives. Causing a stir among the crowd. "Why heavens, the competition is fierce this time," exclaims one. Indeed, those familiar names from childhood are now adversaries. It is daunting. At this moment, many disciples contemplate retreating. After all, while they may be prodigies in their minor factions, they feel dwarfed in comparison to these illustrious figures. Simultaneously, for young men clad in resplendent garments appear in the air. The foremost among them possesses striking features, with dark brows and piercing eyes. Radiating an air of unyielding righteousness, in an instant, he captures the attention of all present. Even the Rain Demon lifts his gaze to assess the group. The prodigy Qian Haoyang, the foremost disciple of the Eastern Continent's premier sect, has also arrived. This the same Qian Haoyang who single-handedly defeated 3 practitioners at the Tongyu realm. Indeed, he is, at merely 15, he has grasped the essence of minor fist intent. Initially, the Eastern Continent was not regarded highly among these factions. Yet, with Qian Haoyang's prowess, he has compelled others to view the region with newfound respect. At the same time, Lu Songnan appears, solitary and unaccompanied. However, his arrival stirs no ripples in the crowd. Clearly, to them, he is merely a minor player in their midst. Sensing the lack of attention directed towards him, Lu Songnan smiles faintly. This is for the best, as it allows him to accumulate wealth in silence. That Lu Songnan of the Wujizong. Suddenly, a voice resonates from above. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention shifts to Qian Haoyang, who stands aloft, hands clasped behind him, gazing down at Lu Songnan with an air of superiority. In response, Lu Songnan raises his head to meet Qian Haoyang's gaze. Qian Haoyang realm. Late-stage Tongyu fate. A life cut short in youth recent turnaround. Slain by the rain demon in the Saint Ruins world. I have heard the elders praise you as the foremost talent of the Eastern continent. Lu Tsongnan. Chen. Wish to witness your abilities. With this declaration, astonishment spreads across the faces of all present. The title of the Eastern continent's top talent seemingly belongs not to Chen Haoyang, but to the seemingly unremarkable youth. Very well, Lu Tsongnan replies to Chen Haoyang with a calm demeanor. After speaking, he steps forward, and a deep and vast sword in tint envelopes Chen Haoyang in an instant. You wish to witness? Then I shall oblige. However, since we are to engage, let us determine our standings and settle our fates. With that, a sharp sound of sword resonance pierces the air, followed by a sudden surge of lethal energy. Puff! After a single stroke, Chen Haoyang's body plummets from the sky like a kite severed from its string. In that moment, silence reigns supreme. Whether it be Chu Yun or the Rain Demon, their gazes towards Lu Tsongnan are now filled with astonishment. The sword strike just delivered compels them to re-evaluate him. Mastery of minor sword in tint at the realm of the Soul Pill. A youth from a lesser region achieving such prowess at this age is indeed remarkable. Among the crowd, Han Li watches this unfold, momentarily taken aback. Why had he never heard of Lu Tsongnan in his previous life? However, he swiftly averted his gaze to observe other prodigies. He recalled that within the sacred ruins lay a remarkable treasure, which, once acquired, could significantly enhance one's aptitude and greatly strengthen the soul. With this extraordinary artifact in his possession, his prowess would soar to unprecedented heights. Coupled with his foresight, in this lifetime, he would subdue the younger generation, ensuring that both the Eastern continent's paragons and those from the Central continent would forever dwell in the shadow of Han Li. Just wait. My moment of transformation is imminent. Those who once looked down upon me shall find themselves beneath my feet. I, Han Li, shall undoubtedly gaze down upon the pinnacle of martial arts in this life, compelling all to regard me with newfound admiration. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence. Although Lu Tsongnan's recent sword strike was indeed awe-inspiring, in his memories from a past life, there was no mention of a figure like Lu Tsongnan. This could only imply one thing. This individual was destined to meet his demise, either within the sacred ruins or at the hands of Chen Haoyang's sect. Han Li was more inclined to believe the latter, for Chen Haoyang was the true disciple of the Eastern continent's foremost power. How could Lu Tsongnan brazenly slay him without inviting provocation? Confronting such a sect would be akin to an old man consuming arsenic, an invitation to death. Therefore, he regarded Lu Tsongnan with disdain. Foolish. This Lu Tsongnan is far too young and lacks any discernment. Meanwhile, Han Li, amidst the crowd, regarded Lu Tsongnan with eyes filled with pity. In his view, Lu Tsongnan was excessively arrogant and utterly ignorant of the virtue of patience. Such a person could hardly achieve great things. In the Eastern continent, one must pay heed to but a single individual, Wu Fan. The rest are mere minions. After slaying Chen Haoyang, Lu Tsongnan twirled his sword with elegance and returned it to its sheath. Simultaneously, Lu Tsongnan also noticed Han Li, for the latter exuded an air of enlightenment that made it impossible not to draw attention. After observing Han Li's information, Lu Tsongnan's pupils constricted. Chapter 65. The Sacred Ruins Open. The Azure Cloud Illusory Flame emerges. Name: Han Li Realm. Late stage of the Ethereal Realm Fate. Reborn Life Script. Protagonist Recent Turning Point 1. The Sacred Ruins Open. Immediately acquiring the Azure Cloud Illusory Flame. Recent Turning Point 2. Discovering an immortal level technique at the entrance of the Holy Gate just as Lu Tsongnan was scrutinizing Han Li. A voice called out, "Junior brother." The three disciples accompanying Chen Haoyang gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the latter's kill, then hastily retreated. The surrounding prodigies, observing this spectacle, began to regard Lu Tsongnan as a focal point of interest. Chen Haoyang was heralded as the greatest genius of the Eastern continent, having single-handedly altered the perception of other continents towards it. Moreover, his ability to effortlessly defeat two disciples of the same realm showcased his exceptional talent. Yet, even so, he was still overwhelmingly suppressed by Lu Tsongnan. Had it not been for the eyewitness accounts, who would dare believe that such a genius could emerge from a remote area? While Lu Tsongnan's earlier appearance had merely stirred astonishment due to his looks, his demonstrated strength now incited trepidation among the majority present. This disciple from the Wuliang sect is no ordinary individual. I say that stating the obvious, anyone with eyes can see this person is formidable. Indeed, with such strength, he should rank within the top 50. Truly, in such prosperous times, countless prodigies will emerge. I wonder how many dark horses like him are in the crowd, pondered one disciple, burdened with thoughts. Half an incense stick later, the entrance to the sacred ruins erupted into commotion once more. Just then, a deafening sound reverberated through the ears of everyone present. Following this, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere surged violently, visibly rushing towards the gate of the sacred ruins. Above the crowd, the clouds momentarily halted, and several figures descended from the clouds, clad in imposing armor, their presence suffused with a palpable aura of bloodlust. "It's about to begin," a disciple in the crowd remarked solemnly. Even Lu Tsongnan squinted his eyes to observe. The figures in the air radiated an intense murderous intent. Soon, these figures landed at the entrance of the sacred ruins, and upon their arrival, the ground trembled slightly. Simultaneously, the holy son of the central continent stepped forward, his expression one of utmost respect as he said, "Chu Yun greets all esteemed seniors." In response, the leading man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough with the pleasantries. They are meaningless. The opening of the sacred ruins and the fortunes within are entirely dependent on your own capabilities. While I do not wish for you to disturb the slumber of our ancestors, there is a decree. Until a fated individual is found, the sacred ruins shall never close." Subsequently, the middle-aged man surveyed the assembled prodigies and declared, "You are all exceptional talents from afar. I, representing the Bailey family, welcome you. However, remember this. Those over the age of 50 are prohibited from entry. Otherwise, death is certain." Upon hearing this, several who sought to sneak in changed their expressions slightly. Chu Yun, realizing he could not ingratiate himself, retreated with his tail between his legs, though his eyes bore no hint of resentment. The Bailey family. Though many factions were unaware of this family, it was an organization shrouded in terror. Even their sect master displayed evident trepidation when speaking of this family. After a brief moment, a massive vortex materialized above the sacred ruins, and then a blazing divine light erupted from within. "The sacred ruins are open. Everyone, seize the opportunity to enter." At this command, the prodigies, eager and ready, surged toward the vortex. However, in the instant they made contact with it, several individuals were vaporized. These were the so-called geniuses over the age of 50, foolishly attempting to exploit the chaos. Fools! The formations of the Bailey family are renowned across the land. To attempt to take advantage of the chaos is sheer stupidity, the middle-aged man muttered with disdain. After 2 minutes, the majority of individuals had already entered the valley. "Senior Brother Han, let us proceed as well." Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded and replied, "Indeed." Following this, he aligned himself with several others, and they stepped forward toward the vortex. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tsongnan too moved swiftly to catch up. Buzz! The moment Lu Tsongnan entered the vortex, he felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness envelop him. This sensation persisted for several seconds before normalcy returned. When he opened his eyes once more, they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. Surrounding them were towering mountains, lush forests, and meandering streams, all flowing gently. The exuberant torrents cascaded from the steep cliffs, plunging into a crystal-clear deep pool. The stream occasionally flowed smoothly, its surface as calm as a mirror, reflecting the verdant hills and trees on either side. Most crucially, the spiritual energy here was several times denser than outside. Simultaneously, Jiang Yishuang awakened in Lu Tsongnan's mind, exclaiming with excitement, "This place, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has nearly solidified. Where are we?" "The sacred ruins," Lu Tsongnan explained. During their previous encounter, with just 7 days left before the ruins closed, he had relentlessly pressured Jiang Yishuang to calculate 33 divinations daily. After 5 days, she was utterly drained and fell into a coma. The sacred ruins. No wonder the spiritual energy is so abundant. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsongnan inquired curiously, "You are familiar with this place?" "Of course. It is the burial ground of the Bailey family. It is said that the ancestor of the Bailey family was interred here after death. However, after tens of thousands of years, countless prodigies have entered, yet none have attained the ultimate inheritance." "Never mind. This involves many secrets. I shall explain later. For now, let us commence our search for opportunities," Jiang Yishuang declared excitedly. Not so fast. I still have something to attend to. Lu Tsangnan was not in a hurry, but instead made his way towards Han Li. After entering the sacred ruins, Han Li casually sought a reason to detach from the group. In his past life, he distinctly recalled disciples who, after exiting, began to flaunt the fortunes they had acquired within the sacred ruins. What he needed to do now was to seize all the benefits before anyone else. Upon entering the sacred ruins, he headed towards a water pool 2,000 meters southeast. Following the recollections in his mind, he began to search for a treasure that would greatly assist him at present, the Azure Cloud Illusory Flame, a formidable type of. Once refined, it would continuously temper his body, and it would be a tremendous boon for alchemy. He remembered that a certain prodigy, after acquiring the Azure Cloud Illusory Flame, was directly admitted into the Dan-God sect, eventually earning the title of Little Dan-God 10 years later. Such a priceless treasure, how could he, Han Li, allow it to fall into the hands of others after his rebirth? Prodigies, monsters, in this lifetime. He was determined to make everyone regard him with newfound respect. Before long, Han Li arrived at the edge of the water pool. In the center of the pool, a blue flame clung to a lotus flower, radiating brilliant rays of light. Indeed, it is here. At this moment, Han Li was filled with unparalleled excitement. This was not merely the acquisition of a treasure. It was a profound realization that he, Han Li, could indeed surpass all others through his foresight and intuition. Taking a deep breath, he activated his agility, lightly tapping his toes as he lunged towards the Qingyun illusory lotus. Just as he was about to seize it, suddenly, Chapter 66, Refining the Qingyun Illusory Flame, an immortal-level technique emerged out of stone, the size of a fist, abruptly appeared and shot towards Han Li's right arm with alarming speed. The immense force caused Han Li to plunge into the water with a splash. Struggling to rise, he looked up only to find the Qingyun illusory flame had vanished. The dense spiritual energy in this area rendered visibility low. Turning his head, he caught sight of a shadow swiftly disappearing. Damn! The opportunity that had been so close was snatched away at the last moment. Han Li's mind erupted in fury. You scoundrel! He howled to the heavens, rage coursing through him. After expending so much effort to finally grasp the treasure, it was taken away by another. With a forceful clap, water splashed up several feet around him. At the same time, his eyes turned dark, blood vessels appearing in his sclera, yet they still sparkled with an almost frenzied light. I shall remember this grudge. No matter who you are or where you come from, one day, I will make you pay back 1,000-fold. If I do not avenge this, I, Han Li, vow to never be human. Consumed by impotent rage, it took a long while for Han Li to regain his composure and continue towards another opportunity. There were still other fortunes awaiting him. 3,000 meters away, Lu Tsangnan paused. His movements as light as a feather as he leaped into the air, soaring several feet high before landing gracefully atop a wall, standing firm with his robes fluttering in the wind. TSK, your fortune indeed runs deep. At this moment, in Lu Tsangnan's mind, Zhang Yishuang remarked enviously. The Qingyun illusory flame, once refined, could significantly enhance one's physical attributes and even extend lifespan. Ultimately, in the later stages, relying solely on the Qingyun illusory flame, Lu Tsangnan's aura would outlast that of others within the same realm. The most crucial aspect was that possessing the Qingyun illusory flame allowed for the continuous tempering of the body, thus perpetually strengthening it. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsangnan remained silent. Deep fortune? No one knew better than he the depths of his own circumstances. The notion of deep fortune had nothing to do with him. Were it not for his golden opportunity, he would be nothing more than a stepping stone for Wu Fan by now, perhaps even fading into obscurity. It was likely that his relatives and friends were already feasting in celebration. Lu Tsangnan found a secluded cave, sat cross-legged, and then took out the Qingyun illusory flame. It was palm-sized and radiated a blue hue. After observing it for a few seconds, Lu Tsangnan swallowed it without hesitation. As the Qingyun illusory flame entered his body, he felt an immediate tremor in his dantian, which quickly harmonized with his being. The Qingyun illusory flame began to race within him, eventually settling in his chest. Within the cave, a radius of 3 meters around Lu Tsangnan was enveloped in radiant blue light, dazzling and brilliant. Suddenly, Lu Tsangnan opened his eyes, and in that instant, it was as if a meteor had streaked through the night, a brilliant gleam erupting from his gaze. Concurrently, The Qingyun illusory flame that had lingered at his chest transformed into streams of blue gas that surged into his body, forming a blue aura around him. At that moment, Lu Tsongnan felt that in terms of both strength and defense, the enhancement from the blue aura made him 20% stronger than before. Sensing the transformation within himself, a smile crept upon Lu Tsongnan's lips. I have grown stronger. Thank you, Hanli. As time passed leisurely, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed since the opening of the sacred ruins, at the entrance of the holy pilgrimage gate. Chaos reigned. Half a stick of incense earlier, Hanli had located an immortal level technique here based on his memory. Originally, he intended to quietly reap the rewards. After finding the technique, he planned to escape immediately. However, just as he grasped the immortal level technique, a vast and mysterious aura suddenly manifested above him and began to spread outward. Catching the attention of the surrounding prodigies, immortal level techniques are exceedingly rare. Even in the central continent's sacred grounds.as for the Wuzhizong, they possessed no techniques of such high caliber. Their best were merely soul pill level techniques. Upon seeing Hanli, the onlookers disregarded his identity as a disciple of the sacred grounds and rushed to seize the technique. This technique is fated for me. Leave it behind. A young prodigy, wielding a massive hammer, rushed towards Hanli with fervor in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, before he could reach Hanli, a colossal hand appeared in midair and, with lightning speed, came crashing down, thud. The hammer-wielding youth was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, blood spraying everywhere. The belongings of my sacred grounds disciple are not for others to covet. The newcomer was none other than Chu Yun. Legend had it that when he was born, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. His strength far surpassed that of his peers. At the age of 10, he received the sacred grounds inheritance and comprehended the intent of fist techniques. Now, standing before Hanli, he resembled a war god descended from the heavens. However, in the next moment, a terrifying blade aura tore through space, suddenly severing Chu Yun's head. Chu Yun, this technique is mine now. You should withdraw at once. As the words fell, a bare-chested youth appeared, surrounded by swirling blade energy, its sharpness palpable even from a distance. Tyrant Song Fei. A man revealed the youth's identity with astonishment. Dream on, Chu Yun scoffed, dismissing the threat as he raised his right hand to strike at the blade aura. Instantly, the fierce blade energy was dispersed with a single palm. Without further ado, the two engaged in battle. The space around them erupted with deafening sounds, the ground cracking like a spider's web under their fierce clash. Both combatants were formidable, and for a time, they fought to a standstill in the midst of their fierce struggle. Hanli noticed the aura of the technique had vanished. Seeing this, he felt a surge of joy. Holding his breath, he quietly slipped away from the battlefield. Before long, on the battlefield's edge, Hanli appeared. Noticing prodigies rushing towards the fray, he quickly devised a plan and shouted, "Everyone, hurry! The immortal level technique has already been claimed by Chu Yun." Upon hearing this, the prodigy's eyes gleamed with eagerness as they joined the fray. Witnessing the chaos escalate, an uncontainable smile spread across Hanli's face as he swiftly left the scene. Half a stick of incense later, Hanli walked along a narrow mountain path concealed by grass. The trees around him growing denser as he ventured deeper into the forest. The babbling brook intermittently appeared between the trees and rocks. Once he confirmed that he was alone, he carefully took out the technique from his bosom. Flying immortal steps, gazing at the 3 sacred characters, Hanli's lips curled into a smile, wicked and audacious. As for whether he would feel guilty for deceiving his own senior brother, absolutely not. Hanli valued results over processes. As long as he could succeed, whether through underhanded means or deceit, he remained indifferent. As for retribution from others, he cared even less. After this excursion, he would usurp Chu Yun's status as the Holy Son. And that scoundrel who had snatched his Qingyun illusory flame would pay dearly, no matter who you are. I have ways to track you down. When the time comes, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Cursing under his breath, Hanli vented his pent-up rage before opening the flying immortal steps. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Chapter 67. Cultivating the Flying Immortal Steps, Hanli's Frenzy. Who? Sensing the disturbance, Hanli quickly stowed away the flying immortal steps, drawing his sword and turning to confront the threat. However, before he could fully turn, a formidable hand struck him on the neck. Soul Pill Realm, Moreover, it was a soul pill realm with terrifying physical prowess. The immense force, compounded by the surprise attack, left Hanli no chance to react as he was sent flying several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. What kind of skill is this ambush? Thud! Blood involuntarily surged from his throat, and as his eyes rolled back, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Truly, a reborn individual, to navigate through such chaos and successfully extract the technique. Impressive. After knocking Hanli out, Lu Songnan's figure emerged. After refining the Qingyun illusory flame, he had immediately tracked Hanli, a reborn individual. To him, they were merely a slightly stronger chattel. Yet, it must be said that the information the other possessed was indeed remarkable. With the Qingyun illusory flame in hand and now the immortal level technique, Flying Immortal Steps, he had secured two exceedingly valuable treasures. Had it not been for his own timely arrival, this fellow would undoubtedly have emerged as the one who reaped the most benefits from this expedition to the sacred ruins. Simultaneously, in his mind, Jiang Yishuang remarked in admiration, "Absolutely brilliant. Your fortunate destiny is truly enviable." Upon hearing this, Lu Songnan smiled faintly and replied, "What fortune? It is merely the favor of an external force." Lu Songnan approached Hanli, crouched down, and retrieved the Facian step from his embrace, placing it into his OWN.AS. For the rest, he cast them barely a glance. "Thank you. You are a good person." Lu Songnan expressed his gratitude to Hanli, and after speaking, he turned to leave. "Let us find a place to learn the technique first," he continued. Hearing this, Jiang Yishuang inquired curiously, "Are you not planning to kill him? After all, you have deceived him twice. If discovered, it would surely lead to a deadly confrontation. Stealing one's opportunity is akin to slaying their parents. Why the rush? Haste makes waste, and one cannot rush the good things in life. Let him be. I still need him to assist me in seeking further opportunities." Name: Hanli Realm, late stage of the Tongyu Realm Fate, Rebirth Life Script, protagonist recent twist, faced 2 consecutive failures. Filled with indignation and prepared to take risks. Approximately half an incense stick's worth of time after Lu Songnan departed, Hanli suddenly awoke with a start. He instinctively reached into his embrace, only to discover that the hard-earned celestial-level technique had vanished without a trace. His lips moved with great difficulty as countless thoughts churned in his mind. His throat felt tight, as if aflame, and his words were parched and elusive. Countless golden stars danced before his eyes, and the world seemed to spin around him. What the hell? Where is the Facian step? How could such a crucial tome just disappear? Immediately, Hanli was engulfed by an overwhelming rage, feeling a deep sense of grievance. Twice now. Each time he was on the verge of success, yet it seemed as though someone was deliberately waiting for him to snatch away his hard-won fruits of victory at the most critical moment. Who could this person be? I beg of him to show himself. Do not let Han know who he is. Otherwise, not just him, but his entire family, friends, and acquaintances shall be obliterated. A chilling glint flickered in his narrow eyes, revealing a hint of concealed malevolence. You have forced my hand. Initially, I merely wished to secure these 2 opportunities and develop steadily. However, now I must resort to drastic measures. Hanli raised his gaze. His eyes filled with madness. In the forest, Lu Songnan strolled along a shaded path, surrounded by towering ancient trees with gnarled branches intertwined. Dappled sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground. "Lu Songnan, you are rather dark-hearted," Jiang Yishuang remarked, having grown familiar with him. "You appear gentle and refined on the surface, yet your inner self is quite sinister." At that moment, she felt a pang of sympathy for Hanli. Realizing that being targeted by such a character was indeed a stroke of terrible luck, she finally understood why Wu Fan had encountered so many misfortunes. Who could withstand such a person? What do you understand? This is called tempering. A true warrior dares to confront the harshness of life and face the gushing blood. If he cannot withstand this minor setback, what great accomplishments can he hope to achieve? I am merely looking out for him, Lu Songnan retorted, intending to make Hanli comprehend the unpredictability of life. Subsequently, Lu Songnan produced the Facian step. Its surface resembled white jade, radiating brilliance, and upon closer inspection, it emitted a faint celestial glow, exuding a subtle air of sanctity. Just one glance and it was evident that it was extraordinary. However, without guidance, attempting to cultivate celestial-level techniques will require an immense amount of time. Even those with lesser talents may never be able to master it in their lifetime, Jiang Yishuang cautioned. Upon hearing this, Lu Congnan nodded thoughtfully and then opened the Faxian step. His mind was clear. I see it now. His body echoed, come, let us practice. Indeed, as he anticipated, the celestial-level technique was remarkably difficult to cultivate. Without relying on external forces, Lu Congnan discovered that genuine cultivation was arduous. It was simple to mimic, but capturing its essence depended on one's innate talent. After 3 attempts yielded no results due to his insufficient talent to grasp such a high-quality technique in a short span, he decided to activate his external aid. A thought flickered in Lu Congnan's mind, and instantly, a surge of purple energy accumulated in his arm, coursing through his body and flooding into his mind. Simultaneously, he opened the Faxian step, and memories of its entry-level cultivation materialized in his consciousness. In the vision, a young boy traversed against the turbulent current, struggling against the waves. Time and again, the boy was swept away by the water. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of times, year after year, day after day. Finally, after a decade, the boy's footwork took shape, and he dashed forth with the speed of lightning, leaping as if flying. With a mere flick of his toe, he vanished from the water's surface like a fleeting shadow. As the vision concluded, Lu Congnan instinctively began to mimic the steps from memory. In the next moment, his body moved soundlessly, gliding like a specter. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yishuang gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. The celestial-level technique is so easy to master. Recalling her earlier words, she felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Han Li stood at the edge of a deep ravine, surveying the area. Across the chasm, a towering cliff loomed, from which a waterfall cascaded down, resembling a flowing white silk curtain, its roar deafening. Upon noticing a cave beside the waterfall, a glimmer of joy crossed Han Li's face. Finally found it. Chapter 68. The Alchemical Heritage. Chu Yun arrives without hesitation. Han Li soared into the air, heading towards the waterfall. Soon, he entered the cave, and after advancing for 100 meters, his vision widened. He stepped forward. A popping sound resonated. Han Li felt as though he had entered another realm. Then, a voice filled with age and wisdom echoed, "To arrive here signifies a connection between you and me. On my finger rests a storage ring containing my family's cultivation techniques and alchemical heritage. I hope that you will, upon acquiring it, assist the Ouyang family in rising again when you possess the ability." Upon hearing these words, Han Li was both astonished and overjoyed. The cave indeed held the Ouyang family's alchemical heritage and cultivation techniques. However, he was also alarmed, for the Ouyang family had perished. If anyone learned of his acquisition of their heritage, their enemies would surely pursue him relentlessly. Yet, in the next moment, Han Li's gaze solidified with determination. As long as he remained discreet and allowed time to pass, even if their enemies were to come after him, he could still navigate the situation unscathed. He was no longer a mere weed adrift in the water. He was a reborn individual, a fortunate one. Han Li took a few steps forward and removed the ring from the skeleton's finger. A mere glance revealed the trove of rare materials within, particularly the numerous alchemical tomes that thrilled him immensely. With these resources, how could he not soar? However, just as he prepared to recognize the ring with a drop of blood, a sharp sword hum pierced the air. Who dares intrude? Han Li's brow furrowed instantly, and he activated his spiritual energy, preparing to retaliate. Yet, before he could react, he felt a flash of white light dart past his vision, and then he lost consciousness. In that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, confusion filled his heart, mingled with an overwhelming fury. For the third time. Who on earth is this despicable? Can one not act like a decent human being? Moreover, how did they manage to track my movements? At that moment, a young boy entered the cave, his bright, clear eyes sparkling with a smile. The newcomer was none other than Lu Congnan. As for how he found Han Li, it was, of course, thanks to the efforts of the helpful Jiang Yishuang. Your divination truly proves useful, Lu Congnan remarked, walking directly to Han Li and removing the ring while showering her with praise. Indeed, it is rare for you to compliment someone, Jiang Yishuang replied. However, do not forget the promises you made to me. Jiang Yishuang gazed at the fallen Han Li, her eyes filled with compassion. She felt that his fate was strikingly similar to Wu Fan's. Just as his rise seemed within reach, Lu Tsangnan had intercepted him midway. What a tragic turn of events, she thought. If Wu Fan were alive and learned of Han Li's plight, they would likely become close friends, united by their shared misfortunes. Unaware of Jiang Yishuang's thoughts, Lu Tsangnan lifted the ring and surveyed the surroundings. The cave was modest, spanning a mere dozen square meters. Before him lay a skeleton, with a series of small words inscribed before it. This cave belongs to Ouyang Feng. Should any traveler pass through, they may temporarily reside here, but may not monopolize it. Inside are resources, a ring, a soft sword, and several techniques, if obtained, and you do not assist the Ouyang family in rising again upon leaving. Then the man shall suffer impotence for life, and the woman shall remain barren. Lu Tsangnan approached, tilting his head and studying the inscription for a while before muttering, "I can't read. What does this say?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yishuang snapped back to reality, her curiosity piqued. After reading the contents, her mouth twitched in disbelief. "Good heavens! Goodness gracious!" she exclaimed, astonished to come across two such shameless individuals in this very place. Soon, Lu Tsangnan began to organize his findings. He had several vials of miraculous elixirs. However, upon opening the caps, he realized that no medicinal fragrance wafted from them. It was evident that the passage of time had rendered them ineffective. Consequently, he tossed the vials of elixirs before Han Li, intending to leave him a memento. He then resumed his examination of the other items. First, there were a dozen thick tomes detailing the intricacies of alchemical pills, covering everything from the blood exchange realm to the daily cultivation practices of the soul pill realm, including the methods to refine the necessary pills for breakthrough. The records were meticulously detailed, causing Lu Tsangnan to pause in admiration. The weakness of the Eastern continent lay in its lack of such top-tier legacies. This was indeed remarkable. Possessing this knowledge would allow any sect or clan to rise swiftly in prominence. Lu Tsangnan mused inwardly. Although he had no use for these resources, bringing them back would greatly benefit those around him and his sect. A term even flickered in his mind. Support the clan's demons? Would he be dragging a sect forward? With such thoughts, Lu Tsangnan continued to examine the other items. Before long, he was captivated by a few ancient artifacts, a soft sword, a landscape painting, and a jade pendant. Upon seeing these three items, a sense of hunger began to stir within his arm, indicating the presence of energy within them. Particularly, the soft sword radiated brilliance. It was undoubtedly a valuable treasure. He felt that the sword was not significantly inferior to that of the sword god. Nevertheless, Lu Tsangnan prepared to absorb its energy. It seemed he had truly fallen into despair, unable to find energy anywhere. Glancing at the three items before him, his brow furrowed slightly, sorrow welling within him. The flying immortal step needed to be mastered. His realm required a breakthrough. His sword intent also demanded advancement. He had never been an arrogant person, yet now he found himself dismantling divine weapons. Alas, he truly needed energy. Lu Tsangnan took a deep breath, lifted the soft sword, examined it thoroughly, and began to circulate the ancient dragon elephant technique. As he channeled the technique, the tattoos on his arm began to change color at a visible pace, blue, purple, red. Meanwhile, in the central continent's sacred land, Chu Yun emerged bloodied from the pilgrimage gate, surrounded by a sea of corpses. He murmured to himself, "My good junior brother, while my senior brother held off so many prodigies for you, you vanished without a word. How ungrateful, then." Chu Yun sniffed the air, his eyes lighting up. He hurried toward the cave where Han Li lay unconscious, fragrant as 1,000 miles. Upon seeing Han Li, he intended to leave his mark on his junior brother. How could he possibly engage in a fruitless endeavor? A fellow disciple. It was hardly worth the risk to intercept those prodigies. In fact, when he witnessed Han Li departing with the celestial level technique, Chu Yun's shoulders shook with barely contained laughter. Han Li's actions were precisely to his liking. Little did Han Li know, he had also fallen into Chu Yun's scheme from the start. Yun's eyes. Han Li was merely a weakling at the ghostly realm. As long as he safely brought the technique out, retrieving it would be a mere matter of moments. Inside the cave, Lu Tsangnan remained oblivious to Chu Yun's approach. Chapter 69. Chu Yun's arrogance and mutual slaughter. Quickly, we must leave. Someone is coming. At that moment, Jiang Yishuang's voice echoed in Lu Tsangnan's mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsangnan immediately stowed the soft sword into his ring. Just as he prepared to depart, A mocking voice rang out. You are Lu Tsongnan from the Eastern Continent, aren't you? What misdeeds have you committed? Why do you flee upon seeing me? Chu Yun stood at the cave's entrance. Gazing at Lu Tsongnan with a smirk, he glanced at the unconscious Han Li on the ground, instantly realizing that the celestial level technique had fallen into Lu Tsongnan's hands. Lu Tsongnan, Chu Yun had some recollection of him. He was the one who had slain the Eastern Continent's foremost prodigy, Chan Haoyang. Although he possessed some noteworthy items, they were not abundant. Leave the technique behind, he commanded, crossing his arms with an air of undeniable authority. In his view, individuals from such small places would flee in disarray upon encountering him, requiring no effort on his part. Feeling the sheer arrogance radiating from Chu Yun, Lu Tsongnan narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Lu Tsongnan refused to back down. There was but one of him, so why should he be so brazen? That celestial level technique belongs to my sacred land. No one else is qualified to claim it. If you are wise, hand it over. When I am in a good mood, I might ensure your safety within the sacred ruins. Chu Yun's words dripped with condescension. From the beginning, he had never regarded Lu Tsongnan as his equal. And rightly so, as the scion of the central continent's sacred land, he had been gifted since childhood, far surpassing his peers. Who among those around him did not cater to his whims? In contrast, Lu Tsongnan was merely a talented individual from a remote area, albeit with some potential. Yet his foundation paled in comparison to that of the central continent's sacred land, Chu Yun's eyes. Lu Tsongnan was but an insignificant insect. Not having seized the technique outright from the start was already a testament to Chu Yun's leniency. Upon hearing these words, Lu Tsongnan curled his lip. If he were in a weaker position, he might have felt some trepidation. Before killing, he would have contemplated how to avoid detection. However, he was no longer the lackey he once was, needing to curry favor wherever he went. This central continent scion, did he have his head up his backside? Why should he be compelled to surrender the technique to him? It was laughable. Lu Tsongnan was not his father, who would indulge him. Your need for the technique is of no concern to me. Lu Tsongnan could not be bothered to engage in pointless banter. He had energy to refine and no time to waste on trivial disputes. Securing the technique was simple. Either defeat him and seize it or be struck down by Lu Tsongnan. You must understand, I am a disciple of the sacred land. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will face endless retribution from the sacred land, including your family. Before Chu Yun could finish his threat, Lu Tsongnan executed the flying immortal step, instantly vanishing from his sight, leaving only afterimages in his wake. The fleeting shadows dissipated, and he reappeared behind Chu Yun. Drawing his sword without hesitation, the blade flashed like lightning, slicing through the AT that moment. Lu Tsongnan's disdainful voice rang out, Am I threatening you? Perhaps. As the words fell, a brilliant sword light erupted within the dim cave. Yet, Chu Yun was not to be underestimated. He was no ordinary figure in that instant. Upon witnessing the sword strike, his eyes narrowed, and a thrill surged within him. Instead of dodging, he stepped forward, gathering his spiritual energy, and raised his right fist, colliding with the sword. Boom! His fist shattered the sword energy, creating a deafening sound within the cave. Chu Yun grinned, shaking his right arm like a tiger that had found its prey, locking his gaze firmly on Lu Tsongnan. I comprehended fist intent at 10 years old. At 12, I defeated my peers. By 15, I bested the younger generation of the sacred land. Now at 20, in the mid-stage of the Soul Pill realm, most of the elders of the sacred land have fallen before me. Today, I shall unleash my full power, making you live forever in my shadow. Having defeated numerous practitioners of the Soul Pill realm, Chu Yun truly regarded Lu Tsongnan with disdain. Today, Chu Yun felt particularly irked. His rapid rise to this realm stemmed from his clarity of thought. Throughout his life, no one dared to defy him. If he was displeased, a knot would form in his heart, hindering his cultivation. This individual not only failed to curry favor with him, but also had the audacity to strike at him. This was a provocation. Today, he would ensure the other understood the true meaning of disparity. Only in this way could his future cultivation proceed smoothly. Lu Tsongnan's body moved like a specter, reappearing 5 meters away in the blink of an eye. His gaze was icy. Lu Tsongnan feared neither killing nor trouble. He merely wished to avoid complications. Since the other sought death, he would oblige. Bang, bang, bang. The cave reverberated as the two engaged in relentless combat. Lu Songnan's speed intensified with the combination of the flying immortal step and the sword-drawing technique. Although he was merely at the initial stage of the Soul Pill realm, a tier below Chu Yun, his bizarre attacks rendered it impossible for Chu Yun to close the distance in the Soul Pill realm. I, Chu Yun, am invincible, Chu Yun grunted, enduring a strike from Lu Songnan's sword. The culmination of his fist intent coalesced, and the blood energy within him surged like a tangible force, enveloping Lu Songnan entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yun unleashed his attack without reservation. Lu Songnan's expression remained impassive as he gripped his long sword tightly. Just as Chu Yun charged within a meter of him, Lu Songnan's eyes sharpened. Emanating a formidable killing intent, he, too, was waiting for an opportunity. Lu Songnan unleashed his perfected sword intent to its fullest extent, no longer concealing it. The flying immortal step, perfected sword drawing technique, and sharpened sword intent erupted in a brilliant explosion. Boom! As Chu Yun's fist was a mere 50 centimeters away from Lu Songnan, a brilliant flash of sword light manifested out of thin air, its razor-sharp aura colliding with Chu Yun's knuckles. In an instant, the entire cavern reverberated violently. At that moment, shock and bewilderment filled Chu Yun's eyes. How could his opponent have also grasped the profound essence of swordsmanship at such a young age? He had endured countless hardships to comprehend the pinnacle of fist techniques. He had believed himself to be an unparalleled prodigy at this age, yet here stood someone from a humble background, equally gifted. But no one could answer the questions swirling in his mind. In the next second, Lu Songnan materialized above Chu Yun, sword in hand, aimed directly at his head, and thrust downward with all his might. With a dull thud, the long sword pierced through Chu Yun's skull. A searing pain instantly forced Chu Yun to stagger back several steps, creating distance between him and Lu Songnan. As the sword was withdrawn, blood gushed forth, and Chu Yun found himself in a dire predicament, blood streaming profusely from his head. Seeing this, Lu Songnan, with an expressionless face, propelled himself forward, sword raised, intent on delivering the killing blow. The first strike had merely wounded his opponent. It was insufficient for a fatal conclusion. He needed to strike again. Chapter 70. Slaying the Saint's son, discovered by others. Lu Songnan hesitated not a moment longer. With his sword in tow, he executed a ghostly step, appearing beside Chu Yun with ethereal swiftness. With a flourish, he unleashed a series of 7 strikes, each one finding its mark within Chu Yun's skull. At this point, Chu Yun's head was a grotesque sight. Flesh torn and bloodied, and the core of his soul was in shambles. It was evident that the relentless onslaught had rendered Chu Yun unable to defend himself. In this moment, he realized just how fragile life could be. Indeed, there existed someone capable of defeating him while on equal footing, and moreover, someone beneath him in rank. Chu Yun's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He never imagined he would one day be bested by one weaker than himself. With a swift thrust, Lu Songnan's sword once more plunged into Chu Yun's skull, followed by the sickening sound of the soul core shattering. Thus, the renowned genius of the Central Continent, who had reigned over the younger generation, met his demise. After the slaying, Lu Songnan prepared to inspect the corpse when he suddenly heard a faint heartbeat. Turning his gaze, he discovered that the source of the heartbeat was none other than Han Li, who had just awakened. It was only natural. With such a commotion, how could one possibly remain asleep? He had merely feigned death out of fear. Witnessing this, Lu Songnan approached Han Li, who, upon hearing the approaching footsteps, panicked. As he awakened, he witnessed Lu Songnan's sword piercing through his senior's head. Realizing the vast disparity in strength, he chose to play dead, hoping to evade the situation. However, as the footsteps drew nearer, Han Li sensed that Lu Songnan had discovered him. A chill ran down his spine as he felt a flicker of panic, quickly masked by a facade of calm. He prayed desperately that Lu Songnan had not realized he was awake. Moments later, Lu Songnan stood beside Han Li, tilting his head to examine his information. Name: Han Li. Realm: late stage of the ethereal realm. Fate: Reincarnator. Life script: protagonist. Recent twist: 3 days hence, the Sacred Gate's inheritance will open, and he will acquire the Sword Path Steel in the Stone House numbered 369 on the left side. What a fortunate opportunity! Lu Songnan couldn't help but marvel at Han Li's serendipity. To be honest, these protagonists often seem like favored children of destiny. It would be a shame to kill him. However, if Hanli remained unaware of his presence, Lu Tsangnan would refrain from harvesting yet another life. Yet, he had already been discovered. If he allowed Hanli to linger, the latter might inform others of his deeds against Chu Yun. Lu Tsangnan dared not gamble. It was crucial to remember that Hanli was backed by the foremost power in the central continent. Therefore, this individual must be eliminated. As Lu Tsangnan lifted his sword, Hanli, unable to feign death any longer, immediately pleaded, "Friend, please don't kill me. I possess invaluable information. With my assistance, you will surely dominate the 9 provinces. Just give me 3 days, and I will prove my worth." The threat of death instilled fear in Hanli. "You have only yourself to blame for knowing too much." Lu Tsangnan's expression remained unchanged as he decisively thrust his sword downward. With the strength of the Soul Pill realm unleashed, a single strike was all it took for Hanli to lose his life. What good were opportunities if one was not alive to seize them? After the kill, Lu Tsangnan surveyed the cavern, confirming its stability before seeking a clean spot to continue refining the energy within the soft sword. Half an hour later, the tattoo on his arm turned black, signaling the depletion of energy within the soft sword. Lu Tsangnan opened his eyes to find the radiant aura of the long sword had vanished, and he carelessly discarded it to the ground, where it crumbled to dust upon impact. Closing his eyes to attune himself, he discovered that the energy within the tattoo was sufficient for him to break through to the next realm. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts, causing the energy from the tattoo to surge forth, a warm current flowing from his arm into his body. In an instant, it began to heat up within him, and he expelled deep breaths from his throat. Through inner vision, Lu Tsangnan perceived a torrent of spiritual energy within him, roaring like a mighty river, the sound echoing as if a vast ocean surged. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned Lu Tsangnan's forehead. It was evident that shortcuts came at a price. His rapid advancement necessitated enduring excruciating pain. Yet, for those who cultivate, pain is the least of their fears. If such sacrifices could lead to continual growth, he believed no one in the world would shy away from it. As time progressed, the searing energy emanated from his body, causing the energy within his bones and blood to begin boiling. Pain, heat, 2 contrasting sensations collided within Lu Tsangnan's awareness. At this instant, he felt as though his insides were ablaze, the intense energy surging violently through his muscles, skin, and organs. He understood this was a trial to temper his flesh. After a solid half-hour, the torrent finally subsided, leaving Lu Tsangnan drenched as if he had just emerged from water. Suddenly, a bond within his body shattered, the agony dissipating, replaced by a wave of comfort. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge upon Lu Tsangnan's form. In a brief span, his aura elevated, reaching the mid-stage of the Soul Pill realm. Concurrently, the Soul Pill within his mind quivered violently, and upon closer inspection, he noted its vitality had diminished considerably. Lu Tsangnan realm, mid-stage of the Soul Pill realm. Fate. Gifted, continually encountering fortuitous events. Nemesis of protagonist's life script. Important supporting character. Recent twist. This individual is shrouded in mystery. The future remains obscured, and their destiny is not easily discernible. Skills. Mastery of sword drawing technique. Mastery of sword intent talent. Clarity of sword heart in the mid-stage of the Soul Pill realm. He was already among the elite in the Eastern continent. However, he was still young, and his future would undoubtedly extend beyond mere dominance in the Eastern continent. Therefore, he must not succumb to arrogance. These thoughts swirled in Lu Tsangnan's mind, and he had not forgotten the central continent's sacred land. He had slain numerous of their disciples. If discovered, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Thus, he needed to maintain a cautious demeanor while striving for bold progress. After securing the spoils from the 2 slain adversaries, Lu Tsangnan exited the cavern. Upon surveying the landscape, he noted the sun in the west beginning its descent, casting an eerie twilight over the desolation. The boundless flora swayed wildly in the evening breeze, producing a rustling sound. Suddenly, Lu Tsangnan sensed something amiss. Beside him, droplets of rain began to fall from the sky, fine as silk, whispering softly as they landed upon the verdant trees and the azure grass. Lu Tsangnan abruptly looked up to find a figure standing amidst the rain, an umbrella in hand, surrounded by a delicate shower, gazing at him with a knowing smile. The Rain Demon? Chapter 71. The appearance of the Sword Path Steel. The wrath of the ghostly Yaman Lu Tsangnan felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. At that moment, he sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from this individual, a killer who also brings chaos. How unexpected. The rain demon cast a glance filled with surprise. He had followed Chu Yun to this location, intending to resolve matters here, but did not anticipate that Lu Tsangnan would emerge from the trembling cave instead. Simultaneously, Lu Tsangnan began to scrutinize the Rain Demon S information. By Li Changqing alias, Rain Demon Realm, late stage of the Soul Pill Realm Fate, gifted, legendary assassin life script, important supporting character. Recent twist, acquired the Sword Path Steel in the Sacred Ruins. Upon reading the information, Lu Tsangnan's expression turned stony, and his mood plummeted. He should not have lingered within the cavern to refine energy. Who remained stationary after committing murder? According to reason, this secluded location, combined with being situated within a cave, would not easily attract attention. Unless, Lu Tsangnan's heart stirred. Are you tracking Chu Yun? His mind remained quite agile. The rain ghost halted his laughter in surprise, casting a glance at Lu Tsangnan. Initially, he had intended to slay a few talented individuals to vent his frustrations, but unexpectedly discovering a big fish. He could not help but acknowledge his good fortune today. You, my friend, appear to be cultured and refined, yet it seems you possess a ruthless side as well. SK, are you not afraid of retaliation after killing the holy son of the central continent's sacred land? The rain ghost inquired with curiosity, though not slander me. How could I be so audacious? Lu Tsangnan retorted immediately. Upon hearing this, the rain ghost chuckled, though I did not enter. I can still smell the scent of blood wafting from your unprocessed corpse. Even from this distance, it is akin to fireflies in the night. Though not blinding, they are still conspicuous, I see. Lu Tsangnan nodded, belatedly realizing. He was not a professional assassin and was unaware of the details that required handling after a kill. Reflecting on this, he recognized the need to learn more. Instantly, he felt a sense of vigilance arise within him. He could not afford to be so careless in the future. I have been enlightened. Lu Tsangnan clasped his hands in feigned gratitude. Yet, in the next moment, as he bent his body, his right hand swiftly grasped his long sword. The rain ghost squinted, abruptly raising his head to gaze at Lu Tsangnan. This fellow had actually moved first. Just then, Lu Tsangnan's body lunged forward, activating his flying celestial steps and vanishing from his original position, only to reappear behind the rain ghost in the next instant. However, facing Lu Tsangnan's sudden ambush, the rain ghost merely smiled faintly. With a swift pull of his black umbrella, he instantly generated a wave of black energy. It was evident that this umbrella was no ordinary object. Nevertheless, Lu Tsangnan dared not hesitate, promptly executing his perfected sword-drawing technique, his sword heart illuminating as he unleashed his profound sword intent. Boom! The surge of energy emanating from Lu Tsangnan sent a chill through the rain ghost. He turned to look, and an intensely blazing sword aura appeared in his line of sight. What terrified the rain ghost even more was that upon the sword aura's contact with the rainwater nearby, countless droplets were drawn toward it, intensifying the sword energy. His own realm of comprehension was being influenced by the opponent. In that moment, a sense of impending doom enveloped the rain ghost entirely. Stop! The opponent's sword intent was not inferior to his own water intent. Coupled with his earlier underestimation of Lu Tsangnan, he had not unleashed his full power, and thus found himself in peril. The rain ghost felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Tsangnan's full-force attack caught him off guard. Boom! However, as a top-tier assassin, the rain ghost managed to draw his long knife at the crucial moment, cleaving a strike while simultaneously retreating fiercely. In just 2 seconds, he had already distanced himself by several dozen meters. Yet, although he had evaded the first sword strike, Lu Tsangnan, like a specter, suddenly reappeared behind him, thrusting his long sword through the rain ghost's chest from front to back. Tell me, as an assassin, why do you appear so brazenly? Lu Tsangnan lazily withdrew his bloodied sword. If his opponent had been lurking in the shadows and possessed greater strength, he would have retreated without a second thought. After all, his adversary was an assassin, adept at striking and vanishing. Yet, this individual had so openly confronted him for a chat. Meanwhile, feeling the sword pierce his left chest, his heart ruptured. The rain ghost's eyes widened in disbelief. He had met his demise in a most unexpected manner. He was always the one to kill others, Cough, cough. In an instant, a surge of blood erupted from his throat. Lu Tsongnan observed the rain ghost, giving his long sword a shake, and in an instant, a wave of sword energy enveloped the rain ghost entirely. Bift, bift. Soon, he was pierced by thousands of sword strikes. A closer examination revealed that the rain ghost's body was riddled with sword wounds. Not a single spot unmarred. Until his last breath, the rain ghost's pupils reflected countless sword lights. Simultaneously, the rain in the sky abruptly ceased. Lu Tsongnan stepped forward, retrieving the rain ghost's black umbrella. Although I am aware that killing you may lead to significant trouble, I do not harbor regrets. An assassin who discovers his secret and harbors murderous intent. How could Lu Tsongnan let him live? Thus, Lu Tsongnan hastily sent him to the afterlife. Even if trouble were to arise, it would be once the opposing forces realized his absence. At that time, the balance of power remained uncertain. Be cautious. Lu Tsongnan severed the rain ghost's head and disposed of the body and head at different cliffs before promptly departing the scene. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou, within the ghost Yaman's hall, silence reigned. A man donning a skull mask, who was persistently coughing, gazed incredulously at the extinguished soul lamp on the table, his face filled with disbelief. The rain ghost. Dead? The sacred ruins have opened, and among the younger generation, someone managed to slay an individual proficient in speed, of the Soul Dan realm's late stage. If he is not mistaken, the rain ghost's mastery of the rain intent had already reached a consummate level. Initially, it was thought that entering the sacred ruins to retrieve the Sword Dao stone tablet would be an effortless task for the rain ghost. However, to have cultivated a legendary assassin only to meet such an end? At that moment, the sickly ghost felt a chill spread through his entire being. Had he been killed in a one-on-one confrontation? Or had he fallen victim to a group assault? Boom. The sickly ghost's grip on his long sword trembled violently. Whoever you are, or whoever you all are, you shall all perish. The sickly ghost's eyes burned with fury, for the rain ghost was his disciple. Outside the sacred ruins, at the entrance to the holy gate, Lu Tsongnan sat cross-legged, refining the rain ghost's black umbrella. He discovered that the energy contained within this umbrella was considerable, capable of transforming his tattoo from white to red. Soon, he completely refined the black umbrella. Raising his gaze, Lu Tsongnan looked towards the holy gate, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had not forgotten that within lay the Sword Dao stone tablet, a fortuitous opportunity. In the next moment, Lu Tsongnan stood up and made his way toward the holy gate. Chapter 72. An overwhelming energy, Sun Xingchuan seeks to soar. Upon entering the holy gate, Lu Tsongnan disregarded the severed limbs scattered upon the ground and looked up. He discovered the stone wall ahead shrouded in layers of thin mist. The mountain breeze caressing it, causing the mist to swirl ethereally. An endless float appeared as though veiled by a semi-transparent gossamer, creating a hazy ambience akin to a celestial realm, captivating one's heart and spirit. Upon witnessing this scene, he hastily soared into the air. Approaching the stone wall, he noticed a 1-meter-tall stone tablet standing at the very top. Moreover, the tablet bore over a dozen sword intents. Is this the Sword Dao stone tablet? It appears quite ordinary. Just as Lu Tsongnan voiced this thought, he observed the tablet tremble violently, a cloud of dust cascading down as an overwhelming force radiated forth, accompanied by a vast sword energy shooting into the sky. Its essence lingering in the air. Could it be that I have provoked it? Lu Tsongnan was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept across his lips. Fortune has arrived. He approached the Sword Dao stone tablet, placing both hands upon it, not to receive a legacy, but to channel the Taigu dragon elephant art. He had just felt an overwhelming hunger emanating from his arms. The tattoo was in turmoil, akin to a famished individual encountering a banquet of delicacies. Thus, he intended to convert the Sword Dao stone tablet into energy, to either break through his realm or enhance his martial techniques. Simultaneously, vivid memories began to surface in his mind. Lu Tsongnan's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized them closely. Before long, he discerned the origins of the Sword Dao stone tablet. It turned out that it was left behind by the first patriarch of the Bailey family before his demise. A remnant of his sword mark. When buried, his descendants placed it before his grave, hoping that future generations could comprehend the intent through the tablet, thus gaining the attention of the last vestige of the Bailey patriarch's consciousness interred within the tomb. The recorded information was scant, often fragmented and incoherent. Lu Tsongnan sensed something peculiar about it. However, the intense hunger surging from his arm compelled him to abandon contemplation and begin fervently channeling the Taiga Dragon Elephant art. At his current realm, to achieve a breakthrough, he needed his tattoo to reach the black stage. Moreover, the perfected sword drawing technique and sword intent, he estimated, required a deep black level. Soon, the color of the tattoo transitioned from purple to red, light red to deep red. Lu Tsongnan was elated. Despite absorbing so much, the tablet had only dimmed by 1/5. Based on this, should he fully absorb the tablet, he would undoubtedly achieve a significant breakthrough. While Lu Tsongnan was fervently absorbing energy, others sensed the sword energy coalescing in the air and rushed toward the holy gate with fervent gazes. What an extraordinary commotion! Surely, an immense opportunity has manifested. Soon, an increasing number of individuals appeared at the pilgrimage gate. Among them Sun Xingchuan, who blended into the crowd. Upon entering the sacred ruins, he had acquired numerous valuable items over the past few days, thanks to his formidable strength. Initially, he had intended to take advantage of the situation, but upon seeing Lu Tsongnan before the stone wall, he was momentarily taken aback. His junior brother was receiving a legacy? Well, since you have now obtained this inheritance as your senior, I cannot allow you to be disturbed by others. In that case, allow me to assist you. Just lie back and relax. Although Lu Tsongnan's strength was commendable, being merely at the spirit-connecting stage, he was considered a prodigy in the Eastern continent, yet he paled in comparison to the younger generation of the 9 continents. Clearly, Sun Xingchuan's impression of Lu Tsongnan had not yet updated. Without hesitation, Sun Xingchuan soared into the air, shielding Lu Tsongnan behind him. This inheritance has already been claimed by my junior brother. I ask everyone to leave at once. He proclaimed with authority, pointing his spear at the crowd. His words. Not only the prodigies from the 9 continents seeking opportunities were taken aback, but even Lu Tsongnan was momentarily stunned in such circumstances. He dared to intervene. This senior brother was truly admirable. Lu Tsongnan turned to observe, and information regarding Sun Xingchuan appeared before his eyes. Sun Xingchuan realm, early stage of Soul Dan Fate, son of the true dragon, recent development, acquired the 3,000-year spiritual herb, Silver Moon Illusion Lotus, within the sacred ruins. Since senior brother Sun Xingchuan is lending his assistance, I shall seize this opportunity to cultivate. Lu Tsongnan promptly resumed practicing the ancient dragon elephant technique, beginning to absorb energy. Meanwhile, several individuals suddenly soared into the air, charging towards Sun Xingchuan. 4 of them were all experts at the Soul Dan stage. Wow! Feeling the pressure from his opponents, Sun Xingchuan was taken aback. At that moment, a low, howling wind swept in, stirring the sand and stones on the ground, producing a rustling sound. The battle erupted instantaneously. Sun Xingchuan thrust his spear fiercely, generating a series of piercing sounds. However, facing 4 adversaries of equal standing, after merely 10 exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. How pitifully weak! Who gave you the audacity to step forward with such meager strength? Among the 4, Zhang Feng, wielding a hefty broadsword, glared at Sun Xingchuan, who was besieged by 3 of his junior brothers, a cold smile playing on his lips. Sun Xingchuan's expression darkened further with each passing moment, as it became evident that even with 1 less opponent, he still struggled to fend them off. Nevertheless, he forced himself to remain calm, his spear technique neither chaotic nor disordered, as he began to defend methodically. Clearly, he intended to buy time for Lu Tsongnan to acquire more of the inheritance. However, the opponents quickly caught on to Sun Xingchuan's intentions. Zhang Feng nodded to the other 3, and in the next moment, they all launched a simultaneous attack on Sun Xingchuan. Clang! With a resounding crash, Sun Xingchuan felt a numbing sensation in his right hand. Although he had reacted swiftly to block the incoming strikes, he was still forced back several steps. Oh, such quick reflexes! Zhang Feng grinned, a mocking glint in his eyes. At that moment, he regarded Sun Xingchuan as if he were an insignificant insect, a person from a small region. Even if he seizes an opportunity first, would still be unable to claim the treasures meant for the strongest among their peers. The rest were merely supporting players. Sun Xingchuan shook his numb arm, noticing that Lu Tsongnan's inheritance was still ongoing. Gritting his teeth, he urged, "Keep going." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng raised his broadsword, a frenzied look on his face, and charged alongside his 3 companions. Faced with attacks from four directions, Sun Xingchuan could only hurriedly defend himself. He managed to withstand the first round, but could not hold out against the second. Zhang Feng's blade struck Sun Xingchuan's arm, causing blood to spurt forth. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng leaped forward and delivered a kick, sending Sun Xingchuan flying towards Lu Tsongnan. Ha ha ha, with such feeble strength, you dare to covet the opportunity? At that moment, Zhang Feng, brandishing his broadsword, hovered in midair, looking down upon Sun Xingchuan. His words not only mocked Sun Xingchuan, but also served as a warning to the many prodigies observing from the ground. The four true disciples of the Blade Saint sect from the northern continent shared a deep bond from childhood, possessing remarkable talent and excelling in combined attacks. Indeed, the prodigies below recognized their identities, frowning as they deliberated whether to intervene. Meanwhile, Lu Tsongnan rose to his feet. Chapter 73. Slaying Four Soul Dan. The panel transforms. The weather today was somewhat oppressive. Above the heads of the crowd, the clouds were thick and dark, swirling ominously like ink dropped into clear water. Beneath the Sword Dao stone tablet, over 100 talented individuals stood, all gazing at the rising Lu Tsongnan point. One among them fixed his gaze intently and remarked that Lu Tsongnan is no ordinary person. Simultaneously, a tall, stern-faced man nodded in agreement. You feel it too? The bloodlust emanating from Lu Tsongnan is palpable. The speaker was Wu Qi from the Taoist sect, his arched brows accentuating his piercing starry eyes, while his straight nose and tightly pressed lips exuded a sense of determination and composure. I can assure you, he is not as gentle as he appears. At Wu Qi's words, he tightened his grip on his long sword, his expression growing slightly grave. Tio put it bluntly, those four brothers are likely to face defeat. Lu Tsongnan helped Sun Xingchuan to his feet. Sensing that his companion had only sustained superficial injuries, frowning, he said, Senior brother, you shouldn't have intervened. In response, Sun Xingchuan shrugged, you helped me once. I couldn't possibly stand idly by. Lu Tsongnan found himself at a loss for words. He could not condemn his senior for being foolish, yet appreciated the support. However, how could two fists contend against four hands? Nevertheless, Lu Tsongnan patted Sun Xingchuan's shoulder, accepting the goodwill, before turning to face Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, a robust figure with a muscular build that suggested he was not to be trifled with, taunted. Are you here to avenge that fool from earlier? Without replying, Lu Tsongnan swiftly drew his sword from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, the blade surged forth, creating a terrifying sword aura that pressed against the air. Swish! The sword sliced through the air, hurtling towards Zhang Feng. Lu Tsongnan did not employ sword intent, merely executing a simple draw technique. Seeing this strike, Zhang Feng did not dare to be careless. He activated his movement technique, swiftly dodging to the left to evade the attack. During this maneuver, he exchanged glances with his three brothers, preparing to coordinate an assault as they had against Sun Xingchuan. However, Lu Tsongnan stepped forward, activating the Flying Immortal Step, and suddenly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared above Zhang Feng. A beam of white sword light shot skyward, causing Zhang Feng to feel a sudden constriction in his breath. He sensed a sharp and menacing sword aura looming over his back. Thud! A long sword descended without hesitation. The speed was so rapid that Zhang Feng had no time to react. In that moment, the ease and confidence previously etched on his face vanished, replaced by an overwhelming seriousness. He reflexively raised his broadsword to shield himself. Lu Tsongnan thrust downward with both hands on his sword. Clang, clang. Each strike followed seamlessly, with no signs of hesitation. Zhang Feng was being overwhelmed. The other three brothers looked on in horror at Lu Tsongnan, witnessing a terrifying scene. Their opponent's speed was so remarkable that they could not intervene. Within the pilgrimage gate, a profound silence enveloped the area, broken only by the sound of clashing weapons. Moments later, the crowd heard Zhang Feng's urgent voice, clearly distressed by Lu Tsongnan's relentless assault. Wu Qi gripped his long sword tightly, observing Lu Tsongnan's swordsmanship with astonishment in his eyes. If one were to argue which region possessed the strongest swordsmanship in the 9 continents, the Taoist sect would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Among the younger generation of the Taoist sect, Wu Qi's swordsmanship was particularly renowned. This swordplay is rather intriguing. At that moment, Wu Qi's face lit up with excitement, his long sword vibrating at his side. Meanwhile, behind Lu Tsangnan, Sun Xingquan's jaw dropped in shock and disbelief. Does my junior brother possess such strength? Not yet 20 years old, he was overpowering prodigies from other regions. Was he even human? In that instant, Sun Xingquan recalled his earlier desire to assist Lu Tsangnan, his cheeks flushing slightly. Act swiftly. With a roar, Wu Qi, who had been under pressure, launched a fierce counterattack. He sidestepped, using his left arm to absorb Lu Tsangnan's strike. Crack! His arm severed. Wu Qi wasted no time, rolling aside and shouting loudly. Due to Lu Tsangnan's rapid onslaught, he could not find an opportunity to retaliate, and thus decided to sacrifice his own injury to allow his three brothers to join the fray. I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Clutching his severed left arm, Zhang Fong glared at Lu Tsangnan with malice. Then let us wait and see. Lu Tsangnan swung his long sword, and in an instant, the flying immortal steps were activated, executing the perfected sword drawing technique. In the preceding moment, 4 streaks of sword energy simultaneously manifested in the gazes of the 4 individuals, slicing towards them with an astonishing swiftness that was almost imperceptible. With a splatter, blood erupted forth, 1 sword, for severed heads. Immediately afterward, Lu Tsangnan appeared beside the decapitated heads, raising his long sword and forcefully plunging it downwards towards the soul core below with a crack. The sound of the soul core shattering echoed through the air. Moments later, Lu Tsangnan dragged the 4 corpses, arranging them side by side. A true family united in death. At that moment below, silence reigned. Were Zhang Fong and his companions truly slain? An inconspicuous disciple from the eastern continent had just dispatched 4 otherworldly prodigies of the same realm. Lu Tsangnan stood aloft, sword in hand, as a gentle breeze rustled his garments. Blood dripped steadily from the tip of his sword. Simultaneously, Lu Tsangnan noticed a slight alteration in his status panel. Lu Tsangnan Realm, Mid-Soul Pill Fate, exceptionally gifted, blessed with fortuitous encounters. A bane to protagonists, defying destiny, life script, significant supporting character. Recent turn of events. This individual is shrouded in mystery, his future obscured, rendering his fate difficult to discern. Skills: mastery of sword drawing technique, mastery of sword intent talent, clarity of sword heart defiance of fate. Due to your prodigious performance, the destinies of numerous prodigies have been altered. Thus, for each prodigy you slay, you acquire a portion of fortune. This fortune may be utilized to bolster oneself or assist others. Upon witnessing this, Lu Tsangnan paused momentarily, then his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Next, he proclaimed in a tone devoid of emotion, as though he were addressing mere passers-by rather than illustrious prodigies. As anticipated, his demeanor unsettled the numerous prodigies below. How could he disregard so many of them? After all, those present were renowned figures in the outside world. Was this individual always so audacious? In the crowd, 2 individuals exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They then drew their weapons and soared into the air. I am Hu Tu, hailing from the Holy Land of the Southern Continent. I am Pang Sanli, also from the Holy Land of the Southern Continent. The 2 wielded flexible whips, confronting Lu Tsangnan from a distance. Hu Tu, Pang Sanli, names of commendable merit. Yet, I wonder about their true strength. Lu Tsangnan mused quietly as he locked eyes with them. Chapter 74. 1 sword defeats a host of prodigies. An oddity emerges: arrogance. The expressions of the 2 darkened. Had this individual no respect for others? However, in the next instant, they comprehended the source of Lu Tsangnan's arrogance. With a hum, Lu Tsangnan lifted his long sword, and 2 chilling sword energies materialized before him, hurtling towards the soul cores of his opponents. Following the execution of 2 sword strikes, he withdrew a white cloth from his waist, commencing to wipe his blade. Meanwhile, Hu Tu and Pang Sanli felt as though they were mired in quicksand, utterly unable to move, forced to watch the deadly sword energy approach them with a crack. The sound of the soul core's destruction reverberated, and moments later, 2 pristine heads fell from the sky. The world fell silent, save for the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Thud. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the corpses that lay strewn upon the earth. Lu Tsangnan lowered his sword, remaining unfazed. Those who remain here for 3 breaths shall be executed. Simultaneously, Lu Tsangnan cast a glance at the crowd and calmly stated, at this moment, many have begun to contemplate retreating. After all, Lu Songnan proved to be an exceptionally formidable adversary. Just then, Wu Qi stepped forward, addressing Lu Songnan with a query, Junior Lu, if I am not mistaken, the sword technique you just employed was acquired from the recent inheritance. Correct? At his words, many minds began to stir with curiosity. Before Lu Songnan could explain, Wu Qi confidently continued. Only in this manner can one rationalize your formidable prowess in such an obscure locale. As this statement resonated, the gazes of the crowd shifted towards Lu Songnan. If this were indeed the case, did it not imply that their own strengths would also surge following their acquisition of the inheritance? With this thought, many began to voice their agreement. My friend, our meeting is fortuitous. Do share the inheritance you have just obtained. Indeed, we share blessings together. Let us forge friendships. We too shall offer our significant techniques in exchange. In that moment, over 100 prodigies united in their endeavor. Observing this spectacle, Lu Songnan suddenly broke into laughter. The sword technique steel indeed possessed supreme sword arts. Yet, ask yourself sincerely, are you truly worthy? Such audacity enraged the throng below. How could one individual stand against so many? What justified his arrogance? Meanwhile, from within the crowd, Wu Qi's resonant voice rang out, 1 against us 101. Advantage lies with us. Together we shall strike, and upon obtaining the inheritance, all shall partake. Very well.